Li Yao flushed to his ears and scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't know you were Fiend Blade Peng Hai. If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to spar with you. Wasn't I simply seeking death? Peng Hai slightly smiled and continued, Second, in the Crimson Nimbus sect, the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School and the Crimson Nimbus Transportation Group under me are two different organizations, not to mention I have only signed a 6-year contract with the Crimson Nimbus Transportation Group. Once the contract period is over, I won't have any relation with them. I could leave them without any delay. Even now, although the contract period isn't over, so long as I'm willing to pay high liquidated damages, I can similarly leave the Crimson Nimbus sect. Strictly speaking, I'm just an employee of the Crimson Nimbus sect, not a Crimson Nimbus sect disciple. I too got angry at the Crimson Nimbus sect when I came to know about the disagreement between you and the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. However, I hope these silly things do not harm our friendship. To tell you the truth, I too don't like those bastards of the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Li Yao was once again stunned, his heart gave birth to a very strange feeling. He didn't expect to hear such a vulgar word like bastard from the mouth of his idol, Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Like he had never thought of cultivators excreting and urinating. Although thinking about it carefully, they too were human, they would definitely eat, drink, and do all the regular things a normal person would do. However, if you really encountered a cultivator in the public washrooms, the subsequent shock would be extremely startling. Peng Hai smiled again. His smile was very bright and very lively, much like a 20-year-old naughty fellow. He lowered his voice and said, thinking of which, when I was in Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School and had still not yet made a name for myself, I also suffered under them. These supercilious bastards had made things difficult for me too. Many times, like you, I too wanted to quit school, but looking at teacher Sun Biao's face, I had to give in. Fellow student Li Yao, you have accomplished what I wanted but couldn't do in the past. Hearing this statement, Li Yao was excited. He felt the distance between them was a little closer. When he looked at Peng Hai again, he didn't seem to appear high and mighty again, he was like a trusted, neighborhood elder brother. Peng Hai patted his shoulder, and with an undisguised appreciative look in his eyes, he said, How about it? Are you confident in this year's college entrance exams? But of course. Li Yao, with all his strength, immediately straightened his chest. He did not want to appear weak in front of Peng Hai. Ambitious, huh? That's more like it. Peng Hai neither lightly nor heavily punched his chest and said, The Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School is nothing special. Since you've already quit school, then forget it. For the next month, I will be training in the Demon Beast Wasteland to further consolidate my level. Until then, you can have this cultivation room to yourself. You can use any strengthening agent or high-energy nutrient solution any way you like, it's all on me. Ding Ling Dang, who stood to the side, stared with wide-opened eyes and shouted, Senior Brother Peng, you're too much. We've known each other for so long, and yet you've only occasionally brought me to your training room. You've never allowed me to use it for 1 month, how can you be so generous to this brat? Peng Hai faintly smiled, this is a transaction between me and him. Li Yao looked all around, yet he did not find anything mysterious about this small training room. However, he knew that since it was Fiend Blade Peng Hai's private training room, it must have some mysterious, remarkable ability that was hidden from plain sight and gave the utmost advantage for training. He could not help but ask, what deal? What do you want from me? Peng Hai stretched out his 2 fingers, you've 2 options. First, I'll let you use my training room free of charge while providing you sufficient strengthening agents and various resources at the same time. No matter how much you want to use, you will get it until the college entrance exam. Think of it as my investment on you. Until you've stepped onto the core formation stage, 1, you don't need to pay me back. And if you are lucky and became a core formation stage cultivator, then go to the Demon Beast Wasteland and kill the strongest demon beast you can to repay me. That's quite fair, what's the second choice? Li Yao was deep in thought. In this deal, Peng Hai didn't seem to be at a loss. It was like throwing a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he didn't become a cultivator, the most Peng Hai would lose would be some strengthening agents. Although it was an astronomical sum for Li Yao, for Peng Hai, it was a drop in the bucket. Once Li Yao had formed the Jin Dan, Golden Core, he could kill a demon beast as strong as a core formation stage cultivator, which would be worth a couple of towns together. Second, I'll invest in you just like before, however, you don't need to kill a demon beast for me so long as you address me as Brother Hai. Peng Hai spoke with bright and shining eyes. Li Yao was stunned. He could react only after a long period of time, his heart was brimming with excitement. Fiend Blade Peng Hai, who was the talk of Floating Spear City and the new rising figure in the world of cultivators, unexpectedly wanted to become friends with a no-name like him. If he chose the first option, then it would simply be just a business deal, just an investment. Peng Hai would pay for a few insignificant resources and would get 100-fold in return when Li Yao beheads a giant beast in the future. Once this deal was over, there would not be any relation between the two whatsoever. If he chose the second option, it would no longer be a business deal, Fiend Blade Peng Hai would be his friend and would be paying for a friend. Brother Hai. Without any hesitation, Li Yao shouted, yet in his mind, he was still left extremely puzzled. He could not help but ask, Brother Hai, my pineal gland is ruptured and my spiritual root development quotient has fallen to 7%. At a time where everyone is not optimistic about me, why do you still have such confidence in me? Why do you believe that I can still cultivate and even reach the core formation stage one day? Peng Hai smiled, it's very simple. It's because I've met another person just like you. At the age of 13, she was a super cultivation genius who had a spiritual root development quotient of 85%, but all of a sudden, her spiritual root development quotient fell to 11%. She could barely even stand up, she was reduced to a cripple. Everyone believed that she could no longer cultivate and would spend the rest of her life in bed. But this person, not only did she stand up again by putting in 100 times more effort, an amount that no man can imagine, she once again stepped onto the road of cultivation. At the age of 22, she soared to the pinnacle refinement stage. If I'm not wrong, after at most a year and a half, she will successfully build her foundation and become one of the youngest building foundation stage cultivator in the Federation. And if you give her 30 to 50 years, she would become the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the Federation. There is such a fearsome person. Li Yao was secretly surprised. He could not help but ask, who is she? Which university or cultivation sect is she in now? A faint smile appeared on Peng Hai's face, she is standing next to you. What? Li Yao was dumbfounded. His gaze turned towards Ding Lingdang. He didn't think that such a dazzling girl would have such an unexpected past. No wonder she said, I see myself in you. Was this her reason for not abandoning and giving up on him? Ding Lingdang pulled a straight face and firmly nibbled her lips. She seemed to have put on a mask. Evidently, she didn't want to let others see through her. Peng Hai also knew she was not willing to mention her past. He quickly changed the topic and said to Li Yao, do you understand now, fellow student Li Yao? Even if the whole world is not optimistic about you, even when no one believes you can rise once again, Ding Lingdang and I are the two people who will still believe that you can still create miracles. Li Yao felt warmth coursing through his body. Unexpectedly, there are still people in this world who still have confidence in me. When he had just woken up, Deep Sea University professor Xie Tingxian didn't believe he could participate in the college entrance exams, and then the Crimson Nimbus second senior high school directly asked him to leave the school. These two things had really made him feel somewhat disappointed. However, at this moment, all of his disappointment was thrown deep into the sea. Li Yao's eyes turned moist, his blood was boiling, and his will to fight turned wild like a hurricane. All right. Li Yao no longer hesitated and readily accepted Peng Hai's goodwill. Brother Hai, since we are friends, we don't need to say any words of thanks. However, I just want to say one thing: if someday I become a grand refiner, I will definitely forge the perfect saber that could even split the seas and cut the stars for you. As long as he assimilated the later parts of the memories of O Yezi, Li Yao had absolute confidence that he would be able to forge the strongest magical equipment in the Heaven Origin sector. Peng Hai burst into laughter. Alright, you're really frank. I'll be waiting for that day to arrive then. However, a saber is not necessary because I'm proficient in swords, halberds, tridents, hooks, forks, and altogether 17 types of weapons. It doesn't exactly need to be a saber. If you can refine 8 to 10 flying swords for me, then I'll take them all. Then, why does everyone call you Fiend Blade when you don't even use a saber? Li Yao was once again dumbfounded. He discovered that his brain cells were not used enough when dealing with Peng Hai. Peng Hai winked at him. The expression on his face now was revealed to be the same as the degenerate of the cultivator world, Sun Biao, and with a smile on his face, he said, "The nickname Fiend Blade was something I intentionally publicized to let others know. Now throughout the entire world of cultivators, everyone knows me as Fiend Blade and naturally believes that I use a saber. How could they know that I'm, in fact, more proficient in swords? In the scenario where I am fighting, if I suddenly brought out 17 to 18 flying swords or 20 long spears or used illusions to turn myself into a 3-headed, 6-armed man waving 7 to 8 meteor hammers instead of a saber, wouldn't the other guy be dumbfounded? At that moment, they would start to think about what I, Fiend Blade, was actually hiding. Just this moment of surprise would be enough for me to cut him 100 times. Remember this, all warfare is based on deception." Li Yao was covered in cold sweat. He finally knew for sure that this brother Hai of his was the personal disciple of the degenerate of the cultivator world, Sun Biao. Both of them had no sense of shame. Isn't it very bad to casually reveal such a big secret? It doesn't matter. Many people in the world of cultivation know me personally, and even my enemies say I'm very frank and upright. Let's say you told everyone that I don't use saber, that I'm cheating everyone, and that my name, Fiend Blade, is just for fame and nothing more. Do you think they would believe you? Li Yao, after thinking about it for a long time, suddenly discovered that Peng Hai's methods were truly too insidious and too cunning. Brother Hai, then can you actually use a saber or not? What do you think? I'm not guessing, I have decided to forge a set of blades for you, comprising of flying knives, a dagger, a miaodiao, a whip blade, a 9-ringed golden saber, too. You can then hold a blade exhibition in the world of cultivators and let everyone know of the name Fiend Blade. This way, the next time you and your enemy cross paths, he would be worried whether you are going to take out a flying knife or a dagger to slit his throat or suddenly pull out the 9-ringed golden saber to cut him into two. At the moment he is pondering over your weapon, you can suddenly take out a 10-feet-long snake spear and stab him to death. TSK, this scene will be really pleasing. An adult and a child, the two people started laughing crookedly at the same time. Ding Ling Dang, who stood beside them, had her eyes turned white. The shamelessness of these two guys was completely beyond her imagination. Alright brat, I like you more and more. Come, let me take you to see my real training room. Peng Hai smiled and said. 1. In Chapter 6, the cultivation level introduced were as follows: Refinement Stage, Foundation Stage, Orichalcum Stage, Monad Stage. From now on I'll be using Refinement Stage, Building Foundation Stage, Ichor Formation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage. 2. The 9-ringed golden saber should look something like this: http://daomina.com/large/g061.jpg. Miaodiao. You can check it out here: https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/miaodao. Peng Hai walked up to a milky white wall nearby and drew an imaginary line. Soon, a vibrant hologram shone on the wall. As Peng Hai quickly punched in a few glyphs, a burst of buzzing noise came from the ceiling before a metal disc lightly fell from above. The disc was approximately 2 meters in diameter, and with over 1,000 glyphs engraved on a winding course, it formed a spiral-like glyph array. Its edge was slightly raised and was also embedded with over 100 shining, transparent crystals. Evidently, one could easily discover an unlimited amount of starlight clustered at the center of each crystal. It didn't take long for Li Yao to recognize that it was an extremely high-rank transmission formation. From the many crystals inlaid on its edge, it was quite evident that this transmission formation required an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy to start. Certainly, the transmission formation must teleport to a very remote place. Peng Hai swiftly punched in a couple of glyphs into the hologram. Soon, 3 small screens emerged in the hologram with each screen depicting a completely different world. Peng Hai clicked on the gray world among them, then set the coordinates and other parameters before stepping onto the transmission formation. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang similarly followed him onto the disc. The crystal inlaid around its edges were getting increasingly brighter, making it impossible to directly look at them. The array engraved underneath their feet started moving like a whirlpool, generating an inexplicable suction force which seemed to pull them into the ground. Everything went black before Li Yao's eyes. He felt like he was like a noodle which was stretched to 100 meters, and in 0.1 seconds, he was reverted back to his original form. Li Yao was hit with a burst of dizziness, he had an urge to vomit. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a very strange world. From the sky to the earth, everything was completely gray. As far as his eyes could see, it was a lifeless gray desert. The earth beneath his feet was composed solely of broken stones and gravel. One would not be able to find the slightest trace of life here. This world seemed to have no atmosphere. The air here was sparse. For each breath, Li Yao had to exert all his strength. Moreover, there was an unpleasant smell in the air, and upon inhaling the air, a feeling of extreme discomfort rose within him as the air travels down from his nasal cavity to the trachea. Li Yao felt like it was not air that he had breathed but some hot volcanic gas. As the air reached his lungs, he felt as if a ball of fire had been hurled into his lungs. It was extremely stifling. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the gravity here was several times more than that of the heaven origin sector. Just from standing, Li Yao felt his strength seeping away as his knees almost buckled to the ground. The gray sky above was devoid of any stars, the moon, and the sun. Instead, a couple huge pieces of gray rocks with a human face carved upon them were hanging in the sky. They floated in an extremely strange manner, and their eyes seemingly stared directly upon the people on the ground. Looking at those rocks, Li Yao felt jittery. In addition, he noticed one more staggering thing. Standing approximately 700 to 800 meters away from them were 3 people on the other side who dressed exactly like them. You don't need to check, that's us. This world has a diameter of approximately a kilometer. It is a typical world fragment, Peng Hai smiled and said. We are inside the legendary world fragment? Li Yao curiously looked at everything around him. According to textbooks, there were 2 kinds of worlds in the universe. The first was something like the heaven origin sector, which occupied a vast piece of space and stretched across several galaxies and had several habitable planets that had stable atmospheres and complete ecosystems. This type of world was ideal for the humans or demon beasts to thrive and evolve, and for the development of civilization. This type of world was called the main world, or also known as the boundless universe. The other type was much miserable. Perhaps you could say it was the spacetime fragment formed due to the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe, or perhaps a part of the main world blasted off during the fight between super-ancient cultivators, or maybe a part torn away during the spiritual energy tide, or it might even be possible that it was artificially created for all sorts of strange and unusual reasons. This type of world was often very small with a radius varying from a couple hundred meters to even a few dozen meters, while the largest one would not even exceed the size of a continent. On account of its small volume, the fluctuation of spiritual energy was extremely intense. This type of world was very unstable and lacked a set of fixed rules of operation. It might even collapse in minutes. This type of world went by the name of world fragment, or also known as the small world. The main world and the world fragment were separated through a space-time gap. However, once the exact coordinates of the world fragment were known, one could directly enter it through the transmission formation. In the early days of modern cultivation civilization, mankind discovered many such world fragments. However, at that time, humans had not yet learned how to utilize these world fragments. These world fragments were simply treated as a dumping site for waste from the main world, or were treated as a place of exile. After 10,000 years of development, mankind had discovered millions of such world fragments and realized the advantages of these world fragments. From then on, these world fragments were developed and utilized. They were no longer waste but turned into treasures to be exploited. One of the most common use was to develop the world fragment into a training field for powerful cultivators. Peng Hai said, "This world fragment is called Small Grayfield. The specialty of this place lies in the underlying terrifying density of the ground and the high gravity, which is approximately 10 times that of Heaven Origin sector. The strangest thing about this place is the gravity, which is unstable. It changes by the minute or even seconds. The gravity may vary from 8 times to 12 times of that of the Heaven Origin sector. It doesn't follow any law whatsoever. Often, the gravity would be 12 times for 1 second, and in the next, it could suddenly drop to 8 times. For training the control over your body, the small Grayfield is the best place for cultivation." So strange. Li Yao was secretly shocked. This world fragment was truly weird. If the gravitational force was 10 times higher than that of the Heaven Origin sector, then according to the norms, the density of this place could be said to be especially high. But the gravitational field here was subjected to change in an irregular fashion, and this phenomenon had no rule or any explainable reason. And why were there statues engraved with human faces floating in the sky? Who created them? And even more, why could they violate all the laws of gravity and float in the sky? He could not find a single anti-gravity array on them anywhere. However, Li Yao was not a scientist. Since he could not figure it out, he simply threw it at the back of his mind. When he arbitrarily blasted 2 punches, sure enough, he found some irregularities at the moments when his punches discharged power. It was the so-called force from the ground. The first part of any attack was to take a step to borrow strength from the ground. The subtle changes in the gravitational field had led to Li Yao having a feeling as if he was stepping on cotton. The heavy-headedness and light-footedness kind of feeling rendered the punches, which were originally strong enough to tear the air, into powerless light jabs. There is a full set of training equipment in here. If you can adapt to the gravity of this place within a month, then I believe that after returning to the Heaven Origin sector, your strength will have advanced to a completely new level, and getting admitted to the 9 elite universities would be a piece of cake for you. Peng Hai said with a smile. Peng Hai paused and took a glance at the nearby Ding Lingdang, who seemed like she wanted to say something, before continuing, "Junior sister Ding, you can't say senior brother didn't take care of you later. For the period of an entire month, the training room is under your management. You must operate the transmission formation and also help me look after this brat. Make sure to never ever step onto the other world fragments besides the small Grayfield, especially him. Even you have to be careful there. Both world fragments were prepared for building foundation stage cultivators and are extremely dangerous. If an ordinary person stepped in there, he would vanish in the puff of smoke." Ding Lingdang was brimming with happiness. She jumped in jubilation and cheered, "Long live senior brother. For a long time, I've been wanting to cultivate in the small Grayfield. However, can't you promise me one more thing?" Peng Hai frowned. "I knew you'd be insatiable. Say it, what else do you want?" A huge grin appeared on Ding Lingdang's face. Senior brother Peng, as you know, fellow student Li Yao is hesitating between the Grand Desolate War Institution and the Deep Sea University. How about the two of us have a round of bout to let fellow student Li Yao experience the true strength of the Grand Desolate War Institution? Maybe watching us will cause his blood to start boiling and burst with joy. And who knows? He might just, on the spot, gave up on becoming a *T refiner, and realized that a body practitioner is a very promising career. Once she was finished, without even waiting for Peng Hai to agree, Ding Lingdang began exercising her hands and feet on her own as very frightening sounds began to come from her joints. Peng Hai calmly and collectedly backed away half a step. A helpless smile appeared on his face. Do you want to show fellow student Li Yao, or do you simply want to have a round of spar with me? Ding Lingdang stuck her tongue out. You saw through me. Senior brother Peng, you're the most outstanding graduate of Grand Desolate War Institution before me. All this time, I've been looking for an opportunity to learn from you, but you've always refused. Today, think of it as, letting fellow student Li Yao have a taste of the firepower of a battle-type cultivator. Let him see exactly how crazy it is. Peng Hai glanced at Li Yao before a peculiar aura started surging in his eyes. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Alright, for fellow student Li Yao's sake, I'll suppress my strength to pinnacle refinement stage and spar with you. But first, you have to agree that this is only for 30 seconds. No need. If it's just pinnacle refinement stage, then I'll blow you away in 10 seconds. Notes: 1. I'll be using Refiner instead of Artificer. Chapter 83 Yours is but a cannon. Ding Lingdang was completely excited. Her excitement was clearly visible on her face. Her skin, as exquisite as honey, was slightly flushed red. Even though there was no trace of visible movements on her, the 8 bells tied to her beautiful ankles suddenly started vibrating frantically, producing sharp yet delicate jingles. The jingles coming from these bells were unlike any ordinary bells. Surprisingly, they sounded like the clashing of swords and blades. When those light and crashing jingles of bells connected into a loud bang, Ding Lingdang suddenly took off. Schwa! What remained at the place she once stood was an incomparably distinct blur. Unexpectedly, Ding Lingdang appeared in front of Peng Hai. Her pair of arms completely turned into 2 groups of imaginary shadows, seemingly as if she had thousands of hands, as wave after wave of white mist wandered around her body. Her arms appeared to have turned into air cannons, firing straight towards Peng Hai's head. Yet, Peng Hai appeared to be calm and collected as a smile appeared on his face while he retreated a few steps. Every time he withdrew a step, the step seemed to be very light, yet it somehow fractured the incomparably hard ground beneath his foot into spider web-like cracks, spattering numerous stones and gravel to create a scattered barrier in front of him. As Ding Lingdang's rain of punches bombarded upon these bits of stones were all crushed into powder. Not even a single stone could remain unscathed. The strength of her punches continued to decline. She simply couldn't land a punch on Peng Hai. Senior brother Peng, as expected, you're really something. Ding Lingdang's pair of eyes lit up. Her whole body, as if it was burning up, released a large amount of crimson aura that began to shoot out from the 36,000 pores on her body, creating the image of millions of fire serpents coiling around her body, rendering the image of her body to become distorted. On the other hand, the energy around Peng Hai also started surging with faint sounds of wind and thunder. Round after round of faint black energy emerged from the depth of his limbs and bones that poured out along the pores of his body to congeal into a sturdy set of armor which wrapped around his body. Their figures clearly remained unchanged, but their aura was several times stronger than a moment ago. Red and black energy continued to diffuse around them as an area of a dozen meters in radius was completely enveloped by their energies. And between the two, the point where the two energies met, had already started emitting crackling sounds, as if two armies were in the midst of war. While crisscross cracks started to appear on the ground, the rocks, which were within the reaches of their powerful energy, were smashed into powder. Come again. Ding Ling Dang gave a long howl. Her breath shot like an arrow, creating a gorgeous ripple in front of her. This time, her figure completely disappeared. What stood in its place was a fire serpent whose length exceeded 100 meters. Like a real snake preying upon some rodent, the fire serpent coiled around Peng Hai. Peng Hai was completely surrounded at the center. As opposed to the fire serpent, at the center, a black mist escaped into the air as Peng Hai metamorphosed into a falcon, escaped the clutches of the fire serpent as it flapped its wings, and soared into the sky before bearing down its claws upon the fire serpent. The falcon immediately struck down towards the heart of the fire serpent. The speed of the two seemed to have no bounds. As the two fought, their speed kept on increasing as the fire serpent and black falcon tore each other and congealed again in no time. At the beginning, Li Yao could see the snake and falcon's form clearly. He could see each and every action and watch how they fought, but as the fight went longer, their forms later became vague and appeared to be badgering each other. Their forms now turned into a huge black and red mass of air. Li Yao could only hear lightning like thunderclaps coming from the mass of air as the air around it burst into fierce gales, sweeping the sand and stones nearby. The ground, on the other hand, was as if a meteor shower had swept across the earth, leaving dozens of few meters deep craters behind with white steam rising from them. The scorching hot air was directly soaring into the sky. A couple 100 meters away, watching all this, Li Yao was completely dumbfounded. His mind seemed to have lost its bearing, he was muddle-headed like he was senile, like he was intoxicated. This was not the Heaven Origin sector but the small Grayfield, where the gravity was 10 times stronger, yet, these two were staging such a gorgeous battle. Such power, such violence. This was precisely the strength of Cultivator which could not be stopped by anyone other than another Cultivator. And they were just peak refinement stage cultivators, a stage that could only be seen as the lowest rung of the entire cultivation world. If it was a cultivator with a step stronger cultivation, the building foundation stage cultivators, or the core formation stage cultivators, or some nascent soul stage old devils, coupled with peerless divine weapons along with a few pieces of tyrannical magical equipment, that would simply be, it would not be impossible to pave a path from one end of the universe to the other, devastating everyone and everything in his path. No wonder humankind could dominate the universe for 40 millennia, kill countless upon countless of aliens, and acquire the title of the strongest family in the endless space. Soon, I too will become a cultivator like them, even stronger than them. Along with strong feelings of jealousy and envy, an intense impulse to overtake them emerged in Li Yao's heart. His bones, blood vessels, muscles, internal organs, and each and every single cell of his body began to itch. They could not wait for even a fraction of a second to start to cultivate. A couple 100 meters away, the two entwining masses of air suddenly separated from each other and turned distinct. Soon after, the two red and black shining, bubble-like mass disappeared without a trace. Peng Hai and Ding Lingdang once again reverted back to their true form. Ding Lingdang's whole body was laden with wounds. It appeared as if she was baked inside an oven as whirring hot air rose from her body. Peng Hai looked down from high above as an exceptionally large metal ball appeared behind him. The surface of the metal ball happened to have 9 openings. In the blink of an eye, 9 unstable masses of spiritual energy started to gather in front of these openings. Spiritual energy star cannon? The onlooking Li Yao almost had his eyes pop out of their sockets. This magical weapon was equipped on crystal warships. From where did Peng Hai steal this stuff? Ding Lingdang screamed, "Senior brother Peng, you're cheating." Peng Hai slightly smiled. "Junior sister Ding, I only said that I'll fight with peak refinement stage strength. When did I say I won't use magical equipment?" Ding Lingdang simmered in anger. "If it was a saber or sword, I might be able to withstand it, but yours is a cannon." "Oh, it's your mistake. Peng Hai pursed his lips into a smile as the spiritual energy star cannon opened fire with full force. 9 balls of light converged together and, without any delay or a trace of compassion, ruthlessly blasted towards Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang's final line of defense, her spiritual energy force field, crumbled into nothing. Like a boneless snake, her whole body heavily crashed onto the ground. As Ding Lingdang crashed, a burst of tremor ran through the ground before a few meters deep crater appeared. Ding Lingdang, with an aggrieved look on her face, directly lost her consciousness. Peng Hai slowly descended from the sky and very calmly walked towards Li Yao. Li Yao glanced at the spiritual energy star cannon floating above Peng Hai's head before staring at the calm and unperturbed look on Peng Hai's face. He wanted to say something but, on second thought, swallowed his words. Just because I go by Fiend Blade, do you think I'm a sword cultivator? Just because I have used a cannon during the fight, do you think I'm mean? Peng Hai asked with a light smile on his face. A little bit blinking his eyes, Li Yao replied. He didn't know how to comment on Peng Hai's conducts of battle. The purpose of any battle is to defeat the enemy. How you do it, is the trick. Whether it is by sword or a knife, fist or cannon, so long as the enemy is down, what's the difference? Li Yao felt a jolt in his mind. He came to realize the hidden meaning in Peng Hai's words. Peng Hai snapped his fingers before the spiritual energy star cannon disappeared silently, as if it never existed. Peng Hai patted Li Yao's shoulder and earnestly said, Li Yao, the two of us came from the same background and struggled to get here from the lowest rungs of society. You and I are like the pebbles that had been eroded for a few hundred millennia under the waterfall. Even if we appear to be all shining and glossy on the surface, on the inside, there is a part of us which is persistent, which could never be crushed. If we have selected a target, we will stick to our path and always strive to go till the end. Even if we hit an iron wall, we will always find a way to knock a hole through the iron wall and continue to walk on our road. However, you are forgetting something. There are more than one way to our destination and also more than one way to realize our dreams. Deep Sea University is indeed the holy land for refiners. However, if you enter the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department, you will learn the applications of various kind of magical equipment. You will realize the advantages and disadvantages of various magical equipment as well as the top magical equipment requested by the soldiers at the front line. With all these experiences, if you study refining again, perhaps you might be able to refine even more powerful magical equipment which are more suitable for combat. Li Yao was absorbed in his thoughts. Peng Hai's words had set off waves in his heart. You do not need to decide now. After all, this is a life-changing decision for a student. You still have 1 month's time, so you should think about it. And in the end, if you still decide to go to Deep Sea University, I am still going to support you. Alright, it's getting late. I have to go to a party with a bunch of old comrades tomorrow afternoon before leaving for the Demon Beast Wasteland. You slowly cultivate here. Ding Lingdang will wake up in another 10 minutes. At that time, everything will be arranged by her. Brother Hai. Peng Hai was just about to leave before Li Yao suddenly called out to him. What else? Peng Hai asked with a smile. Li Yao hesitated for a moment before finally he decided on something. He summoned up the courage to ask, Brother Hai, it may be a little rude, but, could you show me the true strength of a high building foundation stage cultivator? Chapter 84 Jumping to the Peak. Peng Hai raised his eyebrows and, with a look of surprise, stared at Li Yao. Li Yao clenched his teeth, mustered up his courage, and directly received Peng Hai's gaze. After a moment, a smile appeared on Peng Hai's face. He relaxed his whole body before nodding. Alright, little brother. You are very interesting. I will let you see what a high-level building foundation stage cultivator is like. Peng Hai raised his hand as a translucent spirit glyph flew out from his palm towards Li Yao's head. Bang! With a thunderous bang, the spirit glyph exploded into pieces before streams of light flew around Li Yao's body, coiling around his body and congealing into a transparent shield. Li Yao knew it was the spiritual energy force field that would prevent him from getting injured by the spiritual energy waves. I usually suppress my strength to 3%, which is equivalent to a common martial artist. That's why you don't feel any expert-like aura from me. However, so long as I have 0.001 seconds, I can become like this. Peng Hai's pair of eyes opened wide as he took a long, deep breath. His entire body suddenly doubled in size. His muscles expanded as if air was blown into them, and each and every one of his blood vessels were thick and sturdy like a python that had completely wrapped around his body, moving up and down as the blood coursed through the vein. Just a moment ago, that ordinary-looking man with a tall and thin physique had turned into a super-muscular man with a physique of over 2 meters high in an instant. Even his skin that was as hard as iron and as bronze as copper faintly reflected an oppressive kind of gloss. Peng Hai's voice too was now incomparably hoarse as well as deep and resonant. Now, I have only exerted approximately 7% of strength, which is the limit to which I can stimulate and fortify my flesh and blood. This is the pinnacle state which a human body can attain and is also known as the coup de maître of a martial artist. A step further and I will have no choice but to arouse the spiritual root to absorb the world's spiritual energy and use it to further strengthen the body. This is the so-called refinement of energy. While speaking, Peng Hai's stature suddenly shrank down and once again turned into a tall and thin figure. However, on the top of his head, a faint splendor was flowing, proliferating invisible ripples one by one. Each ripple was like a huge ripple which spread in all directions with Peng Hai as the center. A faint black mist surged out from all 36,000 pores of his body and lingered around him to create a hideous-looking armor of spiritual energy. The entire armor appeared to be glistening in a faint blood-red glow. This is 12% of my strength, then 13%, 14%. Peng Hai, while smiling, very slowly and unperturbedly increased his strength as round after round of the black mist around his body continued to spread, completely enveloping an area with a radius of a few dozen meters. A black falcon rose from the black mist as it opened its wings, eclipsing over 100 meters in the sky. This is the peak refinement stage strength that you saw a while ago. Next is the building foundation stage. Peng Hai's pair of eyes opened wide as he let out a deafening shout. Meanwhile, the black falcon once again metamorphosed into a group of black mist. Afterward, the black mist turned into strands of black silk which retreated back into his body in an instant. Peng Hai's pair of eyes turned as dark as an abyss. They were like a deep ancient well, like the dark sky during an eclipse. The facial expression on his face now was extremely cold and indifferent. It was without any trace of humanity. The land beneath his feet continued to crack and create a huge spider web-like fissures within a radius of a couple hundred meters. In an instant, Peng Hai's hair became long as his feet left the ground and his body floated in the air. Even in the absence of wind, his long hair kept on swaying on its own. It seemed extremely wild. The black mist from his pores once again spread all over the place, turning even denser, darker, and terrifying as it ran amok in all direction. Li Yao, even after hiding inside the spiritual energy force field, could still feel the overwhelming strength which continued to surge out from Peng Hai in a steady flow. Bang bang! Deafening explosions rang as the black mist madly crashed into the spiritual energy force field. This kind of power had the ability to shake the heavens and the earth, a power which Li Yao absolutely could not withstand. He had a feeling, if not for the shelter of the spiritual energy force field, under Peng Hai's aura, he might have been grinded into minced meat within a half-second. Peng Hai stood tall and erect in the sky. His pair of eyes were now completely black, one could not find a single trace of white in his eyes. Around his body, a pure black force field of spiritual energy had already taken shape. Countless number of stones ripped out the ground, rose into the air, and started orbiting around his force field. A hint of strange smile floated on Peng Hai's face. This is high level of the building foundation stage. However, this is still not my limit. Just as the last word spelled out from his mouth, Peng Hai let out a wild roar. His pair of eyes became like a black sun from which an incomparably dark aura continued to surge out. Li Yao was completely unable to describe everything he saw. He never knew that darkness could be so dazzling. Crack, crack. Countless black electric currents appeared around Peng Hai, madly swimming around his body to create a second layer of spiritual energy force field. In contrast, much to Li Yao's surprise, Peng Hai's long ebony-colored hair had turned dark golden, as if his head was full of dancing golden snakes as they stood erect from the roots of his hair. Crack, crack. One after another, cracks began to appear in the space before Li Yao as crisscross cracks spread rapidly in every direction. Finally, the spiritual energy force field was unable to resist the terrifying aura coming from Peng Hai. It was about to collapse. A step stronger than the high level of building foundation stage. This is the peak of building foundation stage. Seeing all this, Li Yao became muddle-headed as if he were a drunkard. Only God knew when he had started to tightly clench his fists to the point where his nails dug into the flesh of his palms. Despite this, Li Yao didn't feel anything. He was completely immersed in the spiritual energy storm produced by Peng Hai. I want to become a cultivator like him. I'll definitely become a cultivator like him. Li Yao madly shouted deep within his heart. Finally, the spiritual energy storm raged for 3 seconds before Peng Hai withdrew the force field as all his aura returned back to his body. He reverted back to the ordinary human form, the 3% state. Brother Hai, you've actually cultivated to peak level of the building foundation stage. Li Yao's excitement held no bounds. No, I can occasionally burst out with the strength of a peak level of building foundation stage cultivator, but it can only last for a few seconds. It still cannot be considered as having reached the peak of building foundation stage. Peng Hai shook his head. This is still very terrifying. The complete strength exerted by a building foundation stage cultivator is truly fearsome. As Li Yao recalled the scene from a moment ago, he was deeply shocked. Peng Hai calmly smiled and said, although that was my highest state, I didn't have an ounce of killing intent in my heart. Isn't that frightening? If it was a real battlefield where I'm facing vicious demon beasts, my killing intent would burst out. And if I was facing someone of same level, my strength can further elevated by 3 to 5 times. Coupled with a peerless divine weapon, now that would be truly fearsome. Can strengthen again by 3 to 5 times? Li Yao was so awed that he couldn't speak. He was completely flabbergasted, he was simply unable to imagine that kind of scene. Peng Hai laughed in a jovial manner, patted Li Yao's shoulder, and, without turning his head, walked towards transmission formation. You better cultivate well, little brother. The road of cultivation is still very long. One day, when you will arrive at my level, then you'll know. Li Yao stared for a long time. Under the changing gravitational field, his breathing would sometimes become rapid, sometimes heavy, sometimes slow, it was ever-changing within the gravitational field. However, in the end, his breathing would still remain even. Towards the disappearing silhouette of Peng Hai in the transmission formation, Li Yao sent out a powerful punch as a smile brimming with confidence appeared on his face. Brother Hai, I will cultivate well and catch up to you soon. For the next 3 days, Li Yao spent all his time doing restorative training. He was working hard to restore his body back to its peak state in the shortest span of time. To sum it up, it was just eating and sleeping. Eating the high-energy compressed food that was specifically made for the military. It was military specialized because it was for the cultivators preparing to hunt in the demon beast wasteland. Just a fingernail-sized piece was enough to fuel a low-level cultivator with enough energy to fight for an entire day. Every hour, Li Yao would force himself to eat a jar full of this highly energy-compressed food before he would use to assimilate it, subsequently converting the food into the most basic energy used to repair his overexhausted body. After eating, he would sleep in the special, deep sleep chamber, inside Peng Hai's private training room. An hour of sleep within the deep sleep chamber was equivalent to sleeping normally for an entire day and night. In order to restore his body to its peak condition as soon as possible, for the past few days, Li Yao only slept. He didn't attempt to assimilate Oyezi's memory fragments in his dreams. Every second, Li Yao felt his energy and stamina increase by a point as though each crack in his bones was being repaired every second, further advancing his body's strength. After 3 days, in the small Grayfield, Li Yao was jogging with ease. During the jog, he would sometimes alternate between jumping, squatting, and shadow boxing. Each of his punches left an afterimage behind. Li Yao had already recovered his vigorous and healthy physique. Compared to before his coma, he was now 3 centimeters taller. His body was neither skinny nor did it have excess fat. His build was well proportioned such that it was perfectly symmetrical and filled with muscles but not to the point that it could be considered in excess. He had a streamlined body like the pebbles that had eroded under a waterfall for hundreds of millennia. Each and every bone was symmetrically arranged on his rock-hard skeleton. Because he had not basked in the sun for quite a while, his skin was slightly pale, but it had a healthy luster to it, overflowing with a powerful aura. I've now completely recovered. I feel stronger than before the coma. If I test my spiritual root development quotient, I am confident that it has progressed by at least 20 to 30%. Li Yao took a long, deep breath. Under the gravity that was 10 times stronger, each step sprung him 4 to 5 meters forward. He squinted his eyes and felt the steady flow of power in his 4 limbs and bones. Li Yao was completely satisfied with his new body. Ding Lingdang mockingly said, "The spiritual root development quotient is purely an imaginary number. In the Grand Desolate War Institution, only chicks would be crazy about spiritual root development quotient day and night. An unyielding man would only believe in their own fist." Li Yao was surprised for a moment as he slowly clenched his pair of fists. Makes sense. Even if my spiritual root development quotient tumbled down to 1%, I will not give up. Since that's the case, let's forget about whatever development quotient. Let's go for a run. Wait. Ding Lingdang lifted her wrist and shone a hologram from the mini crystal processor. You are forgetting the most important thing, signing up for the college entrance examination. I have already checked things over. The examinee has to register his identity in order to take part in the college entrance exam. It is quite troublesome, but you'll have to run around to several places and get a comprehensive body exam along with several other tests. So troublesome. A frown appeared on Li Yao's face as he carefully went through the introduction on the hologram. He discovered that what Ding Lingdang said was correct. In accordance with the college entrance examination identity registration process, even if all went well, an entire 3 days would be spent to complete the registration process, and if even a single thing went wrong, it could drag on for 1 or 2 weeks, which was a normal occurrence. The college entrance exam was just less than 1 month away and every single second was immensely valuable. He didn't want to waste too much time on this matter. Perhaps I can ask the Disabled Servicemen Association to help me shorten the registration process. Thinking of this, Li Yao turned on the mini crystal processor and launched the spiritual crane messenger. He was preparing to send a message to Chairman Zhao of the Floating Spear City's Disabled Servicemen Association to ask if there was any way to shorten the process, but instead he received a message from Grandpa Wang of Old Wang's second-hand shop. Grandpa Wang had an order to repair a large-scale magical equipment framework. The individual who was supposed to help repair it was busy and could not come, so he was asking Li Yao to lend a helping hand. Li Yao hesitated for a bit as he prepared to refuse. However, Grandpa Wang has always been good to him. After the death of the old man, Grandpa Wang had treated him like his own son. When he was in the coma, Old Wang also came to visit him at the hospital many times. When he knew that he was awake, Old Wang had specifically invited him to a feast at his home, but as Li Yao was busy with cultivation, he had turned down Old Wang's invitation. As a matter of fact, he also felt quite sorry for the old man. Thinking up to this point, Li Yao agreed to Old Wang's proposition. He planned to spend half a day to accompany the old man. On the one hand, he was going to help him, and on the other hand, he could also let the old man see for himself that he was quite alive and kicking, that he was still a fine strong man. Besides, it would also free the old couple of worries. Upon discussing it with Ding Lingdang, this girl turned very excited. She readily proposed to start the Crimson Flame battle shuttle to send him off, though Li Yao, without an ounce of hesitation, flatly refused her. Using the transmission formation, Li Yao returned to the Heaven Origin sector and took the underground crystal rail to quickly reach Grandpa Wang's address. Floating Spear City's Mining Clan High School. After an hour of trekking, Li Yao arrived at a shabby high school entrance in the slum on the northwest side of Floating Spear City, the Limestone District. Approximately 100 years ago, the northwest district of Floating Spear City used to have several crystal mines with abundant reserves. Several sex mining companies cooperated with one another and turned the Limestone District into a very prosperous mining district. During that period of prosperity, this place was home to the 100,000 miners and to the couple 100,000 families. They had their own schools, hospitals, and various public facilities. The Mining Clan High School was established at that time. However, the prosperity was short-lived. With the gradual depletion of the lodes, all the sects withdrew one by one, leaving the couple 100,000 unemployed miners and their families behind. Those who had the money, connections, or another means to earn money left one after another, thereby leaving only a few 10,000 unemployed miners who didn't have any other skills behind. These miners and their families continued to eke out their meager existence here. The Mining Clan High School had also become the worst high school in Floating Spear City. Compared with the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, which was one of the private schools with top-quality facilities, the difference was simply like heaven and earth. They were not in the same world. Li Yao entered the campus. The campus seemed as though a cultivator had wantonly devastated the area, leaving only wreckage in its wake. Every building seemed to have been neglected over the years and have never been repaired. The playground too was also full of potholes. A rustic strength testing machine was placed in a corner. Looking at its model, it was surprisingly an antique from 100 years ago. It appeared as if it would fall apart just from a light breeze. The various basic facilities of this school were built 100 years ago and, with the passage of time, were now long beyond their lifespan. Multitudes of problems could be found in every equipment. Grandpa Wang was commissioned to repair the large-scale crystal tube system that was used to adjust the temperature in the classrooms. The crystal tubes were like snakes, passing through each classroom to the next before finally converging at the array glyph room behind the teacher's building. In the array glyph room, a two-pole array glyph system composing of the freezing glyphs and the fire glyphs was installed. During the summer, the freezing glyphs would activate and blow cold air through the crystal tubes, while during the winter, the fire glyphs would activate and blow hot air through the tubes. In this manner, the classroom could be kept at room temperature, as if it were spring, in all 4 seasons. Because of thermal expansion and contraction caused by the alternation between hot and cold temperatures, the crystal tubes were vulnerable to cracks. Although the maintenance of the tubes was not complicated, as the crystal tubes were entwined and passed through a few dozen classrooms, to completely repair the entire tube network was not only very time-consuming but arduous as well. Grandpa Wang was way past his working age, and he couldn't see properly. Now that this kind of project fell into his lap, he had no choice but to call Li Yao for help. This kind of maintenance work was quite ordinary. As the two were familiar with each other, they had no need to greet or say anything. Li Yao rolled up his sleeves and stuck out his buttocks as he and Grandpa Wang began to check and perform maintenance on the crystal tubes, classroom by classroom. After a long, arduous maintenance that spanned half a day, the two were covered in dust from head to toe. Finally, all the crystal tubes had been cleaned out from the inside out, and the broken tubes had been replaced with new ones. Li Yao pressed his ears to the crystal tubes and listened for a while before confirming that the sound was normal and the array glyphs were operating very smoothly. The task was complete. Li Yao pursed his lips as a grin appeared on his dark face, revealing the snow-white teeth inside. It's done. Grandpa Wang, this time, I'm not going to calculate money with you. Treat it as my respect for Grandma Wang. If there is nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. Wait. Grandpa Wang laughed like an old fox as he dragged Li Yao out of the school building. Inside the playground stood a chubby, old man. This is the principal of the mining clan high school, Mao. He is an old classmate of mine. Nice to meet you, Principal Mao. Li Yao blinked his eyes. He found it a little strange. The maintenance of crystal tubes was not some big project. At best, it was worth a couple $1,000, yet Grandpa Wang dragged him out to meet the principal. Why? Principal Mao and Grandpa Wang glanced at each other. The two were a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, Principal Mao squeezed out a little smile on his face and said, "Student Li Yao, it is like this. I heard old Wang say that you have withdrawn from Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School and were thinking of registering your identity in order to apply for the college entrance examination. However, perhaps you don't know, but the process to register one's identity is extremely complex. Besides, you still have not yet found a suitable place to train. So if you don't mind, I was thinking it might be better for you to join my mining clan high school. The entire registration process will be handled by the school, and you can also train here. As you can see, although the training equipment are a little old, they are all in working condition and are maintained quite well. It would be better than what you might find at home. As for the cost, you don't need to worry. Old Wang and I have been friends for many years, so I will not take a single penny from you." "What, Grandpa Wang, you?" Li Yao realized that this was the real intention of Grandpa Wang for calling him here. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Grandpa Wang coughed twice. "Little devil, this old man has heard everything about you. You have offended people at Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School who have power and influence. They forced you to drop out, and you, also had a little accident. I'm afraid you won't be admitted to a top university, but you should not give up. It is better for you to train here and vie for a good technical school. After you have graduated, you can come back and formally join me as my partner. I don't have a son, and the few grandsons I have are not interested in magical equipment maintenance. The day when my two legs can no longer support me, I'll leave my second-hand magical equipment shop to you. Don't say it doesn't bring in money. It can somehow bring food to the table. What do you think?" Li Yao took a long deep breath to slow down his throbbing heart. Grandpa Wang didn't know that he had already recovered his strength, and even more, he didn't know about the shocking mutation that had taken place inside his brain. Everyone believed that his spiritual root had ruptured and he was completely crippled. Even so, Grandpa Wang didn't give up on him, still thought about him sincerely, and even helped him find such a school. Although it was the worst high school in the entire floating spear city, Li Yao knew that Grandpa Wang had done the best he could. A warm feeling slowly filled up Li Yao's chest. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yao said, "Principal Mao, I have angered some very powerful figures from Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Aren't you afraid that your mining clan high school will become the target of their anger if you took me in?" Principal Mao laughed as he pointed at the surroundings, speaking in a self-deprecating tone, "Take a look around. As far as my school is concerned, it is the worst high school in Floating Spear City. Only the children of penniless miners would come here to study, and that too only for the purpose of getting into a technical school to learn cooking, maintenance, or some similar expertise in other fields. How would they take revenge? All right. Li Yao felt warm in his heart. He continuously nodded his head. Grandpa Wang, Principal Mao, thank you for your kindness. I have decided to attend the college entrance examinations as a student of your mining clan high school. However, since I have already found a training room, I won't always come to school. I hope you do not mind. It does not matter. Anyways, you just have to register your name to ease your way into the college entrance examinations, that's all. However, training rooms outside are very expensive, especially before the college entrance examination. Many training rooms will use crash course type rooms as a way to cheat examinees of their money. You can't be fooled. If you can get a refund, then you should take it. Train in the school and save a little bit. Principal Mao said. Li Yao smiled. Principal Mao's character was almost the same as Grandpa Wang, both were sincere and kind men. He shook his head. It's all right. It's my friend's training room, so its cost is very cheap. Oh! Principal Mao exclaimed and no longer tried to persuade Li Yao. He then said, Student Li Yao, wait here for a while. If you'd like, you can look around and familiarize yourself with the environment. I'll settle the account for today's maintenance with old Wang first, then I'll check how I should complete your procedures. To be honest with you, it has always been our students who transferred to another school. If I'm not wrong, in the past few decades, we have not received even a single transfer student from another school. Ha ha ha, I will go and sort out a few files. You just need to sign a few papers. Alright, I'll definitely go all out in the college entrance examination to win glory for the mining clan high school. Li Yao said in a serious tone. Principal Mao laughed jovially. Regarding Li Yao's commitment, he made no comments. The two old men, with arms around each shoulder, went inside the office building. Li Yao, with hands behind his back, leisurely explored the simple and crude campus. His mood was pretty good. Helian Lai, Zhao Shud, and He Mianchen. All of them were not optimistic about him, did not believe him, and treated him like a cripple, like trash. However, there were others who were unconditionally good to him, like Ding Lingdang who believed in him, Fiend Blade Peng Hai who was optimistic about him, Grandpa Wang who had been very concerned about him since he could remember, and the recently acquainted Principal Mao also didn't hesitate to support him. He was not alone, he had so many people who believed in him, cared for him, and supported him. Why would he have any reason to fail the exam? Are you the guy who was kicked out of Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School and had to transfer to our mining clan high school? Are you that fleeting fiend star from the news? Obviously, he was just repairing the crystal tubes inside the classroom. His dirty appearance fits very well with our school. No wonder he was kicked out from Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. The three burst into laughter. Li Yao raised his head to look the three who were speaking. All three were tall and mighty, the shortest among them was approximately 190 centimeters tall, while the tallest was almost 2 m tall. They had well-developed muscles and wrapping around their bodies was a simple yet crude school uniform that was spun from coarse cloth. A casual movement would seemingly tear their uniform apart. Looking at their appearance, all three were vicious as their faces were filled with arrogance. Apparently, they were the bullies of Mining Clan High School. Li Yao heaved a sigh. In a flash, he jumped back 2 meters and tossed a fist-sized pebble on the ground with his toe before sending out a punch. Crack! The pebble was smashed into pieces, and its fragments splattered on the three faces, bringing them quite a bit of pain. Correct, I am that fleeting fiend star. Today, I have just transferred to Mining Clan High School. May I ask, is this the legendary school bullying? Li Yao enthusiastically asked as he patted his hands to dust off the powder on his fists. Silence. The three were struck with silence as if they had been subjected to some restraining technique. They remained silent for a total of 10 seconds before they could wake from their stupor. Of course not. When we heard that there was a new student, you have no idea how happy we were. We are responsible for welcoming the new students. Right, although our mining clan high school's teaching quality is very poor, our school's spirit is indescribably a lot better. Between fellow students, there is only a sense of unity and friendship. Everyone here is family. School bullying in mining clan high school? I've never heard about this. Come, fellow student Li Yao. No, please allow us to call you Brother Yao. Wow. Brother Yao's punch is truly powerful. Just in this punch alone, I'm afraid that there was over 1,000 pounds of force. Brother Yao, if you have some time, be sure to instruct your little brothers a little. Inside the principal office, Old Wang sincerely said, "Old friend, I truly have to thank you. You have really helped me out." Principal Mao smiled and said, "Small stuff. About student Li Yao, I have seen it on the news, a genius with a promising future, but because of an accident, he fell from the sky, unable to cultivate again. It is truly pitiful. Not to mention he is also your friend. Even if you never knew each other, so long as it came to my attention, would also be very willing to help such a child." Yes. Old Wang heaved a long sigh as a drop of tear trickled down from the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, it is truly pitiful. If it was someone else, they would definitely be unable to withstand such a blow. They would have long been reduced to a shadow of their past. But this brat is rather strong-willed, his body might be disabled, but his will is firm. He is still planning to attend this year's college entrance examination. Didn't you see? He behaved so calmly in front of us and even staged a completely confident look. This truly puts me at ease. It is truly. Indeed, student Li Yao has an indomitable spirit. I was very moved. You don't need to worry. Even if he can't go to college this year, he can still study at Mining Clan High School next year. So long as I, Dagong Mao, am still here, the doors to the Mining Clan High School will always be open for him. While talking, Principal Mao walked to a window to get a fresh breath of air. Hey! As he arbitrarily glanced over to the ground, he suddenly exclaimed. What happened? Old Wang went to the window and looked around on the ground. In front of the office building at the playground, 3 stocky and imposing muscular boys nodded and bowed as they respectfully followed Li Yao to an antique strength testing machine. In an instant, Principal Mao's face turned dark and bitter as he clenched his teeth and said, "These good-for-nothing punks. I just left for a few minutes and they are already bullying the new student. Awful. I have taught them to be better than this, they should not be doing this. That's not right." Old Wang scratched his bald head, hesitated a moment, and then said, "It doesn't seem like they are bullying. Yeah, it is a little odd. What are they doing? Do they want to test Li Yao's punching force? What a joke. Student Li Yao's spiritual root is torn, he is already a cripple, yet they still want to test his punching force. Do they want to make a joke out of student Li Yao?" Principal Mao was extremely furious. As he prepared to stop them, Old Wang grabbed his shoulder. Standing before the strength testing machine, Li Yao had already taken 3 steps back, pulled his right fist as far back as he could, as if he was a cannon ready to fire, and postured himself to send out a punch with his right fist. Principal Mao blinked his eyes. Although he was not a cultivator, during his youth, he had been to the battlefield and had seen the blood of many soldiers. Despite being separated by a few dozen meters, he was still able to sense the exceptionally powerful and dangerous aura emitted from Li Yao. In an instant, Principal Mao returned to a few decades back, to the moment when he had an unexpected encounter with a demon beast in a corner of the trenches in the front lines. Principal Mao shrunk his neck as he was suddenly covered in goosebumps. Li Yao remained motionless, yet his aura continued to increase. The air around him became a little distorted, creating a field exclusive to him. The 3 muscular boys near Li Yao, upon noticing the strangeness, involuntarily retreated 3 to 4 steps. His aura is exceptionally strong. His spiritual root is obviously torn, so how is this possible? Principal Mao muttered to himself. Without a single blink, Principal Mao watched with widely opened eyes, carefully observing Li Yao's each and every action. But he missed everything. In his eyes, Li Yao had completely turned into a blur. In only 1/100th of a second, his right fist had ruthlessly landed upon the strength testing machine. Boom! Even inside his office, the cups on Principal Mao's table madly shook. How's that possible? That's completely crazy. Principal Mao's eyes almost jumped out of their sockets. He immediately looked at the counter above the strength testing machine. However, the numbers on the counter were quickly changing as if the shockwave of his punch had spread to the interior of the machine. Like a flood, it was out of control. Finally, boom! From inside the strength testing machine rang a thunderous explosion as a mass of black smoke slowly rose into the air, spreading a strong smell of fire and metal. Like a shot beast, the strength testing machine swayed for 3 seconds as it held its ground before it finally collapsed completely, turning into a pile of crushed parts. This punch of Li Yao had surprisingly sent this antique, with over 100 years of history, to its grave. Inside the office, Principal Mao and Old Wang were like two wooden statues that had been carved using rooted trees. They stood aghast. After over a minute of silence, Principal Mao reached out for a cup whilst his hands continued to shiver. The cup made a series of tattering noises as it collided with his teeth. He chugged down the entire tea into his stomach in one go. Are you sure he is crippled? Principal Mao stammered as he asked. Yes, Old Wang also stammered as he replied. Can a cripple's punch wreck a strength testing machine? Was he some nascent soul stage old devil in the past before he fell? Principal Mao screamed. As the problem of applying for the college entrance examination was settled, Li Yao could wholeheartedly start his final preparations. Aside from Ding Lingdang, an unexpected person had shown up in the small Grayfield. It was the man who had unearthed Li Yao and Fiend Blade Panghai, the scum of the cultivation world, Sun Biao. This old fogey appeared to be a man of feelings. When he came to know that Li Yao was already awake and was even undergoing special training in the small Grayfield, he said that he would help him train in any way he could. Initially, Panghai refused him on the spot. Because the old man had just gotten back on his feet after serious injuries, if he entered the small Grayfield, where the gravity was 10 times greater than normal, it could be extremely dangerous for him. It was quite possible that he wouldn't even be able to take a breath and would directly pass away. However, the old man's stubbornness hit the extreme as he showered Panghai with curses and directly broke into Panghai's training room. Panghai could not manage old man, he could only ask Li Yao and Ding Lingdang to take good care of Sun Biao. If there was something wrong, ask him to withdraw from the small Grayfield without delay. Sun Biao did not, in any way, have the appearance of someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. As though he was granted youth again, he was bursting with vitality, even his muddy eyes seemed to be shining. Seeing Li Yao, he laughed and said, "The training program for the next 28 days is the one that I had devised for Panghai to advance to the refinement stage. Are you ready? If you are not, then you can just tell me so. Come on." Li Yao licked his lips as he hooked his fingers with Old Sun's. All right. Although I, Sun Biao, am just a mediocre cultivator who doesn't have any standing in the cultivator world, in this life, Fiend Blade Panghai and you, the Fiend Star, are my greatest achievements. My life was totally worth it. The final training starts now. Your first objective is to blast apart 100 boulders. Sun Biao's eyes turned round as he shouted. Where are the rocks? Li Yao dumbfoundedly looked all around him. As far as he could see in this endless gray field, it was just a flat gray desert. Where were the boulders? First one. Next to Sun Biao, Ding Lingdang's beautiful eyes turned round as she exerted her strength and pounded on the ground. crisscross spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared beneath her foot. Grabbing it with her jade-like foot, she then tossed a hard rock that appeared to be even bigger than Li Yao's head and needed at least both arms to firmly grasp it. The boulder rolled twice in its place before it ruthlessly flew towards Li Yao. "Come on." Li Yao recalled the domineering and peerless might that came from Fiend Blade Panghai when his strength soared to its utmost limit, bursting to the peak of the building foundation stage. Everything under the soles of Li Yao's feet blew away as he gave a furious roar, twisted his waist, deeply bent his knees, and pulled his right hand back as if he was drawing an arrow. His entire body cut into a pose in preparation to send a fierce punch. As the boulder drew near, Li Yao sent out a punch, ruthlessly colliding with the boulder. "Explode for me." First day, Li Yao forcibly smashed 100 rocks, ran 50 kilometers cross-country whilst carrying a 100-kilogram weight under the influence of tenfold gravity before sparring with Ding Lingdang, using the analyzing and relearning each stance one by one, and inevitably get beaten black and blue by Ding Lingdang. Second day. Third day. Fourth day. Li Yao trained almost like a lunatic. His daily consumption of food and strengthening agents was 10 times more than that of the average high school student. If Ding Lingdang and Sun Biao had not personally seen this, they might suspect whether there was a miniature black hole hidden in his stomach. How else could he engulf so much food? Seventh day. Eighth day. Ninth day. The speed of Li Yao's progression was insane, even to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. The training schedule drafted by Sun Biao was not able to keep up with his progress. Every day, Li Yao would only need 70% of the time to complete the training program. In the remaining time, he would review the over and over again to thoroughly master this set of hammer techniques down to his soul and completely evolve it into 108 fist techniques. 14th day. 15th day. 16th day. 2 weeks elapsed. Every day, Li Yao would now stay in the small Grayfield for only half a day, while for the rest of the day he would enter the deep sleep chamber, during which he would assimilate Yezi's memory fragments crazily. With the identity of an iron forge worker, he would learn the 100 smelting clan's secrets of tempering all kinds of metals. Finally, 28th day. This was also the last day of his training. Tomorrow was the college entrance examination. Today, the small Grayfield had only one person, Li Yao. Before him laid a square-shaped boulder, weighing several tons. Ah! Li Yao exerted strength into both his fists. The muscles on his arms burst out with strange fluctuations as a wave-like power landed upon the boulder before carving a spiral-like pattern on the boulder, thereby forcibly sending it a dozen meters away. Li Yao's pair of legs kicked the grounds. Before the boulder could hit the ground, in a flash, Li Yao caught up with the mid-air boulder. His entire figure became indistinct as his phantom silhouettes surrounded the entire boulder. Kacha kacha, only the sounds of the boulder breaking resounded in the silent gray field as though a wild, hungry beast treated the boulder as food, munching on it with all its force. The phantom silhouettes continued to scatter pieces of stone from the boulder like a goddess scattering flowers. After 3 seconds, Li Yao silently landed on the ground. In a radius of approximately 17 to 18 meters around him, there was nothing but broken stone fragments. I did it. Using his toes, Li Yao tossed a fist-sized stone into the air before grabbing a hold of it. As he ruthlessly pinched the stone, kacha kacha sound suddenly came from his palm as the stone broke apart and fell through the gaps between his fingers. I am now at least 4 to 5 times more powerful than I was when I was at the Devil Flood Dragon Island. I am sure with my current strength that if I now charge into the blue team, even without a strategy, I can directly crush them and can even kill several dozen blue team experts one by one. It seems my assumptions were correct. Assimilating Yezi's memory fragments is greatly beneficial for the development of my brain. My spirit root development quotient is definitely higher than the past, otherwise, no matter how severely I cultivated, would not have progressed so much within 1 month. Still, I don't know how much my spirit root development quotient had actually increased. Maybe I should check it now. Forget it, Ding Ling Dang was right, spirit root development quotient is just an imaginary number. What's important is one's own ability. Whether it's 1% or 99%, it doesn't matter, I will keep moving forward. I have done my best, and I don't have any regrets. Tomorrow at sunrise, a war will shake the heaven and the earth. Li Yao took a long, deep breath, suppressed his agitated heart, and returned to the Heaven Origin sector using the transmission formation. There was no one present inside the room. After 20 days in the small Grayfield, Grandpa Sun Biao's body was no longer able to hold on, his heart almost gave out. Li Yao and Ding Lingdang forced him to go home and rest. Ding Lingdang was enjoying the wind on the balcony. Today, she wore a fiery, thin, long, red, yarn dress. The gentle breeze made her yarn dress flutter, causing her strong and perfectly round legs to become partly visible. In the sunset, it painted an absolutely beautiful picture. Li Yao could not help but walk over. Upon hearing the sounds of his footsteps, Ding Lingdang also turned her head and tossed a scroll made of demon beast hide to him. What is this? Li Yao curiously received the letter and opened it. Now that the spiritual network had been developed, normal information was sent using the spiritual crane messenger. Only very important documents would be sent using letters. The contents of the beast hide made Li Yao gasp for breath. You actually helped me get 30 points of preferential treatment? As long as I apply for the Grand Desolate War Institution, I'll get preferential treatment of 30 points. Li Yao went through the contents of the beast hide scroll over and over again to confirm that what he was seeing was right. On the lower right corner of the letter was engraved with the unique spirit seal of the Grand Desolate War Institution, which absolutely could not be forged by anyone else. Getting 20 points of preferential treatment was already considered by far the best and most common preferential treatment a student could get, but much to his surprise, Ding Lingdang actually got him 30 points of preferential treatment. It was unbelievable. Li Yao could not help but ask, after my spiritual root was torn, I have desperately trained for just a month and have not even tested my spiritual root development quotient. How were you able to get me such preferential treatment? Ding Lingdang pursed her lips into a smile as she shook her fist. I had a talk with the guys from the Student Recruitment Center. I told them that out of all the cultivation geniuses I have seen, you are the most insane, the most ferocious, and have the highest potential. 30 points of preferential treatment was a must. If it was even a single point less, then once I return, I would smack their heads. Li Yao took a long, deep breath as complex feeling burst forth from the depths of his heart. Of course, he knew Ding Lingdang was joking. The enrollment process of the 9 elite universities was extremely strict. How did she persuade them to give him 30 points of preferential treatment? Ding Lingdang must have done a lot of work quietly in the back. She must have painstakingly spent a lot of effort. That's the only reason why she was able to get such conditions. How is it? Didn't I say I will let you see the sincerity of the Grand Desolate War Institution? What do you think? Does our sincerity have enough weight? Well, did you think about it? Is it going to be the Grand Desolate War Institution's Combat Department or the Deep Sea University's Refining Department? Ding Lingdang turned her head and stared at Li Yao with bright and shining eyes. While holding on to the beast hide, Li Yao stood in place as he was dazed. In his mind, various scenes appeared one by one. The excitement that he had when he first repaired a civilian magical equipment, the promise he made to the old man, the embarrassed Xie Tingxian, the passionate Ding Lingdang, the sincere and earnest words of Fiend Blade Panghai. Each scene entangled with one another, turning into a complex mess. Suddenly, a very strange yet extremely insane idea jumped out from this mess. As if a giant kraken had instantly occupied his brain, no matter how much he pulled, he was unable to extract this idea from his brain, it was completely stuck in his mind. Little by little, the hesitation in Li Yao's eyes dissipated. In its place was an incomparably relaxed and eased look. Almost as if a saber had cut off the chaotic thoughts in his heart in an instant. "Have you decided?" Ding Ling Dang, upon noticing his expression, knew that he had already made his decision. I have decided." Li Yao smiled. His smile was as bright as sunlight. "You were finally impressed by my sincerity, right? You have decided to join the Grand Desolate War Institution, right?" Ding Ling Dang both eyes turned round. She looked as though she would pounce at Li Yao at any moment, as if she was an anxious mother leopard who was restraining herself. "Sister Ling, before I say my choice, I want to know one thing: what if, in the end, I don't choose the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department? What will you think?" Li Yao asked in a serious tone. The corners of Ding Lingdang's mouth twitched as she had a slightly puzzled look. Hesitating for a moment, she clenched her teeth and said, "As someone from the Grand Desolate War Institution, obviously, I would be greatly disappointed. However, since I have done all I can and was still unable to change your thoughts, I will not regret anything. And as your friend, I will support your choice. If your dream is to go to the refining department of the Deep Sea University and to become a master refiner, I will wish for all your dreams to come true." "I am relieved to hear that. You are truly a good person. I'm going to treat you as my friend for life, Sister Ling." "Good my ass. If you call me a good person again, believe it or not, I will smack you head. Anyway, so to say, have you decided to apply to Deep Sea University's refining department?" "I did not say so." "Then which institute are you going to choose? Is it the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department or Deep Sea University's refining department, or is it some other institute?" Li Yao laughed jovially as he blinked his eyes and slowly said, "Tomorrow, wait for tomorrow. After the college entrance exam is over, you will know." "You," Ding Lingdang clenched her teeth in anger. Looking at the teasing smile hanging on Li Yao's face, she could not wait to punch him in the face. After grimacing for a while, she suddenly climbed the fence and yelled toward the setting sun before jumping down. She jumped down from a few kilometer-high building. After a second, from below the balcony came a violent roar. The crimson flame battle shuttle transformed into a long rainbow and pierced towards the setting sun. Under the light of the setting sun, Li Yao closed his eyes. Feeling its warmth, he quietly listened to the noise that came from the depths of his heart, the sound of flowing blood. After a good while, Li Yao opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and transparent, devoid of any hesitation. Yes, he had confirmed it again, that's what he wanted and that was the university he wanted to attend. He turned on the mini crystal processor and sent a spiritual crane message to the Deep Sea University professor, Xia Tingxian. However, there was no reply from the other side. Li Yao, with unrelenting patience, sent the second, third, and fourth message. On the fifth try, he finally connected to the other side. A tired Xia Tingxian appeared on the hologram screen, barely squeezing out a smile. "Long time no see, student Li Yao." "Hello, Professor Xia. It seems you are quite busy with work. Long story short, today, I have sent you a spiritual crane message. However, it was not for the purpose of gaining a preferential treatment score, but rather it was solely to express my gratitude. Thank you for once being so optimistic about me and treating me as a promising student, and even waiting for so long when I was in coma. I'm really sorry for all this. I'm truly grateful for all your endeavors." Li Yao spoke from the depths of his heart. Xia Tingxian was surprised for a moment. With a slightly embarrassed look, he said, "Student Li Yao, I'm really sorry. I really wished to recruit you into Deep Sea University and had even wanted to make you my protege, but, yeah, I also wished to enter the Holy Land of Refiners and learn the most profound refining techniques. Even now, I still don't want to give up on this dream. However, the God of Destiny makes fools out of the people. But let's not talk about that. The other reason I contacted you is that I want to sincerely apologize to you. I am truly sorry, truly, truly sorry. Xie Tingxian frowned. He didn't understand Li Yao's words at all, he was at loss. Why are you apologizing to me? It should be me who should be apologizing. Li Yao replied, I have made a decision, and this decision might very well bring a certain degree of trouble to you in the future. That's why, I would like to apologize in advance, for my actions in the future. Student Li Yao, what do you mean? Xie Tingxian, upon hearing this, was even at more of a loss. Li Yao faintly smiled. Deep within his eyes flashed an incomparably vigorous flame. He wanted to explain, but from the hologram suddenly came a loud noise. An old woman with bizarre purple eyes appeared on the screen, shoving Xie Tingxian away and took his place. The old woman had a completely deadpan look. I am the Dean of Deep Sea University's Refining Department, Chu Xiuhong. You are Li Yao? What is your spiritual root development quotient at now? A frown appeared on Li Yao's face. He was a little dissatisfied with Chu Xiuhong's tone. However, in front of him was a highly respected elder. He honestly replied, I don't know. For the past month, I was completely busy with training. I don't know how much of it has recovered, maybe a few %. Chu Xiuhong sneered. Recovered only a few %? 1 month ago, your spiritual root development quotient was only 7%. Even if you have recovered to 30 to 50%, what of it? Student Li Yao, I advise you not to rack your brain anymore to try to get any preferential treatment score. Deep Sea University will not agree to this. Li Yao's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. Dean Chu, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Today, I simply wanted to relay a few words to Professor Xie. I had no intentions of discussing any preferential treatment conditions. I only wanted to say a few words to him, that's all. Chu Xiuhong's wrinkles shrunk into a mass as a look of mockery appeared on her face. Right? I have seen a lot of young men like you. You all say you don't want any preferential conditions, yet it is nothing more than taking a step back before advancing. You're just playing cat and mouse, that's all. Young man, I advise you to give up on this. Behave well and don't think about using underhanded means. If you have the strength, then prove yourself in the college entrance examination. So long as your score is decent, the doors of our Deep Sea University would naturally be open to you. If your strength is inadequate, no matter how many strings you pull, they all will be useless. Li Yao smiled. Dean Chu, I am truly not looking to pull any strings. Not to mention, I am also not going to be applying to the Deep Sea University's Refining Department. That's for the best. After all, Deep Sea University's Refining Department is the refiner's holy land. The requirements to join our school is extremely high. In your current state, I'm afraid that it will truly be difficult for you to enroll here. If you have truly recovered a little, I suggest you apply to the Star Nebula University or the Refining Department of Federation's first military college. Although they are not in the same grade as us, at any rate, their cutoff score is low enough. Last year, it was 200 points lower than our department. Thank you for your advice, I will consider it seriously. Is there anything else? Professor Xie and I are conducting a crucial refining experiment. An entire team of more than 30 refiners is waiting for you. Nothing, I am truly embarrassed. I was too abrupt and had hastily sent a message. I apologize for disturbing you and Professor Xie. Chu Xiuhong coldly snorted and directly cut off the connection. She simply didn't give Li Yao any opportunity to say anything else. The hologram screen turned dark. Under the dark curtain of night, Li Yao stood for a long time, gazing at the countless stars in the pitch-black sky. His pair of eyes also gradually brightened like the stars. There are no more problems. Now, I don't have the slightest of concerns. I can't wait for tomorrow to arrive, I'm going to fight happily. That night, Li Yao, in deep slumber, slept soundly without a single wisp of a dream. Once he fell asleep, only at dawn did he finally open his eyes again. In contrast, in several other places in Floating Spear City, there were many who were having troubles sleeping through the night. 2 o'clock in the night, approximately 20 kilometers away, Villa District. In a giant container filled with silver liquid, Helion Lai gradually floated up. His face was now lacking in arrogance, instead, his eyes carried a sliver of sinisterness and ruthlessness. His face, on the other hand, was devoid of any expression. Slowly, he walked out from the giant container. His skin gave off a silver light, seemingly as if he was covered in silver armor. I did it. Standing nearby, Helion Ba showed a happy expression as he shouted, "Ah Lai, you did not disappoint Elder Zhou Yin's expectations. You have finally mastered the profound silver war body with the help of his secret method. From now on, your strength will soar." Helion Lai's face, on the other hand, had a completely hideous look. Slowly caressing his iron-like big and tall body, he spoke through clenched teeth, "For this entire month, I had to suffer an inhumane pain day in and day out without even a single breath of respite. In hopes to transform my body into the profound silver war body, I have soaked my body in the mysterious silver strengthening serum every day and night without rest, suffering an indescribable amount of pain. As a result, my spiritual root development quotient was forcefully raised to 88%. From now on, my road to cultivation will be completely flat, allowing me to gallop straight ahead. Finally, it is the moment to pluck the fruit. Tomorrow, I will definitely become the Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination." Helion Ba nodded his head. "Yes, you must become the Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination. It is no longer just related to only you, nor is it solely a matter for our Helion family. Now, your college entrance examination score will determine the winner of the ongoing struggle between Elder Zhou Yin and Fiend Blade Panghai. Elder Zhou Yin is an expert from the older generation of the Crimson Nimbus sect, while Fiend Blade Panghai is the most recent rising star. It is a struggle between the older generation and the younger generation. They appear to be in harmony, however, this is only on the surface. Elder Zhou Yin had only invited Panghai to train the new students at Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School in hopes to create an illusion that the two gets along harmoniously. But in the dark, the two have had a lot of disagreements. Their contradictions run very deep, the two have even secretly fought several times. The college entrance examination this year can also be considered as another form of fighting. Elder Zhou Yin is optimistic about you, he believes that you are a promising student that is worthy to be trained. That's why he has poured so many resources to nurture you. On the other hand, Panghai seems to be supporting that little bastard, Li Yao. I heard that he had even lent his training room to that little bastard. He has made it clear that he is standing behind that bastard." Upon hearing Li Yao's name, all of Helion Lai's muscles instantly swelled, doubling the size of his body. Stroking his lower abdomen, he slowly spoke word by word, "Li Yao, I will always remember this punch for the rest of my life. After the college entrance exam, I will definitely make you pay for it." Helion Ba said, "As long as you become the Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination and prove that Elder Zhou Yin's insight was correct, his position in the Crimson Nimbus sect will be more stable, possibly enough for him to suppress Fiend Blade Panghai. By then, it will be completely okay to take revenge on Li Yao however you want. Elder Zhou Yin and our Helion family's several elders will completely support you. However, if your test results aren't good." Helion Lai narrowed his eyes. "That's impossible, father. You have seen with your own eyes the kind of inhumane suffering I have gone through this month. The title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination is already in my bag. No one could take it from me. Alright, our Helion family's members should be domineering like this. Father will be waiting for good news. Right. Father, is there any news regarding Li Yao? Is he going to be taking the college entrance exam? It is rather strange. I have thoroughly checked up on the list of examinees who have personally registered their identity for this year's college entrance examination in Floating Spear City, yet out of the 5,788 examinees who have personally registered, Li Yao's name wasn't there. Helian Lai was surprised for a moment. Maybe he has transferred to another school? Helian Ba shook his head. I have asked all the high-quality high schools in the city and even inquired some relatively strong, ordinary high school, but there is no record of him. It seems that the brat has yet to recover his strength and is not going to be taking part in this year's college entrance examination. Oh! What a pity. These days, I have been busy training and did not put any effort to look for that waste. Once the college entrance exam is over and I get the title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination, I will look for him, and slowly compare notes with him. 3 o'clock in the night, approximately 25 kilometers away, in another antique villa. Si Jiaxue softly yawned, rubbed her beautiful sleepy eyes, and carefully shut down the crystal processor hologram. Xiao Shui, rest a little. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. Right now, the most important thing is not reading but a good night's sleep. You have to stay in your best state, a chubby, middle-aged woman behind her said with concern. Si Jiaxue faintly smiled and said, Mom, do not worry. It's just a college entrance exam, it's a piece of cake for me. 4 hours of sleep will be enough. 4 o'clock in the night, approximately 30 kilometers away, inside a dense jungle. From inside a holiday cottage completely constructed from wood, the voices and laughter of women along with tender moans were coming again and again. Young Master Zheng, you should take it easy. You have to take the college entrance exam soon, young Master Zheng. On a large pink bed, 7 beautiful and charming girls with jade-like bodies laid on the bed. They were all dead drunk. Zheng Dongming's 2 cat-like eyes shone as he lewdly laughed and said, Finally, after dieting for 2 months, this young master has finally recovered. Naturally, before anything else, I must first gratify myself. College entrance exam? That's nothing. In addition to them, in the entire Star Glory Federation, a countless number of high school students were having difficulty sleeping as they impatiently waited for the arrival of dawn. There were some who were sleepless until the darkest moment before dawn. But finally unable to endure, they fell into deep slumber. And when they opened their eyes again, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. *T. The exam is going to start at 9 o'clock, get up quickly. Countless students throughout the Federation jumped from their bed, as if they had heard the sounds of soldiers charging. They rushed out from the gate, rushed to their school, and rushed to the examination room. Li Yao too was among them. While the faces of the other examinees were filled with impatience, too much excitement, or panic, Li Yao's face was, instead, devoid of these emotions. He was calm and unperturbed. Keeping the same expression all the way to the classroom, Li Yao wormed his way through the examination chamber as its gate gradually closed. Only after he was inside the chamber and isolated from everyone else did a vibrant look appear on his face. From the depths of his eyes, a sliver of thirst could be found. If Fatty Long and Yi Lang from the magical equipment graveyard saw this expression, they would definitely recognize it within a single glance. This was the look that a vulture gave when he was about to pounce on his prey. The college entrance examination, which would determine the fates of countless students in the Federation, officially started. The entire Star Glory Federation was covered in a sheet of calm. No matter which city it was completely quiet. A few flying shuttles that were as slow as a snail were quietly crawling their way through the sky. Even those cultivators who usually whistled across the sky as they flew on their flying swords had all now become cautious. They did not dare to make even a pin drop noise. Who would dare to disturb the examinees at this moment when they were giving their all? Even if it were those nascent soul-stage-old devils, they would be drowned in the hundreds of millions of furious parents. 1 hour. 2 hours. Countless examinees were diligently doing to the best of their abilities in the examination chambers, while countless parents eagerly waited outside. 3 hours elapsed. For the Star Glory Federation, those 3 hours were both the most tranquil and the most tense. Finally, after more than 3 hours of examination, it was finally over. One by one, examinees who had finished their exam early left the examination chambers. They were all profusely sweating as they left the campus with ease, seemingly as if a weight had been lifted off their mind. They were the cause of the first wave of excitement and cries. After 5 hours, the time allotted for the exam was over. Every examinee was forced to leave their examination chamber. The Star Glory Federation resumed its ordinary days of hustling and bustling, even more so than 5 hours ago. Every parent and every examinee were gathered inside the school, waiting for the college entrance examination results to be announced. The examination chamber used for taking the college entrance examination were all equipped with an advanced crystal processor with ultra-high computing capability. When the examinees kill the beasts in the virtual space, it was possible to calculate the examinee's score in real time. Theoretically, the moment the examinees walk out of the examination chamber, it was possible for the crystal processor to calculate the final college entrance examination score. However, in order to ensure the fairness of the college entrance examination, after the final score was calculated, it would then be transmitted to other crystal processors in the Spirit Network to be reviewed again. Each and every examinee's score would be calculated by 7 different crystal processors, and at the end, when each crystal processor gave exactly the same result, it would be determined that the review was correct. Afterward, it would be uploaded to the main crystal processor of the city's Board of Education. The entire process would approximately need 1 hour. 1 hour later, the main crystal processor of the city's Board of Education would announce the results and rankings of all the examinees, and the examinees would be able to inquire through their own mini crystal processor. However, the top-quality high schools like the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, who had the strength to obtain the title of Floating Spear City's Champion of the College Entrance Examination, would set up a huge hologram in the most conspicuous place, displaying the names and scores of the city's top 100, 500, and 1,000 students. At the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, the principal, the trustees, the head of the teacher's office, the teachers, and the thousands of students as well as the thousands of parents were all utterly quiet as not a single sound could be heard. A tense expression could be seen on everyone's face, their eyes were never taken off the hologram set at the center of the playground, they were all quietly awaiting for the final results to be announced. Hellion Lai stood out in the crowd like a stork in a flock of fowls, his entire body was surrounded by a powerful aura. No one dared to be within half a step close to him. Thus in an area of approximately 1 meter in radius, there was no one else. With both hands wrapped around his shoulders, he appeared to be perfectly calm and collected. However, if one looked closer at his fingers, they were lightly tapping, revealing the restlessness within his heart. Suddenly, the originally pitch-black hologram slightly flickered before it was flooded with ripples one after another. The deathly silent crowd promptly turned restless. Look, the results are going to be announced. I wonder if there is anyone in our school who could grab a hold of the title of Floating Spear City's Champion of the College Entrance Examination? Rumor has it that this time we have 2 very powerful candidates. They look very promising. Ah, results are out. The ripples in the hologram spread faster and faster as a series of blood-like red numbers fell from the top of the hologram like rain, creating a list of hundreds of examinees with their names and achievements. The topmost line displayed, Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School's Hellion Lai, College Entrance Examination Total Score, 715, Spiritual Root Development Quotient, 88%, Final Score, 629.2, First in Provisional Score Ranking. Wow! The crowd remained silent for half a second before suddenly erupting into a pandemonium of cheers and exclamations. Hellion Lai is Floating Spear City's champion in this year's college entrance examinations. A spiritual root development quotient of 88% and a total score of 629.2. In recent years, such a good score is rare. After all these years, our Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School has finally produced a Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination again. Wow, look! Zheng Dongming from the Phoenix Ridge Second High School is second place. His spiritual root development quotient is 2% higher than Hellion Lai, but his score is lower, making his final score just half a point lower than Hellion Lai. That's amazing. Look, Si Jiaxue, another student of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, is in third place and is just half a point behind Zheng Dongming. Two of the top three are students from the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. This time, Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School definitely deserves to be called the top high school in Floating Spear City. I did it! Hellion Lai yelled in excitement. Fiercely punching the air with his fist had unexpectedly given rise to ripples in the space before him. Nearby, Principal Zhao Shud, the disciplinary head He Mianchen, and as well as the various trustees of the school took a deep breath in succession. Their faces revealed a look of ecstasy, they were all mad with joy. Hellion Ba was extremely complacent as he grinned from ear to ear. Old Zhao, this year, our Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School has a record-breaking harvest, and we have completely suppressed the Phoenix Ridge Second High School's fame. Yes, due to this year's exam results, many good seedlings will definitely choose our Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School next year. If the students are good, the results will keep getting better and better. Now that we have gotten rid of the predicaments from the previous years and have stepped onto this virtuous cycle, we will only get stronger and stronger. Old Zhao, this was only possible because of all of your meritorious deeds. As soon as this news reaches the Crimson Nimbus sect, presumably even the sect master will be very happy. How can that be? First and foremost, our students were able to get such a good score because of the collective support of every trustee. Credit also needs to be given to the hardworking teacher who had put a lot of effort into each student. Finally, it is also because of the hard work of our students. How could it be related to this Zhao? Ha ha ha. Zhao Shud laughed very jovially. Over the past these months, Li Yao's matter had been stuck in his throat. He always felt as if there was a thorn in his heart, it was very uncomfortable. Today, all the troubles had vanished in a puff of smoke. He felt as if all the dark clouds shrouding his heart had vanished, he felt as calm and clear as the clear sky and as boundless as the sea and sky. He was relaxed to the extreme. Even if he were granted the freedom and everlasting life of an immortal, he would not change. Beep beep beep. Someone had sent him a spiritual crane message. It was Elder Zhou Yin, who was the person in charge of education in the Crimson Nimbus sect. In the hologram, a smile that was as bright and as beautiful as a spring was hung on Zhou Yin's face, as if hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. Principal Zhao, this time, the performance of the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School is very good. 2 of the top 3 are students of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. Even Sect Master came to me for advice. Ha ha ha. It is all due to your meritorious service. After discussing with the Sect Master, we have decided it will be better to let you, Principal Zhao, personally speak in the sect's General Assembly. What do you think? Zhao Shud was so excited that he was about to have a heart attack, his face was flushed red to the ears. It is all due to Elder Zhou's care, it is all due to Elder Zhou's care. Zhou Yin waved his arm. Fostering begets fostering, and hard work is paid with hard work. In short, this time, we got a big win and those who had done meritorious service will be rewarded. Even the stocks of our Crimson Nimbus sect are beginning to fluctuate. It seems they have already received the news. Our stock prices are going to soar. First, let's not talk about you. I still have to discuss with Sect Master about how we're going to disseminate the news to the public. We are going to completely spread the good news. So you must be prepared to do several press releases. In a short while, we are certainly going to hold a press conference. Later, there will be a celebration party which will span over a few days. You and Hellion Lai are going to be the main guests, so you cannot be careless. Yes. Elder Zhou, don't worry. I will ardently promote the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. Zhao Shud was radiating in happiness, his entire face was flushed red like a completely ripe persimmon. Soon after, from the sky came deafening whistles. A dozen or so flying shuttles were approaching at very high speed. It's the reporters. The reporters from all the major news channels have arrived. Several parents with good eyesight immediately recognized the flying shuttles. Sure enough, the flying shuttle had yet to land, but several impatient journalists jumped out from the flying shuttle. With a murderous look on their faces, they plunged into the crowd and started shouting at the top of their lungs. Student Hellion Lai. Where is Student Hellion Lai? Student Hellion Lai, you are the Floating Spear City's champion of this year's college entrance examination. Please tell us how you are feeling. Student Hellion Lai, may I ask how do you usually train? Can you share some of your training experience with the other students? Principal Zhao should. Since the sudden appearance of the cultivation genius, Fiend Blade Penghai, a few years back, your Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School has been completely silent. In Floating Spear City, which is one of the important cultivation city in the Federation, you have been continuously suppressed by the Phoenix Ridge Second High School. But why has two geniuses suddenly appeared this year in Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School? Please tell us about your thoughts, Principal Zhao. There is no need to hurry, you don't need to be so anxious. Friends from the media, please be patient. I will answer all your questions, but it'll be in the press conference which will be held very soon. If you have any questions, please wait till then. I promise I will speak without any reservation, I'll tell you all I know. Zhao Shud's face was radiating happiness, grinning from ear to ear. Hellion Ba also squeezed to his son's side and patted Hellion Lai's shoulder with force. He could not hide his joy. Attaboy, you have saved your father's face. Well done, you did well. Are you Hellion Lai? I am a reporter from Floating Spear Morning Post. First, please reveal a bit of your experiences in private with us. A few reporters recognized Hellion Lai and desperately squeezed over. After the excitement at the start, Hellion Lai became very calm. He swept over the hologram, shook his head, and said, wait. Only 80% of the scores of Floating Spear City's examinees have been calculated, there are still some districts where the scores of their examinees have yet to be calculated. This is not the final ranking. Because there were too many examinees, the amount of data was too much, thus all the data was divided into batches, calculated one by one, and fed into the database. Until now, there were several slum districts where the examinees' scores had not yet been uploaded and calculated. However, in light of the results from previous years, these examinees from the slum district would not raise any big storm. After all, they didn't have enough money to put food on their table, so how were they going to train? How could they score within the top 1,000 of Floating Spear City's college entrance examination? Even if they somehow made their way into the top 1,000 list, it would be near impossible for them to create any big effect on top 100. At least, in the last few decades, it was unheard of for any high school within the slum districts to have an examinee who paved a road to the city's top 100. Therefore, once the top 100 students were determined, it was 100% certain that the ranking would not change. Very soon, at the bottom of the hologram, the progress had jumped to 90%. Citywide 90% of the examinees' scores had been uploaded to the database and had been calculated. Now, the examinees' scores from the 3 districts had been uploaded. There has been no change in the top 1,000 rankings. First place is still Helian Lai. Are you now ready for the interview? Wait a minute. Helian Lai gaze still didn't leave the hologram. On the back his hand, blue veins were bulging. 93%. This time, even the scores of examinees who had personally registered for the college entrance examination have been calculated. You are still first. Student Helian Lai, please tell us about your experiences. You absolutely cannot hide it. Student Helian Lai, the majority of viewers are now anxiously waiting for your interview. Wait a minute. 97%. In the entire floating sphere city, only the scores of the examinees from the Limestone District have yet to be calculated. The Limestone District is a famous slum district. The few high schools it has are all rotten to the extreme. Even last year, not a single student from the Limestone District could enter the top 10,000 in the entire city. Student Helian Lai, now can you give us an interview? Several journalists shouted at the top of their voice. They had almost plugged Helian Lai's mouth with their crystal mic. Only the Limestone District is left? Helian Lai heaved a sigh of relief. His entire body seemed to be brimming with energy and vitality, radiating with cheerfulness. He nodded his head at the several journalists, took the crystal mic, and started speaking with fervor and confidence. Respected viewers, parents, students, and teachers, hello. I am Floating Sphere City's champion of the college entrance examination, Helian Lai. A reporter had asked me if I have any tips to give. Of course, I do. I have 3 tips. First is hard work, second is hard work, and the third is work hard like a madman. I believe as long as you have worked hard enough, everyone can create miracles. He was prepared to speak some more when he noticed all the journalists, parents, and students were all dumbfounded. As if they had seen some ghost, they were all firmly staring at the huge hologram behind him. Helian Lai felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly clutched by an invisible hand. He immediately turned his head and noticed that the hologram, which had been entirely still till now, was beginning to fluctuate. At the bottom of the ranking, there were some changes happening. Wow, breaking news. Impossible, it is absolutely impossible. An examinee from the Limestone District has actually made his way into the top 1,000 of the Floating Sphere City, rank 998. That's incredible. Student Guchong from Limestone High School is truly incredible. He has actually subverted so many competitors from high-quality high schools and paved his way into the top 1,000. Amazing, this is truly amazing. One by one, several journalists started talking about him. All of them were talking of going to the Limestone High School to interview student Guchong after interviewing the college entrance examination champion, Helian Lai. Helian Lai once again took a long deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced at the progress rate at the bottom of the hologram, and found that 99.9% of the examinees' scores had been fed into the database. Only the waste school, the Floating Sphere City's Mining Clan High School, that was at the bottom of the ranking in last year's college entrance examination, had not entered the database. Helian Lai collected himself. On his face appeared a smile once again. As everyone can see, as I have said before, as long as you work hard enough, it is possible for everyone to create miracles. At the moment, behind me, nothing less than a miracle has occurred. An examinee from the Limestone High School has actually made his way into the top 1,000 of the Floating Sphere City's college entrance examination rankings. You can imagine how hard it must have been. In fact, you should not be interviewing me, you should go to Limestone High School and interview fellow student Guchong. It's not strange for me to get the title of college entrance examination champion. Fellow student Guchong is truly worthy. Helian Lai's voice once again abruptly came to a stop. He discovered that everyone in front of him, regardless of whether it was the reporters, parents, students, teachers, head instructor, trustees, and even his own father, Helian Ba, everyone was staring with their mouth agape, as if they have all lost their wits. They were all extremely horrified. This time, the expression on their faces was completely different from a moment ago. A moment ago, it was like they had seen a ghost. But at this moment, as if they had become a ghost, as if they had become a wandering ghost, as if they had become a zombie, or as if some spirit glyph had been pasted onto their forehead, suppressing their bodies had become completely rigid. In an instant, the large campus became dead silent, much like an abandoned cemetery. Thousands of people stood upright like the thousands of weed growing by a tombstone. Hellion Lai's breath became extremely rapid. Every one of his joints was as if it had been covered in rust, even turning his neck had become extremely difficult for him. "Look, you quickly quickly look." A reporter stammered. His gaze was as if it had been stuck on something behind Hellion Lai, he was unable to move. Hellion Lai's mind went blank. With all his strength, he turned his head inch by inch, forcing his own gaze to fall upon the hologram. At the top of the hologram, just above his name, appeared a brand new name. The name was like a ghost, from the abyss of the large amount of data, it silently made its way to the top, suddenly climbing above Hellion Lai. Floating Spear City's Mining Clan High School student Li Yao, college entrance examination total score 781, spiritual root development quotient 92%, final score 718.52, citywide first. No, Hellion Lai let out a heartrending cry as thick red blood from his neck spread everywhere, instantly swallowing his entire face. As his face alternated between pale and flushed in turns, his facial features completely twisted together as if it had been smashed like a broken drum. He felt as if stars were dancing before his eyes, as if someone was playing the drums next to his ears, as if everyone was laughing at him. His temples were throbbing as if two midgets were about to drill out of his temples. His entire body was shuddering, barely able to remain standing. Li Yao. Li Yao. Where did you come from? A spiritual root development quotient of 92%? A full 100 points higher than me? It's impossible. It is absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake. Hellion Lai gasped for breath. In his heart, he was screaming in madness. Deep down his throat, it was flooding with an unstoppable tide. Not far away from him, Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School's principal Zhao Shud, disciplinary head He Mianchen, and the 1,000 other trustees were all in a trance. They were all on the verge of collapse. The look on their faces could be described in one sentence, as if they were bereaved of both parents. How is this possible? How could a student from the Mining Clan High School actually defeat our student and make his way to the top, seizing the title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination? Li Yao? Yes, Li Yao. With foreheads completely drenched in sweat, Zhao Shud and He Mianchen glanced at each other before stealing a glance at Hellion Ba. The all-smiling Hellion Ba, who was like a peach flower in blossom just a moment ago, has now wilted, his complexion was completely pale. He turned into an ice statue. The quickest to react were the reporters. Shortly after the silence, they started bouncing one by one as if they had been shot with a stimulant. Breaking news, super breaking news. The college entrance examination champion actually appeared in the worst high school in Floating Spear City. Today's ratings are going to go through the roof. Wait. Li Yao. Li Yao. Why does this name sound familiar? Hey, isn't Li Yao that fleeting fiend star? He had actually recovered. Isn't he a lot stronger than before? Something must have happened, I am sure something must have happened here. Wasn't Li Yao a student of Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School? Why did a student who was able to win the title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination take the college entrance examination at the Mining Clan High School? Principal Zhao, please explain it to us. Why did student Li Yao's name appear alongside Mining Clan High School? Yeah, Principal Zhao, what actually happened? Why has student Li Yao left the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School? How can you bear to let such a cultivation genius leave your school? Under the questioning of numerous reporters, Zhao Shud wanted to cry but had no tears. His complexion turned pale, his lips started shivering, he continuously shook his head and said, "No comments, no comments. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to the mining clan high school and interview student Li Yao." Noticing the deathly expression as if he was devoid of all life on Zhao Shud's face, a few reporters with quick wits instantly reacted and shouted within their heart, "Why should we waste our time talking to this guy? Someone with authority has yet to arrive." Suddenly, the situation took a complete turn. A moment ago, several dozen reporters were swarming around Helian Lai and Zhao Shud, while in the next moment, they were all completely scattered. One by one, the flying shuttles impatiently soared into the sky and sprang towards the limestone district. "You, all of you come back to me." Helian Lai's pair of eyes were blood-red. Unable to contain his fury, he tightly grabbed the sleeve of a journalist and madly shouted, "It must be a mistake made by the crystal processor. I am the Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination, it can only be me. Quickly interview me, quickly interview me. You bunch of bastards are as blind as a bat. Don't waste my time." The reporter exerted his strength to hurl him but was unable to. Suddenly, he flared up with fury as he ruthlessly shoved at Helian Lai's stomach. With Helian Lai's strength, it would simply be impossible for him to get knocked down by a reporter, but at this moment, his body was as though all the bones in his body had been removed. From this shove alone, he softly fell onto the ground, landing on his ass. The reporter did not even spare him a single glance. He hurled his sleeve and quickly left. Helian Lai sat on the ground for a while with a sluggish look and a forced smile. Suddenly, he felt his stomach churn as if lightning and clouds were billowing. Poof, he vomited out everything inside. This was the sequelae that remained after he had suffered Li Yao's heart-piercing hammer. Every time his tension reached the extreme, he would be unable to contain his vomit. In the contest between him and Li Yao, Helian Lai had been thoroughly crushed. He was so miserable that one could not bear to look at him. Limestone District, Mining Clan High School. Compared to Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School where the scene was seething with enthusiasm, the atmosphere at the Mining Clan High School was significantly relaxed. Here, they simply didn't set any big hologram. Every examinee was querying their own results and rankings through their mini crystal processors. Here, the examinees all knew their own limitations. They never thought they would be able to get into those big universities. They were all completely satisfied with getting into some technical schools. So after the results of the college entrance examination was out, there wasn't an ounce of tension visible on examinees' faces here. 30 to 40% of the students were gathered together as they talked and laughed. "I scored 345 points, I am ranked 75562 in the city. It's enough. This score should be enough for me to enter the mysterious fire cooking school. Mine is also not bad, I scored 341 points, but I have not decided which school I want to attend. My father explicitly said that I am not allowed to learn to operate mining equipment or learn any crafts related to mining. It has always been my dream to be a beautician." While the countless examinees of Slum District were talking and laughing, deafening roars suddenly came from the sky one after another as several dozen rainbows flashed over from the sky above the Mining Clan High School, leaving a trail of colorful flames behind as they slowly dispersed. Wow, so many luxurious flying shuttles. Look at that. That flying shuttle seems to have the insignia of the city's Board of Education. Our Limestone District is just notorious for being a slum district. Why are there so many luxurious flying shuttle approaching here? They seem to be flying towards Limestone High School. Soon, all the students received the news. The Limestone High School, belonging to the Limestone District, had an examinee called Gu Chang, who, as if possessed by a god, had unexpectedly paved his way into the top 1,000 in the Floating Spear City's college entrance examination rankings. The entire campus suddenly burst into exclamations. Amazing. I never would have expected that an examinee from our slum district would be able to get into the top 1,000 of Floating Spear City. I know this Guchang. His mother died very early on and his father was a miner, but he was seriously injured in an accident. As a result, his entire body was paralyzed. The whole family relied on the meager subsidy to survive, so Guchang worked extremely hard. He wanted to get a good score in order to cure his father and reverse the fate of his family. Yes, several times I woke up at 4 to 5 a.m. in the morning and saw Guchang carrying a heavy stone running down the street. All the neighbors called him an out-and-out training maniac. Are so many reporters as well as the officials from the Board of Education going to interview Guchang? This kid is a perfect example of a fish leaping across the Dragon Gate. He has reached the sky in a single leap. All the examinees of the Mining Clan High School were feeling envious of Guchang's result. Such a good result was enough for him to choose a good university, and perhaps some companies under a cultivation sect might spend money to train him. It could be said that from now on, his fate had completely changed. However, who asked him to train like a madman? No sweets without sweat. For such a result, he had paid for it with his sweat and no one was going to get jealous over that. While the examinees were chatting with each other, an extremely strange scene appeared in the sky. Those luxurious flying shuttles, which happened to be rushing towards the Limestone High School and were about to disappear in the horizon, suddenly made a U-turn, and much to everyone's surprise, they were all directly flying toward the Mining Clan High School. Many more luxurious flying shuttles were closing in on the Mining Clan High School from every corner of the city. The space around the Mining Clan High School was completely packed. What's going on? All the examinees and their parents were mind-boggled. They all stood still like wooden chickens in their place, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There were so many luxurious flying shuttles, with the cheapest among them being worth a few $1,000,000. Why were such flying shuttles, without any previous arrangement, acting in consort and gathering at the Mining Clan High School? This was the last ranked high school in Floating Spear City with the worst of the worst teaching quality. A while later, where is the college entrance examination champion? A large group of luxuriously dressed cultivators with spiritual light looming around their bodies jumped out of the luxurious flying shuttles. They could not wait to land on the campus. They were the managers of various sects in the Floating Spear City responsible for soliciting talent. Where is the college entrance examination champion? Behind the group, a bunch of officials from the Board of Education followed one after another. Where is the college entrance examination champion? A large group of journalists followed after them as they boisterously squeezed into the crowd. The examinees and the parents of the Mining Clan High School started at each other before looking at the numerous well-dressed high society figures with a strange look in their eyes. As though they were looking at a bunch of idiots and madmen. If they were not idiots and madmen, why would they come looking for some college entrance examination champion in this ghastly place, the Mining Clan High School? You still don't know? Your fellow student Li Yao is this year's college entrance examination champion. Quickly, ask student Li Yao to come out and give an interview. Li Yao, student Li Yao. An impatient reporter started his mini crystal processor and adjusted the hologram to show the Floating Spear City's college entrance examination ranking. Reading the small characters on the first row of the list, all the examinees and the parents at Mining Clan High School were feeling confused and disoriented as stars danced before their eyes. After a silence of an entire 10 seconds, the huge campus was like a dormant volcano that suddenly recovered from its stupor. In an instant, the entire campus burst into deafening cries and exclamations. Are you serious? Our Mining Clan High School's examinee actually became the Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination? My God, is my eyesight correct? I am not seeing wrong, right? Incredible, it is truly incredible. This is simply, the reporter was getting anxious. He waved his hand and shouted, respected students and the parents, everyone should first take it easy. Can you please first ask student Li Yao to come out and speak a few words? He is the anticipated college entrance examination champion, you cannot be able to hide him any longer. Right, Li Yao, where did student Li Yao go? All the examinees put their head together, asking each other. Because Li Yao was a transfer student who just joined the mining clan high school a month back and usually didn't come to school to revise, the majority of the examinees didn't know him. After asking everyone nearby, an examinee finally said with hesitation, I just passed the boiler room a while ago. I think I saw student Li Yao there. He seemed to be repairing the boiler. What? All the reporters screamed as if they were all rooster whose neck had been stepped upon. Li Yao was indeed repairing the boiler. In the entire Star Glory Federation, he was one of the examinees who had completed their college entrance examination early. It only took him 3 hours to complete all the examination questions. And immediately after, he had left the examination chamber without any delay. There were still 2 hours before the college entrance examination was over. In the meantime, Li Yao chose to wander around. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely strolled around the campus. Unknowingly, he had arrived at an abandoned bathhouse behind the school. When the Limestone District was in its most prosperous period, the mining clan high school once had more than 10,000 students. And in the residential area behind the school, a large bathhouse was built to provide students convenience in their free time. During holidays, it was even open to the community. However, the Limestone District gradually declined with the depletion of the loads as the number of mining clan high school students became fewer and fewer over time. Hence, as the number of people who came to take a bath was low, heating a large pool of water for a handful of people was simply too uneconomical. It was unknown when it began, but the bathhouse has been closed since. After being unattended for several decades, the boiler room which was responsible for providing heat to the bathhouse was laden with rust and covered in spider webs and dust. Through the broken window, Li Yao casually swept a glance inside the boiler room. His eyes suddenly lit up as his line of sight transfixed upon a pitch-black boiler. In the boiler room, he discovered a towering boiler which had been manufactured 9 or so decades ago, the Fire Bear boiler. This type of boiler was one of the first civilian magical equipment that utilized three-dimensional array architect. The core of the boiler was enclosed in 2 layers flame array glyphs, consisting of an upper and a lower layer. These 2 layers acted as a cooling system that made it possible to remove any potential excess heat energy in a steady stream, thereby allowing the temperature to remain extremely stable. Its structure was a classic. Previously, Li Yao had seen the schematics of this type of boiler only in a book, he never had the chance to lay his eyes upon it. As a magical equipment fanatic, naturally, he would not miss such a great opportunity. The door to the boiler room simply wasn't locked. Its hinges had all become rusty. Li Yao exerted his strength to push open the door. Crash! With a loud crash, the door was forcibly opened, causing the dust in the boiler room to swirl around in the air as bats and small birds flew out. Some of the bird poop had even landed on Li Yao's head. Li Yao simply didn't pay any attention to all of these things. His pair of eyes shone like a rat who had discovered a sack of rice. Ignoring everything else, he swooped over and hugged the Fire Bear boiler as he began to research the boiler with rapt attention. For the entirety of 3 or so hours, he was completely immersed in the wonderful world of magical equipment. Although the Fire Bear boiler was a magical equipment from almost a century ago, its double-layer array structure was astonishingly mysterious. A total of 36 fire array glyphs were connected through over 100 very fine crystal wires. It could even be said that just moving a single wire could affect the entire structure. Completely immersed within it, every design left an unforgettable memory in Li Yao's mind. Unconsciously, Li Yao had bent down and crawled his way into the boiler. His face, his hands, and his entire body was covered in oil. His entire body was dirty and dusty, the only thing left untainted were his 2 rows of neat and tidy white teeth. He could not get any more unkempt than his current state. His eyes, on the other hand, were getting brighter and brighter. His 10 fingers as gentle as a goose feather lightly whisked the crystal wire, as if he were a world-renowned zitherist lightly playing the zither and creating a beautiful tune. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp the essence of the 3-dimensional array structure. In his eyes, the components of the huge boiler gradually turned translucent. Within the depths of his mind, the large boiler was continuously being disassembled before being reassembled into its working state. So it was like this. This is completely ingenious. The dissipating fire-type spiritual energy is collected again in order to lower the amount of wasted spiritual energy. This design is truly a work of art. Li Yao clucked his tongue in marvel. Student Li Yao? Student Li Yao? Li Yao. Principal Mao ran with a red flush that extended from his face to his neck. Standing at the entrance of the boiler room, he leaned on his knees as he gasped for breath for a good while. He shouted for several times, but it was all in vain as he didn't receive a single response. He was truly unable to catch Li Yao's attention. He took a look around before picking up a wooden torch and lightly poked Li Yao's ass with it. Student Li Yao. Wait. Principal Mao, whatever it is, it can wait. I will soon figure it out. So it was like this, so it was like this, this is too formidable. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Originally, these 3 crystal wires were working in conjunction. Li Yao slapped his thigh. Without turning around, he said in excitement, Principal, can you wait again? I'm absolutely sure that I can fix this boiler, it will be as good as new. Principal Mao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He yelled, Li Yao. It's getting late. You still want to repair this boiler? Quickly come out now. You have to give interviews. You are Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination. Don't yell. The echoes inside the boiler room make my head hurt. Whatever it is, it can wait for me. Let's talk about it after I repair the boiler. Even the college entrance exams what? I am the college entrance exams champion. Inside the boiler, Li Yao let out a wolfish howl and jumped in excitement. Boom! But soon after, the entire boiler room started shaking as the dust accumulated upon the beams of the room fell and covered the whole boiler room. Li Yao had forgotten that he was still inside the boiler. His head violently collided with the steel plates as a bulge soon appeared on the boiler as well as on his head. Li Yao did not care about the pain. Holding his head, he crawled out of the boiler and took 2 deep breaths as he collected himself. He grabbed Principal Mao's shoulder and started shaking him. Principal, am I really Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance exam? Hey, can't you spare my old bones? Won't you know after checking the net? Tears of pain trickled down from Principal Mao's eyes. Li Yao immediately let go and somewhat embarrassingly scratched his head, thereby sprinkling the dust from his messy hair. Starting up the crystal processor, he opened the page dedicated to the college entrance examination. Entering his student ID before clicking to confirm, his score and ranking soon floated up on the display. Floating Spear City's Mining Clan High School Li Yao, college entrance examination total score, 781, spiritual root development quotient, 92%, final score, 718.52, citywide first. Awesome! Li Yao's excitement had reached its peak. He even did 3 backflips before jumping 3 feet high into the air as he violently sent out a punch mid-air. I did it! In 1 month, a waste with a spiritual root development quotient of 7%, has once again become a cultivation genius with a spiritual root development quotient of 92%. And I had also won the title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination. I didn't disappoint Sun Biao, Peng Hai, Ding Lingdang, Grandpa Wang, and Principal Mao's expectation. The most important thing is that I'm one step closer to my dream. With this score, I can pick any one of the 9 elite universities. Student Li Yao, calm down. There are hundreds of reporters waiting outside to get your interview. Don't get excited. Calm down, you have to be calm. Principal Mao said in a trembling voice. He was asking Li Yao to remain calm, yet his appearance revealed the opposite of anything but calm. He appeared as though he had been injected with a large dosage of some stimulant. From his neck to his ear, his face was flushed red. His arms, his legs, and even his entire body was trembling. He was excited to the extreme. The college entrance examination champion, ah. Since the establishment of Floating Spear City's mining clan high school, for over a century, let alone the college entrance examination champion, not a single student had appeared within the top 1,000. How could Principal Mao remain calm? How could he be calm and collected? If not for his old and frail body, he too would not be able to contain himself and would somersault a few times like Li Yao. Upon hearing Principal Mao's words, Li Yao took a long, deep breath as he forcefully rubbed his cheeks and muttered to himself, calm down, calm down. It's just Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance exam. I will become a master refiner in the future. My name will move the Federation and shake the entire Heaven Origin sector. How can I lose my bearing just from such a small scene? That's too embarrassing. As he spoke these words, a calm smile emerged on Li Yao's face. His pitch-black face was accompanied by shining white teeth, just like a fool. Noticing that Li Yao was a little complacent, Principal Mao reminded him, Student Li Yao, I heard some reporters speak and it appears that they seem to be very interested in the relationship between you and the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. When you talk to them, you need to be careful of what you say. Try not to offend others. After all, we do not have any deep-rooted hatred. It would not be very good to completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, do you understand? Oh. Upon hearing the words, Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School, Li Yao was surprised for a moment. The smile on his face disappeared as 2 strange glints flashed through his eyes. In large strides, he left the boiler room. Like a bunch of uncontrollable, wild dogs, a large group of reporters vied with each other as they rushed over to the boiler room. Student Li Yao. Student Li Yao. Please give us an interview. Li Yao immediately collected himself as he quickly drew a draft in his mind. After a second, he proudly raised his head and went ahead to welcome the reporters. He gave a cough to clear his throat. Just as he wanted to speak, the large group of reporters walked right past him as if they hadn't seen him. Like a river met with a reef, they automatically separated to either of his sides and went around him. Student Li Yao, where are you? Please come out to give me an interview. A slightly embarrassed Li Yao raised his right hand. I'm here. Where? We don't see you, Student Li Yao. The large group of reporters surrounded Li Yao. A few dozen of them doubtfully gazed at Li Yao as they measured Li Yao from head to toe. Not one of them paid attention to him. The reporters couldn't be blamed for being as blind as a bat. In fact, Li Yao's current appearance was far from the most anticipated college entrance examination champion. He looked as if he had been digging for coal for 3 straight days and nights. His hair was a mess, and he also had a bulge at the center of his head. The bird poop that had fallen on his shoulder was starkly visible. Only God knows when his clothes had snagged onto some rusted part of the boiler, causing it to tear a large hole on his clothes. Apparently, he could not become even more unkempt than he already was and could not look any more miserable. For almost half a minute, the reporters looked at each other before their line of sight gradually gathered on Li Yao. With some hesitation, a female reporter took out a handkerchief from her purse and handed it over to Li Yao. Are you Student Li Yao? Li Yao expressed his gratitude and took the handkerchief as he forcefully wiped his face for a few seconds. After having wiped his face, his appearance looked slightly better. yet remnants of dirt and oil were still smeared all over his face. His facial features were barely recognizable. Li Yao was a celebrity in Floating Spear City, and many reporters had seen him at the hospital when he was in the coma. The moniker, Fleeting Fiend Star, had come out from one of the journalists' hand. Immediately, someone shouted, "Yes, that's Li Yao." Upon hearing that, the eyes of all the reporters began shining. Once again, they scrambled to surround him as they thrust their crystal mics that were like 8 feet long snake spears toward Li Yao one by one. The female reporter who had given him the handkerchief was in the forefront and got the advantage. Wrapping her arms around Li Yao's shoulder, she placed a crystal mic between them. "Student Li Yao, your performance in this year's college entrance examination can be described as completely shocking. It was as if you had been possessed by some devil or god. You have made a complete reversal, shocking the hell out of everyone. Everyone is very curious about you. However, what we are most concerned about is, why did you drop out of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School and come to this no-name school? As you know, Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School is a famous school within Floating Spear City. Every year, its overall strength is in the top 3, while Mining Clan High School has been at the bottom of the list for the past few decades. If I may, can you tell us if there's some underlying reason for all of this?" Principal Mao stood on his toes behind the crowd as he forcefully waved both his hands. Without uttering a single sound, in hopes to remind Li Yao, he mouthed the words, "Don't be fooled. These reporters just want breaking news, don't look for trouble." Li Yao slightly smiled at Principal Mao, indicating he had a sense of propriety. However, in his heart, he secretly apologized. "Principal Mao, I'm sorry. I know you are looking out for me. You don't want me to openly offend the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School and bring harm to myself. But you are too honest and too good. How could you understand the kind of person Helian Lai is? Even if I am just a point ahead in the college entrance exam. For someone like him, it would be the biggest insult. No matter how low-key I remain, how I gloss over things to stay on good terms, or how much good will I express, it will be all in vain, as it will be impossible for him to give up any thoughts to go against me. Any compromise from my side will only be interpreted as me being weak. It would only encourage him, even more than he already has, to take revenge on me. If so, then why should I have any second thoughts? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since I have the opportunity to slap him in the face, should use all my strength to ruthlessly slap. This is how I, Li Yao, do things." Clearing his throat, Li Yao grabbed the crystal mic and loudly said, "Of course, there is an underlying reason." "What?" The spirit of every reporter rose as if they were wolves that had gotten a whiff of the scent of a lamb. In an instant, they all became completely awake as they stared at Li Yao with their glossy and sleek eyes. They had thought that Li Yao would just casually say a few words or simply say, "No comments." How could they have expected that this young man would say such a thing and had even wanted to give such hot news? In an instant, the reporters simply wanted to burst into tears. They could not wait to loudly applaud and cheer for Li Yao. Principal Mao, on the other hand, heaved a sigh. With one hand massaging his temple, his face was filled with helplessness. He knew that this brat was simply someone one shouldn't mess with. Give him an inch and he'd take a mile. Zhao should. The guy you have offended is really not someone to be trifled with. You should not have offended this Fiend Star. This time, your Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School is going to have a hard time. Principal Mao secretly shook his head. He could not help but heave a sigh. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Li Yao spoke with a clear and mellow voice. "As you all know, 2 months ago, I represented the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School in this year's Limit Challenge competition. Because of an accidental injury, my spiritual root development quotient fell sharply, which had even sent me into a coma. Only after an entire month did I finally wake up. It is reasonable to say that I went to win glory for the school. After my injuries, don't you think it's reasonable for the school to take good care of me no matter the circumstances? But after Crimson Nimbus Second High School's management discovered that I was injured and wasn't able to cultivate, the very day I woke up, they heartlessly asked me to leave the school and told me that whether or not I could continue would depend on my recovery. And all this is just because I had once offended the son of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School's trustee, Helian Ba, the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School Student Council President, Helian Lai. Helian Lai and I have old grudges. On Devil Flood Dragon Island, he was eliminated from the competition by me and also had his spotlight taken away from him. This new hatred along with the old grievances made him disregard everything as he started to take revenge against me frantically. Everyone in Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School knows about this. You can casually pick any student and interview him. Even the ant responsible for cleaning the canteen is clear about this. Fortunately, the heavens never seals off all paths of retreat. The Mining Clan High School's principal Mao had discerning eyes that could distinguish greatness from mediocrity. He was able to discern whether a person had potential and whether they could be trained. He took a big risk to protect me. Over this past month, I have been undergoing intensive training, and fortunately, I was able to recover to my previous form, allowing me to obtain a good score in the college entrance exam. For sure, I'm happy to become Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance exam, but there are two things I'm more happy about. First, I didn't disappoint Principal Mao, who trusted and cared for me, and won the supreme honor for Floating Spear City's Mining Clan High School. In the future on my road of cultivation, I will keep the identity of Mining Clan High School graduate as I continue to tread forth. Second, I have used the facts to prove that the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School's management is as blind as a bat. Them asking me to leave school was not my loss, on the contrary, it was their biggest loss. They can now regret without any hesitation. I have said all I wanted to say. For the rest of the details, you can go to Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School and interview the students, the principal, Zhao Shud, the school trustee, Helian Ba, and the student council president, Helian Lai. Maybe they will give you a different version of the story. After he finished speaking, Li Yao threw the mic and elegantly took his leave. However, he had set off a mighty uproar which in just a few hours was enough to shake the entire Floating Spear City. A month ago, a seriously injured, poor brat from the slums who could not oppose the rich and was kicked out of a famous school. However, after a single month, he mystically turned things around and entered some no-name, waste school, eventually winning the title of College Entrance Examination Champion in one fell swoop and giving a ruthless slap to the face of the famous school. Through twists and turns, the entire story had become a soul-stirring journey. It was simply more exciting than any novel. Upon listening to Li Yao's words, every reporter felt an upsurge of emotion, and their blood was seething. The reporters had a keen sense for breaking news. One by one, every one of them had realized that all of Li Yao's experiences could be turned into a sensational story. It was too late to return to the mobile production control room. All the reporters sat down on the ragged campus of the Mining Clan High School one after another. For a long time and with half-squinting eyes, the reporters racked their brain as they assembled the information piece by piece, drawing a draft for their respective news channel. The reporters from the formal media groups still took a relatively objective stand. Their focus was on either the recovery of Li Yao or the improvement of his spiritual root development quotient. The title of their drafts were also relatively restrained, many like the following: The Fiend Star Rises Again. The biggest miracle in the history of Floating Spear City's college entrance examination. What truly took place past this month? In contrast, the reporters from small media groups as well as media from the entertainment industry were not as reserved. Generally speaking, these reports would be more afraid of calm and peace in the world. Even if they had nothing, they would, out of nothing, piece out some breaking news, let alone the earth-shattering information that Li Yao had unveiled. So, titles without any ounce of integrity were born. Breaking news. The biggest conspiracy in the history of Floating Spear City's education. The poor genius offended the second-generation wealthy and got kicked out of the school. Revenge of Regal's son after losing his girlfriend. 5 days and 5 nights of love and hate, the chronicles of dispute on Devil Flood Dragon Island. The biggest joke of the college entrance examination. Helian Lai, the half-minute college entrance examination champion. In this era of information where public attention was everything, it was the era of attention economic. Within just 10 minutes, sensational articles upon sensational articles, like adding oil and vinegar, through the spiritual net had spread to every corner of Floating Spear City. The terminal of every crystal processor was featuring the video of Li Yao as he hurled all kinds of abuses at the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. Some relatively smart media groups would feature the scene of Helian Lai kneeling down on the ground vomiting next to Li Yao's video, creating a very big impact. The headlines at the top of the screen were, "Guess who is the college entrance examination champion?" In just a short period of time, the public was in an uproar. Every forum related to Floating Spear City was hustling and bustling with comments. In the blink of an eye, several posts burst forth with over 10,000 comments. It was not that the users liked Li Yao or anything. A majority of the netizens simply took pleasure in others' misfortune. Not too long ago, when Li Yao was seriously injured, when he was given the nickname Fleeting Fiend Star, the netizens' comments were merciless, brimming with jeers and taunts. They belittled him and called him worthless. But since Li Yao had staged such a gorgeous comeback, the netizens, almost without even blinking, instantly became his most loyal supporters. The taunts and jeers that were initially pouring on Li Yao's head like a storm had immediately expanded by 100-fold, turned around, and fell upon the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School and Helian Lai's head instead. LOL, did you see? The guy called Helian Lai began to think that he was the college entrance examination champion. He was jumping up and down in excitement, but when the results came out, it was like he was struck by lightning. He even started to vomit later. Yes, I have also seen the video. Everyone go take a look, it's absolutely amazing. I heard Helian Lai is second-generation wealthy. He is very arrogant, but he is out of luck this time. The eyes of the principal of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School are all just for show. Can't he even tell between a genius and a waste? A genius who had the strength to seize the titles of college entrance examination champion was actually thrown out? If I were him, I would simply gauge out my dog eyes. As the majority of the netizens were all ordinary working-class citizens, they didn't hold any goodwill towards expensive private high schools like Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. And towards a wealthy kid like Helian Lai, they felt even more jealousy and envy. This time, Li Yao, a kid from the slums, had actually very neatly and brilliantly slapped the face of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. This is something that they simply love to see and hear about. While some posts focused on Li Yao, videos of Li Yao's ventures from Devil Flood Dragon Island were once again unearthed and posted on the net. Many of the netizens got to see his video for the first time and had all been completely shocked by his natural and fluent attacks that were sudden as well as mysterious as he continuously appeared and disappeared like some ghost. How is this possible? How can one person alone annihilate the opposing team's entire command post? Powerful, he is truly powerful. No wonder he could be crowned as the college entrance examination champion. Rumor has it that Li Yao had confronted a mutated large-eyed ape which had been injected with stimulant alone and even beheaded it. Is he really a human? Helian Lai is simply nothing compared to him. From now on, Brother Yao is the only idol for me. We are both poor kids from slums. If Brother Yao can do it, then why can't I? From today onwards, I will also start training madly like Brother Yao. After 3 years, I will also become the college entrance examination champion. You? Do you even know how Brother Yao trained? Come, come, come. Let me show you a copy of a special training chart secretly taken out from Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. It said that this is how Brother Yao trained. Is this really the amount of training Brother Yao did in one day? That's completely crazy. He's simply a monster. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. A day? That's only the amount of training he did in half a day. Li Yao was like a tiny spark that completely ignited the entire floating spear city. From the shabby limestone district to the resplendent Upper East district, from the elderly to the young students, from ordinary citizens to the cultivators, every single one of them was cheerfully and energetically discussing his endeavors. The entire city was like a hot furnace. Everyone was either feverishly watching Li Yao's videos or having heated discussions of him. There was only one place that was as cold as a morgue, the principal's office in Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Behind his desk, Zhao Shud sat as if he had lost his soul and as if his body had become paralyzed. On the desk sat a crystal processor. The hologram was constantly flashing, showcasing the news from major news channel as well as the comments of the netizens. As he began to go through article by article, he first gnawed his teeth, but very soon, his heartbeat became erratic. He was not too far away from having a qigong deviation. He could no longer stand watching the hologram. Zhao Shud's look was that of a loser as he wheezed like a cow. His forehead was covered in soybean-sized sweat, and his muddy eyes occasionally shot pernicious and furious brilliance. As he glanced at the management staff, they lowered their heads one after another. Not a single one of them dared to look him straight in the eyes. How is this possible? Zhao Shud muttered to himself. More than once he had tried closing his eyes as he rubbed them with force, as if by doing so he could turn back time and return to 2 hours ago, to the moment when Helion Lai had just seized the first-place ranking. More than once he had hoped he could freeze that moment, the moment during which he was full of mettle, the moment in which he was in high spirits, the moment when Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School's fame soared through the roof, and the moment where its brilliance had covered the entire floating spear city. Unfortunately, every time he opened his eyes, the hologram would always be showcasing Li Yao's cheap face. This damned Fiend star ruined everything. Principal, it's bad, it's really bad. Notes. 1. Fiend star. I once saw somewhere someone commenting that Fiend star was referring to him killing the people from Demon Clan, but the Fiend star as in fleeting Fiend star refers to a cultivator of the newer generation who is extremely powerful compared to his peers, whose glory has completely overshadowed others. There is also another meaning of Fiend star, which means bad luck. But I don't think the author meant that. Head instructor He Mianchen unsteadily charged his way into the office and had even failed to knock on the door as he crashed right through the door. Bastard! Zhao Shud, who had been holding in his anger for the past hour, finally erupted. The blue veins at the back of his hand were completely visible as he forcefully smacked his palm on the table, causing the huge office desk carved in redwood to break into pieces. Zhao Shud jumped right out of the chair, grabbed He Mianchen's collar, and angrily shouted, "Of all the time you could have done this, why are you doing this now? Can the situation even get any worse? The worst of all has already occurred, or is there still something left?" Although Zhao Shud was not a battle-type cultivator and had suffered serious injuries in his youth, in the end, he was still a fierce cultivator at the peak level of the refinement stage. As he stared at He Mianchen, the temperature in the office suddenly dropped by a few dozen degrees. Everyone's face went blue, they all started shivering as a layer of white frost had seemingly covered their entire body. And He Mianchen, whose collar were tightly gripped by him, was so scared that he wanted to cry. Only after shivering for a good while was he able to speak, and that too with a crying look. "Principal, something big has truly happened. You need to quickly take a look. Some people have surrounded our school." "What? Who is so bold that they would even dare to surround our Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School? Don't they know that our school is a division of the Crimson Nimbus sect?" Zhao Shud was fuming in anger, his pair of eyebrows interlocked as he frowned in anger. It appeared as if some aura surged forth from every one of his 36,000 pores and lingered around his body. He Mianchen stammered, it's a whole crowd of soldiers. The military? Zhao Shud's anger had reached its maximum. We only kicked out a student, is there a need for the military to intervene? Our Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School is a private school. How we deal with our students is our private matter, so why is the military stepping in? Is there any justice left in this world? What happened to all the laws? Do they think that our Crimson Nimbus sect doesn't have anyone in the army? He Mianchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and said, Principal, I didn't finish speaking. They're not active duty soldiers. All of them are veterans, all of them are members of the Disabled Servicemen Association. What? Zhao Shud was frightened out of his wits. He immediately sent He Mianchen flying into a corner with a kick and stumbled his way to the window. As he opened the window, he saw a dense crowd of over 1,000 soldiers dressed in black military uniforms standing at the entrance of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. A chilling terror crept over the entire campus. Looking carefully at these soldiers didn't have epaulets on their uniforms. Furthermore, the color of their uniforms had faded due to having been washed over a long time. There were some soldiers whose uniforms were dated back to a few decades ago and had been worn out from the washing. A few holes could even be seen on the uniforms which had been subsequently patched up. The uniforms were completely shabby. Occasionally, one would be able to find a young soldier amongst the group of soldiers. No matter if they were an old soldier with white hair or a young soldier, they all had one thing in common: they were either missing an arm, or a leg, or were blind, or some other part of their body. Every single one of them was fitted with spiritual prosthetics. They leaned on crutches, sat in wheelchairs, and many even had to cough for a long time just to take a few steps. They looked as if even a light sneeze could blow them away. However, when they were not coughing, they would stand straight like the pines that grew on the cliffs and precipices. The group of over 1,000 disabled veterans did not speak a single word. Like over 1,000 ghosts, like over 1,000 tombstones, they quietly stood at the entrance of the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School as a strong stench of blood lingered around them. A murderous air had enveloped the entirety of the huge campus, causing many students and their parents to shudder in fear. Those who were more timid didn't even dare to make the least bit of noise. The number of disabled soldiers was constantly increasing. After receiving the notification from the Disabled Servicemen Association, thousands of ordinary-looking, middle-aged men and old men with missing body parts stretched out their trembling hands and rummaged through their drawers, looking for their black military uniform which they had once worn in the past to some campaign before putting it on with difficulty. Once they were dressed in the military uniform, they no longer trembled nor were there any instability in their movements. On the contrary, they raised their head high, stuck out their chest, walked out of the house in large strides with a fierce glint in their eyes. Step by step, they neatly marched their way to Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School as if they have once again returned to the battlefield, as if they were not marching to some school but advancing to some hill which had been occupied by demon beasts. It seemed as if no one would be able to stop their advance. In just half an hour, over 3,000 disabled veterans had already gathered at the entrance of the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. And yet, thousands of disabled veterans were still firmly advancing towards the entrance like black streams that eventually converged into the sea. They seemed as if they wanted to completely swallow Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. The denizens of Floating Spear City soon discovered this anomaly. From the bottom of their hearts, the Federation citizens held these disabled veterans in high regards. Very soon, a passerby on the road asked, "Sir, where are you going?" The disabled veteran who was asked was already 130 years old. His head was full of white hair and wrinkles upon wrinkles covered his face to the point where his facial features could hardly be discerned. The military uniform he donned was once in fashion a long time ago in the past, however, it was now covered in patches upon patches. His chest was adorned with 3 shining medals while his left sleeve was dancing along the rhythm of the wind. This elderly man also had some problem hearing. Only after identifying the source of the voice and carefully listening to the passerby as he asked the question again did he understood. The elderly slightly smiled. As a majority of his teeth had already fallen out due to his age, the air seemed to be leaking when he spoke, making it difficult to discern what he was saying. Yet, the passerby could not help but shudder due to the bloody aura lingering around him. "I want to help out a little brother from the association, to seek justice for him," the elderly brushed his black military uniform and calmly said. "What?" All the onlookers were shocked to the extreme. Disabled veterans were the most respected bunch in the Federation, and the Disabled Servicemen Association was the most close-knit organization. It is one of the organizations in the Federation on whose bad side you don't want to get on. Many in the association had done meritorious deeds and had even bled for the Federation, and many in the association were strange and powerful old fogies who had suffered serious injuries to do so. Whether it was in the military, among the civilians, or even in various sects, they had some very deep connections. All kinds of social and political figures were involved. One could say that they had a direct connection to the heavens. Much to everyone's surprise, there was actually someone so audacious that he even dared to provoke the Disabled Servicemen Association? Who is so bold that they even dare to provoke the Disabled Servicemen Association? Yeah, the Federation's army is busting their asses off in the front lines to fight against the demon beasts, shedding blood and laying down their lives. They had to pay a steep price to maintain peace for the entire Federation. Who would be so blind that he even dares to bully the disabled soldiers? Everybody, let's go take a look. Perhaps something big is about to happen. Dialogues similar to these could be heard in the streets and alleys of Floating Spear City. In just a moment, every single disabled soldier was followed by a long tail of civilians. And when they arrived at the entrance of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, the huge campus had already been completely surrounded. The gathered people were no less than 70 to 80,000. Zhao Shi stood dumbfounded in front of the window like a wooden chicken as he watched the dense crowd of people garbed in black uniforms. Even if he was an expert at the peak level of the refinement stage, he was still deeply terrified of the cold, murderous aura emitted by the group of over 10,000 disabled veterans. All 36,000 pores on his body were blocked, and his spiritual energy was completely frozen. Why is this happening? Zhao Shi racked his brain, yet he still couldn't understand. What had he actually done to offend the Disabled Servicemen Association? What had he done to cause them to create such a big scene? At this moment, an extremely sturdy beam of light shot out from the black crowd before it took the form of a 12-meter-tall transparent human figure in the sky. The figure took the form of a middle-aged soldier with a scar on his face. He was the president of Floating Spear City's Disabled Servicemen Association, Zhao Xinglang. He was also the soldier who Li Yao had seen in the first hospital when he woke up. Like a war machine purely driven by spiritual energy, the expression in the eyes of Zhao Xinglang was extremely cold, much like the way he spoke. To the management of the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, listen clearly. We are the members of Floating Spear City's branch of the Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association. We have gathered here today because we all want to ask your school one question. Student Li Yao is a member of our Disabled Servicemen Association who was granted the status of Class 1 Disabled Federation Serviceman. We wanted to ask, why was a disabled soldier forced to leave your school? Or do you not care about all 63 million disabled soldiers in the Federation? We have long wanted to ask this question, but us people from the Disabled Servicemen Association are reasonable people. We are convinced with reason, if the reason you have suspended Li Yao from school or made him quit was due to his body truly not being suitable for learning and cultivation, then we have nothing to say. However, student Li Yao had just obtained the title of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination. In other words, his injuries weren't serious to the extent that he was unable to cultivate. We can't help but want to ask, for what reason did you force him to drop out of school? Or is it really as the news says? Did the school management intentionally target him? All of us, the 13,255 disabled veterans of Floating Spear City's branch, have gathered solely for this. We are waiting for your school's reply. Don't worry, we won't rush inside or break any laws. We will just stand here as we wait for you to give a reasonable explanation. Once these words were spoken, the public bursted into an outcry. Along the way, no matter how much the onlookers asked, the veterans kept their mouths shut. Only at this moment did the onlookers understand that this was related to Li Yao. Much to everyone's surprise, the fleeting Fiend star, Li Yao, had unexpectedly been granted the status of Class 1 Disabled Federation serviceman. This is too much. A Class 1 Disabled Federation serviceman was actually forced to quit school. That's right, no matter whether Li Yao was a genius or not, even if he was crippled, he is still a Class 1 Disabled Federation serviceman. Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School should really not have done this. Serves them right. The reverence the civilians of the Federation held for the disabled soldiers was something that was very difficult for others to imagine. In an instant, the public vehemently supported Li Yao from the bottom of their hearts as they started to loudly curse Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. As if he was struck by lightning, Zhao Shud began to sway a bit before falling flat on his ass on the ground. Class 1 Disabled Serviceman? That bastard, Li Yao, was actually a Class 1 Disabled Federation serviceman? How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhao Shud's face was completely distorted. He could only silently ask the heaven. By heaven and hell, if he had known earlier that Li Yao had received the status of Class 1 Disabled Federation serviceman, he would still not dare to force Li Yao to quit school even if he had all the courage in the world. But why did that little bastard not say anything? How could such an important thing remain hidden? Zhao Shud pounded his chest as he regretted his mistake. It could not be said that he was ill-informed or ignorant, it was truly not his fault. The status of Class 1 Disabled Serviceman was the highest glory. Each time a disabled soldier was granted this status, a grand ceremony would be held. It was propagandized on such a large scale that even a beggar in the city would know about it. But when it came to Li Yao, it was a completely different matter. In the final investigation, the reason why Li Yao was injured was even concealed from the eyes of the military. Some stimulant was secretly brought to Devil Flood Dragon Island. This could more or less be considered as a scandal for the military. Not to mention that Li Yao was not exactly a regular soldier. Such a status was granted to him with the intention of giving him some kind of compensation. Naturally, the military would not propagandize this on a large scale, hence, the entire procedure was done very discreetly. Certainly, if someone wanted to check Li Yao's Class 1 Disabled Serviceman status, it could be easily checked. But, Zhao Shud was not some kind of prophet. Once he came to know that Li Yao's spiritual root had been ruptured and he had become a cripple, for all he knew, Li Yao had become a bag of waste which could only be thrown out. He put this matter at the back of his mind and had forgotten it completely. Only someone who had nothing better to do would go and check up on this kind of thing. Until this very moment, only under the pressure of over 10,000 disabled veterans did Zhao Shud come to realize that he had fallen into a pit of his own digging. Hellion Ba, I, Zhao Shud, have no grievances with you nor do we share hatred. Why did you wish for me to bring my own destruction? If you just wanted to hang yourself, you should have just jumped into the river or lay down on the crystal rail track. Why did you have to go and provoke a member of the Disabled Servicemen Association? If you want to court death, then why did you drag me, Zhao Shud, with you? Why did you bring misery upon me, ing bastard? The Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School principal, Zhao Shud, wanted to cry but had no tears. Just as he was cursing, his mini-crystal processor started to shake wildly. Lifting his wrist to look at the mini-crystal processor, he saw a message sent by the district's police department. Sir Lee. Zhao Shud was much like a drowning man grabbing the last straw as he hastily asked, "You came at just the right time. Currently, we are facing an unprecedented situation. A large crowd of disabled soldiers has gathered at the entrance of Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Quickly help me think of some way to resolve this." In the hologram, Commissioner Lee, who wore crystal sunglasses, seemed as if he was molded from iron and steel. He calmly and coldly said, "Principal Zhao, I have specifically come to let you know that the Disabled Servicemen Association plans to hold a large-scale victory parade for the next 3 days to commemorate the victory in the Battle of 9907 Peak. An extremely arduous battle to regain control of 9907 Peak 153 years ago, in which 2 squads of Federation soldiers put up a fearless fight and had repulsed the onslaught of 7 demon beasts 4 times by just the afternoon. The police force has already approved their application for the victory parade, so it is a legitimate parade that is protected by the law. Of course, if the opposite party is causing a disturbance, throwing garbage on the ground or destroying public property, or have entered the campus and are destroying property, then your school, by all means, can report to us, the police. We will definitely take serious action should such a thing occurs. We will absolutely not show favoritism just because the other party is disabled servicemen." Zhao Shud was rendered speechless. He once again peered through the window. There wasn't any noise, nor was there anyone throwing garbage on the ground, absolutely nothing. Thousands of disabled soldiers like a frozen sea stood silently outside the campus. Sometimes, silence was also a kind of noise, a noise more deafening than any other noise. Zhao Shud's lips quivered. He really had nothing to say. Even if he wanted the police to intervene, he must still provide a reason. However, the other party was neither hitting you nor shouting at you, they just quietly stood outside as they deeply stared at him from all directions. No matter where you looked, they weren't breaking any laws. Zhao Shud was completely disheartened as he disappointedly said, "Sir Lee, I know our Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School is in the wrong here, but please show us some way." Commissioner Lee heaved a sigh and said, "As your friend, let me give you a piece of advice. Make the person who first asked for Li Yao's suspension stand before the Disabled Servicemen Association to explain everything clearly." As if I could do that. In his heart, Zhao Shud really wanted to hand over the Hellion father and son duo. However, the two would definitely be skinned alive and swallowed without even having been dipped in vinegar by the large group of disabled veterans, not even dregs would remain of them. Alright, that's all I can say. You better take care of yourself. It's time for me to get off work. Commissioner Lee gradually stood up. Very slowly and imperturbably, he started unbuttoning his deep blue police uniform before taking it off and opening a suitcase that had been gathering dust for God knows how long. "Sir Lee, you..." Zhao Shud was somewhat at a loss as he watched the other party change into a well-ironed black military uniform. Commissioner Lee took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of spiritual prosthetic eyes that shone in a red aura from the depths of his eye sockets. Enunciating word by word, he said, "I should have told you that in the past I had lost both my eyes in Demon Beast Wasteland. I am also a member of the Disabled Servicemen Association. Now that I am off duty, I need to quickly leave and participate in the victory parade. Goodbye." Swish. The hologram went pitch black, as the opposite party had simply cut off the connection. In the darkness, Zhao Shud's facial muscles began to twitch uncontrollably. His lips quivered for a long time as if he wanted to say something, however, in the end, not one word came out. Outside the window, everything was shrouded in a deathly silence. The disabled veterans, as if assimilating into the darkness of the night, looked from afar, giving off an appearance akin to a giant black beast that was trying to thoroughly devour Zhao Shud's soul. Beep beep beep. The mini crystal processor on his wrist started vibrating. Zhao Shud was already scared out of his wits. He simply wasn't in any state to care about it. However, the caller seemed to be very stubborn, as the mini crystal processor kept on ringing. Just as he was about to curse, lowering his head to look at the crystal processor, his entire body was struck by a chill. He suddenly jumped up. First and foremost, he sent everyone out of the principal office and locked the door. Only then did he respectfully receive the call as he bowed and said in a flattering tone, "Elder Zhou, how are you doing?" Zhou Yin seemed as if he had aged by a dozen years. He very gloomily stared at Zhao Shud for a while before speaking slowly, "What do you think? In just a short span of 1 hour, the shares of our Crimson Nimbus sect fell by more than 4 points, and it still has not shown any signs of stabilizing. Do you know what this means? Do you know how much money had been burned off?" Zhao Shud's whole body started shaking. With a completely deadpan look, Zhou Yin continued, "In addition, I had recommended a core formation stage cultivator's wife to invest $200,000 in Crimson Nimbus Sect's shares just yesterday. This cultivator has quite a bit of influence in the northeastern region. I have already been communicating with him for over 2 years, and it was highly possible for me to persuade him to heavily invest in our Crimson Nimbus sect, or perhaps even join our Crimson Nimbus sect as an interim elder. It would have helped the Crimson Nimbus sect to disseminate its influence in the northeastern area. Now, he is telling me that he wants to reconsider the whole investment plan. Tell me, how do you think I should be feeling?" Zhao Shud's face completely went pale, he was almost about to faint. He was extremely angry to the point that he was ready to do anything. While gritting his teeth, he said, "Elder Zhou, after all is said and done, it was all that little bastard's, Li Yao's, fault. He brought such big trouble to the Crimson Nimbus sect. We must definitely kill him." "Alright, go ahead and kill him," Zhou Yin coldly said. "Me? Elder Yu, as you know, I'm just a teacher, I am not a battle-type cultivator." Zhao Shud stammered as he was taken back for a moment. "Oh, so you were a teacher. But from the way the slaughter chi that keeps pouring out of your mouth, I thought you were the boss of some triad. Zhao Shud, do you even have a brain?" Zhou Yin stared at him and even furiously roared, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you some ancient cultivator from 40 millenniums ago? Do you think you can kill anyone at the drop of a hat? Don't you know about the Federation's laws? Don't you know the punishment for a cultivator is even more serious than a normal criminal? Don't you know how many eyes are watching our Crimson Nimbus sect? Don't you know the Crimson Nimbus sect has 8 elders, 7 of which are just waiting for me to make a fool of myself? If truly something happens to Li Yao, there will be no need for a police investigation, even an idiot would know that it was us. Do you want to completely destroy me and the Crimson Nimbus sect? Ah." Zhao Shud was frightened out of his wits from his scolding, he did not dare to reply with even one word. The more Zhou Yin spoke, the angrier he got. If he could come out of the hologram, his finger would have already come out and pressed down on the tip of Zhao Shud's nose. At least use your King brain. Our Crimson Nimbus sect is an honest and upright sect who respects justice and abides by the laws. There is still room to salvage our current predicament, however, the moment we are associated with murder or have murdered a member of the Disabled Servicemen Association, then it will be beyond redemption. Murder. If you like to kill so much, then why didn't you join some Devil Path sect and become a devil cultivator? Tell you what, if killing someone was not a crime, then the sect master and the other elders would have already killed me. Before they could kill me, I would have first chopped a pig like you into pieces. Zhao Shud looked mournful as if he was in bereavement, he didn't know what to do. Zhou Yin glared at him with a gaze that was as fierce as a tiger's. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate space and directly pierced 2 holes in the pits of Zhao Shud's stomach. Only having stared for a full minute did he finally speak while gritting his teeth, "Forget it. This is not going to help us in any way. In short, someone has to take the fall for such a big incident. Who do you think should be responsible for this incident?" You, me, or Hellion Ba? Zhao Shud was stunned for a moment before quickly replying, Elder Zhao, in fact, I know little of this matter. The whole thing was orchestrated by Hellion Ba behind my back. As you also know, the Hellion family's influence in Floating Spear City is not small. Although he is just a trustee, many people are very much willing to give him face. It is easy for him to go behind my back and do some shady dealings. Additionally, since you, Elder Zhou, have to deal with thousands of problems every day and are busy with work, it is quite possible for you to hoodwinked by him once. Zhou Yin's complexion finally eased up a little. He nodded his head and said, this is reasonable. It would be better for you to think it over and give me the specifics. I will also go to Sect Master and explain it to him. Are you clear? Right. Old Ding of the 7th Primary School affiliated with our Crimson Nimbus sect is going to be retiring in a month. After his retirement, you are going to take over his position as principal. Why, don't want it? There is also a kindergarten. The 9th kindergarten is lacking a vice principal, do you want to go? No, the 7th primary school, the 7th primary school is okay. Zhao Shud turned pale with fright as he stammered before taking a look at the hologram once more. However, by the time he looked up, he had discovered that Zhou Yin had already cut the connection. Zhao Shud was frozen for a moment. The gloomy look on his face suddenly changed as he ruthlessly stomped and broke 7 or 8 tiles. Hellion Ba, Hellion Lai, you father and son can both go to hell. Most of Floating Spear City had been shocked by the victory parade. As far as the instigator of the entire situation, Li Yao, was concerned, he was totally oblivious to the whole thing, as if he was in the eye of the storm. In an open space just outside the low-rent residential area, the Morning Sun Village, Li Yao was surrounded by many people. If one were to take a look from the sky, the dense crowd of people would give off the impression of a vortex of humans. Not everyone here was a journalist or a government official, there was also a bunch of recruitment staff from the 9 elite universities. Floating Spear City was an important cultivation city in the Federation. Every year during the college entrance examination, the 9 elite universities would send a bunch of recruitment staff to be stationed here. However, in the recent years, these people had it easy because most of the good seedlings with potential would have already been unearthed during the Limit Challenge competition, and they would have already signed a contract with one of the 9 elite universities in advance. After the college entrance examination, they would then just have to complete the formalities of the contract, that's all. In contrast to the previous year, an earth-shattering miracle had occurred this year. Li Yao, a dark horse, suddenly leaped out of a corner, and in one fell swoop, he sat on the throne of Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance examination. And to the surprise of these recruiters, Li Yao had yet to sign a contract with any of the universities. Li Yao was completely free, it was possible for him to choose any university. All the recruitment staff crazily rushed over. On one side, they were shouting at the top of their lungs for application to the headquarters of their respective school, while on the other, they staggeringly charged their way to Mining Clan High School and surrounded Li Yao. They were not willing to budge even an inch. How could they? Ever since the start of the cultivation era 40 millenniums ago, the most important thing had always been cultivation talent. Student Li Yao, please choose our Star Nebula University. I just got the approval from the university. All your tuition fee will be exempted. Student Li Yao, our university will not only exempt your tuition fee, we can also offer you with a premium scholarship. Student Li Yao, please consider our Federation's first military college. As long as you enter our college, you will receive the status of an officer and can directly join the Federation's army once you graduate, acquiring the rank of at least major. Looking at the fierce, cruel, and grim looks on every one of the recruitment staff, Li Yao started to have goosebumps all over his body. He incessantly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. Everybody's conditions are very appealing, please give me some time to consider it." Can't you give me a few days' time for me go back and decide? Absolutely not. All the recruitment staff shook their head. Are you joking with us? These people were all well experienced in this industry. They were all crystal clear of each other's shady dealings. Once Li Yao returned to his home, it was highly possible for someone to secretly sneak into his house in the middle of the night and make some private deal with him. They could possibly resort to some dirty tricks like sending a beauty. Li Yao was young and filled with passion. It was quite possible for him to lose his head in heat and lust, and he might very well agree. If so, then they might as well remain here in present generous conditions, competing fair and square. Li Yao was dumbfounded. He kept scratching his head as he didn't know how to get rid of these people. At this moment, a travel-worn and weary flying shuttle screamed its way here. Its door had yet to be open, but the strong imposing manner shocked everyone in the field. An expert has arrived. Once the door was opened, an old man dressed in a purple robe flew out and landed before Li Yao with an ashamed look on his face. It was Deep Sea University's expert refiner, Professor Xie Tingxian. Professor Xie, why did you come? If you wanted to say something, you could have just sent me a spiritual crane message. Li Yao was caught by surprise. Deep Sea University was about 500 kilometers away from Floating Spear City, yet Xie Tingxian had personally driven his flying shuttle at a lightning-fast speed here. This was truly surprising. Xie Tingxian forcefully laughed. How could I sincerely express my apology through a spiritual crane message? Student Li Yao, this time, you have truly given me a slap I won't forget. Li Yao immediately replied, Professor Xie, you don't have to apologize for anything. I still highly respect you, truly. Li Yao's conduct toward Xie Tingxian was clearly different than how he treated Zhao Shud. Although Xie Tingxian had retracted his offer, he at least had his reasons. Besides, within the refining department of Deep Sea University, Dean Chu Xiuhong was the one with the final say, thus there were plenty of things that were outside a professor's control, which was what happened with Xie Tingxian. Once Xie Tingxian had even said that he would personally come and help him recover. Despite not carrying it out, he could not be blamed, as he was an expert who was busy with many things. In the end, what mattered was that what he had said had already greatly moved Li Yao. Xie Tingxian very sincerely said, I know our Deep Sea University had wronged you. Our Dean Chu is someone who is obsessed with skill, and she is oblivious to the ways of the world. In the cultivation world, her hot temper is already well known. Additionally, in her eyes, the honor of Deep Sea University's refining department is above everything else. That day when you contacted me, she thought that you were trying to rely on our relationship to procure a seat in the refining department, so that's why her tone was a little more harsh than usual. Currently, she is reflecting on her actions, as she thinks that she had quickly jumped to a conclusion and made an arbitrary decision. She should not have spoken like that before the college entrance examination. It was also her who had exhorted me to come here to officially invite student Li Yao to join our Deep Sea University's refining department. Li Yao's eyes shone brilliantly, much like fireworks, however, the brilliance was instantly extinguished. Xie Tingxian continued, I know in your heart you are angry. It could only be blamed on Dean Chu and I for failing to see the treasure before our eyes. That's why, even if you do not choose to enroll in our Deep Sea University, I will understand and agree. However, Xie Tingxian paused before he sincerely said in a trembling voice, Student Li Yao, this is not the time for you to decide with your emotions. We are talking about your dream here. I know that it is your dream to become a great refiner. You must not forget that our Deep Sea University has the strongest professional refiners in the Federation. We have even been granted the title of Refiner's Holy Land. Only if you choose our Deep Sea University could you fulfill your dream. If you want to blame me or Dean Chu, we understand, but please don't take your dream as a joke. You will only be hurting yourself. As for the conditions for joining Deep Sea University, you completely don't need to worry about it. Not only will you be completely exempted from your tuition fees, you will also be provided with a premium scholarship. Moreover, we will treat you as an elite student, one of the most important students at our university. We will assemble a team of our most elite refiners to be responsible for fostering you and ensuring that you will become a registered refiner within 3 years. Your future will definitely be brilliant. Have you heard of Supernova Jiangsheng? He is the strongest newcomer who had been on the rise within the refiners community in the last decade. He is just 30 years old and had become an associate professor at our Deep Sea University's refining department. He is hailed as a leading figure who will be at the forefront of the refiners community for the next 50 years, and he was trained by none other than Dean Chu and I. As long as you join our Deep Sea University's refining department, I promise you that you will enjoy the same treatment that Jiangsheng had once received. After a few years, you will then be the second supernova. While speaking, Xie Tingxian swept through the entire field with a gaze as fierce as a tiger's as he raised his voice to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you might be able to come out with better materialistic conditions than me, however, when it comes to refining, I'm afraid no other university has the qualifications to rival my Deep Sea University. Everyone was rendered speechless as numerous recruiting staff members looked at each other. This fact was as plain as the nose on one's face. No matter how artfully they put it, they would still not dare to shamefully say that their university was also the strongest in developing refiners. Even the refining department of the Federation's first military college, which ranked second, was far off from the Deep Sea University's refining department. It was like the difference between a mouse and an elephant, they were simply not at the same level. Over, it's completely over. It seems that this genius is going to be taken away by Deep Sea University. Sure enough, the look in Li Yao's eyes gradually became as firm as a steel saber and as sharp as a sword. His gaze alone could cut off everything. Glancing around, Li Yao bent his waist as he gave everyone a sincere bow. He then solemnly said, "I apologize to everyone for wasting your time. While everyone's university is the top university in the Federation, and the preferential treatment conditions provided are very appealing, I have already decided which university I will be applying for. It's over." Many of the recruitment staff lamented and became dispirited. "I have already come to my decision. In order to not waste Professor Xie's and everyone's time, I will simply fill in my matriculation from online now." Li Yao started up the mini crystal processor and switched to spectator mode. A hologram that overflowed with colorful lights and displayed each character crystal clearly appeared in the air. By convention, from the moment the result of the college entrance examination was out, each examinee had 15 days to choose their desired university and fill in the matriculation form through the Spirit Net. Normally, the examinee would carefully research each university and compare their merits. Not only would he have to consider his subject of interest as well as the employment rates, he would also have to consider whether his score was above the cutoff mark or not. Thus, a majority of the examinees would fill in the matriculation form only in the last few days, as the application could not be changed once it had been filled in. On the hologram, a scene of a turbulent river stream filled with countless ugly gray carps appeared. Within the river stream, the carps scurried along the stream as they struggled with one another to move forward. Within these struggling carps, there was one that was not like the others. This gray carp suddenly jumped above the stream and over a magnificent and grand dragon gate. The entire screen shone in dazzling streams of colorful light as the carp transformed into a golden dragon, rising into the sky and soaring to the highest heaven. A carp leaping over the dragon gate in just one move. This was the starting screen of the site used to fill out the college entrance examination matriculation form. Like rain droplets falling in a storm, the name of every university fell from the top of the hologram one by one. The names of the 9 elite universities especially stood out from the rest as they shone in a dazzling glow. Click 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 click. Li Yao entered his student ID on the virtual keyboard before his score suddenly appeared on the hologram. Along with his score was a long series of texts which provided a thorough analysis of his score as well as recommendations for a dozen of the top professions in the Federation. This was the system's built-in analysis function. Li Yao didn't even spare it a glance and directly closed the tab as he switched to the selection interface. His gaze swept through the name of each and every university one by one and finally came to a halt at Deep Sea University. Li Yao stood still as he looked at the name for a very long time. At this time, he heard the whistling of the wind. No, not just the wind, he also heard the sound of fire crackling as a small sun tore through the darkness and rose into the sky. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao raised his head to look. God knows when a crimson flame-flying shuttle wrapped in raging flames had appeared in the sky. Sitting inside the hatch was Ding Lingdang, who sat with her long and slender legs crossed as she gazed at him with a restless look. Li Yao gave a smile, revealing his sharp canines as he curled his fingers at Ding Lingdang, motioning for her to come down. Ding Lingdang's eyes widened, sending the message of, "Who is afraid of coming down?" She lightly leaped up and rose a few dozen meters high into the sky before landing right in front of Li Yao. The two stood nose to nose and lip to lip with one another, breathing at each other's face as their hearts pounded in synchronization. "Sister Ling, I'm very thankful to the Grand Desolate War Institution for trusting in me. I will never forget how diligently you have tried to help me train for the college entrance exam in past this month." Li Yao said straight from his heart. "Enough with your nonsense. Didn't I say that as your friend, I will always support you no matter which university you ultimately choose? The Deep Sea University is the Holy Land of Refiners. You will be able to achieve your dreams there, so choose without hesitation. Don't be shilly-sholly like AB*TCH. Ding Lingdang nibbled her lips. Li Yao looked at her as he spoke. "Sister Ling, are you really going to support me no matter what I choose? No matter how crazy it is?" "Yes, but if you choose the Deep Sea University's refining department, you must do your best to become the strongest refiner, so the time I use to help you train this month is not wasted. Remember, you must become the best, not the second or the third, but the best. If you are even a bit lacking, I will smack your head." Ding Lingdang earnestly said word by word. Li Yao burst into laughter from the bottom of his heart, revealing a crescent row of white and shining teeth on his black face. Then, his next action shocked the hell out of everyone on the scene. He suddenly stepped forward and embraced Ding Lingdang. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Among the recruitment staff of the 9 elite universities, Ding Lingdang could definitely be considered the strangest figure. Many knew that not only was she extremely powerful, she would also let her temper speak for itself. She was the kind of girl who would act first, talk later. No one dared to easily provoke her. They never would have expected that Li Yao would have heaven-defying guts. So cool. He truly deserves to be the college entrance examination champion. He is truly a god among men. Many men had their eyes almost jump out of their sockets. Ding Lingdang stared with wide-opened eyes. As a cultivator at the peak level of the refinement stage, she obviously had thousands of ways to extricate herself from Li Yao's arms. However, she didn't know why she just listlessly stood there firmly held in Li Yao's embrace. An inexplicable fragrance wafted out from Li Yao's body and tickled its way into Ding Lingdang's nose. No matter how much Ding Lingdang was drenched in fragrant perspiration, she would never give off this kind of sweaty smell. In her over 20 years of life, she had never once smelled such a scent. Ding Lingdang had no idea what to do. Her mind gave birth to a sliver of vacantness, a kind of vacantness which she had never experienced even when faced with demon beasts far stronger than her. What is this stinking brat doing in broad daylight? If you want to do something, at least wait until you go home. Ding Lingdang angrily roared in her heart. Li Yao hugged her only for half a second before letting her go. He took a step back and solemnly said, "Sister Ling, ever since I was a child, I have been all alone. Besides the dead old man, I have no other relative. But, I have decided. From this moment onwards, I will treat you as my sister. Sister my ass. That's so nauseating. Ding Ling Dang instantly felt goosebumps all over her body. But, in the depths of Li Yao's eyes appeared dazzling brilliance while words weighing 1,000 kilograms poured out of his mouth. My dream has always been to become the best refiner. That's why I cannot choose the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department. For that, I'm truly sorry. It's alright, Ding Ling Dang averted her gaze. She didn't know why, but besides the feeling of disappointment, there was surprisingly also a sense of loss in her heart. Feeling as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, Xia Tingxian laughed and said, "Student Li Yao, you have made the right choice. After you have become the second supernova, in 20 to 30 years, you will definitely look back and not regret today's choice. For my dream, I will never regret." However, the second supernova? Li Yao just smiled and did not speak another word. His pair of hands quickly bounced over the virtual keyboard, and in a single breath, he had completed the matriculation form. Ding dong. With a loud and clear sound, a row of clear and large characters shining above everyone's head emerged on the hologram. At the center, 2 words were the most conspicuous. Refining Department. Congratulations, Student Li Yao. On behalf of Deep Sea University, I welcome you to the Holy Land of Ref. Finally, the stone over Xia Tingxian's heart was lifted as a smile crept across his face. Professor Xia, I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Without even getting the chance to finish, Xia Tingxian was cut off by Li Yao, who had an ashamed look on his face. Xia Tingxian blinked a few times. For a short while, he didn't understand what Li Yao meant. At this time, he discovered that the silence around him was a little strange. Everyone's face revealed a completely horrified look. Refining Department. The row of small characters over those 2 large words seemed to be somewhat strange. Xia Tingxian narrowed his eyes and only then did he discover the entire text that had emerged in the hologram: Grand Desolate War Institution, Refining Department. The smile on Xia Tingxian's face completely turned stiff as his beard trembled. For a long time, he was rendered speechless. Ding Lingdong's pair of pretty eyes opened widely, and her lips quivered as she opened and closed them again and again. She was shocked to the extreme. Every recruitment staff, reporter, student, parent, and every onlooker was as though they had been struck by lightning. For a good while, they were unable to speak. After half a minute, as if a spiritual energy bomb had been detonated at the center of the crowd, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Grand Desolate War Institution's Refining Department? Is there some mistake? Does the Grand Desolate War Institution even have a refining department? Isn't it a college specialized for training battle-type cultivators? It does have one, but the Grand Desolate War Institution's Refining Department is among the 4 worst departments in all the 9 elite universities. It is small in size, and its level is too low. It's simply the department which no one would choose on their own volition. The students from the previous years who needed to be removed from the prestigious departments were transferred there. Is he crazy? Instead of choosing Deep Sea University's Refining Department, why did he go and choose Grand Desolate War Institution's Refining Department? Even if he wanted to choose the Grand Desolate War Institution, he should have at least chosen the Combat Department. Why did he choose the Refining Department? Has he simply lost his mind? What the hell is going on inside his brain? Many had the urge to pull out their hair with force. No matter how much they racked their brains, they could not understand what made Li Yao make such a crazy choice. It was simply ridiculous. Xia Tingxian was just like a statue carved out of stone. His silence lasted for an entire minute before he woke up from his stupor as the wrinkles on his face finally stretched when he forcefully smiled and said, "Student Li Yao, you always manage to do things outside of everyone's expectations. Every one of your actions makes everyone flabbergasted." Li Yao sincerely apologized, Professor Xie, I'm truly sorry. I truly didn't expect for you to come. Deep Sea University is truly a good university, and I also think that you and Dean Chu have the ability to train me to be the second supernova. However, I don't want to be just the second supernova, but rather the first Fiend star. That's why I chose the Grand Desolate War Institution. Xie Tingxian heaved a long and deep sigh. You had once said that your dream is to enter the Holy Land of Refiners. Who would have known that you would give up your dream in a spur of the moment? It's simply not worth it, student Li Yao. Li Yao smiled as he said, Professor Xie, you are wrong. I have not done this in the spur of the moment, and not even a second had I given up on my dream. At present, Deep Sea University's refining department is certainly the Holy Land of Refiners. However, someday in the future, perhaps this glory will belong to Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Who can say for sure? What? Xie Tingxian was stunned, Ding Lingdang was stunned, and all the recruitment staff of the 9 elite universities were completely stunned. Li Yao calmly and unperturbedly said, That's why. I have been apologizing to you. My decision to join the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is not so simple. In the near future, I will lead Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and issue a challenge to Deep Sea University's refining department. I am going to take away the supreme honor, the title of Holy Land of Refiners. I am going to let the entire Federation, the entire Heaven Origin sector know that the Grand Desolate War Institution does not only have the Combat Department as its first-class department, they will also have the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, the best Holy Land of Refiners. With an extremely sincere look, Li Yao gave an incredibly crazy declaration, causing every listener to think that maybe there was something wrong with their ears. His declaration also instantly made Xie Tingxian absent-minded. What is he saying? Does he even know what he is saying? Young man, just because of a slightly good score, you forgot how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Don't be too proud, and don't be too overconfident. It would be best for you to temper your disposition. You want to lead the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department to challenge the Deep Sea University's refining department? Wouldn't that be the equivalent of a group of mice challenging an elephant? What mouse an elephant? It's just a group of ants challenging a dinosaur. The majority of the recruitment staff from the 9 elite universities had been angered. Xie Tingxian's silence lasted for 10 seconds before he could not help but burst into laughter. Student Li Yao, the young needs to dream, but they should clearly know the difference between dreams and delusions. You are too conceited. Li Yao's eyes remained as clear as water. Shaking his head, he said, Professor Xie, I'm not arrogant. The only thing I am, is afraid. I'm just afraid, very, very afraid. Afraid? Xie Tingxian was confused. Yes, afraid. I'm afraid because the strength of Deep Sea University's refining department is crystal clear. Deep Sea University's refining department is as though it is a deity who is shouldering the entire heaven as it stood upright. Even if I don't issue a challenge, the mere thought of issuing a challenge is already near impossible. If in this second I don't say it, I'm afraid when tomorrow arrives, I won't be able to. No, there's no need to wait for tomorrow. In the next hour, the next minute, the next second, would completely lose my courage to issue a challenge to this deity. But now that I have spoken in front of so many ladies and gentlemen of 9 Elite University, this completely crazy idea had been made public. I will no longer have any hesitation, I no longer need to afraid of any conflict, I no longer need to be afraid of getting involved, and I no longer need to be worried about retreat or giving up. Perhaps I will become the biggest joke, or perhaps I will create a miracle that no one expected. There is no other path for me. I can only do every in my power and bite the bullet, I can only stride forward. Xie Tingxian was moved. I understand. It seems you are not arrogant, you are just too young, too impulsive, too naive. A miracle is called a miracle because the chance of its occurrence is immensely small, so immensely small that perhaps the chance of it happening is only 1 in 1,000, perhaps even 1 in 10,000. Li Yao smiled. From the depths of his eyes came a shine that was as dazzling as the stars. Whether it is 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a billion. As long as it is not 0, isn't it fine? Xie Tingxian remained silent. He just heaved a long sigh and with a deep regret boarded the flying shuttle. Xie Tingxian left. Sister Ling. Li Yao let loose a deep breath. The smile on his face was as magnificent as the blossoming of peaches. He turned towards Ding Lingdang and said, "My choice did not make you too disappointed, right? Do not worry. As long as there is time, I will still go to the combat department." Before he was able to finish the latter part of his sentence, Ding Lingdang, like a mother leopard, had already violently pounced on him like a bolt of lightning as she grabbed onto his collar and forcefully started shaking him. "Smelly brat, you had already decided to choose the Grand Desolate War Institution, right? Then you pretended some bullshit of leaving far away and never meeting again, causing this grandma to be in melancholy for a long time and also King sigh incessantly. Why did you not just say so? I wanted to give you a pleasant surprise." "Surprise my ass. K. You were playing with my feelings. Do you think I will not smack your head?" First volume finished, next volume prequel, Crystal Armor, the greatest magical equipment in the modern cultivation world. It is known as the King of Magical Equipment, the magical equipment among magical equipment. Even for Deep Sea University's refining department, refining a new type of crystal armor is not an easy task. Just by the virtue of the waste department you call the refining department of your Grand Desolate War Institution, these wastes, want to refine crystal armor? What? This piece of scrap is the crystal armor you have refined? This is completely rotten. This idiotic piece of black SH is simply nothing more than a pile of waste. Such a pile of waste, and you dare to call this profound bone battle armor? May I ask, from which angle does this pile of waste look profound? I'll help you name this pile of waste. Don't call it profound bone, call it rotten bone. Deep within the Grand Desolate, an unfathomable storm was brewing. A 1 in a billion miracle is about to make its debut. 3 days later, in a shabby little station in the western area of Floating Spear City. In just 3 days, Floating Spear City had been turned upside down. On the second day of the Disabled Servicemen Association's Victory Parade, Crimson Nimbus Sect had announced that it would be restructuring the personnel of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, the educational institute that was directly subordinate to it. Both the principal and the head instructor had been transferred to a primary school under the Crimson Nimbus Sect. And trustee Helianba had been found to have committed several acts of malpractice during the period when he assumed the position as a trustee of the Crimson Nimbus Sect, and as well as other 4 posts within the Crimson Nimbus Sect. The Crimson Nimbus Sect had immediately taken emergency measures and had sent an investigative team led by 2 elders to investigate the issues regarding the Hellion family. Furthermore, they even called for a press conference and had once again reaffirmed that they were one of the righteous factions in the long line of history of the Star Glory Federation. They would absolutely not tolerate any kind of illegal behavior and would definitely deal with it strictly and severely. One by one, the cultivators of the Hellion family took their stand and announced that the Helianba father-son duo were the outright black sheep of their family and that the Hellion family was completely ignorant of their actions. They claimed to feel deeply aggrieved for not having educated the Helianba father-son duo well. They said they would support any kind of investigation and punishment meted by the Crimson Nimbus Sect from their end, and after the punishment given by the Crimson Nimbus Sect, the Helianba father-son would be dealt with according to the family rules. Whether it was inside the Crimson Nimbus Sect or the Hellion family, any of Helianba's supporters were, in the blink of an eye, completely uprooted. He was completely forsaken by friends and allies. Some of the family members who were not related closely drew a clear line. One by one, some even took out pieces of evidence hidden in their safes and ruthlessly stabbed the Hellion Ba father-son duo in one move. The core members of the family did not panic and waited for the arrival of the investigation team. No one dared to even take half a step outside the gate. Hellion Ba even had an urge to hang himself. Even though Hellion Lai was the second best scorer of Floating Spear City in the college entrance examination, due to this matter, he didn't receive even a single invitation from any of the 9 elite universities. Through unofficial channels, a few universities had even hinted that Hellion Lai would not be accepted into their university even if he were to apply. When Hellion Lai said "waste" to Li Yao's face for the first time, he never would have imagined that it would end like this. But as far as Li Yao was concerned, he didn't care whether Hellion Lai lived or died. A world with an even broader horizon and a target even more worth fighting for had already presented itself in front of him, his challenge to the Deep Sea University's refining department. And to achieve this target, he must become a cultivator as soon as possible. After his spiritual root development quotient had advanced to 90%, the spiritual root had entered an awakening period. The final step of awakening the spiritual roots was no longer as simple as the accumulation of resources, the final step was training the spirit. Once one has arrived at the stage of training the spirit, even if they had a spiritual root development quotient of 90%, it was quite possible for them to acquire a sudden epiphany, thereby finishing the development of their spiritual root in one fell swoop and embarking onto the road of cultivation. If the spirit was not trained enough, even if the spiritual root development quotient had reached 99%, it would still be near impossible to cross the final 1% using an abundance of resources. At most, they could only become a martial artist with boundless power, that's all. In short, only when one has found their own path, when one has discovered the truth that they must pursue, and when one has realized the reason why they wish to become a cultivator could their spiritual root be awakened. The college entrance examination ended in mid-June. Generally, the new students would enter the college in early October. For the majority of the students, this 3-month break was the most relaxed golden period in their life as a student. They had been relieved of the pressure of the college entrance examination, and the onerous studying they must undergo during their time in college had yet to arrive, so everyone could enjoy their life to the fullest. In this 3-month time, Li Yao planned to travel to the northern and southern parts of the Federation. In order to broaden his horizons and knowledge, it could also be considered as making up for the regret of having always dwelled in the magical equipment graveyard of Floating Spear City. And more importantly, he was going to train his heart and soul. He was hoping to get some inspiration from the beautiful mountains and the rivers of the motherland. A sliver of an opportunity or a little epiphany was all he needed to awaken his spiritual root, allowing him to embark on the road of cultivation before stepping foot into the college campus at this small, shabby station. With a bag on his back, Li Yao was ready to depart. His close friends arrived one by one to see him off. "Uncle Zhao, thanks a lot." If there was no pressure from the Disabled Servicemen Association this time, the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School would not have been so quick to admit defeat. Li Yao spoke sincerely as he tightly bear-hugged Zhao Xinglang, the president of Floating Spear City's Disabled Servicemen Association. Zhao Xinglang laughed from the bottom of his heart and heavily punched Li Yao in the stomach. "I also have to thank you. You have truly increased the prestige of our Disabled Servicemen Association." Hey, a seriously injured disabled soldier, had actually made a comeback and topped the college entrance examination. When I heard this information, we uncouth fellows were all completely dumbfounded. We had even suspected that there was something wrong with our ears. Ha ha ha. Li Yao flushed red. "Uncle Zhao, since I have already proven that I have completely recovered and have no disability, can the disabled veteran status still not be taken back?" Zhao Xinglang stared at him with wide-opened eyes. "Do you think that the national honor is something that could be given and taken so easily? You once have suffered serious injuries, and your spiritual root had been ruptured, which led to a severe disability. These are clear facts. You can't say that just because your body has recovered, the nation should reclaim the rightful treatment you deserve. But I have always felt that I was not a true disabled soldier. I have always felt like I am impersonating one. Li Yao was rather embarrassed as he spoke. It's simple. As you tread forward in your path of life, you just have to be strict with yourself so that your actions are worthy of these 5 words, Class 1 Federation Disabled Soldier. Isn't this all right? If the opportunity presents itself, you can always join the Federation army and happily fight in the Demon Beast Wasteland. Then, it would be even more justified. Zhao Xinglang waved his hand as he resolutely and decisively spoke. Li Yao stuck out his chest and solemnly said, I will. After I graduate from the Grand Desolate War Institution, regardless of whether I join the Federation army or not, I will go deep into the wasteland and slaughter demon beasts. I will kill every single demon beast in my path. Zhao Xinglang burst into laughter as he patted Li Yao's shoulder with force. All right, kid. I know I have not misjudged you. Go. Remember, no matter where you go, you must first find the local Disabled Servicemen Association. All the disabled soldiers in the world are one big family. If you encounter any big difficulties, you can just share the burdens with your family. Your brothers will shoulder the burden with you. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. A trace of warmth spread through Li Yao's heart. He was an orphan, and his foster father had already been dead for a good several years. He did not expect that he would have such a special home at almost 20 years of age. While thinking like this, his gaze turned towards his second friend with a trace of guilt in his eyes. Brother Hai, I'm sorry. These days, the Crimson Nimbus sect stocks are tumbling down. It has already tumbled down by 18%, so your loss should be pretty big, right? From what Li Yao had heard, Fiend Blade Peng Hai had a lot of Crimson Nimbus sect shares. It was unknown how much loss he had suffered this time. My loss is certainly not small. Fiend Blade Peng Hai grinned. Without caring about appearances, he said, that's why kid, you must cultivate well and become a cultivator as soon as you can. You better compensate your brother. Is the loss really that big? Is it going to have some effect on your position in the Crimson Nimbus sect? Li Yao felt a little tense. Before Fiend Blade Peng Hai was able to answer, Sun Biao, who was standing beside them, laughed and said, silly brat, you don't need to worry about him. These stocks are of little matter. The most crucial thing is his position in the Crimson Nimbus sect. Peng Hai is the representative of the new generation within the Crimson Nimbus sect, and many of the sect affairs are handled by him. His ways are rather radical, while Zhao Ying is the representative of the older generation who upholds conservative and prudent methods. The two factions had long been locked in a fierce struggle. This time, you, as Peng Hai's junior brother, had actually brought bad luck to the Crimson Nimbus second senior high school and had discreetly made Zhou Yin suffer a pretty big loss. Because of you, the younger generation had a big win. You just don't know how happy you made Peng Hai. Peng Hai's junior brother? Li Yao was surprised for a moment, which was followed by a sense of relief. He and Peng Hai were not only fellow students of the Grand Desolate War Institution, they were also both unearthed by the scum of cultivation world, Sun Biao. In the past, their relation could only be described as ordinary. These days, just an arbitrary university would have thousands upon thousands of students where fellow students calling each other senior brother or junior brother did not have much substance. But later on, this relation was nothing trifling. If placed in the ancient cultivation world, Sun Biao could be considered as their enlightenment master, one, and both of them would be Sun Biao's direct disciples. The closest relation was definitely that of a senior brother and a junior brother. Peng Hai smiled as he openly rectified Sun Biao's words, junior brotherly, you do not need to fret over it so much. The Crimson Nimbus sect is not necessarily my final destination. Could a mere loss of some shares be counted for something? After you enter the Grand Desolate War institution, you must focus on cultivation and become a cultivator as soon as possible. Perhaps there may come a day when I establish my own organization. I might even come looking for you to join my own sect as an elder or some other post. Ha ha ha. You want to establish your own sect? Li Yao was a little astounded. However, when he carefully gave it a thought, he felt that it was reasonable. Peng Hai was the best among the best in the younger generation of the Federation. As the saying goes, a flood dragon would not stay in the pond for too long. To be able to win over such a fierce figure could be considered as a matter of luck. If there comes a day when the treatment of the Crimson Nimbus sect made him displeased, pulling out his followers and standing alone would be the right course of action. Thinking of this point, Li Yao nodded his head as he laughed and said, "There is no need to make me an elder. If Brother Hai truly sets up his own sect, you must leave the Chief Technical Supervisor position to me. I will be responsible for refining all the magical equipment in the sect. It's a deal." As Li Yao firmly shook hands with Peng Hai, blue veins stood out on his temples. Afterwards, he walked up to the three ordinary people before him. Perhaps these three ordinary people did not have powerful strength or blazing fast computational prowess, and they might not even be able to help him in cultivation. But Li Yao was equally grateful to them. Grandpa Wang, Principal Mao, and his buddy, Meng Jiang. Grandpa Wang, thank you for always buying my magical equipment at a high price and also for occasionally recommending me for jobs. It's all thanks to you that I was able to gather some money and graduate from high school. Principal Mao, thank you for taking me in and letting me attend the college entrance examination as a student of Mining Clan High School. Little Jiang, there is no need to say anything between us. When I was in a coma, you took some time out of your schedule to visit me at the hospital. When others were jeering at me as a fleeting fiend star, you rebuked them on my behalf and even fought with others over this. Don't think that I don't know anything. Li Yao walked up and tightly hugged his buddy. Meng Jiang's eyes turned red as he emotionally said, "What is this? Aren't we brothers? If even brothers are not going to believe each other, then who will? Little devil, I knew that you would not fall so easily. To me, you have always been a monstrous genius. Once you arrive at college, you must cultivate well and become a powerful cultivator as soon as possible. At that time, I can go and brag that my buddy is nascent soul stage strange old devil. Ha ha ha. It will definitely scare the hell out of a large number of people. Rest assured. I will not let you wait for too long. I will definitely let you have the opportunity to boast. But, why is your face all black and blue? Did you have a fight with someone?" Li Yao carefully looked at his buddy's face. He discovered that there were heavy bruises under his eyes. Meng Jiang grinned and said, "It was my father. As a matter of fact, it's all your fault." 1. Enlightenment Master, there is no correct English term for this, as this word in China represents the teacher who acts as a guiding pole, who encourages you and suggests to you the right path or future choices you should make. Sometimes he is also the one who that trains you. All in all, he is just a normal teacher but with pretty big moral values, who really act like a teacher. Li Yao was stunned as he pointed at his nose. "My fault. You and your dad fought because of me?" Meng Jiang nodded his head. "Yes. As you know, my dad has always hoped for me to apply to a cooking school so that I could inherit my family's steamed bun store in the future. However, my dream has always been to become the best hairdresser and makeup artist, and perhaps even the best master beautician. And I'm sure that you know that my dad is as fierce as a bear. At home, he has the final say in everything and has never allowed me to go against him. That's why I originally planned to follow his wishes. If he wants me to be a chef, then a chef it is. In the end, it's just a job. However, when I saw you, little devil, choosing the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, I was touched. I brood over it for an entire night. Since we're buddies, if you can stick to your dream, then why can't I? So, first thing in the morning, I had an ugly fight with my dad. Afterward, I chose a beautician school, despite it being the worst beautician school. A brilliant and proud smile appeared on Meng Jiang's face as he used his thumb to pound on his own chest. Someday, other people will also call me a master. I'll be known as the king of the stylist industry, Master Meng. With a heart set ablaze once again, Li Yao tightly hugged Meng Jiang. In the 3 years of my life at Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, my biggest gain was to have made a good friend and brother like you. Let us both stake everything in university and become the master of our respective field. Sure, I will definitely use my life to learn, to live, and to fight. I will absolutely not be any worse than you. Although I won't become a cultivator in this life, I will similarly live a wonderful life. Meng Jiang straightened his chest as he shouted in loud and clear voice. The two chatted and laughed as they once again recalled their glorious school life. Only when both of their eyes had turned a little red did Li Yao reluctantly turn to his other side. You don't need to act all cuddly with me. You and I are not that familiar. We are just ordinary friends. Vigilantly, Ding Lingdang stared at him. Scratching his head, Li Yao embarrassedly smiled and said, that day it was just because of a momentary impulse. You don't need to take it to your heart. I have already taken it to my heart. My heart has suffered a great deal of trauma, but if you think about taking the combat department as your major and the refining department as your minor instead, then maybe I will feel a little better. Ding Lingdang still had not given up her hope. She stared at Li Yao with an eager look in her eyes. It depends on the circumstances. I still don't know anything about the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. Li Yao, while speaking, arrived before his last friend. To be precise, he was exactly not his friend but his swine friend, the one who could control both spiritual energy and tenebrum energy at the same time, the hidden cultivation genius, Zheng Dongming. Who would have known that you, Floating Spear City's champion of the college entrance exam, would go and choose that waste Grande Desolate War Institution's refining department, Zheng Dongming calmly said. Haven't you, the third highest scorer in Floating Spear City for the college entrance examination, instead chosen the Sky Fantasia Academy's combat department? Aren't we the same? Li Yao gave a slight smile. We are not the same, we are absolutely not the same. Although it is similarly a waste department in the 9 elite universities, there is a fundamental difference between your Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and my Sky Fantasia Academy's combat department. Zheng Dongming said in a high and enigmatic tone. What's the difference? Li Yao narrowed his eyes. He could understand what Zheng Dongming was implying. The male-to-female ratio in Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department is 10-1, and not only are the girls small in number, they are also not that beautiful. In contrast, the Sky Fantasia Academy's combat department is very different. Although its results are very poor, the male-to-female ratio is more than 1-10, and all of the girls are outstandingly beautiful, they are all women of 1,000 charms. Not to mention that there is a large number of close combat-related courses in the combat department curriculum. I can have an unreserved, zero-distance contact with my senior and junior sisters and feel the collisions of our souls and bodies. Don't you think that it is intrinsically different? Zheng Dongming gave a very lewd and lascivious smile. Li Yao was mouth agape. Only after having been stunned for a while could he reply, indeed, it is intrinsically different. Then, I wish for you to have fun till your heart's content in Sky Fantasia Academy's combat department. Zheng Dongming hesitated a bit before pulling Li Yao far away and activating a sound-insulating glyph around them. Only then did he speak, and that too in low voice. Fellow student Li Yao, the matter of Devil Flood Dragon Island, it is better to forget it. Since childhood, I have had no ambitions. Besides eating, I have never thought of doing anything else. My only dream is to flirt with all of the girls in the world that I could flirt with. If possible, I also don't want to cultivate that damn Tenebrum energy. That's why, you don't need to worry. If one day my devil techniques reaches the point of culmination, even then I will absolutely not kill you. And you, even more so because of your fear of being killed of me, don't need to kill me before I kill you. Do you understand? Li Yao pondered a bit. Oh. Hey, I said so much, I expressed my kind-heartedness and all my sincerity, but all you can say is, oh? Don't think that I'm afraid of you. You have had your fortuitous encounter, and I have also had my fortuitous encounter. From here on out, we will drift along in the cultivation world. Who the F***ck wouldn't have 8 to 10 fortuitous encounters? Do you think you are formidable? Li Yao smiled as he patted Zheng Dongming's shoulder. You see, no matter what I say, you are not going to believe me, and similarly, no matter what you say, I am not going to believe you. Since that's the case, then why don't we just sprint on the road of cultivation, climbing to the peak? Come on, let's compete with each other. While speaking, a tattered, long-distance flying shuttle gradually descended. With a leap, Li Yao climbed aboard, waving his hand at everyone as he said, "Goodbye, everyone. If all goes well, then maybe after 3 months, I will be a true cultivator myself." From this day onwards, Li Yao traveled to the far reaches of the Star Glory Federation. His first stop was the Seamount Island located in the southernmost region of the Federation. It was a very small island. All year round, only a palm-sized part of the island was visible above the surface of the water. That was why it was also known as Palm Island. However, under the water, cultivators had instead built a huge underwater city around the endless undersea mountain range. Here, the residents of the city resided in glittering and translucent crystal bubbles. And to leave and enter, they would use waterproof beads to clear the path before using a special underwater jet-type flying shuttle to go back and forth. Under the sea, they cultivated a large number of colorful corals, and much like a herd of sheep and cattle, a large number of fish, shrimp, crab, and turtles were reared. This was the source of the entire Federation's fresh seafood. In here, the women liked to wear pearl shirts sewn by tying the pearls together the most. Every night under the pitch-black darkness of the sea, wearing colorful and gorgeous pearl shirts, they would beautifully and charmingly sit on the corals as they played their spirit flute which could be heard under the sea, waiting for the powerful men of the sea to quietly come in the darkness. In here, Li Yao enjoyed the colorful and picturesque scenery, ate the most delicious and sweetest seafood before returning back to the continent and heading to the farthest reaches of the southern west direction. On the 4th day after his departure, he arrived at the Lantern City. It was a town built in the vast rainforest located at the southern region of the Federation. It was a town which was completely devoid of high-rising building. Using a secret technique, the cultivators would constantly accelerate the growth of a fruit on a special tree in the rainforest called the lantern tree. Finally, each and every lantern fruit hanging from the branches would be modified into houses. The residents of this city lived in this very lantern fruit. Every night, the fruit radiated in a colorful and gorgeous shimmer, turning the entire city into a sea of lanterns. Because the rainforest is inconvenient to travel from here and there, the residents of this city liked to ride huge grasshopper-type spirit beasts, hopping from one branch to the other as they harvested precious herbs in the jungle. Whenever there were guests from afar, the residents would invite the guests to ride the giant grasshopper. If any one of them on their first try managed to successfully ride the giant grasshopper for over a minute, he would be treated as a true warrior and would get to enjoy the finest VIP treatment. Li Yao tried 3 times, but at the last moment, he was ruthlessly thrown down by the giant grasshopper. He could only helplessly throw in the towel. Although he didn't get to enjoy the VIP treatment, when the straw-skirt-wearing girls of the rainforest, who had skin as smooth and delicate as honey, held cold salves and meticulously smeared it on his body, he felt a different kind of relish. On the 9th day of his departure, Li Yao arrived at the Saber's Tip Snow Mountain. Although it was not the highest peak of the Star Glory Federation, it was one of the most difficult mountain peaks to climb. The entire snow-capped mountain was like a double-edged saber that was as bright as snow, ruthlessly stabbing towards the sky. The steepest part of the mountain was as smooth as a mirror, it simply didn't have a single foothold. Furthermore, all year round, the powerful gusts always lingered around the peak. Even for a cultivator riding a flying sword, it would still be very difficult for him to fly to the peak. At the summit of the snow-capped mountain grew a very precious 7-star snow lotus. It was one of the natural ingredients absolutely necessary for a dozen types of high-level strengthening drugs. Consequently, this was where the best flying sword riders in the entire Federation were produced. The November of every year when the wind was at its strongest and the 7-star snow lotus bloomed, countless flying sword experts would whistle through the sky as they charged through the raging winds to reach the summit. Amidst these perilous, fierce winds, they would seek for the gaps, try to feel its rhythm as they charged left and right, and would even be tossed around for 3 to 5 days before eventually conquering these winds and acquiring the most precious herb. Although it was not the blooming season for the snow lotus when Li Yao arrived, it didn't decrease the number of flying sword experts that gathered around the snow-capped mountain. Amidst these winds, they were undergoing training and doing all sorts of eye-catching air maneuvers, which made Li Yao feel like it was not a wasted trip. He was completely satisfied. If it was an air battle, the battle prowess of these flying sword experts would absolutely not be less than any flying demon beast. In the next 3 months, Li Yao toured mountains, rivers, rainforests, hills, deserts, oases, and farmlands of the Federation. He saw all kinds of weird towns. There was a town located on top of a crater of an active volcano. The entire volcano crater had been sealed by a huge array of glyphs. Rumor has it that 400 years ago, this volcano had once erupted, ravaging a dozen nearby towns. A cultivator, after sealing the volcano, had lived here with his family, guarding the volcano. Even to this day, the family had developed into a new town, but they had never forgotten their mission as they referred to themselves as the guardians of the volcano. There was a town which was completely built on the back of a few hundred ginormous alpine camel beasts. In the Heaven Origin sector, the alpine camel beast was one of the largest spirit beasts on land. Each alpine camel beast was like a whale surfing on the sea. People built houses on the back of these alpine camel beasts, and each alpine camel beast could house a few dozen families on its back. Hundreds of alpine camel beasts together constituted a mobile city. The residents of the city took part in the care of animals for a living. With the changes in the season, they would drive the alpine camel beasts to seek water grass to raise the cattle and sheep. Here, Li Yao ate the freshest mutton in his life. He boiled the mutton for 10 minutes to the point where the blood didn't coagulate, and when he took a bite, it immediately melted in his mouth as it rolled down his throat, much like a delicious wine. Town after town. At every hill, every lake, every farmland, every town, Li Yao saw many bizarre things and met many strange people. One time, he had encountered an old man of 130 years of age. Obviously, he was just an ordinary person. However, he had a pet, whistling skyhawk, a spirit beast with a length of 4 to 5 meters. When the old man was 4 years old, he had inadvertently picked up a palm-sized bird whose wings were broken. As the bird was very pitiful, using branches, the man had helped connect its broken wings and had also smeared healing ointments. From then on, the little bird always stuck to him, accompanying him all the way through adolescence, marriage, childbirth, and old age. From the beginning to a century later, the little bird had always remained palm-sized. The old man had also gotten accustomed to the existence of this small thing that was always around him. But who would have known that after its 104th birthday, the height of the little bird would suddenly soar. In just a short span of 3 years, the bird grew to be 5 m long, revealing the lofty appearance that many spirit beasts had. Only then did the old man come to realize that he had picked up an amazing thing. I was just an ordinary wage earner. My house was small, and there was also my son and daughter-in-law as well as my grandchildren who were soon to be married. So, where would I be able to raise such a big bird? I was forced to secretly raise it on the roof of the house. Because of this, I had been nagged by my wife, my son, and my daughter-in-law, and the neighborhood committee had even come looking for me several times. They had even alerted the police. A few cultivators from the cultivation sects had come knocking at my door, stating that they were willing to pay an exorbitant price for this guy, but how could I be willing to part with it? In the eyes of cultivators, it is just a spirit beast, but in my eyes, it's my whole youth, my whole life. I will not sell, I will absolutely not sell. The old man gently caressed the whistling sky hawk's head and laughed as he spoke. The whistling sky hawk, which was known for its fierceness, very gently leaned on the old man. The left wing was slightly twisted and signs of having been seriously injured in the past could be seen. And just like that, after another 20 years, I retired. My children and grandchildren don't need to worry about me, and my old woman has also left a step earlier. Finally, I can fulfill my childhood dream. Little bird, oh little bird, ever since I was a child, I have always wondered how much better it would have been if you were a spirit beast. If you were a spirit beast, then I could ride you and continue to fly across the mountains, over the rivers, above the clouds, and even fly throughout the heaven origin sector. The old man jovially laughed, revealing the lack of front teeth as he climbed up on the back of the whistling sky hawk with difficulty. Preet, the old man blew a whistle laden with rust. The whistling sky hawk gave a long whistle before flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. The whistling sky hawk had suffered an injury to its wings, and the old man was not a cultivator and simply didn't know any skills for riding spirit beasts. A man and a spirit beast slowly soared into the sky. The way they flew was full of twists and turns, it was simply too horrible to watch. The old man simply didn't care. He sang a song which used to be popular a century ago as their silhouettes slowly disappeared into the pile of cotton-like layers of clouds. Along the way, Li Yao had encountered no small number of people who were no different than this old man. He had met a sword cultivator with tyrannical strength that was both accomplished and well-known, but as the age of 90 dawned upon him, he suddenly came to a realization and had discovered that what he truly wanted to become was a scholar-type cultivator. He wanted to be a poet. And so, this sword cultivator put down his sword. In the desolate and vast land of snow, he hiked on a mountain of snow, searching for inspiration. Occasionally, he would encounter some highway robbers or bandits, but only as a last resort would he use the sword. On the contrary, he would try to use poetry filled with warmth and love to reform the evildoers. Over time, everyone near the snow mountain had heard of a devil poet, who had excellent sword arts as they came to fear his poems and even more so dreaded the 3-feet-long sword in his hand. Li Yao had also met a village doctor who had graduated from the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine and had once worked in many cultivation sections. He was a renowned master in the cultivation world and was most skilled in unblocking the 8 extra meridians as well as treating qigong deviation. But after the age of 180, feeling obligated, the peak building foundation stage cultivator rejected many high-salary offers from major hospitals and cultivation sects, concealed his identity, and started traveling to every remote village in the Federation in order to treat the patients in the backwater villages. 3 decades ago, I had once acted as a protector for a sect leader of a major sect during his breakthrough and had helped him successfully step onto the core formation stage. Later on, the sect leader had gifted me a luxurious seaside villa in addition to 5 shops on the busiest commercial street in a major city. I used to think that it would be the largest consultation fee I would ever receive in my life. In a shabby brick house, the village doctor, while grilling sweet potatoes in the fire furnace, laughingly said to Li Yao, "That is, until yesterday when I had received the most valuable consultation fee." What was it? Li Yao very meticulously peeled the sweet potato as the hot air blurred his vision. "I helped a little boy who had lost vision in both his eyes when he was playing with fireworks, helping him see the light after 4 years. He gave me a fierce kiss right here. Pointing at his cheek, the village doctor had the most brilliant smile hanging on his face. It was truly a very natural and serene smile. A retired old man riding a whistling sky hawk, a sword cultivator who wanted to become a poet, a peak-building foundation stage village doctor. There were many, many people like this. During the day, Li Yao, in this picturesque paradise of mortals, would listen to all kinds of strange stories from these people. During the night, even while sleeping, he would not forget to cultivate. He would zealously assimilate Yezi's memory fragments. Each memory fragments contain 10 days to 1 month worth of Yezi's memories. And, every night, Li Yao would approximately assimilate 1 or 2 memory fragments. If he tried assimilating any more, he would exhaust his spiritual power and would feel as if his whole neural field was on fire, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Assimilating more than he could handle would do more harm than good for his cultivation. In this long trek which spanned for 3 months, Li Yao had assimilated about 70 to 80% of Yezi's memories of the time when he was a forge worker. Compared to the previous illusory dreams, this was different. This time, the memory fragments had completely integrated with Li Yao's, completely integrating with his own memory. As if he had truly been a forge worker of the 100 Smelting clan, practicing the superior metal forging techniques 40 millenniums ago. Although each time in the process of assimilating the memory, Li Yao, as Yezi, would be tortured inhumanely to the point where he wanted to die. But, the harvest he reaped was also enormous. He had learned all of Yezi's forging skills. In addition to 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique as a foundation, Li Yao had finally reached the peak of perfection on the road of metal forging. In today's world where various advanced magical equipment refining techniques were used in mass production, taking a broad view at the entire Heaven Origin sector, it would absolutely be impossible to find a second Li Yao, one who would so foolishly learn some antique forging techniques from 40 millenniums ago. Therefore, Li Yao could also be known as the Star Glory Federation's top expert in the ancient art of manual forging techniques. Although it sounded like a pretty prestigious title, it didn't have much practical value. But still, Li Yao found a little satisfaction in his heart. Today is forging techniques, and tomorrow will be the most sophisticated refining equipment techniques. After I assimilate all of Yezi's memories about forging divine equipment and sharp equipment, even Deep Sea University will be nothing. And finally, one day, the title of Holy Land for Refiners will belong to my Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. After 3 months, in a nameless small mountain village in the northern reaches of the Federation. Moo. Ba. Waff, waff. Waff, waff. At the entrance of a village, a large group of the wooden oxen, reeled left and right as they let out feeble bellows in the grain-drying field. The wooden oxen were all generic metal beast puppets made for farming purposes. Taking the sheep that kept bleeding Ba as an example, its entire body was built from metal, its joints were inlaid with various crystals, and its entire body was engraved with dozens of array glyphs, allowing it to automatically walk and look for dead branches, leaves, and straw. After swallowing, everything would be broken down into plant fibers and would again be entwined together, turning into woolen-shaped fibers in its belly. These kinds of fibers could be used to weave nets, and in the economically backward places, they could even be directly used to sew clothes. It was an extremely valuable puppet beast. And the huge copper bowl next to it, needless to say, was not only used to plow the fields, during the harvesting season, so long as some common parts were installed, it was possible to change its body, turning it into a harvesting machine. Through the horn-like blades on its head, rice stalks could be completely cut off, which would then enter its stomach through its mouth, where it would be processed before shining rice grains were discharged from behind. In poor areas, these metal beast puppets were the life and blood of an entire family and would often be used for a good several generations. The same was true for this small nameless mountain village. The few dozen metal beast puppets were antiques from 100 or so years ago and had already passed their life expectancy. Either their mechanical limbs were broken, or their crystals had been stolen by thieves, or some crucial place of engraved array glyphs was worn out due to the passage of time. Young Master Lee, too, can you help Auntie check whether or not this iron bull can be salvaged? It was the dowry my grandmother brought when she got married. Young Master Lee, if you have time, can you help this grandpa check this big dog? Although it is not alive, it had accompanied me ever since I was born. This is but 130 years of feelings. Li Yao was surrounded by bright and honest villagers. On one side of the house, a villager was killing a pig to make pork stew for Li Yao. It was the most delicious meat in the entire grains drying field. It was not easy to find a master who could repair magical equipment in this kind of backwater village. The honest villagers didn't know how to thank Li Yao, so a villager was simply butchering the big, fat pig which was prepared for the New Year celebration. Many foolhardy kids thought it was the New Year as they ran around in the drying grains field with their runny nose, jumping and shouting in joy as they giggled in a sound that was as sweet as the rings of a silver bell. Hold on for a moment, uncles and aunts. I am going to slowly check, one by one. However, I also have no way. Some are completely worn out. But as long as there is still some breath in me, I will try to completely repair these wooden oxen and flowing horses. Li Yao said while happily smiling. After 3 months of experience, Li Yao's current appearance was completely different from the time when he had just departed. If his friends came to see his current appearance, they would absolutely be surprised. Compared to 100 days ago, he seemed to be a bit taller, about a half centimeter. He was slightly skinny, and due to living and traveling in the wilderness for a long time, his skin had become quite tanned. His hair was in a mess, and a beard has grown on his face. All in all, it completely gave off a slightly sloppy appearance. He was dressed in workwear sewn from ordinary coarse cloth which was covered in dust and grease. At first glance, he looked no different than most of the common field workers. But, the biggest change could be found in his temperament. Translator notes: 1. Wooden oxen and flowing horses. 2. Here, the young master doesn't refer to a child of a wealthy family, the master here is like expert or professor. Note: sorry for the delayed releasing. Ash got food poisoning in last week and he has been back from now on. Let's look forward, more amazing chapters will be coming up. The past Li Yao, having grown up in the magical equipment graveyard since childhood, had the most extreme character brought up in him due to the poor living environment. He was just like a vicious vulture whose first choice in an encounter was to use the most violent methods. But now, after 3 months of traveling over the hills and through the river, beholding so many sublime and vast sceneries, and meeting many people with various stories, unbeknownst to him, Li Yao had become broad-minded. Furthermore, because of assimilating so many of Yezi's memory fragments, his temperament had gradually transformed, and thus he became more mature. Now, he was unlike any of the 18 to 19-year-old hot-headed teenagers. He was more like an adult who had been living away from home for a few years and had gone through fire and water. It didn't mean that he had given up on his principles of life, but rather his fierce aura was no longer exposed. In the past, Li Yao was like a vicious vulture, but today, Li Yao was like a soaring hawk. The vulture was now hibernating within his heart. While recalling the memories from the past 3 months bit by bit, Li Yao disassembled the wooden oxen and flowing horses as skillfully and as easily as if traveling along a familiar road. Nowadays, these unsophisticated, civilian magical equipment were as simple as ordinary toys in his hands. With proficiency similar to a butcher dismembering an ox, the metal beast puppets turned into heaps of parts one by one. After cleaning, derusting, pruning, oiling, and undergoing all sorts of processing, they were once again reassembled. Moo! Moo! The iron bull bellowed at the top of its voice. Ba! 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 The bronze goat automatically spun and weaved wool-like fibers while bleating cheerfully, woof woof. Woof woof. Woof 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 woof. The big tin dog, which had been missing its hind leg and instead had a wheel installed in its place by Li Yao, bolted around the kids while swaying its hollow, iron tail left and right as it made creaking noises. Wow! The villagers had never seen such marvelous maintenance skills. Compared to Li Yao, the old magical equipment maintenance technician who had difficulty seeing clearly was simply as clumsy as a tailor who mended shoes. The entire village that had gathered in the grain-drying field was completely shocked by Li Yao's quick and sharp skills. Each and every villager was grinning from ear to ear from shock and amazement. The repaired wooden oxen and flowing horses cheerfully ran towards their owners, and naturally, the owners all had huge smiles hanging on their faces. As for the other metal puppet beasts whose most crucial components were impossible to repair because of excessive wear and tear, their owners had a frown knitted on their forehead, and they all felt depressed. Li Yao, after thinking for a moment, said, "Everyone, don't worry, I will think of some way. It's just civilian magical equipment anyway. The load-bearing capacity and the precision requirements for its components are very low. It would be better to." Under his meticulous inspection of the wooden oxen that could not be repaired, he found those truly worn components which he could do nothing about. The rusting was so severe that the iron bowl was reduced to a lump of iron. Having disassembled it into its various parts, Li Yao explained it to the villagers, "This iron bowl is truly worn out, I simply have no way to repair it. Will there be a problem if I dismantle it for spare parts?" "It's all right, young Master Li. The rust on this iron bowl is already beyond imagination. When I tried selling it as scrap iron, no one was even willing to buy it. Feel free to do whatever you like. Whether you can repair it or not, either way, it'll be all right. We are already satisfied with all the maintenance you have done." The village chief laughed. He had made the final decision. Li Yao slightly smiled as he placed one of the iron bowl's leg on the anvil and raised the iron hammer high into the air. "Young Master Li, what do you want to do? Do you want to forcibly hammer a lump of iron to create components which can be used directly?" "Impossible, even immortals cannot do such thing." One after another, the villagers broke into discussion as they became extremely curious. Even those kids with runny noses were peeking through the gaps between the legs of the adults. Everyone was staring at Li Yao in surprise. Cluck! 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 The entire village was wrapped in silence. Only the hens who were being raised on the other side of the grain's drying field were completely oblivious to the situation as they were still cheerfully clucking. Li Yao took a long, deep breath. In the depths of his brain, Yezi's memory fragments started rotating wildly. The memory fragments pertaining to countless days and nights spent in 100 Smelting Clan's metal forging room turned into colorful splendor one after another as the corresponding muscle memory swarmed into each and every part of Li Yao's body. In an instant it was as if Li Yao was possessed by a god, seemingly as if it was a high-grade flying sword. The crude and thick black iron hammer in his hand surprisingly let out a dragon roar, causing undulating, invisible ripples to appear in the air. Several nearby villagers felt a gust of wind striking their face and blowing their hair away. A kid even let out a "wow." Just as the villagers blinked their eyes, Li Yao started moving. His right hand turned into a black shadow as it strangely made a circle in the air before ruthlessly pounding at the iron anvil. Dong! Dazzling sparks burst forth in between the iron hammer and the iron anvil along with a thunderous bang, which surprisingly lingered in the air for a while, like that of a toll from an old temple bell, making everyone's ears to start ringing. Many villagers could not help but cover their ears. Dong! The echo from the first strike had yet to disperse, but the iron hammer had once again turned into a giant black python and landed upon the iron anvil from another tricky angle, thereupon bursting forth with another shockwave akin to a toll from an old temple bell. Like frightful billows and terrifying waves, two shockwaves, one after the other and with layer upon layer, stormed towards everyone. This time, even the strongest among villagers involuntarily covered their ears as every child started to break into cries. What's going on? It's not like we have never seen metal forging before, but why is it so loud? Wow, check out young Master Li's speed. An iron hammer weighing tens of kilograms is just like chopsticks in his hands. Fast, extremely fast. I am simply unable to clearly see when he is striking the anvil. I only see boundless black shadows. While covering their ears and staring at Li Yao with wide-opened eyes, every one of them was shouting at the top of their lungs. However, aside from what they themselves had said, no one else could hear or understand the others. Everyone was immersed in an immense shock. As for Li Yao, he seemed as if he didn't feel anything. He was neither affected by the deafening, bombarding rings or was he perturbed by the screams of the villagers. Once he switched to his working mode, he seemed to have entered an ethereal state where he forgot everything, even himself. With a solemn look in his eyes, he kept staring at the iron anvil. But, if one looked carefully, the depths of his eyes bore a faint mist, one that gave off the impression as if his spirit wasn't even here. Instead, it was inside the metal forging room of 100 smelting clan from 40 millenniums ago. Dong! 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 The collision of hammer and anvil continuously reverberated. Since the very beginning, Li Yao consciously controlled each and every movement of his body while displaying along the entire process. However, as the forging progressed, his speed also became faster and faster. The strikes of the iron hammer were no longer a conscious action, it became as natural as breathing to him. Afterwards, his pair of arms completely transformed into two black ori, directly enveloping the entire iron anvil. Everyone could only hear a series of deng, 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 coming from inside the aura, but they were simply unable to clearly see any of his movements. Suddenly, his every action came to a halt. The flattened iron hammer was thrown aside. To everyone's surprise, the hammerhead had actually turned crimson, as if it had just gone through high-temperature smelting, and it was even emitting scorching heat. "Give me another hammer!" Li Yao shouted as he stared with wide-opened eyes. Because of the multiple fierce bombardments in a short span of time, the temperature of the iron hammer climbed to the peak, and thus it was no longer usable. Witnessing such a marvelous performance, all the villagers cried out in surprise, they were all horrified. The village blacksmith quickly handed him a new iron hammer. After weighing the hammer for a bit, another round of sounds of the ruthless pounding of a hammer echoed in the village. In just a span of half an hour, Li Yao had replaced a total of 5 iron hammers. Finally, it's done. Throwing away the scorching hot iron hammer, Li Yao contentedly appreciated his own masterpiece. His hands were full of bloody blisters as they constantly shook. The villagers swarmed over, and as they carefully looked with wide-opened eyes, they discovered multitudes of parts of different shapes lying on the iron anvil as well as a pile of parts on the ground. A completely rusted iron bowl had been forcefully hammered into the over 100 magical equipment components on the ground. The equipment components, in and of itself, were the proof that showed how formidable the forging techniques of the 100 smelting clan were 40 millenniums ago. Holding a magical equipment used to measure accuracy, the village blacksmith walked over. A red beam from the magical equipment shot out, carrying out a full-range scan of each and every component. He really made it. Although the accuracy is a bit worse than the original, for a civilian magical equipment, it is completely acceptable. The gray-haired, old blacksmith, after reading the data on the measuring equipment, jumped out in surprise and happiness. In a moment, the swarm of villagers broke out into cries of exclamation just like the waves of a tsunami. Young Master Li is absolutely amazing. Just using an iron hammer, he made hundreds of parts. Of course, young Master Li is a university student. So what if he's a university student? Our family's third child is also a university student as well, but look at what he is doing now. How can that be the same? Young Master Li is a student of a prominent university. While the villagers were immersed in cheering and jumping in joy, the village chief, with a big grin on his face, invited Li Yao into his own small house. "Young Master Li, this time, I really have to thank you. You have greatly helped my village. Village chief, I simply repaired since I could. Now that university is about to start, tomorrow, I will leave to report to the Grand Desolate War Institution," Li Yao said with a smile. "All right. Attending university is important. On behalf of the entire village, I wish you a pleasant and safe journey." "Right, I have something for you. If it's not too heavy, bring it along with you." From under the bed, the village chief, with difficulty, dragged out something that was wrapped in a rag. It was apparent that it was very heavy. Just from the friction with the cement, it already made a squeaking noise. The village chief cautiously unwrapped the cloth. Lying inside was an oddly shaped lump of metal where the bottom part was thin, while the top part was thick and even had two protruding ends. It resembled a hammer that had been crafted by nature itself. "Huh!" Li Yao's eyes began to shine. In the memory fragments of O Yezi, the very first exercise he came in contact with was. And in the 100 Smelting Clan's forging room, day and night, it was also the hammer which he had been in contact with. The hammer could be said to be the tool which he was the most familiar with. And it appeared that this bizarre-shaped, naturally formed hammer was neither metal nor any kind of ore. It looked quite ordinary, but it possessed a kind of bizarre, devil energy, one which made anyone who looked at it be reluctant to extricate their line of sight. The village chief breathed a sigh of relief. While raising a spiritual energy lamp to illuminate the lump of metal, he laughed and said, "Look." Narrowing his eyes, a faint blue color appeared in his sight. Just a moment ago, this lump of metal was completely black and gave off an appearance that was too ugly to look at. But once it came in contact with the light, a trace of a magnificent blue sheen appeared on its black surface. Within the depths of this blue sheen, it seemed to be sparkling with a brilliance akin to stars, giving it a look as if it were a huge blue gemstone. It was extremely beautiful and captivating. Dark Star Rock? With one glance, Li Yao recognized the material. This material called Dark Star Rock was neither metal nor ore, since it possessed both the characteristics of metal and rock. It was not something which was naturally formed in the heaven origin sector, but instead, it was a kind of meteorite from outer space. Although it was not scarce in quantity, generally speaking, its was limited to the size of the fist of a newborn child. Such a big piece lumped together to take the form of a natural war hammer was rather rare. The Dark Star Rock's value was not too high. Although it was very hard, its spiritual energy conductivity was extremely bad, and it was very difficult to use it to refine a variety of magical equipment. Thus, it was almost equivalent to a scrap of metal. Unless it was used to refine a very particular magical equipment with a specialized property, for general purposes, it would never be used. However, the market price for such a big piece of Dark Star Rock was easily a few $100,000. A flash rushed past Li Yao's eyes as his breathing became a little rapid. He said in excitement, "Village chief, what do you mean?" The village chief laughed and said, "Young Master Li, this stone fell from the sky a couple years back. When it fell into our village, it even smashed a large, tile-roofed house. Don't be deceived by its small size, it is very heavy. Just this small lump weighs a few £100. You can give it a try, and see whether or not you can handle it." Seeing that Li Yao stood still, the village chief approached him and pulled his hand. "Young Master Li, today, you have helped our village by repairing so many wooden oxen. The overall maintenance cost could easily be over $10,000, but as the majority of the young men from our village are working outside, with only the old and young left behind, we would not be able to gather so much money in a short period of time. A few years back, an outsider wanted to buy this piece of stone and offered $30,000. But, I noticed that he had a thievish look, one that was unlike someone who is honest, so I didn't sell it to him in the end. Today, perhaps an ordinary hammer is too light for you. I noticed that while you were using the hammer, you didn't find it comfortable to use. Furthermore, in just a short period of time, it became soft and hot, rendering it impossible to use. When I thought about it, this thing is useless to us and we cannot do anything with it since it is just too heavy, so it would be better to give it to you to use as a hammer. What do you think? Li Yao shook his head and said, Village Chief, let me say this in advance, I am still not a registered refiner and am just a half-baked student. What I did was nothing spectacular, so how could I even mention money? Besides, if you take this thing to an auction in some major city, it could be sold for at least 120,000 to 130,000 bucks. If you encountered some cultivator who was in need of this thing, it could very well sell for 200,000 bucks. I cannot take it, it is just too expensive. The village chief slapped his thigh. I was right. That thievish-looking brat was really not a good guy. Unexpectedly, he wanted to buy a thing worth 120,000 to 130,000 for just 30,000 bucks. Really, we village folks don't know anything about goods. But, although we don't know anything about goods, we can still tell good from bad. In just one glance, I knew young Master Li was a good person. This thing is perfect for you to use, take it. If not for you, we would have to buy many new wooden oxen. Don't mention 200,000, it might even take double. It could very well be no less than 400,000. Although Li Yao shook his head, his eyes remained completely glued to the dark star rock. No matter how he tried, he was not able to extricate his gaze. The village chief was an experienced man, so how could he not notice Li Yao's fondness for it? With a smile on his face, he said, Young Master Li, how about we don't talk about gifting or selling? For the time being, take this thing with you first. As for whether or not money will be involved, we can talk about this in the future. I know you are a poor student and don't have much money to spare, so let's talk about it again when you have the money, okay? Li Yao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, seriously pondered for a bit, and said, Village Chief, how about this? Although those wooden oxen have been repaired using temporarily made parts, those parts are, after all, not the original. Although there is not much of a difference in their appearance, they have gone through my destructive transformation, thus their lifespan will not be too high since there had been too much transformation to their internal microstructure. I will take this dark star rock first and will go to a major city to determine its value. Once I have determined how much it costs, I will help you exchange the entire sum for the appropriate parts and send it to you. Later, you can ask the town's magical equipment technician to replace them with their corresponding parts. That way, you can reuse it for another 20 to 30 years. What do you think? Every month, Li Yao would receive 30,000 bucks as an allowance for being a Class 1 Federation's disabled serviceman. In addition, he was completely exempted from paying the tuition fee by the Grand Desolate War Institution. Considering that he could also receive a premium scholarship, he could, in fact, be considered as a slightly rich fellow. He had decided to save a year's worth of money to exchange for spare parts and send it over to these villagers. The village chief nodded while laughing. That is indeed good. Quickly, give it a try and see whether or not you can handle this lump of iron. Li Yao's pair of eyes started shining. Much like the gaze of someone who was watching the charming figure of a peerless beauty, his gaze was completely transfixed on the dark star rock. As he bent his waist to pick up the dark star rock, he felt his waist tighten, it was incredibly heavy. To his surprise, even after exerting all his strength, he was barely able to grasp this dark star rock, which was not even half a meter long. However, the feeling of its touch was simply too good. The dark star rock was unlike any metal, which would give off a cold feeling upon touch. Instead, it was as if he was caressing a piece of mahogany, one that was a couple of years old. It was dry as well as smooth. And at the thin end of the dark star rock, there were a dozen naturally grown, circular grooves, which greatly improved the grip. Having tightly clasped it with both hands, as if his blood vessels were connected with the dark star rock. He felt like he became one with it and could even hear the breathing of the stars inside the dark star rock. Although this dark star rock could not be refined into some powerful magical equipment, as a hammer, it was the best because it possessed a natural resistance to a variety of spiritual energy. He didn't need to worry about interference from any spiritual energy. There was no better hammer to use to forge materials that contained various kinds of spiritual energy. This dark star rock, for Li Yao, was just like adding wings to a tiger. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao swung it in accordance with the and felt each muscle fiber in his entire body moaning in pleasure, giving off an extremely pleasant feeling. Since just a swinging posture was so relaxing, if this dark star rock was used to forge a variety of heaven and earth materials, it would definitely be so comfortable that it would be like flying in the sky. In the depths of Li Yao's eyes, a gleam of boundless thirst could be found. The village chief said with a laugh, "Young Master Li, once this dark star rock came into your hands, you and it were both glowing, you are destined to be together." Ha ha ha. Village chief, I really have to thank you. Maybe this meteorite is insignificant for others, but for me, it is an extremely precious treasure which all the money in the world cannot buy. Li Yao earnestly said. An innocent grin appeared on the village chief's face as he suddenly strided towards the entrance. Parting the curtains, he yelled towards outside, "Everyone, drop whatever you are doing. Bring out all the liquor we have prepared for New Year's celebration. Young Master Li is going to leave tomorrow, so what do you say? Can we let him leave so easily?" Village chief, Li Yao was suddenly dumbfounded. 2 days later at the vast expanse of the northern plains, an unusually clear sky with thin clouds gave off the appearance as if the sky was particularly high, and the scorching hot sunlight shone upon the land, seemingly turning the entire world into a golden sea. Mu. With its whole body covered in long white hair, a very obese, giant spirit beast was languidly floating over the highway. Yes, it was floating. Soaring Roar was a spirit beast that evolved from a large marine spirit beast. Since its body was extremely big and tall, its 4 limbs were simply unable to bear its own weight, and so, its body had adapted itself and grown 16 holes underneath its body which could blow air, allowing it to shoot a large amount of air, and by virtue of the subsequent recoil force, it could float in the air. At the rear of its body, there were 4 identical holes that could shoot air. Once the air was shot towards its back, its body, which weighed a couple dozen tons, would be able to drive forward. Its principle was quite similar to the hovercraft used by the Federation Army. Because it was air-driven and hovered mid-air, every action of the Soaring Roar was incredibly stable. It could ignore any terrain, regardless of whether it was lakes, swamps, or hills, and so long as it was not a 10,000 rens, high mountain, it would be similar to riding on a flat plain. This mode of transportation was extremely loved by the ordinary citizens. Loaded on the back of this Soaring Roar was a large amount of tea bricks, 3, whose weight was similar to air for the Soaring Roar. Groaning in dissatisfaction, the Soaring Roar would fling its flexible long nose to the back from time to time. An old man whose face was completely covered in wrinkles hastily gave it a crab apple, which was its most favorite food, and also combed its hair and removed the lice. Only then was the Soaring Roar was a little more satisfied. Li Yao laid comfortably on the tea bricks as his head rested on both his hand. Narrowing his eyes, he looked up into the sky, looking for changes in the unending clouds. With a nose filled with the fragrance of tea and a body tanned from having basked in the sunlight, he was comfortable to the extreme. From time to time, he would even take a nap. Only God knows how long it was until he finally heard the old man shout, "Little brother, we have arrived at the Giant Edge Pass. Grandpa Wu, thank you for giving me a ride for a day." Li Yao jumped down from the back of the Soaring Roar and lightly landed on the ground a dozen meters below. Waving his hand, he smilingly said goodbye to the old man, hoping that the old man would not discover the $200 that he had secretly stuffed in his pocket when passing by. Taking a long, deep breath, he did a set of strengthening exercise for the muscles and the bones. Finally, Li Yao had completely recovered from the decadent hangover from 2 days ago. He completely did not expect that the wine brewed by the village would be so strong. Even he, whose physique was as strong as a peak martial artist, was unable to support himself and had to sleep for 7 to 8 hours after having continuously gulped down 10 pitchers. But, he was not someone who would take it lying down. Before he was drunk dead, he had successfully made the entire village tumble down on the ground, from old to young, even the ants had not been let off. The next day when he woke up, besides the few kids with runny noses, the men and women and the old and young of the entire village were all asleep. This trip, I have seen many incredible sceneries, met many odd and strange people, made a few interesting friends, and have even inadvertently obtained the Dark Star Rock, which is the most suitable hammer for refining. I have truly learned a lot. Li Yao pondered in a happy mood. The only regret is that I have not found the feel that belongs to me. My spiritual roots have still not awakened. But, it is still not urgent. How could a cultivator's spirit be so simple? If just touring the mountains and rivers was enough to awaken the spiritual roots, wouldn't this world be full of cultivators? Li Yao laughed at himself. After 3 months of travel and cultivation, he felt that his spiritual root development quotient had significantly progressed. If he tested it now, it might very well be possible for it to have climbed above 99%. Especially his forehead, every morning when he woke up, he would always have an obvious bulging feeling, one that felt like the uncontrollable pillar propping up to the sky, in the lower region of his body. It seemed as if there was something like a bamboo shoot in the depths of his brain, one which was about to break out of his body. It was almost the final stretch. Once his spiritual roots awakened, he would become a cultivator. However, this final stretch was not so easy to cross. Many people had been stuck on this 99% for half a year, and even being unable to cross this bridge after 2 to 3 years was pretty normal. Rumor has it that when the spiritual roots awaken, one will feel as if their whole body is burning. They will lose their mind as all their emotions would be 100-fold stronger than before. Unable to restrain oneself, one could only act in accordance to their desires and act as they please. But, in these past 3 months, I have never experienced this feeling. It seems that only after entering the Grand Desolate War Institution can I slowly look at my luck. Li Yao gazed into the distance. The road ahead was still very long, and a wonderful university life was about to start. Grand Desolate War Institution, here I come. Looking all around and seeing that no one was in sight, for a moment, he acted in childishness as he used both his hand to pound his chest and make a gorilla-like roar. And the black-winged flying sword, which had not appeared for a long time, drilled its way out from the backpack on his back and danced around him. In front of them on the boundless desolate piece of land was a towering mountain range which looked like an uplifted back of a giant dragon. However, the center of the mountain range revealed a long, straight canyon which seemed as if it had ruthlessly been made by a giant axe that separated the heaven and the earth. At the end of the straight canyon stood a lofty, domineering military fortress. This was also known as the world's first impregnable pass, the Giant Edge Pass. TLN 1. Mahogany, a type of wood. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/mahogany. 2. Run, ancient Chinese measurement unit equivalent to 7 or 8 chi, 1/3 of a meter. 3. Tea brick, a type of compressed tea. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/t_brick. The extreme Heaven Mountain Range ran tens of thousands of li across at the center of the entire Heaven origin sector. It was as if an extremely precise line divided the continent into 2 colors, dark green and greenish yellow. The air to the south of the extreme Heaven Mountain Range was humid, the land was fertile, and lakes, hills, and farmlands could be found everywhere. It was the home of 90% of the Star Glory Federation's population. And to the north of the extreme Heaven Mountain, it was 10,000 li of desolate desert, it was a brutal world where monstrous wind ran rampant in the sky. Here, the climate was volatile. Sometimes, rain would be pouring, sometimes, it would burst into a hailstorm, and other times, it would be a continuous drought that might even last for 3 to 5 months, during which not even a single drop of water would fall. What's more was that demon beasts ran amok here. It was a place where evil creatures wrought havoc at will. The living environment was incredibly bad. And although the size was almost the same as the inland area, it only harbored 10% of the Federation's population. The ordinary people of Star Glory Federation both love and hate this cruel territory. For the residents that lived on the inlands, this place also went by the name of Demon Beast Wasteland. That name didn't mean that this place was the kingdom of demon beasts, no, it meant that only those humans who were as tyrannical as demon beasts could survive here. And for those demon beast-like tyrannical humans, this land had another name, one which they affectionately called the Wasteland. The Giant Edge Pass was the center point which connected the inland with the wasteland. 5 centuries ago, this place used to be the largest defense fortress in the Federation. In this place, the Federation army had shed blood and laid down their lives. Using their blood and lives, they forged a great wall of steel to block off the invading demon beasts of the wasteland. And when the Federation had destroyed the Eastern Demon Empire, this place had become the forward base from which countless Federation soldiers and cultivators would depart from together while riding crystal tanks and giant floating war fortresses. Wielding chainswords and spiritual energy bolt guns, they marched on this land to expand the border, breaking mountains and toppling temples, slaying demons and purging devils, razing the demon clans' villages, towns, cities, and countries. They struggled in hopes to win some valuable living space for the human race. With leisure, Li Yao walked towards the Giant Edge Pass. He had not even arrived at the front of the fortress, yet his gaze had already been attracted by the dense groups of hundreds of white towers on both sides of the road. With distinct edges and spikes all over, an intense bloody aura emanated from these white towers. On closer inspection, how could these be white towers? They were clearly piles of bones of nearly 1,000 demon beasts. Each tower of bones was 70 to 80 meters high, with the tallest being even taller than 100 meters. They were great and splendid, shooting straight up into the sky. Arm bones, leg bones, ribs. All kinds of bones could be found in these towers of bones. But the most common was the skull, broken skulls. From palm-sized skulls to skulls with a height as high as 12 meters, all could be found among the piles. One could only imagine how huge the demon beast, the owner of the skull, must have been. Aren't these clearly the war trophies on display? Li Yao gasped in admiration. As a human, a prideful feeling instantaneously welled up in his heart. This was the tradition of the Federation army and the cultivation world. After hunting demon beasts in the Demon Beast Wasteland, every expert, with the exception of those who needed the skeleton to forge magical equipment, would discard it before the Giant Edge Pass. These mountains of bones were displayed in order to flaunt the martial prowess of humans as well as to deter the demon clan. There were nearly 1,000 mountains of bones, with the first among them having been started to be built 500 years ago. The bones had already decomposed, becoming one with the land. Only by the virtue of the enchantments from the mysterious glyph arrays were they not destroyed by the fierce winds. The most recent one had just started to be built. At the top of the tower, one could see the remains of flesh and blood as well as the blood that continually dripped onto the ground. Witnessing this, Li Yao was horrified. He could even vaguely hear the blood-curdling screams of the demon beasts coming from these bones. In these 500 years, a total of 7 great expeditions had been carried out by the Federations, right here, from the Giant Edge Pass. Before the Great Expedition, the Demon Beast Wasteland was the paradise of demon beasts and was also known to have 36 demon countries, 72 demon cities, 108 demon kings. After the 7th expedition, all the demon countries and all the demon villages had all been completely destroyed, and the 108 demon kings had been beheaded in succession, with not a single one having been left off. All of their head were now displayed in these war trophies. The demon beast wasteland had been completely conquered by the Federation and became the fertile ground of humans. Even now, the demon beast wasteland was still not peaceful. From time to time, a large number of demon beasts and members of the demon clan, both of which coming from the blood demon sector, would invade from the rifts in space and wreak havoc in the human-populated towns. However, not even once had they been able to successfully gain a firm footing. Every time, they would withdraw to the blood demon sector after paying a heavy price. Mankind is the strongest battle race in the endless sea of stars. It was not that mankind was boasting. However, all the demon beasts who had doubted this sentence were, at this moment, buried and put on display in these mountains of bones. The proof was made at the expense of their lives. Li Yao slowly walked in between these towers of bones. From time to time, he would stop in front of one or two particularly majestic mountain of corpses, beholding the bizarre demon beast bones and gasping in admiration. Only after spending more than 3 hours did he finish walking on this road of glory and thus arriving before the Giant Edge Pass. Because the demon beast wasteland had already been incorporated into the Federation territory, the front line to the north had been greatly extended and today's Giant Edge Pass didn't hold much of a military value. Like the distance expanse floating above Devil Flood Dragon Island, a majority of the fortress had been transformed into a war museum which was visited by many primary and secondary students for sightseeing and learning under the guidance of their teachers. Following a group of primary school students, Li Yao made his way into the Giant Edge Pass. Just past the fortress entrance, the first thing that filled his vision was a huge, transparent glass box which encased a lump of fossil-like object. Upon looking carefully, it was a pile of ancient ash accompanied with some broken bone fragments. Beside the glass casing was a glyph array which projected a 3D hologram, sketching out a scene from millions of years ago. The scene inside the hologram outlined a dark and narrow cave, within the depths of which were a few hunching ape-men covered in long black hair sitting next to a fire as they cooked meat. Students, please look. These are the remains which were unearthed from the ruins of a civilization in the depths of the wasteland. According to experts' research, as early as 3.7 million years ago, a race of very intelligent ancient apes who knew how to use tools and survive lived in the depths of the wasteland. And the experts, upon extracting a trace of soul markers from the fossils of ancient apes, discovered that there was actually 0.000001% similarity with ours, humankind's, soul markers. You can say that these ancient apes were our distant relatives. So, the female teacher leading the primary student looked weak, but she spoke in a resolute and decisive tone, with each word weighing 1,000 kilograms. Since ancient times, the wasteland has been our, humankind's, territory. We must use our lives to protect it. Even an inch of land cannot be allowed to be snatched away by the demon beasts. A true hooligan, but I like it. Li Yao secretly gasped in admiration. Parting with the primary students that came to tour the War Museum, he walked towards the other side of the Giant Edge Pass. The buildings to the left side of the military fortress of Giant Edge Pass had been renovated into a war museum, while the right side had been renovated into a huge crystal train station. The demon beast wasteland stretched across a vast area, and demon beasts from the other sectors would cause trouble from time to time. Not only did ordinary people like Li Yao not dare to travel alone on this road, even cultivators with ordinary cultivation could not easily ride their flying swords in the demon beast wasteland. It was equal to putting themselves in the sight of countless hunters. It was a very dangerous behavior. Even if it was Fiend Blade Penghai, a foundation building expert who possessed the powerful support class magical equipment known as the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle, would not dare to venture out alone. For sure, ordinary demon beasts would be helpless against them. However, if a 1 in a million chance occurred where they ran out of luck and encountered a beast tide, an event where hordes of demon beasts invaded through a wormhole, then even if they were the lowest of demon beasts, thousands upon thousands of tide-like surging demon beasts could still swallow powerful cultivators. So, in the demon beast wasteland, humans lived inside heavily guarded towns. Surrounding these towns were a large number of military fortresses, forming an impregnable defensive system, and crystal trains were used to travel between these towns. The crystal trains in the demon beast wasteland were completely different from the crystal trains in the inlands. Perhaps they might not be as luxurious, comfortable, or as fast as the ultra-high-speed crystal train, and the condition was a little bad. But, the crystal trains here had multiple defensive arrays installed within them and even had armored compartments installed, stationed inside which were an army of trained soldiers, who would safeguard the passengers. 3 days ago, Li Yao had bought a train ticket through the Spirit Net. But as it was the season when schools opened, many inland students had to leave for the various major universities of Demon Beast Wasteland, and then there were the new soldiers that were going to enlist in the army, who had temporarily requisitioned a part of crystal rail lines, thus the train tickets were short in supply. Li Yao was only able to buy a slow, third-class ticket. If he has so much wishes, Li Yao could also use the identity of Federation disabled servicemen and directly take a seat in the VIP carriage, enjoying the best treatment. But, Li Yao always had a knot in his heart. He believed that he was not really injured and felt that he did not deserve the Class 1 disabled serviceman treatment. If possible, he wanted to take advantage of it as little as possible, otherwise, he would always feel apologetic for the truly disabled veterans. Anyway, he had spent a majority of his life in the magical equipment graveyard, so how could there be a place that was even dirtier to sleep at? In comparison, the conditions of the third-class compartment were already pretty good. Waiting for the train, he might as well close his eyes and sink his spirit into the depths of his brain so that he could assimilate the memory fragments of Oyezi. Whatever was happening outside had no relation to him. Thinking like this, Li Yao walked into the waiting hall. The season when schools opened was the time of peak passenger flow. The huge waiting hall was bustling with people, the majority of which were young students traveling to the universities in the Demon Beast Wasteland. Many of the students had left their homes and were going so far away for the first time in their lives. They were all dancing in joy and chirping in happiness. They were all excited to travel to the thrilling and dangerous wasteland from Legends. The waiting room was wrapped in a cheerful atmosphere. Li Yao took a look around, walked up to an automatic ticket machine, and from the mini crystal processor on his wrist, transferred his purchased ticket spirit code into the automatic ticket machine to scan. Ding! A thin train ticket was thrown out from the mouth of the ticket machine. Just as Li Yao was about to reach out, the ticket, without any implication of wind, moved by itself and unexpectedly folded itself into a paper crane. The paper crane started circling Li Yao's head and had even made chirping sounds akin to a bird. "Hello passenger, I am your train ticket. Your train will leave in 1 hour 32 minutes, so you can go to the waiting room number 8 to wait. But, our old squad leader's smoked chicken leg of Giant Edge Pass is very famous and is on sale in the Veteran Gourmet restaurant. As there is still time, how about you give it a try? The boss used to be the cooking squad leader in the Federation Army, and the chicken leg is big and far, it's very delicious." "No need, I'm not hungry." Li Yao was speechless. This year, advertisements were truly everywhere. If you are not hungry, that's alright. In my array glyphs, there are still 15 telepathic thoughts. They can provide the information of the 1,372 products available in the vicinity of the train station. How about you take a look, the paper crane dancing around his head said in anticipation. "There is really no need. Can't we directly go to the waiting room?" "Oh." The paper crane said in a grievance. Fluttering its little wings, it twisted in the front as it led Li Yao to waiting room number 8. With a very sad humph, it unfolded itself before reverting back into a thin train ticket which fell into Li Yao's hand. It made Li Yao a little embarrassed. He thought that by not going to the old squad leader's gourmet shop to give it a try, it was a little unfair to it. Waiting room number 8 was huge. Dozens of rows of long iron aisles were filled with passengers, and the center of these aisles was packed with large and small bags. The fragrance of greasy meat buns filled the air, and although it smelled awful, it also brought a sliver of warmth. Pushing the large and small bags to the side, Li Yao somehow managed to find some space in a corner, and just as he was about to sit, he heard some whispers coming from behind. Jiang Tao, so this is the so-called ordinary waiting room. Wow! It really is different from the VIP waiting room. There are so many people, it's so lively, and it's a little stinky too. Which was then followed by a somewhat husky voice, Gu Lily, I'm truly embarrassed. Currently, it just so happens that schools are about to open and there are many workers heading north to look for work in the Demon Beast Wasteland, not to mention the trains are short in supply as well. With the help of many family connections, I had originally already booked a special compartment in a deluxe express the day before yesterday, but who would have known that Beast Tide would break out on the front lines? Because of this, the army had temporarily requisitioned that train. I can't do anything other than to take a seat in this rotten, slow express. You'll just have to bear with it. What can we do? This is just how the wasteland is. It's alright, Jiang Tao. You don't have to treat me as some delicate miss. Occasionally traveling on an ordinary crystal train is also a rare life experience. Although it smells a little bad, it will only last a day and night. Thinking back in the future, maybe I will think of this as an interesting adventure trip, the girl said with a laugh. That's good, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed. How so? The girl with a smile on her face continued, in fact, I think it will be rather interesting. The two of us are dressed so low-key and are mixed among the poor, so who would know that my dad has so many crystal mines? And even more so you, Jiang Tao, who would expect that you are a third-level refinement stage cultivator, as well as a refiner, and even a member of the Jiang family? Wow, it is simply a plot of a novel, a white dragon disguised as a fish, playing pig to eat the tiger. If a few ignorant rogues molest me, then you can amaze the whole world in a single brilliant feat that's so awesome. Li Yao could no longer go on listening. If he continued listening, he would not be able to endure and would burst into laughter. He simply found a corner far away, and disregarding whether the ground was dirty or not, he sat down and very comfortably stretched his tired waist. Unexpectedly, after a moment, the voices of the young boy and the young girl, like his shadow, floated from behind. Jiang Tao, check that farmer uncle out. He is so funny. Excluding the fact that he had brought so many sausages with him to travel, he had also brought such a big stone. Li Yao was stunned for a while before he realized that the farmer uncle in their conversation was none other than him. Lowering his head, he looked at how he was dressed. His hair was a mess, he had grown a beard, his skin was tanned, and his shirt and pants were riddled with holes. In left hand was a large package wrapped in cloth, inside of which were homemade sausages that the villagers insisted for him to take, while in his right hand was similarly a large package which carried the Dark Star Rock. At a first glance, he very much so held the appearances of those workers who left for the Demon Beast Wasteland to make money. Jiang Tao, who surprisingly had good eyesight, said, that stone is a meteorite, but it is not surging with any spiritual energy, so it is not some heaven and earth material. In a big city, I estimate that it could be sold for 100,000 to 200,000 bucks. I think that this villager must have inadvertently found this big stone in some nook or cranny and thought of it as a treasure, so I'm guessing that he is bringing it to a big city to sell. I guess he is a little strong if he can carry such a big stone with him. Gu Lily said in wonder. Well, he is a farmer, so it is normal for him to be a little strong. However, the way I see it, he is stupid. Wait a while. In just a bit, he will want to cry but won't be able to. Such a big stone that's shaped like a war hammer is simply no different than a peerless weapon, so how could he be allowed to bring it on the crystal train? You see that? A patrolling pudgy critter is flying over. As long as it discovers the stone, he will certainly not be allowed to carry it on the train. Jiang Tao said as he laughed. A tinge of mockery could be heard in his laugh. Sure enough, an army green pudgy critter which carried a train inspection, prohibited to carry dangerous goods sign flew straight in front of Li Yao and shot a green light from the antennae above its head, completely scanning the dark star rock from inside out. Beep! Dangerous item confirmed. The pudgy critter flew down a little as the green light turned red and scanned Li Yao. See? Just a while ago, they didn't even allow us to carry a small knife and had even confiscated it, so how could they allow him to carry such a big weapon on the train? Jian Tao smiled. Ding! The passenger's identity has been confirmed. You are allowed to carry dangerous items on the train. I wish you a pleasant journey. After Li Yao's status as a Class 1 Federation's disabled serviceman was confirmed, the pudgy critter suddenly changed the topic and spoke very gently. It also bent its antennae towards Li Yao, seemingly giving him a respectful salute. Class 1 Federation's disabled servicemen had all been forged in the crucible of war. They were the loyal warriors of the country, so it was obvious that they would not cause any trouble on the trains. Not to mention, if they encountered a demon beast invasion, they could perhaps rely on them to fight as well. Let alone such a small dark star rock, they could even openly carry a chainsaw sword on their shoulder and could still imposingly board the train. In the Star Glory Federation, disabled soldiers were precisely so unbridled. Jiang Tao dumbfoundedly stared. Jiang Tao, what is going on? Just a moment ago, such a small fruit knife had been confiscated from us, and even my 2 makeup bags were checked. That farmer uncle is carrying such a big lump of iron, if he waved it, he could absolutely smash someone's brain. So why are they not checking him? Gu Lily was puzzled. This, Jiang Tao had a toothache. With half a sausage dangling in his mouth, Li Yao casually picked up the few 100-kilogram dark star rock and expressionlessly walked before the two. As he took an arbitrary glance, he discovered that Jiang Tao and Gu Lily could be regarded as a handsome and beautiful couple. However, their faces were overflowing in innocence, much like 2 pretty flowers grown in a greenhouse. Although they were older than him, they looked a bit naive. At this moment, the two dumbfoundedly looked at him. It seemed as if he was a demon beast wearing human skin. Gu Lily's eyes were filled with curiosity, she wanted to ask but dared not to. Withdrawing his gaze, Li Yao walked to the canteen on the side of the waiting room. There was still some time before the train departs, and he was a little hungry. Li Yao was not ready to go to Old Squad Leader's gourmet restaurant to be ripped off, so he simply thought of buying instant noodles instead. The canteen was an open type, so all the goods were placed on the open shelves. Instant noodles were the most popular product in the waiting room, where dozens of brands filled the 3 shelves completely. It was simply a feast for the eyes. Hey, there is actually shrimp instant noodles manufactured by the Sea Dragon sect? A smile seemed to appear in Li Yao's eyes. Sea Dragon sect was a very small sect with mediocre strength, and it also didn't have any well-known, big companies under it. However, Sea Dragon sect had an absolutely secretive mysterious method which could be used to produce a kind of delicious product with shrimp, fish, and kelp. When it entered your mouth, it would still be extremely fresh and delicious. Since childhood, Li Yao liked eating the shrimp instant noodles from the Sea Dragon sect. However, Sea Dragon sect, due to poor management, suffered losses year after year. These past few years, it had been difficult to find the products of this sect in the market. He did not expect to finally find one here. Licking his lips, Li Yao reached out his hand. The very moment he reached out, someone else next to him also reached out and grabbed the final shrimp instant noodles. Li Yao was not as fast as the other guy, and in the end, he only touched the back of the other guy's hand. Hey! Li Yao and the other guy's eyes shone at the same time. Both of them felt a strangeness in the hand of the other. Refiners pay particular attention to the actual application more so than the theory, especially the skills of their hands. Li Yao swept a glance at the other guy's hand and then at the other guy's appearance, finding it to be mediocre. He was an ordinary-looking, bald middle-aged man, whose pair of hands seemed as if they had been carved out from jade. They were extremely delicate and faintly surging with warmth. He was clearly a superb refiner. And the middle-aged man was 10 times more shocked than Li Yao. Although Li Yao had currently grown a beard, he had a relatively mature temperament, and both his eyes were extremely clear. From the looks of it, he was at most 20 to 30 years old. His pair of hands, on the other hand, seemed as if they had been immersed in refining techniques for 30 to 50 years. They were like rubber, and upon touching, one would not be able to find a single trace of his bones. However, his hands were tough to the extreme, giving others a very contradictory feeling. The middle-aged man was intrigued. Like 5 poisonous snakes, his 5 fingers silently swam towards Li Yao's palm. Li Yao slightly smiled. His 5 fingers, like 5 mini-bullets, directly shot towards the other guy's fingers, and as his fingertips came in contact with the middle-aged man's fingertips, the two of them, at the same time, exclaimed, "Hey!" Because they had both discovered that there were no fingerprints on the other's fingertips. All the fingerprints had been repeatedly tempered and became smooth. This probing out only took 1/10 of a second. When the two's palm had just come into contact, Li Yao made concessions and chose the braised beef noodles next to the shrimp instant noodles. Since the other party was a senior from the refiners' community, he had to show a little courtesy. The middle-aged man smiled in embarrassment and nodded to Li Yao as a greeting, seemingly expressing his apology as well as gratitude. Not far from them, 2 passengers got up, leaving 2 vacant spaces. Li Yao leisurely walked over. The bald middle-aged man hesitated for a bit but then chose to follow him. The two, side by side, sat down. Li Yao opened the lid of the instant noodles, inside of which was a fork, a spirit glyph wrapped in plastic film, and a very greasy, square-shaped block. Removing the fork, Li Yao, with his teeth, removed the plastic film packaging that covered the spirit glyph before pasting it onto the yellow-brown square block. Then, he waited for 3 seconds. The red patterns on the spirit glyph suddenly lit up, and like a mass of burning flames, released a large amount of heat. Bow! The compressed and solidified, greasy square block, in an instant, dissolved into a bowl of fragrant braised beef noodles with steam rising from it. In fact, this kind of highly compressed noodles held no nutritional value and was often very greasy. If one was not hungry to the point where the stomach made noises, one would rather not eat them. But its biggest feature lied in the fact that, after the spirit glyph was activated, it would release a particularly fragrant aroma. Often, its consumer would not find it any tastier, but when one smelled that fragrance, they could not help but shout and immediately gorge it down. Li Yao inhaled a long, deep breath of the aroma before heaving a completely satisfied sigh. Picking up the bowl of noodles, Li Yao wiped his fork on his clothes to clean it before shoving the noodles into his mouth. Soon after, a burst of shrimp fragrance wafted from beside him and made its way into his nose, causing Li Yao to instantly remember his delightful and unforgettable childhood. As his nose twitched, Li Yao forced himself not to look at the middle-aged man's bowl of shrimp noodles. Instead, he pulled up a virtual book from the mini-crystal processor, directing his attention to reading. While reading, within Li Yao's mind constantly appeared the middle-aged man's appearance. He suddenly felt that the ordinary-looking middle-aged man looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Pondering for a while, Li Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. As an unbelievable idea came to mind, he switched to the title page at the front of the virtual book. A virtual figure of a human immediately appeared on the hologram. It was an image of the book's author. Raising the hologram, Li Yao overlapped the translucent image of the author with the middle-aged man sitting next to him. Besides the clothes, everything else was completely identical. Li Yao exclaimed. A strand of noodle was still hanging out of his mouth, but he didn't care about it as he excitedly asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are Master Refiner Ding Yin, Professor Ding of Hidden God Valley? Are you the author of?" The middle-aged man was surprised for a moment. Noticing his own image being projected above Li Yao's wrist, he could not help but smile. He nodded and said, "Hello. Yes, I'm Ding Yin." "Awesome. Professor Ding, my name is Li Yao. I'm a new student of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. I am an ardent fan of your books and have collected all 4 of your books, which I'm currently reading. I feel that your theories are easier to understand than others, and the data is very detailed as well. They are truly rare monographs of theories." Li Yao was extremely excited. Although Master Refiner Ding Yin of Hidden God Valley hadn't refined any shocking masterwork weapons, in the refiners community, he was a theorist that was second to none. He had done in-depth research about refining theories and had written several important books. The most valuable part was that the books he wrote were mainly targeted at teenagers, thus many basic theories had been explained in detail, making them very suitable as introductory textbooks. Li Yao had learned and benefited a lot from his books. Who would have expected that the prominent theorist of the refiners community would be dressed so ordinarily? Li Yao was completely at a loss as he spoke incoherently. "Professor Ding, you see, I'm reading this book of yours. This is an original book, and your remnant telepathic thought spirit mark is still in here." Amused by Li Yao's words, Ding Yin smiled and said, "Student Li Yao, you don't need to show me, I have already sensed it. Our meeting must be destined. If you don't mind, can I sign it for you?" Awesome. Li Yao happily handed over his mini-crystal processor. Ding Yin's eyelid drooped down as he muttered some incantations. Suddenly, his pair of eyes overflowing in brilliance opened widely, and a golden radiance flared and shot like lightning towards the hologram. "Well, Student Li Yao, you have pretty good hands, their foundation is very solid. They are good materials for a refiner." Ding Yin laughed and said. In fact, in his heart, Ding Yin had some misgivings. Judging from Li Yao's hands, it was quite clear that he had practiced very hard and had a very solid foundation. He could very well be from a very ancient aristocratic family of refiners, but how could he go to the Grand Desolate War Institution, which was like a local school in refining? The Grand Desolate War Institution was famous for its combat department. If he wanted to study refining, it was better to go to Deep Sea University. However, after a moment of thinking, he remembered that the Deep Sea University's refining department was the star department of the entire Federation, thus its cut-off marks were very high. He reckoned that this little guy wasn't able to get in and had settled for less, choosing the unpopular Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. He must have had no other alternative. Ding Yin was a refiner of a cultivation sect and was not a member of the 9 elite universities. Usually, he would be busy with theoretical research and would rarely pay attention to what was going on in society. The news of Li Yao challenging the Deep Sea University had not yet reached his ears. He was an experienced old man. Naturally, he was not going to poke Li Yao's scars, on the contrary, he encouraged him from the bottom of his heart. Taking out his mini-crystal processor, Li Yao, once again, opened the virtual book. At the bottom of the title page were additional, calligraphic golden characters written in a small font that was as flamboyant as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes, refining the endless starry sky, presented to young friend Li Yao. Li Yao's gaze was fixed on those small characters. Suddenly, his vision blossomed as if there were countless stars rotating. He sensed an unfathomable aura of telepathic thoughts. Li Yao knew it was Ding Yin's soul markers, which authenticated that this was his personal autograph, something which others were unable to imitate. He didn't expect for such a master to be so amiable and easy to approach. Li Yao restrained the excitement in his heart and cautiously asked, "Professor Ding, thank you for your kind encouragement, but I'm lacking in the basics. In your book, there are some places which I don't completely understand. For example, in the 7th chapter, you said that it is possible to use a double-layer folding glyph arrays architecture for the spiritual and mechanical energy conversion in weapons that are similar to the chainsaw sword. However, by doing so, the number of parts would increase. Not only would this increase the manufacturing costs, it would also greatly increase the rate of failure as well. If I may ask, what are the benefits actually? Oh. Ding Yin's interest was also piqued. He did not expect for such a young man like him to have such a tricky perspective. Nodding again and again, he said with a smile, "Student Li Yao, you are very good. Most of the young people your age would first determine whether the magical equipment strength is strong or weak. They usually believe that the stronger the magical equipment, the more formidable it is. I didn't expect for you to actually take into account the refining costs and the rate of failure. Good. Pretty good. Come, turn the book over to that paragraph. I will explain. Using the double-layer folding glyph array architect, you can greatly reduce the energy loss during the conversion of spiritual energy to mechanical energy, and also, as long as proper refining techniques are used, the rate of failure would not increase too much. See? Especially this. The old and the young. The two heads bumped into each other as they burst into a heated conversation. They had completely lost themselves in the discussion. At the beginning, the two kept each other at an arm's reach. They were a little bit reserved. Gradually, their conversation began to pick up. The two looked exceptionally solemn, and their tone became increasingly intense. From time to time, they would sketch some ghost-like structure in the hologram, yet the sketches would be as flamboyant as flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Lone Star Master Formula, Rock Reverend Formula, or Star Magnetic Rotational Forces Hypotheses, one by one, words which seemed to have come from some book of heaven to the ordinary people were popping out of their mouths as if they were popcorn, and the passengers next to them, upon hearing, were surprised. It was as if they were looking at two madmen. Like water overflowing from a broken dam, Li Yao could not be controlled and continuously threw strings of questions one by one as if he were firing a cannon. From time to time, Li Yao would praise him in his heart. A master is a master. Generally, the problems which I could never understand even after contemplating for 10 to 15 days were solved with a few words in a way that it gave me a clear understanding. Moreover, thinking about it, he simply didn't use the concepts that were beyond my knowledge. One truly has to admire him greatly. He is really awesome. Little did he know that at this moment, Ding Yin had broken into cold sweat. Because he found that this little guy was too abnormal. 9 out of 10 questions put forward by Li Yao were very basic, and Ding Yin could thoroughly answer with ease. But after 9 ordinary questions, he would often throw an extremely tricky and abstruse question. Upon hearing it at first, it would sound average, but after carefully pondering for a bit, you would find layers upon layers of stratagem inside. It was full of traps. Ding Yin's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He had to put forth his full concentration and use all his computing power to get the answer. Often, in his heart, he would feel unconfident as he pondered over whether his answers were complete or not. As if the two were fighting, after a flowery fist with fancy footwork, he would suddenly throw 1 or 2 trump cards, much like the heavenly steeds soaring in heaven, catching Ding Yin by surprise. He was terribly unhappy. This brat really doesn't have in-depth knowledge of refining theories? Speaking of his in-depth knowledge, he is at most 20 years old. Most of the questions raised by him are very simple, thus he should not be an expert. One could even say that he is a newcomer. But, how could he raise such strange questions? They are simply as quick, as shadowless, and as traceless as a fiend blade. I'm completely baffled. Ding Yin was completely astonished. After carefully recalling their conversation, Ding Yin discovered that when it came to classical refining theories from 40 millenniums ago, Li Yao could fire 1 or 2 terrifying questions that could make his back drenched in cold sweat. And when the topic was switched back to modern refining theories, Li Yao would turn into a muddled child. Ding Yin was secretly amazed. Which sect raised this little monster? How does he have such deep knowledge in classical refining theories and clearly understand the rarest of hypotheses? It is truly a waste to send such good material to Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. No, some of the questions raised by this brat became more and more uncommon, even to the point where Ding-Yin had never heard of some of the classical theories raised by him. There were some for which he simply didn't know their elucidation. Ding-Yin was secretly crying. He quietly guided the discussion back to modern refining theories. Li Yao talked about interests, talked about impulses, talked about true fire, and time again, the conversation would again be brought back to classical refining. At last, Ding-Yin could no longer bear it. He turned his head to look and said in surprise, "Hey, it's about time for the train to leave." "No. There is still half an hour, Professor Ding, so you don't have to worry." "What were we talking about?" "Ah yes, I remember. Underworld Spring Sect, a devil's sect from 40 millenniums ago, had refined a 9-in mother sword. Its technique of binding Tenebrum energy is a little similar to the fourth matrix in Professor Ding's book. Why don't we talk about the 9-in mother sword?" Li Yao enthusiastically said. "I need to go to the washroom." Ding-Yin said with a straight face and suddenly stood up. "I am coming too." Li Yao followed behind him while talking endlessly. It is said that the refining process of the 9-in mother sword is extremely cruel, especially. "I need to go for the big one." "Oh." Professor Ding sat in the lavatory for a complete half hour, and only then did he reluctantly come out. Once he walked out of the lavatory, Li Yao, like a loyal and devoted dog, rushed over, but Ding-Yin simply didn't give him a chance to speak. Pointing to the front, he said, "We must quickly leave for the check-in." "So soon for the check-in?" Li Yao scratched his head. Apparently, he wanted to continue the conversation. "Young man, don't need to be so grumpy. I have given you my spiritual crane number, so we will have plenty more opportunities to discuss." Ding-Yin said as if a load had been lifted off his chest. He then picked up his luggage and quickly drilled his way into the crowd. "Professor Ding, what's your seat number? How about I find someone to exchange the ticket, so we can continue our discussion on the train?" Li Yao shouted in a loud voice as he threw the Dark Star rock onto his back, refusing to let him leave. Ding-Yin broke into cold sweat and hesitated a bit before speaking. "No need, the magical equipment technician of the army on this train is my old classmate. We have not seen each other for many years, so we have to catch up on some things. We will have a chat next time, Student Li Yao. Next time, it won't be so easy to encounter a master like you on a green passenger train, too. If it were not for the scarcity of the trains, you would be sitting in a luxurious train and would not have rushed to sit on this kind of ragged green passenger train." Li Yao muttered. This sentence made Ding-Yin stop. He came back and said with a weird look on his face, "Student Li Yao, you are wrong. Even if there were seats available in the more luxurious fast trains, even if there were more convenient and safe modes of transportation, I and many other cultivators wouldn't sit. In the wasteland, a true cultivator would only choose the mode of transport which is carrying the largest number of people." "Why?" Li Yao was puzzled. He could not understand why he got such a large reaction from his words. "In order to protect you." "Protect us?" The answer was beyond Li Yao's expectation. "Of course, Student Li Yao. It's not that we cultivators cannot take more advanced modes of transportation, but rather," Ding-Yin faintly smiled. His mediocre face surged with a strong pride and arrogance. "But if all the cultivators take the more advanced modes of transportation, then the trains would only have ordinary people. Once it was struck with a beast tide, who is going to protect you?" "So it was like that?" Li Yao said as if deep in thought. Ding-Yin nodded his head and solemnly said, "Although an addition armored battle compartment is attached to the train and an army of Federation soldiers is stationed inside, but once attacked by a beast tide where powerful demon beasts are also mixed in, ordinary people would not be able to defend themselves. Therefore, in the demon beast wasteland, when a cultivator needs to travel, all of them would try to choose a means of transportation with ordinary people. In the event that there's trouble, we can act as promptly as possible and protect the ordinary people. This is but the sworn duty of us cultivators. Sworn duty of cultivators. In the cultivation world, Li Yao seldom heard these words. When Ding Yin spoke of sworn duty, these two words, his entire body was shining in brilliance. It was as if an inexplicable power was bursting forth from the depths of his soul, ascending him into a completely different type of existence. Cultivators are the swords of human civilization, protecting every human from the harm of demons and devil-like creatures. This is the noblest mission of the cultivator, and it is also our sworn duty. When Ding Yin finished speaking, he slightly smiled. His back that was as straight as a sword, once again, went back to slouching. He once again reverted back to an ordinary, bald middle-aged man and mixed inside the crowd, mixed in with a group of workers and student, and gradually went through the check-in gate. Li Yao stood in place for a long time. He completely didn't understand Ding Yin's opinion, but he could feel the strength present in his words. It was a completely different power compared to spiritual energy, punching power, and sword energy. It was something invisible and intangible, vague and insubstantial, something that couldn't even break an egg. But, Li Yao felt the blood in his chest boiling. It was as if a flame had been ignited in his chest. I really want to quickly become a cultivator. Li Yao said to himself as he tightly grabbed the luggage and also mixed into the crowd, making his way through the check-in gate. TLN, 1, all show and no go, meaning ordinary question here. 2, in China, green color train with a yellow line is mostly associated with the passenger train, and hence the green color in the sentence. Li Yao traveled aboard the slowest green passenger train. It was an ancient model which had been in circulation since 150 years ago. It had a low-efficiency spiritual conversion, and a tremendous amount of heat was released and its powering array glyphs were in operation. Therefore, at the front of the train's engine stood huge towering chimneys which were puffing steam. The train engine was directly attached to a battle compartment equipped with powerful magical equipment, giving off an image as if it were a cold and majestic, giant beast covered in iron armor. 1, 2, 3, 4. A squad of Federation soldiers dressed in black uniforms with a murderous look on their faces lined up. They were in a full battle array, awaiting orders to set out. The battle coach was then followed by a luxurious coach, a first-class coach, a second-class coach, and as well as 10 third-class coaches. At the very end, another battle coach was attached. Many Federation soldiers climbed up and down the battle coach, wiping the cold, glittering magical equipment one after another. Hoo-hoo! The train engine roared as the steam puffing out from the chimney significantly increased, forming extremely dense clouds of steam above the train. A clear and melodious ring rang in the platform, and in turn, the passengers who had yet to board the train increased the pace of their footsteps. The roof of the battle coach was lifted open, and the huge, powerful crystal railguns rose from the gaps one by one. Squeezing his way to his seat with difficulty, Li Yao stuffed his backpack, which carried toiletries and the black wing sword, onto the luggage rack. As for the package containing the Dark Star Rock, he had no choice but to throw it under the seat since it was too heavy. An ear-piercing noise coming from the floor attracted everyone's attention. Kacha! Kacha! Driven by powerful array glyphs, one after another, invisible ripples began to spread out. The wheels gradually started moving as the scenery outside the window kept changing. Soon, the scenery of the Giant Edge Pass was quickly flung behind them, and replacing it was a vast piece of yellow-brown land where one was only able to find a few patches of green once in a while. Seeing that the train was on the move, the passengers started up their mini-crystal processors one by one and sent messages to their families and friends. "Mother, I'm already on the train. Yes, it has left the station. You don't need to worry, I have enough money. Wait till I have arrived at school, I will message you again then. Ah. Everything's fine. The school is inside the city and is surrounded by the army as well as cultivators, so how could demon beasts appear? Can you stop nagging? One air, wait for me. I will definitely make a name for myself in the demon beast wasteland. After I make a lot of money, I will return and marry you. Little gang, you better listen to your mother. Dad is going to find a good job in the mines of the demon beast wasteland. Every month, I will send money back. You better study well, and do not trouble or anger your mother and grandma, do you understand? If you listen to your dad, then Dad will buy you a flying sword model when he returns at New Year's. But if you don't listen to your dad, Dad is going to spank you. Upon hearing the reluctant farewells of the passengers, an inexplicable emotion burst forth from Li Yao's heart. Opening the spiritual crane messenger, he sent messages saying he was safe and sound to Grandpa Wang, Meng Jiang, and his other close friends. Only after exchanging words with everyone did he finally heave a deep sigh of relief. Once again, he directed his gaze outside the window, looking at the vast world and the boundless blue sky. In the distance were the desert that extended as far as the eyes could see and the billowing sand that made the setting sun look incredibly huge. Not so far away, a small oasis dotted the landscape in the desert. At a glance, the spring appeared much like a crescent moon, next to which stood a towering, lone barrack. Standing before the entrance were two new teen recruits, who stood straight like pine trees. Next to the barrack was a sizable mine, beside which was a few dozen-meter-tall crusher that was as big as a prehistoric behemoth. Constantly engulfing lumps of ores from under the ground, it screened out the precious crystal powder, and through some mysterious technique, it once again compressed it back into crystals which could be directly used by humans. This was the wasteland, a paradise for the brave and an ocean of hope. Despite the harsh environment, the limitless billowing sand, the brutal demon beasts, as well as the lack of warmth from the four-season, which was present in the inlands and was suitable for the survival of humans. The ground underneath this boundless wasteland bore immeasurably precious treasures. The wasteland had 90% of all the crystal ore reserves of the entire Federation. Here, a variety of rare metals as well as heaven and earth materials that were beyond imagination could be found. Needless to say, demon beasts themselves were priceless materials. Even now, many of the materials harvested from demon beasts could not be artificially synthesized by humans, they could only be obtained through hunting demon beasts. In the Star Glory Federation, after 5 centuries of development, the social classes in the inland had basically already become fixed. This made it hard for the economically poor and the culturally blank, ordinary people to get ahead through sheer effort, and even more so, making it impossible for them to pave a path in the world without having a powerful background. But in the wasteland, everything was possible. Perhaps even a silly boy who knew of nothing else would be able to find an undiscovered mine as long as he was lucky, allowing him to acquire shares of the mines that were worth several cities and becoming rich overnight. It goes without saying that even a new guy who had just entered the cultivation world would be able to become famous overnight as long as he hunted some powerful demon beasts, thus having a meteoric rise in success and setting foot onto the peak. So, no matter how bad the wasteland's environment was, no matter how brutal the demon beasts were, fearless men would continue to come here one after another, using their blood and sweat to irrigate this dry land. Regardless of whether they were an ordinary person or a cultivator, in their eyes, this land wasn't some desolate wilderness, it was a glorious hope for a happy life. The wheels of the train were spinning as if they were flying, the train was galloping at full speed. After more than 2 hours, they were already deep within the backwoods of the wasteland, crossing an approximately 6,000-meter-long bridge that was completely built from steel. Under the bridge was a 1,000-meter-deep canyon. The magnificent scene below was a sight to behold, causing every passenger to hold their breath. The journey was tiring. After crossing the bridge, the rest of the journey was through the monotonous wasteland. Many of the passengers had closed their eyes. Li Yao too had sunk into the land of dreams, assimilating the memory fragments of Oyezi. Only God knows how much time had passed when Li Yao was suddenly jolted awake by the intense shaking of the train and the intense waves of screams that came from all directions. Turning his gaze to outside the window, he was surprised to see that the environment had undergone a tremendous change. Just a while ago, the sun that was as red as blood was setting, and the world was basking in twilight. In contrast, the sky, at the moment, became completely dark, and layer upon layer of dense dark clouds, much like fiends baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, had covered the sky. Round after round of lightning, like a stretching claw, rained down from the sky. From time to time, lightning would strike in the vicinity of the train, bursting forth with large groups of streaks of lightning in the air. Pitter-patter. 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 Next came the rain. The world that was completely dry just a moment ago had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a carnival of a violent storm as raindrops the size of beans struck at the glass windows. Their powerful momentum made the windows clatter, giving a kind of feeling as if the raindrops would pierce right through them. Along with the ravaging storm, even the crystal train swayed slightly. It appeared as if it was a little boat struggling in the turbulent waters. Accompanied by lightning, thunder, the howling wind, and the torrential rain, the starless night had a dreadful hell sketched upon it. It's the thunderstorm zone. Li Yao frowned. Sure enough, from the broadcast array glyphs installed on the roof of the train came a sweet and melodious voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that we are traveling through a thunderstorm zone. We expect that it will take us 1.5 hours to travel through the thunderstorm zone. Please pay attention to your safety, and please try not to use the spiritual crane messenger, lest attracting the lightning and destroying the crystal processor. The demon beast wasteland was riddled with gravitational and magnetic field anomalies and changing climates. Often, a lot of strange weather conditions would appear in the wasteland. The thunderstorm zone was one such weather condition. In the range covered by the thunderstorm zone, a storm would burst forth within a short span of time and would be accompanied by lightning and thunder. The sky would be filled with incredibly tyrannical lightning spiritual energy, and not only would all means of communication be completely cut off, even the cultivators' telepathic thoughts could not be transmitted. Ordinary cultivators simply did not dare to ride their flying swords in the thunderstorm zone. Even if the experts of the core formation stage insisted on rushing through the thunderstorm zone, they would first have to carefully consider and prepare again and again. In the event that they attracted lightning, they would be struck, which was nothing to joke about. However, for cultivators who were proficient in lightning spiritual energy, the formation of a thunderstorm zone also meant a rare opportunity for cultivation. Therefore, many lightning cultivators would especially chase the clouds and the lightning in the demon beast wasteland. These cultivators were also known as thunderstorm chasers. Although the thunderstorm zone was fierce, defensive arrays had been installed all around the crystal train. In normal circumstances, it would not cause any harm to the passengers. As long as the train was out of the thunderstorm zone, everything would be calm and tranquil, and the sky would be bright and clear. However, today's situation seemed to be somewhat different, as the lightning amidst the dark clouds was exceptionally fierce. The frequency of lightning rumbling through the sky was also much higher than the usual thunderstorm zone. Sticking his face so close to the window that his nose stuck on the glass, Li Yao gazed outside. Just a moment ago, the vast expanse of desert had, in the blink of an eye, turned into a boundless black ocean. And in the sky, dark clouds billowed, surging with a large number of air bubbles. Like a boiling pot, something was brewing in a speed that was visible to the naked eye, congealing as it rose to the surface. It was as if strange insects were gnawing a big hole in the sky, but at the same time, it also seemed as if the fearsome eyes of a fiend were gradually opening. What's that? Li Yao faintly saw some fierce-looking black silhouettes zipping its way out from the dark clouds. Just as he wanted to look carefully, round after rounds of ripples suddenly propagated on the window. Soon, the window turned into an opaque hologram, displaying a clear blue sky and white clouds, a scenery with oases everywhere. Has it been closed? Li Yao secretly wondered if the situation was moving in an unpredictable direction. Obviously, some kind of strange development was taking place outside the window, one which could very well cause large-scale panic among the passengers, thus the conductor could only start the hologram, covering the windows and sealing off the train. It was clearly not just a thunderstorm. The thunderstorm zone was a common weather phenomenon in the Demon Beast wasteland. Even if the passengers had not experienced this before, they would have heard of it, thus it would not cause any panic. But clearly, it was something more terrifying than just a thunderstorm. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A dozen Federation soldiers in black battle uniforms holding spiritual energy bolt gun with a chainsword hanging on their back, one by one, rushed from the front of the train to the back as they gnashed their teeth while their murderous aura soared into the sky. What rotten luck! We have encountered demon beasts. Li Yao was a little frightened in his heart. Not long after, a weak burst of tremors was transmitted from the rear end. Ordinary people might not perceive it, but Li Yao keenly felt it. Pulling away the carpet, he laid down on the ground and stuck his ear to the floor to listen carefully. Buzz! Buzz! This slight sounds of vibration were released because the defense array of the crystal train had been pushed to the limit. In this mode, the majority of the crystal train's spiritual energy would be directed to the defensive arrays, which in turn would create a solid spirit energy shield that covered all around the crystal train. Boom! 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 Something fiercely collided with the crystal train. Boom! It was the sound of an explosion. Kacha kacha, kacha kacha. Several coaches at the rear end of the train were torn. The numerous passengers were all puzzled by their actions, pointing at them in succession. At this point, a large number of passengers from the rear coaches were driven by the Federation soldiers to Li Yao's coach. The passengers still could not understand what was happening. Many had even shouted in anger. What's going on? Why are you driving us out of our coaches in the middle of the night? Tell me, where should I sit? The Federation soldiers that were driving them out had a pale complexion. As if they were statues, they did not utter a single word. Cold sweat constantly trickled down their forehead, clearly showing the worry in their hearts. Melodious music that was similar to the sounds of the stream flowing in the mountains was then broadcasted from the broadcast array glyphs. Ding ding dong dong. The music seemed to carry some kind of spiritual power, one which may have put everyone at ease, calming their minds. The passengers that were restless a moment ago had now become completely calm as they blusteringly moved forward. The defensive array glyphs of the crystal train had already been pushed to the limit, allowing them to withstand any kind of damage from the lightning. Even if they were unable to resist, the lightning could still go through the lightning conductor equipment, which would guide the lightning to the ground. So how could it destroy the coaches? After 10 minutes that felt as long as a year, for the third time, the female voice was broadcasted from the broadcast array glyphs. However, this time, the announcer seemed to be rather tense. Her voice was astringent and sharp. It seemed as if she was bogged down by extreme fear. Ladies and gentlemen, ball lightning has disrupted the propulsion array glyphs of coach number 14. We are currently trying to completely repair them. In the journey ahead, you may experience some bumps, so please pay attention to your safety and try not to walk around in the aisle. Also, please be careful of the heavy luggage on the luggage rack and avoid getting injured. In addition, if there are any experienced magical equipment technician among the passengers, please proceed to coach number 14. I repeat, if there are any experienced magical equipment technician, please proceed to the coach number 14. Something terrible has happened, Li Yao thought. To admit that the propulsion array glyphs of a coach had been disrupted by a ball lightning would undoubtedly cause a certain degree of panic among the passengers. However, the truth must have been 100 times more frightening than the ball lightning, even to the point that the Army's magical equipment technician could not handle it, forcing them to seek help from the passengers. Li Yao, without any hesitation, proceeded to coach number 14. The closer he proceeded towards the rear end of the train, the intenser the vibrations he felt. The last few coaches, instead of having even a single passenger, was completely guarded by the Federation soldiers. Several of the soldiers looked young, they seemed to have just enlisted and haven't yet been tested. A majority of them were tightly gritting their teeth. One could even hear cluck cluck sounds coming from their molars. The gate of coach number 14 was shut closed. An officer with a pair of red eyes who seemed as if he had been suffering from conjunctivitis was checking the identity of a young man. On a closer look, Li Yao recognized the young man. It was the low-level cultivator, Jiang Tao, who he had encountered in waiting room number 8. Straightening his back, Jiang Tao calmly said, "I am a third-year student of the Star Nebula University's refining department and am also a third-level refinement stage cultivator. I have already passed second-step refiner registration examination, and as long as I pass the third step, I will become a certified refiner approved by the Federation. Repairing ordinary magical equipment is nothing to me." "Awesome, what about you?" The red-eyed officer turned to Li Yao. Only then did Jiang Tao notice Li Yao, and obviously, he was stunned for a moment. He was having a hard time understanding what someone from a backwater place was doing here. Li Yao honestly said, "I am a new student of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. I was traveling to the university to report, so I still don't have a rank, however, I can do some normal maintenance work." Jiang Tao slightly smiled as a trace of contempt flashed past his eyes. He had already heard that the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department was the worst refining department in the 9 elite universities. Today, he got to see that it truly lived up to its name. A new student was actually a farmer from the countryside. It was a truly interesting. The red-eyed officer was a little disappointed as he let out an "oh" and indifferently scanned Li Yao's identity spirit mark. When he discovered that Li Yao was actually receiving the Class 1 Federation Disabled Servicemen treatment, his attitude instantly changed. Straightening his back, he could not help but shout, "Awesome, we are short on staff. Quickly come." The red-eyed man grabbed Li Yao's wrist and walked inside the coach. Jiang Tao was, once again, stunned. He could not understand why the red-eyed officer was so friendly towards Li Yao, who was just a new student of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department, instead of him, who was a top student from the Star Nebula University's refining department. He wanted to ask yet was too ashamed to ask. With a hesitant look on his face, he could only follow behind Li Yao's ass. Coach number 14 was very hot and suffocating, and there was a faint smell of blood lingering in the air. 7 or 8 gloomy Federation soldiers were wiping the magical equipment. Some of the relatively younger soldiers had pale complexions as their legs trembled, while several bearded veterans were laughing next to them as they said some silly jokes to relieve the tension in the atmosphere. Schwa. The gate behind him was closed, only then was the gate in front opened. Immediately, a burst of blood-curdling screams came over. Li Yao and Jiang Tao were both scared to the point that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Summoning up their courage, they proceeded to coach number 15. Coach number 15 had been modified into a field hospital. All the chairs had been removed, and in its place were soldiers with broken limbs lying on the floor. The wounds were irregular, it was as if some wild animal had torn them up. Among them was a person with half a body that had shriveled up, giving off an appearance as if his blood and bone marrow had been sucked dry in an instant. Next was the last armored battle coach. The thin gate of the coach could not stop the sounds coming from the armored coach. Blood-curdling screams, furious roars, sounds of explosion, and sounds of thunder were mixed together to create a terribly frightening melody. Wear the protective suit. The red-eyed officer put 2 camouflage vests on the 2. The front of the vest was inlaid with a crystal-clear luminous pearl, inside of which were over 100 bright and shining 8-pointed star-patterned spirit glyphs floating. Li Yao pressed the start array glyph on the vest. Wang! A translucent light gold spiritual energy shield spread around his body, closely protecting him within. All good to go. I'm going to open the door, the red-eyed man said with a grim look on his face as he clenched his teeth. He then violently pulled open the giant door leading to the armored battle coach. Pitter-patter. A sudden, strong gust of wind and heavy rainfall made it hard for Li Yao to widely open his eyes. The only thing he was able to hear were ear-piercing wails, which were so loud that not even torrents of water rushing down a mountain could drown them out. Come on, you swines. All of you, come. Let this father slaughter you. Damn it. I'm out of crystal cells. Quickly bring me another box. There's too many. This isn't just the outbreak of a level 9 beast tide, it is at least level 7. Quickly ask for reinforcements. We can't hold on any longer. It's impossible. I'm trying, but since we are in the Thunderstorm Stone, it is very difficult to contact the outside world. Li Yao finally adapted to the oncoming wind and rain. Somehow widely opening his pair of eyes, the scene presented before him was one of slaughter taking place in the depths of the netherworld. The armored battle coach looked as if it had been torn by a pair of invisible claws of some devil, the entire roof had been pried open, and the several dozen centimeter thick armor of the battle coach had been torn to shreds. The floor was littered with corpses, the majority of which were Federation soldiers dressed in black battle uniforms. The rest were the sticky remains of some octopus-like demon beast. The corpses of both the humans and the demon beasts were mixed together, and there were even some Federation soldiers who had bit the throat of the octopus-like demon beasts, causing both sides to perish together. A vast majority of the crystal railguns were falling over, they had been seriously damaged. On the few remaining railguns sat Federation soldiers, who seemed to have been lost in madness as they blast spiritual energy towards the dark clouds without any regard for their safety. And in the dark clouds, as Li Yao raised his head to look, he sucked in a cold lump of air. In the layer of clouds where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, an enormous gap had been opened, resembling a giant hole that was trying to engulf the world. And the surrounding was distinct from the dark sky. This blood lotus-like, giant red hole gave the impression of being an entrance to a bizarre demon world. This was a breach in space, one which connected the Heaven Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Among the vast majority of the population, it also had another aggravating name, Wormhole. Countless 8-tentacled demon beasts waved their tentacles, and as if they were swimming in water, they ruthlessly scurried over to the crystal trains from the wormhole one after another. Chi! Chi! A huge majority of the 8-armed demon beasts, when attacking the crystal train, would burst into dazzling sparkles much like fireworks, electrocuting into masses of unbearably stinky black charred remains one by one. The defensive array of the crystal train had formed an airtight electric net in the air. But a few of the especially powerful 8-tentacled demon beasts would forcibly endure the electric shocks of the defensive arrays, breaking through the electric net and charging towards the train. Before they could recover from the dizziness due to the electric shock, they were torn to pieces by the crossfire of the crystal railguns, turning them into bits of remains floating in the air. In just a short moment, under the collective attacks from the defensive arrays and the crystal railguns, hundreds of 8-tentacled demon beasts had been sent to the netherworld. However, for every one that died, 108 tentacled demon beasts would rush out of the wormhole in steady streams, shrieking ear-piercing screams, as wave after wave of new demon beasts charged towards the crystal train. It's a beast-tide outbreak. Li Yao's complexion became pale. The beast-tide outbreak was the most terrible scourge of the Heaven Origin sector and was second to none. As many as 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, or even hundreds of millions of low-level demon beasts would tear open the barrier of the boundless universe and invade the Heaven Origin sector through the wormhole, engulfing everything in sight. Farms, cities, humans, animals, plants. Even the demon beasts native to the Heaven Origin sector could not escape. This was the beast-tide outbreak. The lowest level, level 9 beast tide outbreak, could gather hundreds of thousands of low-level demon beasts. Even the weakest demon beasts, the mouse demon and the insect demon, could pose a great threat to cultivators so long as their numbers surpassed a certain point. In the history of the Federation, there was even an instance in which a core formation stage cultivator had been eaten alive, leaving only his skeleton behind, by a swarm of locust demon beasts that had blotted out the sky and covered the land. Before a beast tide outbreak, ordinary humans, even more so, had no room for escape. Fortunately, the barrier between them and the boundless universe was not so easy to tear. The vast majority of the Heaven Origin sect was very solid. It was extremely difficult to tear, thus the probability of the formation of a wormhole was minimal. Only in the Demon Beast Wasteland, which happened to be between the Heaven Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector and had many places that were extremely fragile, could wormholes appear quite easily, allowing for demon beasts to invade. This had brought about the endless suppression and killing situation of demon beasts in the wasteland. However, no matter how many demon beasts were beheaded, more powerful demon beasts from the Blood Demon sector would continue to invade in a steady stream. With the Star Glory Federation's strength, besides being unable to enter the depths of the Blood Demon sector, all the demon beasts had been razed to the ground. The Federation could only create a large number of cities and military fortresses in the Demon Beast Wasteland, carefully marching step by step as they used attrition warfare to suppress the areas with demon beast activity. In the past 500 years, while dealing with the beast tide outbreaks, the Federation army and cultivators had accumulated plenty of experience. Under ordinary situations, if they encountered a beast tide outbreak, as long as a distress signal had been sent, a large number of reinforcements and battle-type cultivators would arrive in half an hour. Unfortunately, this beast tide outbreak just happened to take place in the Thunderstorm zone, where it was very difficult to send information. Even now, the outside world had no idea that they had encountered a beast tide outbreak. They were all alone. TLN 1 Ball lightning, a lightning phenomena which may occur during a thunderstorm. For further information, you can visit https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ball_lightning. Li Yao swept a glance at the crystal railguns and the crystal cells that were decreasing by the minute. The situation was worse than he thought. Despite the Federation soldiers strenuously trying to hold on, a vast majority of the soldiers were ordinary people who were unable to produce spirit energy. In order to fight against powerful demon beasts, they had to operate magical equipment and needed to use crystal cells as ammunition. However, the number of crystal cells was limited, and it would not take long before they ran out of crystal cells. Once this happened, all the magical equipment would then turn into nothing but scraps of metal. The defensive arrays continuously flickered, appearing to be unsteady. Obviously, it was impossible for them to remain activated for an unlimited period of time. Sooner or later, a moment would come when the spiritual energy would be depleted. "Old Ding, I found 2 helpers for you," the red-eyed officer shouted. Li Yao gazed down the direction of his voice, only to see an ordinary-looking, bald middle-aged man squatting amidst wrecked magical equipment, which appeared to be no different than a pile of giant beast remains. Around him were over 1,000 magical equipment components floating in the air, circling and spinning. It was Master Refiner Ding Yin. Ding Yin was completely drenched from the rain, and his wet gray hair stuck to his scalp, giving off an extremely funny appearance. In contrast, the look on his face was incredibly solemn, and the look in his eyes revealed a sliver of inhumane-like indifference, like an incomparably precise maintenance machine. Ding Yin quickly swept a glance over Li Yao and Jiang Tao. However, he did not greet Li Yao and had instead rapidly said, "Old Li, I am repairing the Taiyi lightning railgun. I have no time to repair ordinary magical equipment. Let them repair those." The red-eyed officer agreed as he threw a twisted spiritual energy bolt gun to Jiang Tao, F***CK. "Just a moment ago, due to a slightest of inattention on our end, we let a couple dozen ghost jellyfish slip into the coach, forcing us to engage in a scuffle. During that scuffle, not only were many magical equipment damaged, but we had even lost 2 magical equipment technicians. Quickly take a look and see whether or not you can repair these firearms. Jiang Tao's complexion turned pale as his lips quivered and his legs trembled continuously. From head to toe, he was drenched in rain. His high and mighty arrogance had all been extinguished, making him look just like a wandering ghost. Jiang Tao was from a rich family. Since childhood, he had always been swimming in luxury. He was no different than a flower carefully raised in a greenhouse, never having faced any wind or rain. The bloody battle scene before him was something that he had only seen in war games in the great illusionary land. He had never imagined that the nightmare would become reality. Although he very well knew that the crystal train was in big trouble and had even been raided by demon beasts to the point that they had to seek help from the civilian magical equipment technicians. Even though he had also participated in the Limit Challenge competition, where he had fought with some captive demon beasts and had even personally killed a few. He used to think that all demon beasts were like the demon beasts in the Limit Challenge competition, which he could probably kill with leisure, allowing him to become a great hero who is looked upon by millions of people and perhaps even allowing him to show off a bit in front of his girlfriend. But who knew it was the beast tide that could destroy everything in sight? Jiang Tao was completely scared to the point that he might wet his pants at any moment, yet he remained standing. For his bladder to still be able to hold on despite the fear, one truly had to commend his bladder. I. Jiang Tao dryly repeated 2 words before looking down to examine the spiritual energy bolt gun. It was a very common, long-range magical equipment. Jiang Tao had seen it many times in textbooks and had also examined and repaired them several times. It could be said that he could deal with them with ease. However, in this hell-like battlefield where desolate, blood-curdling screams rang in his ears, where the smell of blood clogged his nose, where the shadow of death lingered around him like thorns wrapping around his heart as his hands shook and stars danced around in his eyes, how could he wholeheartedly do repairs? As he reached out and touched the bolt gun, he felt something strange in his palm. Pulling back his hand to look, he discovered that the other side of the spiritual energy bolt gun had been covered in a lot of sticky, meat-like residue. There was even something that resembled a human eye directly staring at him. He didn't know whether it was from the soldiers of the Federation army or the ghost jellyfishes. However, Jiang Tao could finally no longer endure, his psychological barrier had completely collapsed. He threw the spiritual energy bolt gun and completely emptied the contents of his stomach. The red-eyed officer was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Tao to be so useless. When several soldiers who were busy fighting turned around to take a look, they spat before turning their head and continued operating the crystal railguns as they let out roars. My area of expertise lies in manufacturing and repairing civilian magical equipment. In regards to military magical equipment, I'm not particularly proficient. Moreover, I am not a battle-type cultivator and have rarely experienced such situations. With a pale complexion as he held his stomach, Jiang Tao weakly offered an explanation. F***CK. The red-eyed man cursed. He didn't know whether to curse Jiang Tao or the damn ghost jellyfish in the sky. From a pale color, Jiang Tao's face suddenly turned very red. He was definitely not someone with a good temperament, as he had grown up in a wealthy family and had been doted upon by many since childhood. Needless to say, getting cursed at, not many people had even spoken to him in loud voice. Where would he have received such an insult? However, facing such a beast tide that blotted out the sky and the earth, not even the slightest flames of anger came out. Like a rooster who had lost its feathers, he shrunk into a corner, completely spiritless. The red-eyed man did not even give him a glance. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Li Yao with eyes full of expectation. Taking half a step forward, Li Yao bent down to pick up the spiritual energy bolt gun. With a sweep of his gaze, he quickly said, "Thunderfire bolt gun, the next generation, long-range magical equipment jointly developed by the Army and the Thunder Cry sect, which utilizes a special spirit magnetic track architecture. Through the activation of the array glyphs, the extremely compressed spiritual energy in the crystal cells would instantly turn to gas and expand into spirit vapor. With the volume having been expanded by thousands of times, the bullet in the barrel would be pushed and thus break out at the speed of sound in an instant. Even if standard rounds are used, one shot is equivalent to an attack from an intermediate-level refinement stage cultivator. Li Yao very familiarly removed the crystal cell, opened the magazine to examine, and praised, if spiritual energy rounds engraved with offensive array glyphs are used, the maximum strength unleashed can be close to an attack from a peak refinement stage cultivator. Moreover, you can continuously fire 30 rounds of spiritual energy bullets. Its firepower is quite good. In the hands of an ordinary soldier, even with little training, he would be able to unleash a battle force equivalent to a low-level cultivator. Finding his words to be reliable, the red-eyed officer revealed a happy look. Can you repair it? It is not possible. These firearms are seriously damaged, and without proper tools, no one can repair them. Li Yao shook his head. Then, his right hand flashed, turning into a group of phantom images. All of a sudden, the Thunderfire bolt gun was dismantled into numerous parts, and with a flop 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 flop, fell to the ground. Only a small number of the components were tightly grasped in Li Yao's palm. Disassembling the gun with one hand. 2 sparks burst forth in the eyes of the red-eyed officer. Several wounded soldiers leaning on the side, even more so, stared at him with wide-opened eyes as all of them exclaimed at the same time. Disassembling a gun was something which every soldier had to learn. In the army, for those who were proficient in this art, even if both of their eyes had been covered, disassembling and assembling a gun was not difficult for these experienced veterans. However, using just one hand to reduce a twisted Thunderfire bolt gun into the most basic magical equipment components was quite remarkable. Upon seeing this, Jiang Tao's pupils contracted. He didn't expect for such an ordinary-looking guy from the countryside to turn out to be an experienced magical equipment technician. It goes without saying that even if one were to ignore his refining skills, someone with a pair of hands that moved at lightning-like speeds like his did not number many. At this moment, everyone's gazes were completely fixed on Li Yao. While Li Yao's right hand was disassembling the gun, his left hand wasn't remaining idle. From the ground, he picked up another twisted Thunderfire bolt gun, and his left hand similarly turned into a group of gray silhouettes. From time to time, magical equipment components would fall from the gaps between his fingers, creating ding-ding-dang-dang sounds as they fell onto the ground. Disassembling Thunderfire bolt guns simultaneously with each hand? The red-eyed officer and several soldiers were all struck dumb by his performance. They had been playing with guns for all their lives, however, they had never imagined that someone could simultaneously disassemble 2 firearms. After a short while, a pile of distorted components filled the ground, while completely intact magical equipment components remained in Li Yao's hands. Next, both his hands moved together as the speed of his hands soared to their limit. His 10 fingers were like 10 highly skilled dancers as they dazzlingly started to move up and down. At this time, everyone felt like they had just woken up from a dream. So it turns out Li Yao's hand speed a moment ago was simply some slow movement, only now had he unleashed his full capacity. After a moment, with a "kacha" sound, a brand new Thunderfire bolt gun appeared in Li Yao's hands. Although it was missing auxiliary components like the telescopic sight, it was, for the most part, completely intact. Proficiently, Li Yao inserted the crystal cell. Zoom! The array glyphs at the rear of the Thunderfire bolt gun flared with a red brilliance, emanating a cold murderous aura. It was as if a saber had been unsheathed from its scabbard, releasing a roar akin to one by an extremely hungry dragon as it waited for the moment to spill the blood. Li Yao threw the Thunderfire bolt gun to a soldier and explained, "Although it is impossible to repair, but as I see it, there are lots of damaged firearms here. Since not all of the components are completely unusable, I have removed the completely intact components and reassembled them into new guns that can be used. 10 broken guns can be used to assemble 3 or 4 new guns. Is that fine? The red-eyed officer had happiness written all over his face. Continuously patting Li Yao's shoulder, he loudly said, "Good, good. Truly worthy of a disabled veteran. At the most crucial moment, we can only rely on our own people." So you were a disabled veteran. Several soldiers looked at each other. All of them revealed an expression that said, "So it was like this," in their eyes. They all regarded Li Yao as a battle-hardened veteran. If it were ordinary civilians, like the guy who had curled up beside them for example, witnessing the beast-tide outbreak and such a frightening heaven and moving earth-like scene, then they would have long been scared to the point of becoming completely at a loss. Yet, someone like him was calm to the extreme, not even batting an eye in the slightest. If he was not a veteran, then what was he? Ding Yin was completely buried in the magical equipment wreckage. Although he was completely preoccupied with repairing the Taiyi lightning railgun, he still heard the exclaiming and shocked voices continuously released by the red-eyed officer and the soldiers. In astonishment, he raised his head to look and just so happened to see the speed of Li Yao's hands soaring to their limit and the 2 thunderfire bolt guns that had been disassembled into pieces within 10 seconds. "Li Yao, come over here!" Ding Yin shouted in excitement. Li Yao was surprised for a moment, and the red-eyed officer also could not understand what it was all about. "Old Ding, there are still several thunderfire bolt gun which haven't been repaired." Ding Yin loudly said, "1 extra gun or 1 less isn't going to affect the overall situation. Whether we can escape today or not is completely up to the Taiyi lightning railgun. If it is just me alone, then it would take me at least 20 minutes to completely repair it. By then, maybe the beast tide would have already broken through the defensive arrays, completely submerging the crystal train." Ding Yin paused. Giving a look filled with hope at Li Yao, he quickly said, "Save your breath. Li Yao, quickly come and repair the Taiyi lightning railgun with me. Whether we live or die is completely up to it." 1. Also commonly known as scope. Chapter 109 Taiyi Lightning Railgun. The Taiyi Lightning Railgun was a very advanced, large-scale military magical equipment. Only 15 years ago was it officially approved to be used by the troops. Li Yao had only seen its common architectural diagrams in a magical equipment magazine, and as for the detailed architectural diagram, it was a military secret, thus it was impossible for civilians to access it. Even if he got to see the architectural diagram, with his current level, he would simply not be able to understand it. Li Yao carefully looked at the Taiyi lightning railgun. Sure enough, this magical equipment was colossal, just its wreckage alone had occupied half of the coach. Peering through the damaged exterior, he could see the intricate spirit threads intertwined together to create obtuse and complex 3-dimensional array glyphs inside. Many of the array glyphs were not only stacked together above and below each other, but they were also separated left and right, forming incredibly ingenious arrays of spirit glyphs one after another. The spiritual energy of various attributes intertwined together and twisted into vortexes of spiritual energy one by one, tearing the air apart as round after round of ripples undulated while making a slight, buzz-buzz noise. Watching this, Li Yao felt his scalp tingling. There was no way he could repair such a sophisticated magical equipment. He was just about to shake his head subconsciously. Ding Yin, noticing his hesitation, shouted, "You neither need to understand the spiritual energy operating principles of Taiyi lightning railgun, nor do you need to repair its core structure. As long as you, in accordance with the architectural diagram that I am going to give you, combine the spare parts and install them at the right location, then it will all be fine. These are all the auxiliary devices of the magical equipment, and their structure is not particularly complicated. It's just that they are large in quantity. It can only be possible to finish installing them in a short amount of time if one has lightning-like hand speed." Raising his hand as over 100 complex and intricate magical equipment architectural diagrams were projected by the mini-crystal processor, Ding Yin looked straight into Li Yao's eyes. Ding Yin roared, "The life of everyone on the train is in our hands. If we can fix the Taiyi lightning railgun in time, we will still have a chance. Otherwise, everyone will be engulfed by the beast tide, not even a tiny bit of dregs will remain. Will be swallowed by the beast tide." Li Yao felt his blood turn cold. He swept a glance at the tide of ghost jellyfishes that were endlessly pouring in from the dark clouds in a steady stream. Sparks burst forth in his eyes as he tightly clenched his teeth and studied the Taiyi lightning railgun's architectural diagram with all his concentration. "I will personally handle the core battle components. You are responsible for the auxiliary components as described in diagrams number 51 to 72. I will give you 10 minutes, is that enough?" While wiping off the rain, Ding Yin asked with clenched teeth. Li Yao's eyelids slightly twitched. His eyes sparkled as they burst forth with star-like brilliance. In the blink of an eye, each of the 21 diagrams was engraved in his brain. Li Yao closed his eyes and calculated silently. Then, his eyes started rotating at a high speed, and his computational power soared to the extreme. In the depths of his brain, the components depicted in the diagrams, one by one, transformed into translucent images shining in golden light as they collided and quickly combined together. After 7 seconds, Li Yao fiercely opened his eyes. A gleam of strong confidence burst forth from the depths of his eyes. "There is no need for 10 minutes, I will be done in 8 minutes 53 seconds. In the torrential rainstorm. Under the invasion of a beast tide." Li Yao and Ding Yin launched a magnificent display of magical equipment maintenance. As one would expect of Ding Yin, the energy flames of a great cultivator were ignited to the extreme in the blink of an eye, revealing the absolute strength of a master refiner. Over 100 invisible and formless spiritual energy tentacles spread out from all the limbs and bones of his body, simultaneously grabbing hundreds of magical components before quickly assembling them together. In the eyes of an ordinary person, it was as if Ding Yin had suddenly given life to the magical components. The crushed components, one by one, madly started dancing before they fused into one body. And in the opinion of cultivators whose level was the same as Ding Yin's, like the red-eyed officer, Ding Yin was more like a mass of burning flames, and each spiritual energy tentacle was akin to a flickering flame. He was burning his spiritual energy reserves in madness without any regards to the depletion of his spiritual energy. Although Li Yao didn't have any spiritual energy tentacles, his pair of hands, in the blink of an eye, transformed into tens of phantom shadows. This time, his speed was a notch higher compared to just a moment ago. Even the raging winds and torrential rain were unable to charge into the gray shadows that had been formed by his pair of hands. His entire body was completely enveloped by the gray shadows, making one unable to clearly see his visage. And in his surroundings appeared a wet ring of water. All the raindrops had been pushed away by the phantom shadows. This was a true example of airtight and watertight. Ding 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 ding. From the wreckage of the magical equipment came a faint sound of metal colliding. The Taiyi lightning railgun, in a speed visible to the naked eye, was getting a new lease of life. "Brothers, hold on. Let's let these bastards have a taste of our ferocity immediately." Removing the army cap and throwing it onto the ground, the red-eyed officer picked up 2 Thunderfire bolt guns, loaded them with powerful spiritual energy rounds, and roared again and again as he started firing in madness towards the night sky with both hands simultaneously. The few ghost jellyfishes that had somehow broken through the defensive arrays were shredded into pieces by him. They were even too late to let out shrieks before they turned into flying ash. The young soldiers' wills to fight burst forth as their shouts reverberated through the sky. "Soldiers, load the guns. Take out the blade. Kill. 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 After 8 minutes 53 seconds, I'm done." Li Yao's eyes were completely bloodshot. From head to toe, steam was rising from his entire body. The fingertips of his 10 fingers were all completely mutilated. His middle finger especially was so damaged that even the bone was visible and blood constantly dripped down from it. But as though he didn't feel or know anything, he licked his lips, and like a drunkard admiring rare wine, he moved his gaze up and down on the Taiyi lightning railgun as a very satisfying sense of accomplishment was revealed in his bloodshot eyes. Ding Yin was also finished repairing the core components and entering spiritual energy into the spirit glyphs that would switch on the Taiyi lightning railgun. The Taiyi lightning railgun was just like a prehistoric behemoth that was waking from its slumber. Blue streaks of lightning constantly sprang up from the gaps between the components and lingered around the magical equipment. Buzz! The 8 legs of the Taiyi lightning railgun all stood up steadily, slightly lifting the barrel from the base. Gradually, 2 lightning rails that were as sharp as swords extended out from the barrel and took aim at the tides of beasts in the dark clouds. Ding Yin inserted a special, super-compressed crystal cell into the energy compartment of the Taiyi lightning railgun. The dark Taiyi lightning railgun was immediately covered in a layer of faint blue light. Spiritual energy charged, 30%. Little by little, the blue light turned brighter, shining upon everyone's incomparably excited face. Spiritual energy charged, 60%. Bit by bit, amidst the blue light, brilliance like twinkling stars appeared. Like hundreds of fireflies, they slowly flew between the 2 rails of the Taiyi lightning railgun. Spiritual energy charged, 90%. The fireflies between the 2 rails congealed into crackling streaks of lightning one after another, constantly moving between the rails as they issued ear-piercing peals of thunder. The few soldiers close to it had their hairs stand on its end, and no matter how much they pressed down on them, they would not go down. Spiritual energy charged, 100%. The Taiyi lightning railgun released a dazzling blue light, and the streaks of lightning that were winding around the rail, one by one, disappeared as they were all sucked into the tail of the rails and congealed into a ball of lightning. Upon looking carefully, its core was actually emitting a pure white brilliance that was like the color of the sun. "Let me do it." The red-eyed officer burst into a shout as his physique suddenly doubled in size. His uniform was torn into pieces which fell to the floor piece by piece, revealing his magnificent and robust body that seemed as if it had been forged with iron and cast with copper. And upon his back that was as thick as a mountain, there was an extremely fierce crisscross lightning bolt tattoo engraved with an unknown type of spirit ink. In the dark night accompanied with lightning and thunder, it was surprisingly emitting bright and resplendent luster, as if they were truly 2 bolts of lighting that had been tightly pressed onto his back and had transformed into a pair of wings. The officer quickly sat down on the emplacement and madly started revolving the spiritual energy in his body before firing it into the Taiyi lightning railgun without a shred of hesitation. Under his impetus, the ball of lightning once again doubled in size and turned much brighter, making everyone unable to look straight at it. Taiyi lightning railgun. The highly compressed lightning spiritual energy would be released through the rails in the blink of an eye, creating an unmatched bolt of lightning which was as powerful as an attack from a peak core formation stage expert. By choosing to attack us in the Thunderstorm zone so that we are unable to contact the outside world, did you bastards think you were clever? But you would have never dreamed that we had a masterwork weapon, the Taiyi lightning railgun that could unleash 500% of its power in the Thunderstorm zone. If the ball of lightning explodes in the center of the Thunderstorm zone, it will draw forth the lightning and create a fearsome thunderstorm. You sons of ***keys will all be struck by lightning and annihilated instantly. The red-eyed officer madly roared as spiritual energy, like torrents of water rushing down the mountain, flooded the Taiyi lightning railgun to the limit before a glittering ball of lightning flashed out from the gap between the 2 rails and directly pierced the center of the beast tide. Schwa! Like a supernova explosion, the ball of lightning, in the blink of an eye, expanded by 1,000 times of its original size. Tens of thousands of staggering streaks of lightning formed a vortex of destruction, tearing all the ghost jellyfishes present within the radius of couple hundred meters into shreds. Many of the ghost jellyfishes desperately tried to flee outside area for their lives, yet they were tenaciously pulled back by the suction force created by the lightning, dragging them into the abyss of death. In a single moment, a terrifying, transparent hole appeared amidst the beast tide. One could even faintly see the dazzling light coming from the stars behind the beast tide. Crack, 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 crack. Although the few hundred ghost jellyfishes in outer ring weren't torn into pieces, they were still electrocuted to death and fell from the sky like raindrops. The remaining ghost jellyfishes spread out one by one. Only after a long time did they converge once again, but this time, they did not dare to form such a dense group. The soldiers of the Federation army burst into cheers of jubilation. However, the red-eyed officer with the naked upper body had a solemn look instead. The Taiyi lightning railgun by no means had attracted the lightning. Although a large number of ghost jellyfishes were blasted to pieces, it simply didn't cause much harm to the beast tide. Furthermore, these bastards seemed to be taking precautions. They no longer formed a tight formation, rendering it impossible to kill thousands upon thousands of ghost jellyfishes again in one shot. As shocking as the Taiyi lightning railgun's might was, the consumption of spiritual energy was similarly an astronomical figure. Each shot was equivalent to burning hundreds of thousands of crystals. They only had 3 special, super-compressed crystal cells on board, allowing them to only fire the Taiyi lightning railgun 9 times. They only had 8 more opportunities left to attract lightning. Watching the jubilating soldiers around him, the red-eyed officer spat a mouthful of saliva as he charged the spiritual energy with a gloomy complexion. Taking advantage of the instant when a streak of lightning flashed in the sky, he once again fired another ball of lightning. This time, the ghost jellyfishes had instead become a little wiser and separated from one another by a wide margin. The ball of lightning once again fiercely exploded, tearing hundreds of ghost jellyfishes into pieces before the sky helplessly dimmed down. The sky was once again covered in a veil of darkness. The red-eyed officer did not utter a single word. Clenching his teeth, he fired the 3rd ball of lightning without even looking at the result, stood up from the emplacement, kicked open the hatch of the spirit energy compartment, and pulled out the steaming hot crystal cell. Without a care about the series of blisters that had appeared on his palm due to the heat, he ruthlessly pushed in the new crystal cell. 4th, 5th, 6th. 3 rounds of balls of lightning zipped out. The first explosion had not yet even been extinguished, yet the 3rd blast had already exploded, creating 3 shining stars in the sky and clearing a large area in the sky. Yet, many of the ghost jellyfishes continuously attacked as they collided with the defensive arrays with all their strength. Like a moth drawn to flame, they happily charged forth, never getting tired of it. Final crystal cell. Ding-Een felt his heart tighten. His lips parted but not a single word came out from his mouth. The red-eyed officer sat for the final time on the emplacement. From the corners of eyes, mouth, and from the ears, earthworm-like streams of blood flowed out. The perlicues, one, of his hand were even more mutilated to the point that they had become somewhat like pulp. It was the backlash of spiritual energy after firing a powerful magical equipment, which could be said to be the recoil of the Taiyi lightning railgun and would bring injuries. Therefore, he had to personally take charge. Only with his robust body of a battle-type cultivator could he barely withstand the recoil of the Taiyi lightning railgun. If he was an ordinary martial artist, he would have long been reduced to a pile of meat from the backlash of spiritual energy. Yet, regardless of his injuries, like a mad devil, the pair of eyes of the red-eyed officer turned as red as a burning piece of coal as he fired another ball of lightning. This time, it was completely out of order. The ball of lightning shot in the sky where the ghost jellyfishes were sparse. Like a bright firework, it slowly burst into a lonely bloom. The red-eyed officer's completion turned pale. He was barely hanging by a thread, but just as everyone thought that he could no longer hold on, he suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The lightning tattoo on the two sides of his back suddenly lit up and metamorphosed into two burning wings of light. At this point, silver snakes were dancing in the sky, bursting with thunderclaps. Again and again, new streaks of lightning were constantly produced. The red-eyed officer, using his remaining strength, slammed his iron fist on the powering glyphs. The entire coach was severely shaken by his fist. Motherf **** cur, quickly burst for me. TLN notes. 1. Perlicus, singular from, perlicu, the gap between the forefinger and the thumb. The ball of lightning, which carried everyone's hope and despair, shot towards the immensely deep and serene night sky. For a moment, it seemed as if it had completely disappeared in the middle of the dark clouds, leaving only an abyss-like darkness behind. But in the next moment, peals of thunder, which seemed loud enough to shake the heaven and the earth, reverberated throughout the sky, causing the entire world to look as if it had returned to the prehistoric moment when the heaven was separated from the sky. With the ball of lightning as the center, the lightning spiritual energy that had accumulated within the clouds was completely stimulated. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning buzzed out, weaving a giant net that blotted out the sky and covered up the earth as it illuminated the wasteland. It was as though it was the middle of the day. The attracted lightning had covered the entire sky, annihilating everyone and everything that stood in its path. Even high-level cultivators would be unable to resist the calamity of the world, the thunderstorm. In the blink of an eye, several tens of thousands of ghost jellyfishes had been swept away. It was even too late for them to let out a single shriek before they were electrocuted by the lightning. And the few thousand ghost jellyfishes that did survive at the outermost ring let out ear-piercing, blood-curdling screams before they fled towards the wormhole for their lives, trying to escape to the blood demon sector. However, within a few seconds, the lightning caught up and electrocuted them, causing them to be scorched until they had become charred, fist-sized residues which were subsequently smashed to pieces by the gusts of wind, drifting in the air. They were to forever remain in the Heaven Origin sector's wasteland. Everyone's face turned all blue when the thunderstorm lit up the entire sky, causing all their hair to stand on its ends. Everyone felt limp and numb. It was as if electricity was coursing through their body. Many people had their fingernails directly crack open, and they could even taste sourness and bitterness under their tongue. 1. The thunderstorm lasted for a complete 10 seconds before it gradually subsided. The dark clouds had been swept away, leaving the dark blue night sky behind and revealing the twinkling stars. The billowing wind and the torrential rain were also now replaced with a cool breeze and a light drizzle. The thunderstorm had completely released the lightning spiritual energy that had been accumulated for a long time in the thunderstorm zone, thus the remaining spiritual energy was not sufficient to sustain the thunderstorm zone. Very soon, everyone welcomed the bright moon, the twinkling stars, and the calm journey ahead. In Li Yao's heart, an immense feeling of shock surged forth. The attracted lightning annihilated everything in its path. The power of nature is just too strong, too violent. Even such a large-scale beast-tide outbreak was purged in the blink of an eye. Several tens of thousands of demon beasts were killed and reduced to ashes, leaving nothing, not even the slightest bit of dregs. Even if it was a nascent soul-stage-old monster, under the premise that he is not going to rely on the strength of a magical equipment, I'm afraid that even he would be unable to release such a daunting power. Ding Yin and the red-eyed officer, those two are at most building foundation stage cultivators, yet by relying on a high-level magical equipment, they were able to accomplish such a feat. Sure enough, refiners are extremely powerful. Although today I could only paint someone else's dots and do some common maintenance on the external, auxiliary components of the Taiyi lightning railgun, but there will come a day when I will truly become a master refiner and will personally refine magical equipment that is even stronger than the Taiyi lightning railgun. With the final lightning bolt piercing through the sky, the night sky finally quieted down. The final ghost jellyfish powerlessly fell before it was run over by the whistling crystal train. All the soldiers burst into cheers of jubilation. The red-eyed officer also heaved a deep sigh of relief. His square face, which seemed to have been cut and engraved by knife and axe, spread into a smile as he powerlessly limped out of the emplacement. Ding Yin, on the contrary, still continued to stare at the sky, while the creases on his forehead seemed to form a frown. Li Yao felt a little puzzled, and so, he too directed his gaze along with Ding Yin's, and upon looking, his heart fiercely started pounding. Although the beast tide had been reduced to ashes and the thunderstorm had abated, the wormhole was still not showing any signs of disappearing. It was quite clear that the passage between the Heaven Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector still remained. There still remained a strong possibility that powerful demon beasts could invade the Heaven Origin sector. Li Yao's eyelids madly twitched. Suddenly, an intense nervous and creepy feeling gripped his heart. It seemed that the night was doomed to be a bloody one. After a moment, from within the wormhole, dark clouds once again burst forth, turning into a black tide that covered the starry sky of the Heaven Origin sector completely. Another beast tide outbreak? 2 consecutive beast tide outbreak. Li Yao could not believe what he was seeing. The corner of Ding Yin's mouth twitched as he powerlessly slumped to the floor. Gradually, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It seems new demon beasts who are far more powerful than the ghost jellyfish will soon appear." Perhaps, the ghost jellyfishes a while ago were just cannon fodder that were driven away by this batch of demon beasts to test the waters of the Heaven Origin sector. This time, it is the real beast tide outbreak. Cannon fodder? Li Yao tightly gritted his teeth to the point that they started aching. The ghost jellyfish tide had already caused them to despair and had even forced them to fire the Taiyi lightning railgun 8 times, depleting their reservoir to the point that they could only fire one last time. If that was just cannon fodder, then how fearsome was the real beast tide outbreak? What should they use to resist again? Very soon, an overwhelming, demonic energy invaded the coach. The temperature within the coach fell by 12 degrees, and a nauseating, bloody smell permeated through the air. The soldiers' cheers of jubilation turned weaker and weaker, leaving only a silence of despair behind. On the face of many, the joy of having survived the calamity still remained, but the depths of their eyes instead flickered with deep fear. "It's the ghost-face silver mosquito." The red-eyed officer spat on the ground. The sputum he spat was blood red, and yet his will remained as firm as an iron nail. What? Li Yao felt as if his entire spine was immersed in ice-cold water, and the hair at the back of his head all stood erect. The ghost-face silver mosquito was an insect-type demon beast that was as big as a dragonfly. When its wings were spread out, the patterns it revealed would then be similar to the face of a ghost, and at its rear end was a blood sac which had circle after circle of silver lines winding around it, hence giving it such a name. The ghost-face silver mosquito alone was not such a dreadful demon beast. Similar to a leech, it liked to suck blood and had a fragile physique. Even an ordinary person was able to easily eliminate it by using low-level magical equipment. What made it frightening was its number. The ghost-face silver mosquito rarely appeared, but when it did, it would be in a form of a horde. A horde consisting of billions of ghost-face silver mosquitoes was like a dreadful hurricane that swept through everything. Wherever it went, it was as though a swarm of locusts had passed through, leaving not a single living being behind as they sucked clean the blood of every living thing in the blink of eye, turning them into mummies. At the beginning, when the Star Glory Federation was just established, a beast tide of ghost-face silver mosquito had once erupted in the demon beast wasteland. An entire town with a strength of 50,000 people was massacred in a short span of 1 hour. Not only were their blood and blood marrow sucked clean, even their brains had been as well, painting an extremely horrifying scene. What was even more frightening was that the ghost-face silver mosquito possessed a special ability to communicate with their mind. A ghost-face silver mosquito alone was simple-minded, much like a baby. It was just a low-level demon beast that didn't possess any intelligence. However, when their numbers reached a certain extent, the change in their quantity would lead to a qualitative change. The whole group would then come to possess a certain level of intelligence, evolving from demon beasts to a demon clan in a single step. Their intelligence was not even the slightest bit inferior to the humans, and they also came to possess the demon clan's ability to cultivate. Sure enough, after hundreds of millions of ghost-face silver mosquito charged out from the wormhole, a silver-gray aura suddenly burst out in between every ghost-face silver mosquito. Accompanied by a buzzing noise, the beast tide started squirming in a very strange rhythm before turning into the upper half of a giant that was taller than 100 meters. Its facial features made by the ghost-face silver mosquitoes were clearly visible, giving a hideous smile towards the passengers of the crystal train. It was as though the earth had split open, revealing a passage to the netherworld from which the devil of the 9th level of hell had crawled out of from the endless abyss. It opened its claws and extended it towards the crystal train. Chi 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 chi. The defensive arrays suddenly flared as thousands upon thousands of streaks of lightning traversed across, barely resisting the giant claw formed by the ghost-face silver mosquitoes. The crystal train shook fiercely as if it was galloping over a rugged mountain road. Many of the soldiers stumbled here and there, ruthlessly colliding with the coach. All kinds of magical equipment components and wrecked firearms endlessly danced in the air before falling with ding-ding-ding noises. The spiritual brilliance of the defensive arrays flickered as ear-piercing, creaking noises reverberated in the coach, causing everyone's heart to almost leap out of their mouths from the fear that their entire line of defense could collapse at any moment. The red-eyed officer wiped his face and let out a mad roar before firing the last round of the Taiyi lightning railgun. The lightning ball struck dead center upon the head of the giant. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, half of the head of the giant was directly blown away as a large number of ghost-face silver mosquitoes were reduced to ash. Before the soldiers could burst into cheers, countless ghost-face silver mosquitoes squirmed over as a distorted ghost face was once again formed. Compared to just a moment ago, this face was even more hideous. It's useless. Ding-Een became incredibly calm. His eyes quickly started rotating as his brain started computing madly before he calmly spoke, there are too many ghost-face silver mosquitoes. A qualitative change has already transpired, giving birth to a hive mind and turning them highly intelligent like a demon clan. It is simply impossible to rout them using the Taiyi lightning railgun, and don't forget, the lightning spiritual energy stored inside the thunderstorm zone has already dissipated. We are unable to attract lightning a second time. According to my calculations, it will break our defensive array in 25 minutes and 31 seconds, and approximately 3 minutes afterwards, every passenger aboard would be completely sucked dry. The red-eyed officer was stupefied for a second before slamming his fist on the Taiyi lightning railgun in anger. Just as he wanted to curse, a female whose hair was in a complete mess suddenly stumbled her way over from coach number 15 and said in jubilation, "Battalion Commander, we have made contact with the base. The reinforcements will arrive in 29 minutes and 52 seconds, and a cultivator of the Mountain Sea sect who is patrolling nearby will also arrive in 28 minutes and 29 seconds. Great!" The red-eyed officer ecstatically waved his robust arm, but in the next second, he once again turned gloomy. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Damn, these bastards will be able to break through the defensive array in 25 minutes. Before reinforcements arrive, we will have long been turned into mummies. 3 minutes, these 3 minutes could decide whether we will live or die. It would have been better if the Taiyi lightning railgun could be fired again. A couple dozen balls of lightning would be enough to delay these bastards for another 3 to 5 minutes. But we don't have any special, super compressed crystal cells left. Hell, we can't even fire a single round. This Taiyi lightning railgun is now nothing more than a piece of scrap." When the red-eyed officer became extremely frustrated, Ding-Een suddenly said, "We can still fire the Taiyi lightning railgun." "What?" The red-eyed officer was stunned. He unwittingly said, "How is that possible? I have carefully checked the magical equipment ammunitions loaded on the train before the train left. We only had 3 special crystal cells, which have already been depleted. How can we fire the Taiyi lightning railgun again?" Ding-Yin faintly smiled before pointing at his own shriveled chest. Old Li, you are forgetting that we are cultivators. We have plenty of spiritual energy stored inside our body, which is enough to fire the Taiyi lightning railgun. The red-eyed officer's pair of eyes almost fell out from their sockets as he roared, Old Ding, what are talking about? The Taiyi lightning railgun's most powerful shot is comparable to an attack by a peak core formation stage cultivator with all his strength. Its consumption of energy is terrifying. We are just low-level building foundation stage cultivators. How much spiritual energy do you think is stored inside our bodies? If we try to trigger the Taiyi lightning railgun, it would be like asking for a 3-year-old child to wield a 180-pound knife. It is completely a suicide. Moreover, even if we combusted our own lives and crush our souls, recklessly overdrafting our spiritual energy, we could at most fire 2 to 3 rounds. Ding-Yin stared right at the not-so-far-away ghost-face silver mosquito giant before very calmly asking back, are 2 to 3 shots still not enough? TLN, 1. Electrical charges change the flavor you experience to bitter or sweet, salty or sour, depending on their frequency and amplitude. The red-eyed officer was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he smacked his head and said with a laugh, yes, I was muddle-headed. Even if we can't kill these bastards, as long as we delay them for 3 minutes, it will be sufficient. The red-eyed officer paused and swept a glance at the huge demon clan giant, who appeared to be getting bigger and bigger the closer it approached. The red-eyed officer's eyes flickered with strong contempt as he said, however, with just the 2 of us, even if we combust our own lives and shatter our souls, I'm afraid it would still not be enough to delay it for 3 minutes. Do you think someone will come forwards and fight side by side with us? I think they will, they definitely will. Ding-Yin smiled as his eyes shone with an indomitable will. Li Yao, who stood next to them and overheard their conversation that actually concealed a tragic meaning in between the lines, felt an ominous premonition floating in his heart. He could not help but shout, Professor Ding, you. Ding-Yin slightly smiled, spread his hands as he drew a sorry gesture, and calmly said, Student Li Yao, I'm very sorry. In the waiting room, I promised you that we would discuss refining topics many times in the future, but I'm afraid I have to break my promise. The red-eyed officer punched the mini-crystal processor a few times before a dozen or so holograms were projected simultaneously. The holograms then turned into a dozen or so monitoring screens which showed the situation inside the coaches. A vast majority of the passenger had no idea what was happening outside. Everyone just believed that the bumps they had experienced had all been caused by the thunderstorm. There were even many people who were voicing out their complaints to the crew. Only a few passengers sat restlessly, coming to realize the existence of the beast tide. These people were from all ages, from old to young, with varying physique. Even the clothes they wore were not the same, but there was one thing common in all of them: they all had an extremely clear pair of eyes that were flickering with a faint spiritual aura. We are in luck. There are many cultivators on board. The red-eyed officer's lips pursed into a smile. He started the transmission array glyph and said in a heavy tone, Who are the cultivators? Please proceed to the back of the train, we need you here. His voice changed into a moving and passionate telepathic thought that propagated through every coach. Who are the cultivators? Who are the cultivators? Who are the cultivators? Li Yao, staring at the monitoring screen, discovered some changes in a few of the passengers on board. In coach number 2, a gray-haired, hale grandpa gradually stood up. From the luggage rack, he picked up a light gold straw hat and meticulously placed it on his head. Turning to the window and straightening his appearance, he supported himself with a walking stick that had a dragon head on its handle and calmly proceeded towards the back of the train. In coach number 3 sat an obese man with a big head and large ears. On his thick and short fingers, there were 3 big rings shining in a golden light. Next to him sat a petite girl who was old enough to be his daughter. From the beginning, the fat man had been holding the girl in his arm. On one side, he was consoling her, while on the other, his hands were moving all over her body as if no one was watching them, seemed a little arrogant. However, when the obese man heard the summon, his fatty face fiercely trembled. In the blink of an eye, he turned incomparably solemn and showed a little dismay as well as fear. The obese man hesitated for a long time. His facial feature turned increasingly hideous, and his molars were all about to break from clenching. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and started to intensely kiss the girl in his arm. He kissed so fervently that it seemed as if he had never kissed someone in this life and would also never be able to do so again. Despite how much the girl struggled, it was all for naught. After kissing enough for half a minute to have passed, the obese man finally let go, stood up suddenly, and carrying his belly, which resembled the belly of a woman who had been pregnant for a 5 to 6 months, started moving towards the back of the train with difficulty. The girl wiped the saliva off her face and doubtfully asked him, seemingly asking where he was going. Li Yao saw that obese man impatiently wave his hand and said just one word. From the motion of his mouth, it was apparently, toilet. At the end of coach number 6 sat a 30 to 40 years old husband-wife couple. They were dressed very ordinarily as if they were common office workers. Upon hearing the call, the woman stood up without any hesitation. On the other hand, a fearful look appeared on the man's face who, after a moment of hesitation, reached out to grab the woman's hand. The woman stared at him with wide-opened eyes. Her eyes flickered with intense shock and contempt. Pushing away her husband's arm, she pointed at her husband's nose and cursed a few times before walking towards the back of the train without even turning her head. The husband flushed red. He was so ashamed that he was on the verge of crying. Finally, he mustered up his courage and slapped the table as he stood up and chased after his wife. In the middle of coach number 9 sat a young girl who wore a plain white long skirt. She looked very delicate and pretty, much like an orchid blooming inside a deep valley. When everyone was sitting restlessly, she, on the other hand, was calmly reading a paperback book. In this era where crystal processors were largely popular, someone who liked carrying paperback books would seldom be seen. Her slender arm changing the page gave the girl a fresh and refined look. Upon hearing the summon, the girl's eyelashes slightly trembled as she took out an exquisite bookmark, refined out a leaf and cautiously placed it inside the book. Leaving the paperback book on the luggage rack, she calmly walked towards the back of the train. When they were passing the other coaches, there were several pairs of eyes that were overflowing in brilliance. It was the cultivators who had also perceived the danger. However, these people just lowered their heads, so low that it was almost reached their crotch, as they did not dare to directly look them in the eyes. Very quickly, 5 cultivators appeared in the armored coach. The raging storm and the howling beast tide did not bring any change to their visage, on the contrary, it revealed a, so it was like this, look of relief. "I am a cultivator," the meticulous old man said. "I am a cultivator," the heavy-jowled and pot-bellied obese man said while gasping for breath. "We, husband and wife, are both cultivators." The middle-aged husband-wife couple gazed at each other with a smile. Hand in hand, their fingers entwined with each other's, much like a deep-rooted twin lotus on a stalk. 1. "I am also a cultivator," the elegant as an orchid girl gave a slight smile and calmly said. Ding Een and the red-eyed officer looked at each other before simultaneously bursting into laughter. "The two of us are also cultivator. We never thought that 5 fellows would actually stand up and fight side by side with us today. We are truly happy." Ding Een, from his ring, took out a fist-sized, circular magical equipment and placed it on his forehead. Suddenly, the circular magical equipment started shining as if he had grown a third eye. Whiz! The magical equipment abruptly shot out 5 red spirit threads which pierced the foreheads of the 5 cultivators. Telepathic thought exchanger? Li Yao's eyes lit up. Every high-level cultivator had powerful psychic power. It was possible for them to converse with just their telepathic thoughts without any restriction. With just the move of their thoughts, they could make the others understand their intentions. A building foundation stage cultivator like Ding Yin, apparently, still could not practice such psychic powers. However, by relying on the telepathic thought exchanger, he could transmit a large amount of information in a single breath, achieving the hearts linked as one effect. With the telepathic thought exchange, the amount of information transmitted could reach an astronomical figure. After 3 seconds, a look of pondering appeared on the faces of all 5 cultivators. Ding Yin withdrew the spirit threads and fervently swept a gaze. So the situation is like this. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? The meticulous old man stepped forward. Like an ancient tree that was burning, he solemnly and fanatically nodded his head and said, "Yes, I agree with fellow Ding's analysis. Only by sacrificing us few could we buy those valuable 3 minutes. This decrypt is Zhuang Zhonghai, a 13th level refinement stage cultivator. However, as I am a research-type cultivator, my spiritual energy is limited. Even if I crush my soul, I'm afraid I could only fire the Taiyi lightning railgun no more than twice." The obese man wiped the rain off his face and said with a laugh, "I am Gao Dukong, an 11th level refinement stage admin-type cultivator. I have my own company, and what I'm most afraid of is not being able to eat. Ha ha ha, I'm young and strong. Although my cultivation is not as deep and vigorous as old Zhuang's, if this fatty goes all out, I can also fire the Taiyi lightning railgun twice." The middle-aged husband-wife couple looked at each other as the female smiled and said, "I am Yen Xiaodai, and my husband is called Zhang Meng. Both of us are 6th level refinement stage cultivator, however, we are cultivating a rather peculiar, secret dual cultivation law, so we together can struggle to fire twice." The orchid of a deep valley-like girl said, "I am Wei Qingqing. I have just graduated from the Sky Fantasia Academy this year and was going to a small village in the wasteland to be a village teacher. My level is the lowest, and I am only in the 5th level of the refinement stage. I am a culture-type cultivator and an illusionist. Unfortunately, facing the beast tide, it cannot be used. If I go all out, I can struggle to fire once. Alright. I and Old Ding are both building foundation stage cultivators. If we burn our spiritual energy, we can fire the Taiyi lightning railgun 3 to 5 times. Even if we cannot kill these bastards, we together have to at least hold on for 3 minutes, the red-eyed officer gallantly said. Everyone finished introducing themselves, and then cast their gaze at Jiang Tao, who was in the corner. Only now did Li Yao remember that the cuddled-up Jiang Tao in the corner was also a cultivator. Jiang Tao looked like he had been dead for 3 days and 3 nights, his complexion was pale. He stammered, I am only a 3rd level refinement stage cultivator. I'm afraid I can't even fire the Taiyi lightning railgun once. I. Stammering, for a while, he suddenly stood up and pointed at the 7 cultivators as he shouted madly, You are all crazy. Why would you sacrifice yourselves to save a train of irrelevant people? The 7 cultivators looked at him without speaking a word. The look in their eyes was full of complete indifference. In the light drizzle, they were like 7 bronze statues. Jiang Tao, more and more, could not endure. He shouted at the top of his lungs, We are all powerful cultivators. We can live for at least 100 years and enjoy a good life, so why do you wish to die in this kind of place? Why? The obese man sneered, It is because we are powerful cultivators that we have to come forward in times of crisis. In the world of cultivation, there is a certain saying. Presumably, you have also heard it, the blood of the strong must flow for the weak. Wei Qingqing said, Moreover, haven't you seen with your own eyes how terrifying the beast tide outbreak is? Even if we don't come forward, the ghost-face silver mosquitoes would catch up in a few minutes. By then, we would all be dead. Zhuang Zhonghai, the old man, calmly said, You are also a cultivator and possess an extraordinary computing power. You can draw your own analysis and check whether or not we have a second road. Jiang Tao rolled his eyes and screamed, "Of course I know this. The ghost-face silver mosquitoes will take some time to kill the passengers. Since we are all cultivators, in that time, we can run several dozen li and meet up with the reinforcement. We would be able to escape with our lives." Zhuang Zhonghai narrowed his eyes as he spoke, enunciating word by word, "Young man, you're saying, we should let the entire train of ordinary people become our shield, aren't you?" TLN, 1, Twin Lotus on a stalk means a devoted married couple. Jiang Tao's face flushed as he minced his words. "Oh, of course that's not what I mean. What I meant to say was that, no one can predict the beast tide outbreak. If the ordinary people die, they can only blame their bad luck. We cultivators are the elites of society, the pillars of the country. We are like the feathers of a phoenix and the horns of a unicorn. 1. Wouldn't it be a pity, to die in vain like this? Only if we survive could we take revenge for the ordinary people." His remarks rendered the 7 cultivators completely speechless. Zhang Meng, who was hesitating to come forward a moment ago, could not help but ask his wife in a low voice, "Xiaodai, was I as shameless as this guy?" "How could you?" Yen Xiaodai smiled. Gently wrapping her arms around her husband's neck, she said with a voice full of deep love, "My husband is the most handsome man in the entire Heaven Origin sector. Even when you are shameless, you are still very handsome." While speaking, she tiptoed and passionately kissed Zhang Meng on the lips. Ding Yin indifferently looked at Jiang Tao, much like he was looking at a dog. "Little friend, since our opinions differ and we cannot find a common ground, and as it seems that you also do not wish to fulfill the sworn duty of cultivators, please return to your seat. And also, please be careful not to disturb the ordinary people, lest you create a panic. You are all stupid." Jiang Tao clenched his teeth and said with a distorted face, "What the F***CK is, a cultivator's sworn duty to protect ordinary people. The blood of the strong must flow for the weak. These are all ideologies from a couple centuries ago. Besides you fools, no one else takes this seriously. I don't believe there are only so few cultivators on board. There are definitely many cultivators like me who are not going to act even until the very end. We are the ones who have made the wisest decision." Wei Qingqing's voice was very gentle, yet it carried an indomitable will. "I am cultivating my own truth. As for the other cultivators, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to have a clear conscience. You are, simply, unreasonable. Then quickly get the hell out. You don't need to be so chatty. Don't interrupt this father when he is trying to save the world." The obese man spat a mouthful of saliva towards Jiang Tao's feet, which fell dead right in between his legs like a flying sword, scaring the hell out of him. Jiang Tao's complexion turned from red to purple, much like fresh pork liver. Although his lips parted, in the end, he did not dare to retort. He shrunk his neck and staggeringly receded towards coach number 15. Across from him laid a wounded soldier who was moaning in pain. Without even taking a single glance, Jiang Tao stepped over him. The red-eyed officer coldly looked and suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stone, gather every brother and take the wounded to coach number 15. Battalion Commander." A bearded man with a shaved head anxiously said, "I am not going. I want to fight till the bitter end with you." The red-eyed officer gave him a stern stare and shouted, "Company Commander Stone. I repeat, gather all the brothers and form a second defense line in coach number 15 to protect the civilians on board. This is my command." "Battalion Commander." The bearded fellow sobbed. "Stone, cultivators have a cultivator's duty, and the Federation Army has its own duty. I am a soldier of the Federation Army as well as a cultivator. Now is the time for me to fulfill my duty. Your time has still not arrived. Go. Stick to your post and prepare for battle. If we are not able to buy 3 minutes, then it will be your turn. Remember, even if you can hold on for an extra second, that 1 second will still count. The red-eyed officer heavily patted the bearded fellow on the shoulder. Yes, sir. The bearded fellow gathered every soldier. Thud. Every soldier stomped their boots as they stood at attention and saluted, splashing water everywhere. Afterward, carrying their Thunderfire bolt gun on their shoulder, they put the seriously injured soldiers on stretchers and supported the lightly wounded soldiers as they retreated towards coach number 15. Student Li Yao, you should also go. Ding Yin walked in front of Li Yao and kindly smiled. Li Yao blankly watched everything. His forehead was incomparably aching. An inexplicable power from left and right was trying to break from the inside. It was as if a nail was ruthlessly drilling its way out from the top of his head. He felt a buzzing sensation in his entire brain, and his whole neural field was in ebullition. Professor Ding, are you planning to sacrifice yourself to buy time for us? Li Yao asked in a low voice. Ding Yin nodded and calmly replied, yes. After you have withdrawn, we will choose the right time and detach the armored coach from the train. You will continue on your journey while we cover for you in an attempt to buy 3 minutes. Li Yao anxiously said, Professor Ding, I know you want to combust your life and overdraft your spiritual energy so that you can transcend your spiritual energy limit by 10 times to fire the Taiyi lightning railgun, but there is no need to detach the armored coach from the train. Even if you overdraft your spiritual energy, you will not necessarily die. However, if you detach yourself from the train, the armored coach will lose its driving force and you will be engulfed by the tide of ghost-face silver mosquitoes. You will die, you will certainly die. Ding Yin sighed and said, Student Li Yao, it's not that simple. In the absence of supercompressed crystal cells, the Taiyi lightning railgun is a powerful equipment which only core formation stage cultivators can use with ease. We are just low-level cultivators. Even if we combust our own lives and crush our spirits, we would be barely able to operate the Taiyi lightning railgun. It is also impossible for us to accurately aim. It is like handing the Thunderfire bolt gun into the hands of a 3-year-old child. Even if he had the strength to pull the trigger, he would still not be able to hit a target outside the 100-meter range, am I right? This, Li Yao was tongue-tied. Ding Yin slightly smiled and said, in this case, there is only one way that could allow us to hit the target. That is to let them approach. Let them come closer until the target is right next to us so that the muzzle is against their temple, no, not the temple but inside the target's mouth. So when we pull the trigger, the gun will blast off its head. So we have no choice but to detach ourselves from the crystal train. While you move forward, we will enter the ghost-face silver mosquito tide and fire the ball of lightning from within. Only in such a manner can we hit the target. We 7 have all drawn our own estimation and finally came to the same conclusion. There is no other choice for us besides this. Student Li Yao, I'm sorry that I cannot compare notes with you again. Finally, I want to tell you. I actually don't know anything about the 9 Mother Sword's technique of binding Tenebrum energy. It was the first time I have heard of such magical equipment, so in the waiting room, I simply pretended to go to the lavatory in order to hide from you. It was not my intention to hide anything from you. Ha ha ha, shameful, isn't it? Li Yao's lips quivered. There were thousands of things he wanted to say, but in the end, not a single word came out. Student Li Yao, this is goodbye. May you awaken your spiritual roots as soon as possible and become a cultivator, become a true cultivator. Ding Yin heaved a sigh as he slightly poked Li Yao with his finger. Li Yao suddenly turned limp and powerless, completely unable to move. Ding Yin turned around and left. Examining the Taiyi lightning railgun, he repaired it one last time. Quickly leave. It's too dangerous here. 2 soldiers forcibly carried Li Yao to coach number 15. Whoosh! The door between the armored coach and coach number 15 tightly shut. Only now did Li Yao recover his strength. Struggling with all his might, he arrived before the gate and stuck his nose against the tempered glass as he looked at the other side of the window. In the dark curtain of the night, the demon clan giant created by the ghost-face silver mosquitoes came closer and closer. Again and again, it stretched out its devil claws and ruthlessly clawed at the defensive arrays of the crystal train. Every time it collided with the defensive arrays, thousands upon thousands of streaks of lightning would burst forth. The crystal train would shake left and right like a lone boat amidst a turbulent storm. The frequency of the demon clan giant's attack was getting higher and higher. In contrast, the electric brilliance released by the defensive arrays was getting bleaker by the attack. After a stalemate of over 10 minutes, a swoosh sound reverberated and strange ripples appeared in the air. It seemed as if something had disappeared. The demon clan giant's devil claws unscrupulously clawed over. The defensive arrays were destroyed completely. At this moment, the only thing blocking the beast tide from the train filled with ordinary people was the coach, which only had 7 low-level cultivators inside. Among which was only a single battle-type cultivator, and that was the red-eyed officer. Now! The red-eyed officer roared as he heavily hammered a fist onto the detaching array glyphs at the end of the armored coach that connected it with the rest of the train. Squeak! The armored coach hobbled as it separated from the crystal train. The crystal train's speed soared to the limit, and like an arrow shot from a bow, galloped ahead at full speed. And the armored coach was gradually slowing down. In the eyes of Li Yao, the armored carriage turned into a deadly arrow that directly shot straight towards the demon clan giant like a lightning bolt. In his ear rang thunderclaps like roars of 7 cultivators. Ladies and gentlemen, let's fight side by side. In this moment, let's behead the demons and exterminate the devils. Evil bastards, cultivators are here. Come here to die. In Li Yao's field of vision, the armored coach was getting smaller and smaller, much like a small boat engulfed by the frightful billows and terrible waves created by the ghost-face silver mosquitoes. But in the next second, the Taiyi lightning gun's roar reverberated as incomparably dazzling streaks of lightning that were akin to a giant dragon that had been in deep slumber within the sea jumped up, brandishing its claws and baring its fangs as it tore apart the demon clan giant right from the middle. The demon clan giant let out ear-piercing, blood-curdling shrieks as if it was in great pain. Countless ghost-face silver mosquitoes were electrocuted to ashes, while the rest of them stagnated for a while before they, once again, gathered together to form a giant. Taking advantage of the moment while the giant stopped, the crystal train had galloped a dozen kilometers ahead. The demon clan tried to catch up, but once again, a ball of lightning rose into the sky and ruthlessly exploded just above its head, confusing and disorienting it for a while as it repeatedly wailed. 3rd time. 4th time. 5th time. Every time the demon clan giant wanted to charge forward, it would be completely blocked by the giant net of lightning created by the explosion of the ball of lightning, rendering it unable to move. Li Yao watched in a daze. God knows after how long, some burning hot liquid trickled down his face. He very well knew that with their cultivation, it was simply impossible for Ding Yin and the others to operate powerful magical equipment like the Taiyi lightning railgun, which fired balls of lightning that had the strength equivalent to an attack from a core formation stage cultivator with all its strength. They, in order to madly supply the spiritual energy, even damaged their meridians, overdrafted their lives, and using their flesh, blood, and soul as a price, forcibly fired the Taiyi lightning railgun. Foundation building stage cultivators like Ding Yin and the red-eyed officer could only forcibly fire the Taiyi lightning railgun 3 to 5 times by completely burning their lives. In contrast, Wei Qingqing and the others were only refinement stage cultivators, who were not even battle-type cultivators. Their spiritual energy reserves were simply not enough. Perhaps forcibly firing just one round of Taiyi lightning railgun was enough to make them burn their lives and crush their souls, causing them to fall on the spot. They were all using their valuable lives to buy 3 minutes for a car full of ordinary people, who were also complete strangers to them. And that was just because they were cultivators. TLN, 1, meaning rare. 7th time. 8th time. One after another, dozens of balls of lightning exploded in the sky and weaved a giant net of lightning which was comparable to natural lightning, tightly enclosing the demon clan giant formed from the ghost-face silver mosquitoes within. Letting out a furious roar that shook the sky and the earth, with a casual wave of its hand, it tore apart the electric net in a short period of time. For a long time, there was only complete silence amidst the beast tide. No ball of lightning exploded again, seemingly as if the 7 cultivators had already fallen. Suddenly, a shining human silhouette flew over 100 meters into the sky and proudly stood on top of the demon clan giant's head. Wings that were about 20 to 30 meters spread out. These wings that were purely composed of intertwining light and flames constantly surged out from a tattoo on the back of the human silhouette. It was the red-eyed officer. The red-eyed officer's whole body was completely naked, from top to bottom. There was not a single piece of clothing on him, all the scars on his body were completely revealed. Forcibly carrying the few thousand-pound Taiyi lightning railgun on his shoulder, he was like a god who bravely stood between the heaven and the earth with a body that was basking in the dazzling blue brilliance from the ball of lightning. Bastards, take a look, this is what a cultivator is. The red-eyed officer madly laughed. The streaks of lightning coiling around him turned brighter and brighter and became more and more turbulent before finally turning into a sun-like ball of blue aura as his entire body completely melted and violently blasted open. This final explosion was fiercer than anything before, reducing the entire head of the demon clan giant along with its shoulders to ashes. Only after a minute was the beast tide able to once again quickly gather to draw a human form. Its vivid facial features revealed a sliver of fear and confusion. Perhaps it could simulate a human-like form and could even simulate the wisdom akin to humans. However, never would it be able to understand why these humans would charge forth to die without even showing a single trace of fear. It possessed a terrifying computational power, and according to its estimations, these people were all the strongest humans on board the crystal train. As long as they let it feast upon the ordinary people, they would have a 90% chance to escape. Humans. The demon clan giant shook its head as it clumsily chased after the train. Its claws were barely able to graze the coach at the end of the train, tearing off an iron sheet. The passengers on board the train could even hear vague, buzz-buzz noises, as if a large group of mosquitoes was buzzing by their ears. "Brother, go to coach number 14, the bearded fellow, Company Commander Stone, said to Li Yao. Li Yao had a terrible headache, and his pair eyes were in a daze. He subconsciously replied, "They," as Company Commander Stone swept a glance around, every soldier of the Federation army who still had the strength to stand gathered by his side. They were like a group of statues carved from stone who didn't reveal a single trace of emotion on their visages, and the emotion in their eyes had come to a halt. A short while following the reassurance of the veterans, even the young soldiers who were horrified and restless just a moment ago became bustling with bravery as their entire bodies became engulfed in a dense, bloody aura. "We are regular soldiers, and you are a disabled veteran. We will form the second defense line, while you will form the third defense line," Company Commander Stone said. For a moment, Li Yao was surprised. Clenching his teeth, he nodded his head, and without a single word, walked towards coach number 14. His entire body was hot, and his brain felt as if it was burning with some kind of utterly mysterious power, one which was frantically bombarding his pineal gland. At this moment, he was intensely eager to become stronger, intensely eager to become a true cultivator. In coach number 14, all the wounded soldiers had been transferred to this location. The lightly wounded soldiers quietly wiped their firearms and checked their ammunition as they formed the third defense line. The heavily wounded soldiers lying on the ground were clenching their teeth, trying their best not to groan. They truly could not endure. At this moment, they began to hum the song of the Federation Army in an impassioned tone. "Give me a gun," Li Yao said to a lightly wounded soldier. The other party took a glance at him in surprise. Then, his lips pursed into a smile as he threw a thunderfire bolt gun to him. Kacha kacha. Li Yao strenuously started loading the bolt gun, as if the burning spirit in his brain was going to be fired from the barrel instead of the bullets. In coach number 15, Company Commander Stone raised the thunderfire bolt gun, and pressing the self-destruction spirit glyph on the gun, he loudly shouted, "Soldiers, destroy your guns completely." Snap! Snap! Dozens of thunderfire bolt gun heavily fell on the ground before they split into pieces, turning into pieces of scrap. Draw your chains words. Dozens of chains words glistening in cold luster that were firmly held by dozens of blood-seething Federation soldiers were raised into the sky as they interleaved into a steel jungle, from which an aura of slaughter emanated. In accordance with the army regulations, when heavily surrounded by the enemy, where the enemy was stronger than you, and in the case when you had no routes of escape, the Federation soldiers should first destroy their firearms, and then use their chains words as they engage in close combat with the enemy. Big Head Son, when I count to 3, activate the detaching array glyphs and detach coach number 15 from the crystal train. We are going to slaughter these filthy swines together. Do you understand? Company Commander Stone shouted in a loud voice. A young soldier with a rather large head smilingly agreed as he rolled up his sleeves in preparation for battle and said, "No problem. This father has been a trained soldier for 2 years, yet I still haven't had the opportunity to touch a single hair on a demon beast. Today, I can finally have some fun." Dozens of soldiers burst into laughter together. "All right. Today, let's touch the hair on these bastards." 1. Company Commander Stone, with wide-opened eyes, roared. "Come on, bastards. Try this father's chains word," the soldiers roared together. 2. Company Commander Son looked at Big Head Sunday. Big Head Son, gritting his teeth, came before the detaching array glyphs and clenched his fists to the point that his fingernails had drawn blood. "Just wait and watch, you filthy swines. Our cultivators will soon arrive and send you all to the netherworld ere this father will be waiting for you. Just wait and watch, you will die again and again 100 times. The soldiers unscrupulously started laughing frantically. 3. Company Commander Stone shouted at the top of his lungs, yet he was unable to hear his own voice. The same was true for Big Head Son as well as for every other soldier. They all raised their heads in utter surprise. A few kilometers above their head, an object moving at high speeds zipped its way here and broke the sound barrier, creating a deafening, loud sonic boom. Li Yao clung to the window with wide-opened eyes, which had become so big that they were even bigger than the eyes of a bull, and looked at the dazzling ball of light that flew over from far away as it broke the sound barrier, subsequently creating a large mass of white mist that undulated behind him, creating round after round of huge ripples. The ball of light directly arrived before the Demon Clan giant and came to a halt, revealing its true figure. It was a cultivator who was wearing white crystal armor. "It's the Mountain Sea Sect's cultivator," several soldiers cried out in excitement. The Mountain Sea Sect was a third-tier sect with mediocre strength in the Demon Beast Wasteland. Its overall strength was not even in the top 100 of the Federation, and it did not even have a single core formation stage cultivator. This cultivator was at most in the building foundation stage. Even if he had the support of the crystal armor, it was absolutely impossible for him to unleash a battle force that could transcend a core formation stage cultivators. And what he was facing was an overwhelming beast tide, one which had also produced a demon clan with wisdom. Even for a core formation stage cultivator, facing such a powerful existence would cause a feeling of trepidation. Before the tsunami-like beast tide, the silhouette of the Mountain Sea Sect's cultivator appeared to be especially insignificant. He was like a firefly flying towards the night sky who, in the blink of an eye, would be engulfed by darkness. This tiny firefly did not even hesitate for half a second and drew a long metal stick from his back. As he shook it lightly, from the both ends of the long stick poured out radiating flames that spanned a dozen meters, congealing into 2 mighty anti-ship swords of flames. An anti-ship sword was a terrifying magical equipment that could even cut a crystal battleship in two. The brilliance wreathing around the Firefly, in the blink of an eye, escalated by 10 times, giving the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator the appearance of a dozen-meter-tall giant. The Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator, brandishing the anti-ship swords of flames, without any care for life, charged into the beast tide. Chi 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 chi. Like a red-hot knife fiercely cutting through tofu, the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator directly chopped off the Demon Clan giant's arm and then opened a transparent hole from its front to the back of its stomach. The Demon Clan giant itself was made up of hundreds of millions of ghost-face silver mosquitoes. Even if one were to kill some ghost-face silver mosquitoes, it would simply not cause any damage to it. The Demon Clan giant flew into a rage out of humiliation. It simply no longer took the form of a human and instead transformed into a few kilometer-long giant python that opened its huge mouth and swallowed the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator. Boom! The giant python's head exploded as 7 to 8 streaks of light erupted from within. Its entire head, in the blink of an eye, collapsed as the flames wreathing around the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator flared like that of a ball of heavenly flames illuminating the entire land. From inside the ruptured giant python's neck came a buzzing noise as countless ghost-face silver mosquitoes charged out from its body and once again formed a head, which then swallowed the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator for the second time. The Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator went all out and ignited flames madly, crushing the giant python's head once again. A third time. A fourth time. The flames from the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator grew weaker and weaker by the attack, and his movement also became slower and slower. The awe-inspiring white crystal armor was stained with demonic blood of countless ghost-face silver mosquitoes, which constantly corroded the crystal armor as bubbles filled with gray demonic energy emerged one by one on the armor. Finally, when the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator had ruptured the giant python's head for the 6th time, the flames of his anti-ship swords had been completely extinguished. His body was densely laden with marks of having been stung by the ghost-face silver mosquitoes. The Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator was hanging by a thread, he was shaky and unsteady. The brilliance around his body was dim like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any moment. Yet, he refused to give up. He still tried to block the beast tide from approaching the crystal train. Again and again, he tried igniting the spirit fire, tried to release the anti-ship swords of flames, yet he failed again and again. The ghost fire silver mosquitoes squirmed, and for the 7th time, gathered to create a giant python that could swallow the heaven and the earth. Raising its neck, its head fiercely charged towards the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator like a javelin that had been thrown. The Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator gave up on the anti-ship swords of flames and furiously brandished his fists. Inside the crystal train, Li Yao clenched his fists together with him. He clenched so tightly that the bones were about to burst out from beneath his skin. Boom! Just as the giant python was about to swallow the Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator, from in between the clouds suddenly came a thunderous boom that was akin to the eruption of a volcano. Almost at the same moment, the head of the giant python turned crimson and vehemently burst open, transforming into countless masses of hot lava that splashed in all directions and quickly spread. The lava seemed to possess spiritual fire that had life. No matter how the ghost-face silver mosquitoes fled, it continued jumping, splattering, and spreading and soon weaved a giant net of fire. The giant python was tightly ensnared inside the inexhaustible flames. True Samadhi fire. It's the true Samadhi fire. Li Yao was extremely excited, and together with all the soldiers, roared like a wild animal. Finally, reinforcements had arrived. After a moment, a violent roar reverberated above Li Yao's head as a chill gradually descended, suppressing everything around it. It was as though a towering, giant mountain was flying above the crystal train, suppressing every living being between the heaven and earth in a 50-kilometer radius. Li Yao, who was glued to the window to the point that his nose was almost squeezed flat, looked at the sky with wide-open eyes. And in the sky, he saw hundreds of meter-long crystal battleship passing over the crystal train with irresistible momentum as it rolled towards the beast tide. From the colorful ripples that overflowed from the anti-gravity array glyphs under the battleship, Li Yao suddenly recognized the battleship. It's the Federation Army's Dragonslayer class, mid-size destroyer that is specially designed to suppress beast tide outbreaks. Its front deck is equipped with a triple-barrel, primeval true fire cannon, 1, whose 3 barrels could respectively imitate the 3 basic energies, essence, energy, and soul, 2. When the 3 barrels are simultaneously activated, the terrifying true Samadhi fire would be shot out. The true Samadhi fire could use the corpses of demon beasts as fuel to continuously proliferate and spread. It would only be extinguished after completely burning the beast tide. Whiz! 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 Dozens of battle shuttles flew out from the crystal battleships, giving off the impression as if several dozen giant flying swords were cruising around the beast tide. Once a ghost-face mosquito trying to flee the range of the true Samadhi fire was found, the shuttles would swarm over and relentlessly pressure the ghost-face mosquito to fly back. The ghost-face silver mosquitoes, who were all high and mighty as if nothing in the world could stop them a moment ago, had now turned pretty miserable. The giant python had completely collapsed into thin and long earthworms that were contorting and wailing as they struggled inside the flames. At the same time, the red-as-blood, fiendish eye in the sky had also, God knows when, silently closed, returning the world to its previous picturesque appearance and painting a beautiful night sky where the bright, round moon struggled to reveal its brilliant and beautiful figure from within the clouds. The wormhole between the Heaven Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector had completely closed. We won. Li Yao closed his eyes were extremely sore. Something burning hot began to appear at the rim of his eyes, as if it was lava that had been suppressed for far too long and was about to erupt with nothing being able to stop it. Only now did he open his palm, revealing the 4 holes dripping with blood on his palm as the bones of fingers made crack crack sounds like rusty gears. Of course, we will win. A heavily injured soldier who had lost both legs from the thigh and had barely stopped his bleeding with the assistance of spirit glyphs had his lips parted as he said with a smile spread across his face, "We are the strongest battle race in the endless space, so how could a few tiny mosquitoes be our opponent?" After 3 hours, the crystal train came to a halt at a nameless, abandoned station in the wasteland that was tightly surrounded by hundreds of temporary built barracks. Thousands of soldiers carrying bolt guns encircled the crystal train so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. While the Dragonslayer class crystal battleship floated above the crystal train, several dozen cultivators continued to circle around the crystal battleship so meticulously that it was as though they were about to confront a great enemy. It was a routine inspection after each beast tide outbreak. It was all because there were precedents where some powerful, high-ranked demons with profound wisdom had quietly sneaked into the Heaven Origin sector using the beast tide outbreak by disguising themselves as humans, causing a great deal of damage. After suffering a few losses, the Federation had become extremely responsive to the beast tide outbreak. The Federation had even started using a set of rigorous inspection procedures, due to which the Demon Clan had never been able to find another opportunity to sneak into the Heaven Origin sector. However, all of this could not be clearly explained to the passengers. Naturally, it was impossible to completely hide the earth-shaking battle, so the ordinary passengers were formally informed that when the crystal train was about to leave the Thunderstorm zone, they had encountered an attack from a small group of demon beasts that were very quickly thwarted by the train soldiers. However, the crystal train had also suffered serious damage and needed to stop to undergo a thorough maintenance. Only then would it be possible to continue the journey. Perhaps one day, the secret files would be declassified and everything would come to light. The passengers would then come to know that there were 7 cultivators who had traded their valuable lives for glittering thunderstorms to buy them 3 minutes. The passengers would then come to know that there were some young and immature Federation soldiers who, in order to buy even 1 more second, had destroyed their bolt guns and raised their chainswords in preparations to charge into the terrifying beast tide. The passenger would then come to know that there was a low-level cultivator from the Mountain Sea sect cruising nearby who immediately rushed over without regards for his life upon hearing their distress signal and faced the turbulent waves of ghost-face mosquitoes as he hoisted the anti-ship swords of flames. But at this hour and at this moment, they were completely oblivious to everything. Inside the temporary tents, some of the passengers were rather indignant and were constantly complaining. Wasn't it just a small scuffle with demon beasts? How come it had drawn such a big scene? Who knows how long it will take? And their loved ones, those weak and frail seniors, the mothers embracing their babies, were already drifting to sleep under the protection of the Federation Army and the Cultivators. Whereas, inside a few white tents nearby, surgical operations were being intensely carried out as a dozen young and immature soldiers, who were about the same age as Li Yao, had some of their limbs removed and replaced with spiritual prosthetics, becoming a Federation disabled serviceman. And despite being completely blind to what the brutal future had in store for them, these soldiers were, nevertheless, glowing with a calm smile. In contrast, Li Yao was curled up in a corner of a platform in the station as he looked at the passengers and the Federation Army with an extremely confused expression in his eyes. Although not the slightest bit of change could be found on his exterior, his brain had already been burning for 3 hours. Currently, it was as if he was only a curled-up shell, while his spirit was still immersed in those soul-stirring 3 minutes. Where 7 cultivators had come forward and took the armored coach into the beast tide. Where the red-eyed officer with a half-naked body and wings of light spread across his back carried the Taiyi lightning railgun on his shoulder and transformed into a ball of lightning that tore away the heaven and the earth. Where the soldiers from the Federation Army had destroyed their thunderfire bolt guns, hoisted their chainsword, and emitted a final battle cry with soaring murderous aura. Where the Mountain Sea sect's cultivator had brandished the anti-ship swords of flames with indomitable will and charged forward towards the demon clan giant at full speed. Blood-seething scenes, one by one, like bright stars, constantly flashed in the depths of Li Yao's mind. Whereas, tsunami-like roars resounded in his ears, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's fight side by side. Evil bastards, cultivators are here. Come here to die." These scenes, these roars, had congealed into an inexplicable wave that fiercely attacked the depths of his brain, so much that his mouth became parched and his tongue felt scorched, his breathing became erratic, his heart rate had accelerated to 10 times than the usual, and his pineal gland was aching in pain to the point that he had an urge to use the black-winged sword to split open the top of his head. Li Yao could not help but let out a roar as he involuntarily clenched his fists tightly. All the muscles in his body started contracting, and each of his bones made crack-crack noises as if they were about to pierce his skin and come out. What's going on? My brain seems to be frantically secreting an unknown hormone which is making my internal organs, each strand of my muscles, every blood vessel, and even every cell operate in madness. The frequency of their movements is getting faster and faster, I might not be able to hold on any longer. Is this? Li Yao clenched his teeth, line after line of bulging blue veins as thick as earthworms appeared as power frantically surged into his veins like a torrential tide, cleaning his body round after round. Brother Tao, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. You have actually repaired the Taiyi lightning railgun at the critical moment, allowing the soldiers to repulse the demon beast's attack and save the entire train. Just as Li Yao's spirit was burning and his blood was boiling, a sharp and clear female voice suddenly floated into his ear. Taiyi lightning railgun, these 3 words had taken Li Yao by surprise for a moment. He narrowed his eyes to look towards the source of the sound. It was Jiang Tao and Gu Lily. Jiang Tao slightly smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed the nearby Li Yao as a sliver of embarrassment appeared on his face. After a bit of thinking, he walked towards Li Yao in large strides. Brother, I could have never imagined that even though you have such an ordinary appearance, you would have such quick hand speed and would even be able to repair the Thunderfire bolt gun. Sure enough, a still tongue makes a wise head. 3. I am Jiang Tao from the Jiang family. Let's be friends. Jiang Tao extended his hand towards Li Yao with a smile. Although Jiang Tao was a descendant of the Jiang family, he was from a branch family. Since there were many competitors in the family, he had limited resources in his hands. Whereas, even though Gu Lily was not a cultivator, her father was a local tyrant who owned several crystal mines. Once their relationship was completely fixed, Gu Lily's family would provide him with massive amounts of resources to help him cultivate. Therefore, Jiang Tao was pursuing Gu Lily with everything he had. When it was time to step forward, he only did so in order to show off his heroic spirit in front of Gu Lily, but little did he expect that it was the beast-tide outbreak they had encountered, one which almost caused him to pee his pants. And as luck would have it, Gu Lily didn't know the truth, and it was impossible for the army to declassify everything in such a short period of time, so in order to brag about himself in front of his girlfriend, Jiang Tao had shoved everything that Li Yao had done unto himself. But he had never imagined that he would encounter the person who had truly done it at such a timely moment. His bragging was almost exposed. After all, as a cultivator, to get cold feet is certainly nothing glorious. Perhaps several competitors in the family would even hype it up without restraint, which would certainly ruin my reputation. The trained soldiers are insignificant, but this hick is going to be a little troublesome. Although he may be rustic, he is still a new student of the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department and is, after all, a student of the 9 elite universities. Not to mention that his hand speed is so quick, one would never know when he could soar to the top and become an influential figure. For such a person, it would be better to become friends before he gains fame. Once we are friends, everything will naturally be settled. Usually, Jiang Tao would flaunt a little, but he was, after all, still a descendant of a big family, thus he was not too stupid. After analyzing the gains and losses clearly, he immediately thought of becoming friends with Li Yao. But, Li Yao's mind was in chaos. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt. His 7 emotions and 6 desires, were heightened to the extreme, as such he simply could not control himself. Before the brain had issued any command, 4 words, like flying swords, shot out like lightning from the depths of his throat: "Get the hell out." Jiang Tao's complexion changed. Not so long ago, on the crystal train, the 7 cultivators had a contemptuous look in their eyes towards him, as they had regarded him as a deserter, which already brought him extreme shame and anger. He had never thought that even an ordinary person would dare to yell at him. Glancing around, he discovered many soldiers patrolling. Forcing back his anger, Jiang Tao pulled out a blank gold transfer card from his bosom and handed it over. "We are both learning to refine, so why do you keep people away? From the way you dress, your family should be a commoner family. Otherwise, you would not have ended up in the Grand Desolate War Institution's refining department. However, learning to refine requires a great deal of money. If you want to rise above the others, you need to take private lessons on top of the normal studies. This card has 200,000 bucks. Take it and spend it as you wish. Think of it as me supporting a junior." Ha ha ha. Jiang Tao stuffed the gold transfer card into Li Yao's bosom and moved closer to his ear as he spoke in a suppressed voice, "But you cannot talk about what happened on the train. Misfortune comes from the mouth. As a student of the 9 elite universities, you should know what these 4 words mean, right? TLN, 1, true fire, the fire that can be produced by the cultivator himself using his internal core or chi/energy. 2. The 3 essential energies are the basic energies required to sustain human life. They are also known as Jing, Qi, Shen, or 3 treasures. Jing, the basic essence which is related to the physical aspect of the body. Qi, the energy or breath which propels the body. It is what moves the body. Shen, soul, spirit, mind, the spiritual or psychic aspect of the body. In other words, the command center of the body. 3. A person who is wise does not speak much. 4. 7 emotions: pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, love, hate, and desire. 6 desires: the desires associated with the 6 sensory organs: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind: lust, vanity, dignity, pleasant sounds, good life/death, and sensual pleasures. His voice had yet to dissipate, yet Jing Tao could already feel a vigorous force surging towards his stomach. To his dismay, Li Yao had pushed him 3 to 4 steps away and had also tossed the gold transfer card at his face. Li Yao's eye had turned blood red as a mysterious power started gushing from the depths of his bone marrow, causing him to give birth to an unstoppable feeling and an urge to fire his burning fist towards Jiang Tao's mouth. Jiang Tao was stunned. Not even in his dream would he have imagined that some hick would actually not only not give him face but also even dare to shove him. And, to his disbelief, he had even been pushed away. The awakening of the spiritual root was the most mysterious phenomena in the world of cultivation. The state of awakening one's spiritual root differed from cultivator to cultivator. For instance, Jiang Tao, who was a pure creation-type cultivator, simply didn't have such a painful reaction when his spiritual root had awakened. Even in his dreams, he would not have imagined that Li Yao was on the verge of awakening his spiritual root. And as long as he got a little more stimulus, even a tiny bit of stimulus, he would then be. Jiang Tao burst into anger. In a single step, he arrived before Li Yao and grabbed onto his collar as he spoke through clenched teeth. "I was kind enough to befriend you, yet you actually dare to humiliate me like this. I was being considerate, and yet you failed to appreciate my kindness. Why? Do you think that those 7 idiots are heroes and I am coward? Is that what you think? Aren't I alive, while those 7 idiots are dead? I can keep on living and live a happy life, while not even dregs are left of those 7 idiots. Idiots." From the depths of Li Yao's eyes, flickering flames appeared one after the other. Jiang Tao grinned hideously. They were all powerful cultivators, and yet for some ordinary people, they chose to die. If they aren't idiots, then what are they? Let me tell you this, you are a stupid brat. We are in the wasteland, where the number of cultivators is way more than in the inland. There were at least 10 cultivators on the train who, like me, had made the wisest choice. Are we really cowards? Of course not. We were retaining our strength, biding our time. For a gentleman to take revenge, waiting 10 years is not too late. But only those 7 idiots stepped forward and clashed head-on with the beast tide. The blood of strong must flow for the weak? Ha ha ha, what era do you think we are living in? Such nonsense is simply laughable. In short, you better listen to me. I am a 3rd-level refinement stage cultivator and a descendant of the Jiang family. My strength is beyond your imagination. So long as you dare to speak half a word, I, like stomping an ant to death, will crush a hick like you to death. Do you hear me? No. Li Yao didn't hear anything. The only thing he heard at the moment was a deep rumbling akin to a taut string snapping echoing in his ears. Deep within his brain, something had ruthlessly snapped. Ding! As if a shackle that had been restraining his soul had been smashed to pieces, as if a dam that had been stopping the flood had completely collapsed, strength surged forth like a tsunami from the deepest parts of his brain, thereby increasing the size of his pineal gland by a couple dozen times before blasting out through his glabella. A blood-red flame soared to the sky. In the blink of an eye, everything before Li Yao was blood-red. It was as though the whole world had been dyed red as rumbling resembling the howling of the wind and the seas resounded in his ear. It was as though millions upon millions of crystals had burst at the same time, blasting him into a marvelous new world. Li Yao had completely lost the ability to think. His hungry and thirsty, iron-like fist turned into a roaring, ferocious beast and bolted out before his brain had even issued any command. Crack! A sound akin to a watermelon bursting apart was followed by a blood-curdling shriek. As if a horn to commence the battle had resounded through the sky, making Li Yao's blood, to the very last drop, boil. His other fist similarly turned into a ferocious beast, involuntarily tightly clenching. The fist was raised to his chest and pulled out before punching ahead. What he did next, he had no idea. God knows how long after did Li Yao finally fiercely open his eyes. His mind was completely blank, and soon, he discovered that he was inside a small medical tent. Half of his body was immersed in a light green medical solution, which made him feel very comfortable at the places where it was in contact. However, his entire body, from head to toe, was in incomparable pain. It was as if a crystal train had rolled over him back and forth a dozen times. But what made him most surprised was color. So many colors. Blinking his eyes, Li Yao looked all around in confusion. He discovered that the whole world was completely different from before. It was incredibly resplendent and brimming with colors. There were even a few hundred colors which he could not name. Moreover, many tiny, gorgeous specks of light of many colors were also floating in the air. This kind of strange state could not describe in words. It was like someone who was colorblind since birth and only knew two colors, black and white, in his life had suddenly gained the vision of a normal person. If the kind of incomparable shock that he got when crimson, orange, red, green, azure, blue, purple, gorgeous lights of countless color entered his retina was again multiplied by 100 times, that would be precisely what Li Yao was feeling at this moment. Furthermore, Li Yao discovered that not only was the brilliance radiated by every object in the surroundings incredibly resplendent, even his own body was emitting faint, rainbow-like radiance round after round. On his forehead, just a bit above his glabella was 3 thin and long, spirit threads, that were lightly swaying along with his breathing. When a few tiny specks of light gradually floated over, the spirit threads would suddenly reach out and fiercely suck in the specks of light. As if a long snake was swallowing an egg, the specks of light would be sucked into his brain through the spirit thread, and via the pineal gland, it would be converted into a very pure energy which would then be absorbed into every part of his body, causing his entire body to feel calm and comfortable. It was extremely pleasant. What is this? Li Yao reached out to grab the spirit threads, but his palm instead directly passed through them. He simply didn't feel anything. Even when he rubbed his glabella, he didn't feel anything strange. His soul, on the other hand, could clearly feel it. There was a new organ in his neural field, an organ that had evolved from his pineal gland, and this very organ was controlling these spirit threads. With a move of his telepathic thought, these spirit threads started dancing and very soon swallowed a few dozen specks of light before completely sucking them into his neural field, thereby nourishing his soul and body. The specks of light, upon seeing this, escaped in succession. The speed at which these specks floated became much faster, much like frightened planktons in the ocean. If I can produce some more and grow them a bit longer, it would be a lot better. Li Yao thought. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, his brain started aching as strength stored in his soul, in a steady stream, infused into the new organ evolved from the pineal gland. Not only had the 3 spirit thread grown a little longer, a slightly shorter 4th spirit thread had also been formed. Furthermore, the movement speed of the spirit threads had also increased by a lot. Soon after, over 100 specks of light were captured. So formidable. If I could grow over 100 spirit threads at once, wouldn't I be able to sweep all the specks of light floating in the air? Li Yao became extremely excited. But this time, the new organ evolved from the pineal gland didn't respond to his call. On the contrary, from the depths of his neural field came a faint warning, waking him in the blink of an eye. This request was far beyond his capabilities. Unless he was willing to overdraft his life, it was impossible to achieve it in a short period of time. It seems that the growth of the spirit thread is limited. I must, step by step, grow slowly. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. From the medical treatment pod, Li Yao somehow sat up and curiously observed the strange new world. He discovered that even if he closed both eyes, he was still able to perceive this incomparably new gorgeous world. Furthermore, it became even more clear and vivid. Is it possible that this new organ evolved from the pineal gland can directly perceive the world? Right away, Li Yao used both his hands to cover his eyes as he gathered his telepathic thoughts in his forehead and scanned his surroundings. Well? Li Yao quickly discovered that there was another medical treatment pod just opposite to him, and laid inside was a wounded man. The radiance emitting from this person's body was 100 times stronger than his. The radiance around Li Yao's body was still not firm. It was like a flickering flame swaying in the wind, weaving in and out, giving off a feeling that it might be extinguished at any moment. But the radiance around this person was like water in a stream that was flowing slowly. The radiance had formed a sparkling armor which tightly covered his entire body. Furthermore, there were only 4 spirit threads on Li Yao's forehead, and he relied on the movement of these spirit threads to swallow the floating specks of light. But the spirit threads on that man's forehead were not only numerous but were thick as well. Furthermore, they had also interwoven together to form a huge vortex that was producing a powerful suction force, allowing him to inhale countless floating specks of light. It was as easy as blowing off dust. It was 100-fold more efficient than that of Li Yao. The structure of this spirit thread vortex is really mysterious. Li Yao secretly praised. Just as Li Yao carefully tried to take a closer look, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot over from the wounded man's body, causing Li Yao's brain to feel a prickling pain. When he looked again, the wounded man was covered in a black sheet, rendering Li Yao to be unable to see any of his spirit aura. Little brother, casually spying on someone else's cultivation law is the biggest taboo in the world of cultivation. As you had just become a cultivator, this father will not haggle with you, but keep in mind that outside, you cannot stealthily inspect other cultivators like this. A coarse voice said with a laugh. Li Yao was surprised for a moment and opened his eyes to look. In the opposite medical treatment pod sat an ugly man who was as tall as a bull and as robust as a horse. The man had a beard that was stiff and straight, as if swords had been hoisted from his face. Li Yao flushed red in embarrassment. Just as he wanted to apologize, a word from the other guy's mouth had made him surprised for a moment before he became wild with joy as he jumped out of the medical treatment pod. Cultivator? Right, my pineal gland has evolved into a spiritual root. My spiritual root has awakened, I am a cultivator. Li Yao yelled. As he waved his right fist, a series of water-like ripples appeared in the air, spreading and propagating for a long time. For 3 months, he had been wandering all over the country, yet from the beginning to the end, he couldn't find an opportunity to break through. Never in his imagination would he have thought that on the northbound train, watching the magnanimous sacrifice of Ding Yin and the other seniors, such a bloody scene, as well as being angered by Jiang Tao would cause his blood vessels to expand, his soul to be set ablaze, and his spirit root to be awakened. From this moment onwards, he was no longer an ordinary person and he was no longer weak. After encountering last night's soul-stirring scene, he would no longer need someone else's protection. Now, it would be possible for him to fight shoulder to the bitter end together with Ding Yin, Wei Qingqing, and the red-eyed officer. The robust man watched Li Yao with a grin. Only after Li Yao had calmed down a bit did he slowly say, I am Guan Xiong, a building foundation stage cultivator from the Mountain Sea sect. In the wasteland, everyone calls me Mountain Sea Guan Xiong. Mountain Sea sect, Guan Xiong? Li Yao immediately remembered that after the sacrifice of the 7 cultivators, a cultivator who was not far away had come over quickly. With his own strength, he had blocked the beast tide, preventing it from reaching the crystal train. He was the cultivator who had bravely charged straight to the demon clan giant while waving the anti-ship swords of flames. This rough man with a stiff beard in front of him was none other than Mountain Sea Guan Xiong. Brother Xiong, you didn't die. Awesome. Li Yao was happy from the bottom of his heart. This was truly an unexpected yet pleasant surprise. Guan Xiong burst into laughter as did his beard, which moved along with his jaw. if a bunch of tiny little pests wants to swallow this father, then they would have to first go back and cultivate for another 180 years. However, my cultivation did tumble down from high-level building foundation stage to the intermediate level, but as long as I cultivate for 3 to 5 years, I will be like a dragon again. Upon hearing this, Li Yao's heart sunk. The road of cultivation was full of risks and hardships. Every advancement was extremely difficult and needed a tremendous amount of hard work, resources, luck, opportunities, and not a single one could be omitted. Many cultivators, after reaching a certain level, would stagnate for the rest of their life and would be unable to advance even half a step. Although Guan Xiong said it lightly, Li Yao was well aware that it would not be easy to again return to the high-level building foundation stage from the intermediate level. Let alone 3 to 5 years, if he was out of luck, it could take up to 10 to 20 years. If he was truly unlucky, it was quite possible that he should forget about ever cultivating back to the same level for the rest of his life. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, Guan Xiong's complexion still did not show anything. He was talking lively and jovial. He was truly worthy of being called a powerful expert of the wasteland. Having realized this, Li Yao nodded his head and said with a laugh, "All right, the scene of Brother Xiong indomitably clashing with the beast tide is still being played in my mind. Brother Xiong is so awesome that let alone just falling by one level, even if Brother Xiong had fallen to the first level of the refinement stage, you would still be able to cultivate back to the previous level just like before. Kid, well said. This father likes you." God knows from where Guan Xiong took out a bottle of alcohol before chugging down half the bottle with a glug 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 sound. As the drops of alcohol trickled down his beard and fell into the medical treatment solution, a chi-chi sizzling noise was accompanied with rising bubbles, but he did not care and continued chugging down the alcohol. Li Yao crawled his way out of the medical treatment pod. Once he stood on the ground, he started moving hands and feet, testing his new body after he had become a cultivator. Then, he realized there was something not quite right. Why was his entire body aching? Why was his right eye swollen? A small mirror so happened to be placed next to the bed. Taking a look, he discovered that he was black and blue all over, and his head was swollen like a pig's. Furthermore, bandages were wrapped around his body, and there were also faint traces of blood seeping through. Is this a side effect of awakening the spiritual root? Li Yao was quite puzzled. He had never heard that your head would become like a pig's after the spiritual root had awakened. Guan Xiong let out a burp, "Don't you remember? You were beaten by someone called Jiang Tao." "What?" Li Yao clenched his teeth. "This is simply bullying others too much. Does being a descendant of some Jiang family give you the right to casually hit anyone in public?" Guan Xiong was rendered speechless. Blinking his eyes in astonishment, he stared at Li Yao with an extremely strange look in his eyes. Li Yao felt jittery from his gaze as he touched his forehead. He felt that he seemed to have missed a crucial detail. He perturbedly asked, "Brother Xiong, am I mistaken?" Guan Xiong mischievously grinned as he started the mini-crystal process, projecting a 3D photo. In the photo impressively appeared a strange, badly mutilated beast, as though a monkey who had been skinned was lying on the ground. It was already more dead than alive, defecating and urinating, hanging by a breath. Li Yao jumped in scare. What kind of demon beast is this? It is too ugly. Just one glance is enough to make people sick for a long time. Brother Xiong, what are you trying to tell me? Guan Xiong replied, "This is not any demon beast. This is Jiang Tao." Li Yao was stunned. "Jiang Tao? How could it be him? How can you say that? He was beaten by none other than you." "Me?" Li Yao was rendered speechless. After being stunned for a while, he vaguely seemed to remember that he had acted first and the Jiang family's young master was just acting in self-defense. Furthermore, just after 2 rounds of defense, he was unable to fight back and was trampled like a 3-year-old child. Guan Xiong clucked his tongue. "Kid, you are truly fierce. You have just advanced to the first level of the refinement stage, yet you can already beat a third-level refinement stage cultivator so much that he had peed his pants. There isn't even a sliver of a shadow of the former human figure. He is still lying in the ICU. Look at yourself, you could be considered better off. I had not expected that you would start off so crazily, so violently. Li Yao's pursed his lips as he lightly gripped his fists. He finally came to remember that his first punch fiercely had landed on Jiang Tao's face, smashing his nose completely into his face. The refreshing feeling of breaking bones and splattering blood was truly wonderful. Guan Xiong laughed and said, "Kid, you were too impulsive. You should not have beaten a descendant of the Jiang family like this. It is too late to regret now." Regret? Bit by bit, Li Yao slowly recalled the whole thing as well as the words spoken by Jiang Tao. The hesitation and confusion on his face slowly disappeared, and what replaced it was an indomitable look. "Brother Xiong, you are wrong. The matter of beating Jiang Tao. I didn't act on impulse, and I am also not regretting it." "Oh?" Guan Xiong raised his eyebrows like drawing two sabers. Li Yao clenched his fists and stretched it out before him. Feeling the spiritual energy surging through his meridians, the swelling of muscles, and the pleasant burning feeling on his fists, he said word by word, "Whether it is Ding Yin and the others, those 7 cultivators, or Brother Xiong, even after you clearly knew that you would die, you, in order to save a train full of passengers, still continued to charge forwards, fighting till the bloody end. You are all heroes, and even more so, you are also my, Li Yao's, saviors. Now, when someone is cursing my saviors as idiots in front of me, how could I swallow my anger and dare to say nothing? Isn't that no different than a turtle retracting its head in fear? If I don't smash his nose, if I don't make him pee his pants from a beating, how could I call myself a man? How could I call myself a cultivator? If Jiang Tao wants to take revenge, then he is welcome to try any time. I grew up in the magical equipment graveyard, so there are not just 1 or 2 people who want me dead. When I was 7 years old, I was surrounded by a dozen or so robust men with blades, but I am still alive and kicking." Li Yao's eyes flickered with a sliver of ferociousness as he laughed and said, "Originally, I was thinking of using the moniker Fiend Star to roam the wasteland, but if Jiang Tao truly wants to have this little life of mine, I do not mind letting the cruelty and the ferociousness of the vulture resound throughout the wasteland." Guan Xiong was moved. He gave a smack to the medical treatment pod, which left a distinct imprint of his palm behind on its metal shell, as he yelled, "All right, kid, you are truly a man. From now on, you, my friend, are definitely a friend of this old man." He paused a bit, then once again laughed and said, "However, kid, you don't need to worry. You are one lucky bastard. When you were fighting with Jiang Tao, there was a surveillance camera behind you. Although its mic was broken, it could still record images. From the movement of Jiang Tao's mouth in the video, experts have identified everything he had said. That is to say, everything he had spoken has been recorded. This brat has touched the bottom line of cultivators, so he is definitely going to die and Jiang family could do nothing to protect him." The bottom line of cultivators? Li Yao was surprised for a moment. Guan Xiong nodded his head and explained, "Right, although the rules protecting the ordinary citizens is the sworn duty of cultivators and the blood of the strong must flow for the weak have been spreading in the cultivators community, but in the end, not every cultivator is willing to magnanimously die for others. If a cultivator, when faced with imminent disaster, flees instead of fighting, and even if the others came to know, it would just be a topic that's ugly to hear. Besides morally condemning him, no one is going to say anything. After all, life is precious. No one is born with the obligation to sacrifice himself for the others." However, not only did Jiang Tao flee from the battle, but afterwards, he had even wantonly insulted the cultivators who had laid down their lives for others and had even threatened you. This kind of behavior completely goes against the bottom line of cultivators. Guan Xiong took a deep breath, sighed, and said, "In this endless sea of stars in the vast universe, apart from our human race, there are many other powerful races, demon clans, devil cultivators, extraterrestrial devils, and needless to say of the various strange alien lifeforms in space. We humans are able to conquer these evil lifeforms and stand at the pinnacle of the vast cosmos, all because of the united efforts of cultivators and the ordinary people. They have shared life and death as they fought side by side with each other. Although cultivators are strong, although they have long lives, their numbers are scarce, and furthermore, there are all kinds of restrictions to utilize spiritual energy. Even though the battle force of the ordinary people is weak, their population is vast and their reproductive abilities are strong, enough to sustain a sector and become a massive interstellar civilization. Much less to say, a vast majority of the cultivators are born from ordinary people, as are a majority of the descendants of the cultivators. If cultivators are fish, then ordinary people would be water. If cultivators are trees, then ordinary people would be the firm land upon which they grew in. In short, a large number of ordinary people are supporting the foundation of the cultivation world. If there are no ordinary people, the cultivation world would also completely collapse. Let's take the crystal battleship floating above our head as an example. Although it was designed and manufactured by cultivators, its manufacturing process still needed thousands upon thousands of ordinary workers to assist. Needless to say, the entire large-scale industrial system is established by ordinary people. If it weren't for the collective effort of hundreds of millions of ordinary people, there wouldn't be any foundation of a powerful, interstellar civilization. We, the cultivators, can refine many ordinary flying swords, but how could we refine huge magical equipment? How could we create such a glorious and splendid cultivator civilization? If the words of Jiang Tao were to spread and be heard by hundreds of millions of ordinary people of the Federation, putting it mildly, it would lead to the dissatisfaction of ordinary people and would increase the hostility towards the cultivators. In short, it would cause a rift between the cultivators and the ordinary people and would shake the foundations of the Federation. If the Federation does not have a foundation, then how are we going to contend with the demon clan, devil cultivators, and alien lifeforms? Even if it's the ugly truth, if all of us cultivators act like bandits and crooks, then what's the difference between the devil cultivators and us? If this father was an ordinary person, would directly seek refuge under the devil cultivators. Why would we still need cultivators? The elders of the Jiang family must have spoken of these notions with Jiang Tao. However, he is still a descendant of a noble family. He grew up in a protected environment where he had never faced the wind and rain and had acted all arrogant and domineering. Why would he place such thoughts in his heart? This time, he has caused a huge problem. For sure, trouble will be waiting for him, so you don't need to worry about him. Having heard this, Li Yao was relieved. He concluded, I understand what Brother Xiang means to say. You can choose to become a coward, but after becoming a coward, you cannot perfectly justify your timidity and cowardice, nor can you turn back and insult heroes. This is the bottom line of cultivators, am I right? Guan Xiong raised his thumb, yes, that's just about right. Li Yao was just an ignorant rookie in the cultivation world. Just as Li Yao was planning to discuss some rules and topics behind the scenes of the cultivation world, the tent was suddenly opened by a cold-tempered, female officer with the rank of major. She swept a glance around, and finally, her gloomy gaze came to a halt at Guan Xiong's hand. Guan Xiong's complexion changed as the bottle in his hand suddenly disappeared. He acted as if nothing had happened and directly looked at the major with an innocent look. The major lightly snorted and coldly said, "Wait a while. I will come back to deal with you." While speaking, she threw a badgeless battle suit at Li Yao. "Put it on and come with me. He wants to see you." "Who?" Li Yao blinked his eyes but didn't get a reply. He obediently put on the battle suit and followed the major out. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the tent, Li Yao stopped and asked Guan Xiong one last question. "Brother Xiong, when you alone charged towards the overwhelming beast tide, did you truly not think that you might die? Guanxiong pursed his lips as a smile appeared on his face. God knows from where he took out the bottle again and took a sip before winking and said, "Kid, I didn't become a cultivator for something boring like live forever and never die. If not for living forever, then why?" Li Yao asked back. Of course, it was to become a mighty knight who has the strength to match 1,000 knights. I want to happily fight wherever I go. Guangxiong burst into laughter before finishing the alcohol in one gulp. Crack crack. He even chewed and swallowed the bottle as the glass shards were struck in his stiff and sturdy beard. The female major took Li Yao deep into the army camp. Along the way, they met many soldiers, all of whom looked at Li Yao with an extremely frightened look, as if he was some kind of monster. Everyone's gaze had made Li Yao feel jittery. He could not help but ask the female major, "Why are they looking at me like that?" The female major was silent for a moment before replying, "It's because of the crazy stuff you did on the platform. You had beaten a third-level refinement stage cultivator so much that one could not bear to look at him, and even a dozen soldiers were unable to pull you away. At that time, we truly thought that your body was possessed by a demon clan member and were about to behead you. However, after a thorough examination, we discovered that you were 100% human and that it was just your spiritual root awakening. To tell you the truth, I have seen spirit root awakening of many cultivators, but one as exaggerated as yours is still a first." Li Yao was rendered speechless and could only smile in embarrassment. The female major swept him a glance and continued, "However, after they came to know the reason, a lot of people in the army believed you are pretty gutsy, that you are a man." While speaking, the female major stopped in front of a heavily guarded tent and said while pointing inside, "Go in, he is inside." Li Yao looked around. The black tent was located at the centermost location of the provisional army camp. There were over 100 guards nearby while next to the tent stood a few men dressed in ordinary clothes, each with an extraordinary bearing. Although he dared not to release the spirit threads to probe, Li Yao could still feel their remarkability. They all should be cultivators with superb cultivation. Furthermore, a defensive array was secretly laid out around the tent. It was quite exquisite to the point that Li Yao was simply unable to gauge its depth. Who was the he inside that was guarded so heavily? Li Yao's interest was piqued. Parting the curtains, he lowered himself and walked inside the tent. A translucent white mist permeated inside the tent, amidst which were 7 to 8 men who were wearing white surgical gowns and surgical masks as they stood around an operating table. They were seriously performing an operation. There were also 4 robotic arms in front of the operating table that were moving very quickly. Just as Li Yao entered, the white mist made a rush towards him, disinfecting and sterilizing him. Li Yao carefully glanced towards the operating table and saw something that was not human lying on the operating table. It was a rather small spirit mechanical body whose entire body was cast from metal and the most crucial parts were inlaid with hundreds of crystals. Whereas intricate spirit and crystal fibers that were glistening in a strange brilliance were spread between all the limbs and bones of its body. A small hologram was embedded inside the head of the spirit mechanical body. While the crown of the head, which was refined from tungsten steel, was open, the 4 robotic arms were quickly installing several dozen crystal chips inside the brain. After they were finished, they cautiously closed the crown of the head and tightened the screws. Spiritual energy, 100% charged. We are ready to go. A doctor pulled down his white surgical mask before an emotionless sound that did not contain even an iota of human emotion came. Beep beep. Diagnostic system check complete. Beep beep. Cognizant crystal circuit complete. Soul and crystal chip synchronization 37%. 58%. 81%. Achieved the minimum requirement for revival. Beep beep. Spirit mechanical body loop is normal. Starting the body control authorization process. Authorization process complete. Next, the crystals all over the body suddenly started shining. The spirit mechanical body lying on the operating table gradually sat up and shook its metal head in confusion. Snowflakes started to float in the hologram that was embedded inside the face and soon gathered to create an ordinary human face. It was none other than Ding Yin. "Hello, Student Liao, we meet again." Ding Yin slightly smiled. His voice, on the other hand, was completely calm and emotionless like the water in a dry well, containing not even an iota of human emotions. He frowned slightly and said, "Starting human emotion simulation system. Test. Student Liao, is my voice normal now?" Liao was completely dumbfounded. He stammered, "It's normal, Professor Ding, you are alive?" "No, I'm already dead." Ding Yin smiled and said, "The 7 of us low-level cultivators charged straight into hundreds of millions of demon beasts with a Taiyi lightning railgun. How could we not be dead? However, I was lucky. A wisp of my residual soul was found. Now, I can do nothing but become a spectral cultivator. Spectral cultivator? Only now did Liao start to remember. They were a unique existence among the cultivators. Just as its name implied, the so-called spectral cultivators were cultivators who had died and had their bodies destroyed, leaving only a wisp of their residual soul behind. And after going through several chances and opportunities, the soul, one, which did not dissipate, would once again embark on the road of cultivation. During the world of ancient cultivation 40 millenniums ago, spectral cultivators were seldom seen. Furthermore, the cultivation of the soul, one, had various restriction. In order to ensure that the soul, one, did not dissipate, from time to time, they would need to swallow the souls of the living and to suck blood essence. In other words, they would have to take the life of another and would have to owe countless blood debts. That was why, in the ancient world of cultivation, spectral cultivators were notorious and were synonymous to evil lifeforms. However, after 40 millenniums of cultivation, civilization had advanced. As long as the soul was powerful enough, it could be digitized, and the soul could be sealed inside crystal chips. And matched with a spirit mechanical body, they did not need to fear the sunlight and could walk in the sun as they embarked on the completely new road of dark cultivation, too. Of course, humans and ghosts were completely opposite, one was yin and one was yang. The road of dark cultivation, compared to the normal road of cultivation, was 1,000,000 times more dangerous. The spirit mechanical body was, after all, not a body of flesh. During a random solar flare, it was quite possible for the soul, one, to be destroyed. Although a vast majority of spectral cultivators would never grow old, they could not live forever. After a few centuries, in the same old way, their souls, one, would grow old. However, it was always better than vanishing in a puff of smoke. Fellow Taoist Ding, we welcome you in joining the ranks of spectral cultivators. Although humans and ghosts are completely opposite and it is no longer possible to reincarnate, the world of dark cultivation is extremely marvelous. Let us explore it together. All the doctors warmly applaud. But the sounds they emitted were like the clashing of weapons, it was as if their palms were cast from metal. One after another, the doctors pulled down their masks, revealing 8 gloomy and frightening metal skulls in front of Liao. Liao almost shrieked. From the start, the 8 doctors were all spectral cultivators. He himself and 9 ghosts were staying inside one tent. Ding Ying smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Fellow Taoists, this is not right. This little guy is very good, please don't scare him for fun." A particularly tall spectral cultivator mischievously laughed, hey, as he extended his ghost-like metal claws and lightly pinched Liao's shoulder before speaking in an austere gloominess, "We have heard that this little guy is very courageous. Taoist Ding, just for you, he had beaten the crap out of an opponent who was 2 levels higher than him, so we wanted to test him a bit. Little guy, you are very good. You didn't pee your pants, you are truly a man." The other spectral cultivators enigmatically burst into laughter together. From the very beginning, they could also express emotions like normal humans. They were just putting on an act. Li Yao suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The mysterious impression he had of spectral cultivators had, in the blink of an eye, collapsed. These people, no, these ghosts were too naughty. Ding Yin pressed both his hands down as he slowly climbed down from the operating table, thereby stopping the mischievous laughing ghosts. He tried to a few steps but staggered along the way. He thought out loud, "It feels strange. It's like there is a membrane covering my body. This feeling is completely different from before. But of course. In the past, you were human, and now, you are ghost. In the past, your cultivation was high, but now, after becoming spectral cultivator, you have to start from scratch. After you have settled things here, fellow Taoist Ding, please go to the Hero's Spirit Pagoda and stay there for a few years to learn about how to be a good ghost. Only then can you truly enter the world of dark cultivation," the tall spectral cultivator said. Ding Yin heaved a sigh and melancholy said, "When I left the house, I was still someone with flesh and blood body, but now, I have become a cold ghost. I don't know how I am going to explain it to my wife and children when I return home." The tall spectral cultivator said, "Fellow Taoist Ding, you don't need to worry. After the inspection is finished and we have made sure that no demon clan member had sneaked into the train, we will ensure that we have safely sent all the passengers to their destination. Afterwards, this matter will be made public. You will become a hero of Federation. Your family will definitely be proud of you." Ding Yin blankly nodded his head. Quickly, he stabilized his mood before turning his head. "Student Li Yao, whatever you may want to talk about, we can talk about it slowly, but we have an important matter at hand for which we need your help. Professor Ding, please speak." "I will do my best." Ding Yin's impression in Li Yao's heart was particularly tall. Whatever it may be, he was certainly going to help however he could. Ding Yin with Li Yao made his way out of the tent. His every step was very stiff. Outside the tent was docked a thick black military shuttle which had gone through special modification. Its rear end was mounted with a tuba-like thing, and a bearded veteran was sitting at the driver's seat. Next to him sat a few soldiers, all of whom had a special skull insignia on their chests, underneath which were a row of small characters, "May the spirits of the deceased come back to us. This is the most exceptional soul search squad of the Federation. This squad is especially responsible for searching for residual souls. Just a while ago, they had already conducted a search and brought me back after they found me. Now, they are planning to conduct a search for the second time, seeing if they could find another residual soul." On one side, Ding Yin explained, while on the other, he pulled Li Yao aboard the military shuttle. "What can I do?" Li Yao checked the military shuttle a bit and discovered that although the battle shuttle looked ragged, its components were well maintained. For a while, there would not be any problems. There was no place to show his prowess. Ding Yin said, "Right after a human dies, when the soul is going to dissipate, the person who last saw them would be able to sense them especially. As you were the last person who was seen by us, your appearance will stimulate the residual souls of us. When stimulated, the souls, would produce a special kind of fluctuation, making it easier for the soul search squad to detect them." So that was the case. "Then, let us go quickly." Li Yao jumped onto the flying shuttle. The search for the residual souls was a race against time. The blazing sun was hanging in the sky, and under its intense sunlight, the spirit would dissipate. If it came to that, then even the gods and immortals would be unable to save them. The military shuttle carrying the soul search squad, along with Li Yao, Ding Yin, and the tall spectral cultivator, Tang Long, started searching along the crystal rail. Soon, they arrived at the battlefield from last night. Having arrived here, only then did Li Yao come to know how dangerous it was last night. Along the crystal rail, in the radius of a few dozen kilometers, it was nothing but charred corpses, seemingly as if the land was covered by a black sheet. The military shuttle flew close to the ground. The powerful jet streams fired by its propulsion array glyphs blew away the charred corpses lying on the ground as it continuously set off a cloud of black smoke. Bow! 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 The tuba-like thing on the back of the military shuttle made a monotonous sound that spread across every direction. A member of the Soul Search Squad stared at the hologram under the tuba-like thing, surveying very seriously. Li Yao was a little curious. Looking around, he closed his eyes and extended the spirit threads from the spiritual root as he tried to feel the world outside. Wow, so many specks of light. Li Yao was shocked. He discovered that the entire world was full of blood-red specks of light. It was simply like an inexhaustible sea of light. He didn't even need to use the spirit threads to suck these blood-red specks of light, as they made a beeline for and into his spiritual roots on their own. However, after swallowing these specks of light, he faintly felt uncomfortable. He felt muddled-headed, and a cold killing intent gushed out from the bottom of his heart. TLN, 1, here, souls refers to the dead spirit/souls. This marking of souls will be one-time thing as it is pretty easy to differentiate. I didn't differentiate because it made a little awkward, and also the souls, dead souls, here are treated something similarly to living things. 2. Dark cultivation here is none other than cultivation way of spectral cultivators. I didn't use spectral or ghost cultivation, as it sounded a little awkward as compared to dark cultivation. Li Yao. Ding Yin shouted a timely warning, waking him from his stupor. These blood-colored specks of light are the demonic power left behind by the demon beasts. Only cultivators who have sufficient strength could purify and absorb them through secret techniques. Since you have just broken through, your cultivation is still shallow. If you keep on absorbing this much demonic power, your spiritual energy will only be contaminated by demonic energy, and you will lose your truth, effectively turning into a demon who knows nothing but slaughtering. Li Yao was terrified. Only now did he come to realize that he was just a step away from embarking on the demonic path. He immediately closed his spiritual root, preventing the invasion of demonic power. However, the demonic energy was spread everywhere and were spread even over the hills and the valleys. It appeared to be as vast as the sea and could be described as inexhaustible. Although there was such a tremendous amount of energy in front of him, all he could do was look. He was unable to absorb it and convert it into his own energy, causing the newly born cultivator, the hungry Li Yao, to become truly envious. It was akin to placing a hot, steaming chicken in front of a person who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights, only to tell him that the chicken was poisonous. This anxious waiting feeling, which was later denied, caused Li Yao to feel as if his heart was being clawed at by a cat. He quickly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Li Yao was suddenly struck by a thought. Absorbing just a wisp of demonic energy, he tried to send it to the depths of his neural field, where the tree of memories left by Yezi was. Before the wisp of demonic energy had even gotten near the tree of memories, the demonic energy silently disintegrated and turned into the purest of spiritual energy. There is a way. Li Yao's heart started beating rapidly, he was wild with joy. According to Ding Yin, only the strongest of cultivators could purify demonic energy. Although Li Yao was a newbie who had just entered the world of cultivation, the tree of memories in his neural field was congealed from Yezi's vast spiritual energy. Using it to purify the remnant demonic energies of the ghost jellyfish and ghost face silver mosquitoes was simply akin to using a cannon to kill a chicken and putting fine timber to petty uses. However, Li Yao didn't want to wantonly absorb the demonic energy. The residual soul of Yezi was his most guarded secret and was something he never intends to reveal. For now, he was still being patient, he was waiting for an opportune moment to return later and completely absorb the demonic energy. Bow! 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 The soul search squad continued moving forward, searching for the residual souls in this vast wilderness. Although they had still gained nothing after 3 to 4 hours, everyone was accustomed to it and not a single one of them revealed a dejected look. A residual soul was not so easy to find. If not for some lucky coincidence, good luck that was as large as the heaven, or a strong expert with superb cultivation, then after a cultivator had fallen, the soul would often vanish into a puff of smoke. In the past, even after 100 cultivators had fallen, sometimes not even a single wisp of residual spirit could be found. Otherwise, in the cultivation world, wouldn't souls be floating and filling the sky, and the spectral cultivators would be found walking everywhere? This time, just converting Ding-Yin into a spectral cultivator was already enough. Traversing over a small mound, everyone was a little dispirited and discouraged. The Soul Search Squad's captain waved his hand to return. Just as they were about to turn back, Li Yao's heart stirred, and he immediately looked towards the southwest. Towards the southwest, there was nothing, yet he always felt as if something or someone was staring at him. Check in that direction. I think there is something there, Li Yao said to the soldier managing the tuba. Quickly increase the power. A newly advanced cultivator's perception is often particularly keen. There might be something there. Ding-Yin became excited. Bow. 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 The tube gradually turned towards the southwest. Bow. 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 Bow 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 bow. The monotonous sound suddenly became rapid like drumbeats, and soon, an extremely faint black point appeared in the upper right corner of the hologram. Quickly scatter the revealing soul particles, the Soul Search Squad's captain shouted in a loud voice. 2 Soul Search Squad members picked up 2 thick and long steel pipes. The back of the steel pipes flashed with a spiritual radiance before 2 balls of azure mist shot out with a boom. Bang! The azure balls of mist burst open in the sky before a mist of crystal powder covered the entire sky. It was as though there were 1,000,000 fireflies flying in the sky. The fluorescent crystal powder, by the virtue of the wind, very quickly spread across a radius of a few hundred meters. The heaven and the earth were painted in an azure color. Amidst this azure world, a light gray fog suddenly appeared. The fog was extremely hazy and continuously moved. Gradually, the fog congealed into an extremely weak human form that was completely confused as it gradually floated towards the sky. Although it was faintly discernible, with one glance, Li Yao recognized it to be Wei Qingqing, the orchid in a deep valley-like college student who had just graduated from the Sky Fantasia Academy and was preparing to go to a mountain village as a teacher. We found another. All the members of the Soul Search Squad were immensely excited. Much to their surprise, out of the 7 cultivators who had fallen, 2 could become spectral cultivators. Their luck was truly heaven-defying. Only the Soul Search Squad's captain had a solemn look. He was still being conscientious and meticulous. He cautiously drove the military shuttle towards the residual soul. In his hands, the huge battle shuttle was as silent as a cat. Everyone held their breath. In the captain's hand, a round magical equipment, one which looked like a bud that was ready to bloom, appeared. As he infused his spiritual energy into it, the bud slowly bloomed into a tender and beautiful flower. The captain aligned the flower's pistils towards Wei Qingqing's residual soul and recited out loud, "I beseech the spirit to come back to us and embark on the road of dark cultivation. Come." Wei Qingqing's residual soul lightly shook before it turned into a wisp of smoke and was sucked into the flower. The petals of the flower, in the blink of an eye, closed up and had once again returned to a flower bud. However, it was now emitting a weak, azure splendor. "Thanks to you we were able to save another fellow Daoist." Ding-Yin patted Li Yao's shoulder and said with relief. When Li Yao returned to the medical treatment tent, Guan Xiong had already left. However, he had left a jade chip behind. Just as Li Yao lightly touched it, Guan Xiong's heroic voice resounded in his mind, "Little brother, old Guan is going to return to the Mountain Sea sect to recuperate. Ha ha ha. After I have completely recovered, I will come and look for you at the Grand Desolate War Institution. At that time, we will have a blast. You have just entered the world of cultivation, so you are still a newbie who knows nothing at all. In this jade chip, there is something that will be very helpful to you. As soon as you can, install it into your crystal processor, but you need to find a crystal processor with strong computational power. Upon inspecting the jade chip carefully, Li Yao discovered that what was stored inside was an extremely huge and immensely dense structure of telepathic thoughts which could not be understood using his brain alone. What kind of telepathic thoughts are these? Li Yao became extremely curious. He immediately started up his crystal processor and inserted the jade chip. The telepathic thoughts were copied inside the crystal processor. These telepathic thoughts were as vast as the sea. It took more than 10 minutes to completely copy them. Opening the virtual keyboard, Li Yao launched the telepathic thoughts. Creak. 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 The crystal processor suddenly let out ear-piercing noises. Every one of its components was overloaded. Each crystal embedded inside the crystal processor was flickering. It appeared that the crystal processor could not withstand the powerful impacts contained in the telepathic thoughts. Only after 5 minutes were the telepathic thoughts completely running. After the telepathic thoughts installed inside the crystal processor were completely launched, they had actually used up 3/4 of the computational power of the crystal processor, causing the crystal processor to become extremely hot and incomparably slow. These telepathic thoughts are so powerful. Li Yao was shocked. Although his crystal processor was not some high-end stuff that cost $1 million, it had still been specially modified. Its computational power was far more than any ordinary, personal crystal processor. For this crystal processor, running some huge telepathic thoughts was simply as easy as blowing dust, and its computational speed was as fast as lightning. However, Li Yao didn't expect that these telepathic thoughts would cause his crystal processor to be like an old bullock pulling a broken cart that was panting at every step. Li Yao carefully observed and found a small icon that was displaying a flying sword soaring amidst the clear blue sky at the center of the hologram, underneath which were 4 words, Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus. Li Yao lightly tapped the virtual keyboard and launched the mysterious website. Creak. Creak. The crystal processor was once again wailing from overloading. Apparently, it would be best for him to upgrade its configuration after returning, only then would it be possible for it to run as fast as the wind. Beep, scanning telepathic thoughts. Your crystal processor does not meet the standard requirements to run the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus. Closing some of the abilities so as to start at the lowest settings. If you want to launch the complete abilities of the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus, it is recommended that you upgrade the crystal processor. The configuration is as follows. If you want to launch the complete abilities of the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus, it is recommended that you upgrade the crystal processor. The configuration is as follows. A sweet and tender female voice came. As Li Yao swept a glance, his eyes were suddenly transfixed. What's the bloody backing of the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus? Its configuration requirements were too high. Even if I bought crystal processor components to assemble, just the standard configuration would cost me $3,000 to $5,000. If it was the top configuration that gave the best experience, without a couple $1,000,000, it would simply be impossible. It seems that being a cultivator is not that easy. Making money is no doubt easy, but money is also spent like water. Just to log into one site, so much money is needed to be spent. Li Yao said in his heart. Quickly, the hologram before him burst into thousands upon thousands of specks of light that resembled fireflies and then spread out before transforming into a faint blue light that completely enveloped the medical treatment tent. It transformed into thousands upon thousands of 8-pointed shining golden stars, glyphs, arrays, telepathic thoughts which circled around Li Yao before they gathered into a stream of information that was as vast as the sea, bringing him an immense shock. It was as if a small, orchid-colored world had burst open from the crystal processor, overlapping and blending with the real world, much mixing like milk and water. This kind of feeling was a little similar to the Great Illusionary Land. But in the Great Illusionary Land, one would not sense the real world. To be precise, it could be called a half-step Great Illusionary Land. Li Yao was completely immersed in the endless mysteries inside the half-step Great Illusionary Land. In his heart, he wildly shouted, if the lowest configuration of the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus is this cool, how many mysterious abilities would the top-level configurations be able to show? A dozen rainbow-colored, gorgeous streams of information suddenly floated before his eyes. Hidden God Valley's Cultivator, Ding Yin, Spectral Cultivator, confirms that Grand Desolate War Institution student, Li Yao, has awakened his spiritual root and has embarked on the road of cultivation. Mountain Sea Sex Cultivator, Guan Xiong, confirms that Grand Desolate War Institution student, Li Yao, has awakened his spiritual root and has embarked on the road of cultivation, and has invited Li Yao to join the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Li Yao. You have already obtained the approval of 2 building foundation stage cultivators. Your registration for the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus is complete. From now on, you are a glorious cultivator of the Heaven Origin sector. Here is your registered spirit brand. This is your proof of identity that is exclusive to you. Please carefully engrave it in your soul. Bang 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 bang. Countless resplendent fireworks set off in front of Li Yao. It was as if a forest of fireworks was gradually floating before him, one which was followed by hundreds of streams of information that was akin to pouring rain rolling down before his eyes. The Federation's president, Su Haoran, has sent you a congratulatory message. Fellow Taoist Li Yao, congratulations on becoming a glorious cultivator. The leader of the Ultimate Heavens Dao clan, Ning Tianyuan, and his 3,000 clansmen, congratulates fellow Taoist Li. We hope that we can someday travel with fellow Taoist Li and explore the thousands of great Daos in the endless galaxy. We warmly welcome fellow Taoist Li Yao to come and visit us. The Extreme Heavenly Dao's forum address is as follows. Every member of the Supreme Clan congratulates fellow Taoist Li. The Supreme Clan is the 10th ranked supersect in the Star Glory Federation. We have a long line of history and are tremendously powerful. We have many core formation stage cultivators as well as a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, our cultivation techniques are fair and gentle. Cultivating in an orderly way and using these techniques step by step, there will be no risk of Qigong deviation. It is the best choice for newly advanced cultivators. Fellow Taoist Li is, at any time, welcome to inquire. Our official spiritual crane number is. Loose cultivator Shui Lianxin, 25 years old, welcomes fellow Taoist Li to the world of cultivation. I hope I can discuss the true spirit of the great Tao with fellow Taoist Li. My spiritual crane number is. If you are not sincere, then do not bother. At the beginning, Li Yao was a little complacent. He thought that he was a little famous in the world of cultivation, where the number of cultivators was monumental, as so many cultivation sects and famous loose cultivators had sent him congratulatory messages. Amongst those who had sent him congratulatory messages, there were no small number of powerful cultivators of the core formation stage as well as old fogies of the nascent soul stage, all of whom had kindly invited him to explore and discuss the 3,000 great Daos. However, when more and more congratulatory messages kept on rolling before his eyes, he gradually woke up from his dream. He was an insignificant cultivator of the first-level refinement stage who had just taken first step on the road of cultivation. He could not even compare to one little phalanx of the old monsters of nascent soul stage, so why would so many people see him in a favorable light? After pondering for a long time, a realization suddenly dawned on him. These congratulatory messages were just sent automatically by the system. These venerable cultivators hadn't personally sent a single message from the start. So it was just my wishful thinking. Li Yao's face alternated between green and red. He said to himself that it was a good thing that he hadn't acted impetuously and hadn't gone looking for some nascent soul stage old monsters to discuss life, otherwise, he would have lost too much face. Finally, only after receiving a couple hundred congratulatory messages did Li Yao begin to seriously start looking over the Heaven Origin Cultivators Nexus. He discovered that the entire half-step Great Illusionary Land was divided into a dozen different regions. When he turned his gaze towards a region, a stream of information automatically floated before him. The speed of the information flowing also suddenly increased. It was the centermost region of the site and also hailed as the region of the Federation Cultivators newsletter. The Golden Armor sect's prototype of the next-gen Star Strike shields has been successfully refined. The Golden Armor sect kindly invites the fellow Taoists of the cultivation world to check and propose some valuable suggestions. As long as the suggestion put forth by you could be turned into reality, the Golden Armor sect is willing to pay a reward of 10 million. The Netherworld Squad is recruiting an alchemist. The Netherworld Squad is a famous battling team renowned for hunting demon beasts in the Federation. It is composed of 9 building foundation stage loose cultivators who perennially hunts demon beasts in the depths of the wasteland. The Netherworld Squad is absolutely powerful and their military exploits are brilliant. Currently, they are looking for an alchemist of the peak refinement stage or higher. The income will be lucrative and it comes with a freedom of coming and going at your own will. Once you have officially joined, you will also receive a top-grade beast core. Wasteland Battlefield Report: the famous demon beast hunter Fiend Blade Peng Hai had encountered 2 high-level demon beasts during his most recent hunting mission. After fighting with each other at close quarters, both parties had sustained serious injuries. But in the end, Peng Hai was successful in killing them. Currently, we only know that one of the demon beasts was a great wilderness snake, whose beast core is extremely beneficial to core formation stage cultivators. The species of the other demon beast still remains unknown. However, after this battle, Fiend Blade Peng Hai has reaped a bountiful harvest and has advanced by leaps and bounds, firmly standing at the peak of the building foundation stage. With time, he can refine the Great Wilderness Snake's beast core and very likely become one of the youngest core formation stage cultivators in the Federation. Latest news: in the Starlit Night, Fiend Blade Peng Hai has quickly set out to return to the Crimson Nimbus sect headquarters located in the Floating Spear City, where a press conference is going to be held to officially announce that he will be leaving the Crimson Nimbus sect. Peng Hai will be leaving the Crimson Nimbus sect and will be becoming a loose cultivator. Because Peng Hai's contract period with the Crimson Nimbus sect hasn't yet expired, Peng Hai will be paying as much as 2 billion in liquidated damages for this decision. The current market remains calm, as the Crimson Nimbus sect's shares only fell by 0.8% and have firmly remained at that level. Multiple cultivation sects have sent invitations to Peng Hai. The Heavenly Dragon sect had even invited Peng Hai as an elder, however, all the offers had been declined by him. According to Peng Hai, he would remain a loose cultivator and live freely for a while. However, according to sources, Peng Hai is in the process of building his own sect. Li Yao's heart was stirred. He didn't expect that in just 3 months, senior brother Peng would actually come up with such a big move. In response to a thought of his, the news related to Peng Hai leaving the Crimson Nimbus sect suddenly zoomed in as a live video of the press conference also appeared. He saw Peng Hai with a smile hanging on his face calmly sitting behind a long table. And next to him sat a horse-faced, ashen old man. The old man wore a bluish-white robe with his cuffs decorated with flames. This was the uniform of the Crimson Nimbus sect's clansman. From the 7 blooming flowers of burning flames embroidered on his chest, he should be an elder of the Crimson Nimbus sect. A swarm of people sat in front of the table, creating a lively atmosphere. They were all reporters who desired to see the world plunge into chaos. Fiend Blade Peng Hai smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen of the media world, please be patient. This Peng has chosen to leave the Crimson Nimbus sect not because of some dissatisfaction with the Crimson Nimbus sect, nor was it because of conflict with someone, but rather, it was just because this Peng had recently hunted 2 high-level demon beasts and had acquired some precious materials, including an immensely precious beast core. Now, this Peng will be spending all his energy and attention to refine the beast core to advance to the core formation stage. I am afraid that I will not have time to manage the affairs of the sect. And on one side, continuing to remain in the Crimson Nimbus sect is unfavorable for my cultivation, and on the other, reaping all the benefits without doing anything will make me irresponsible towards the Crimson Nimbus sect. Ha, that's why I will be taking my leave. There will be ample time in the future. It's as simple as that. Peng Hai. Peng Hai. The reporters struggled with each other to get ahead. A reporter jumped up and shouted, Peng Hai, rumor has it that your mentor, Sun Biao, had recently received an anonymous disciple by the name of Li Yao, and your relationship with Li Yao is also very deep. It is also rumored that you have also personally assisted him in training. Everyone in the Floating Spear City knows that there is some conflict between Li Yao and the Crimson Nimbus sect. Does this have anything to do with you leaving the Crimson Nimbus sect? Li Yao was surprised for a moment. He had never thought that it could be related to him, it was truly unexpected. Peng Hai's smile turned a little stiff, while the Crimson Nimbus sect elder sitting beside him coldly snorted and said, Are you really a reporter? Without any solid evidence, how can you say such nonsense? Student Li Yao was once a student of Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Although he had later transferred for an unspecified reason, he is still going to be the pride of the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. If we truly had some contradictions, do you think everyone would ever be able to know? The purpose of fellow Daoist Peng leaving the Crimson Nimbus sect is very simple. He needs to devote his heart and soul to advance to the core formation stage. Since he had paid 2 billion in liquidated damages in accordance with the contract, what else is there to be said? All the clansmen of the Crimson Nimbus sect wholeheartedly wish for fellow Daoist Peng Hai to be able to successfully advance to the core formation stage. Peng Hai nodded and said, Elder Ma is right. In the few years that I have been with the Crimson Nimbus sect, I have gotten along very well with everyone from both the upper echelons as well as the lower echelons in the Crimson Nimbus sect. Although I will be leaving, my heart is still with the fellow Taoists of the Crimson Nimbus sect. Someday, if I luckily advance to the core formation stage, there will be plenty of opportunities to cooperate with the Crimson Nimbus sect. So ladies and gentlemen, please don't make any random speculations. Peng Hai, another reporter stood up. Rumor has it that you will be establishing your own sect, is it true? Peng Hai slightly smiled. Let's talk about it when I have successfully advanced to the core formation stage. Li Yao closed the video and heaved a long sigh. Who would have known that senior brother Peng would be so formidable? In just the span of 3 months that I have not seen him, he had already hunted 2 high-level demon beasts and acquired a beast core. Not only had he consolidated to the peak level of building foundation stage, he also has a chance to advance to core formation stage. Once he successfully advances and forms the golden core, he would be a celebrity in the cultivation world. Afterwards, establishing his own clan and founding his own organization would be a cinch. However, I will not lose to him. I have already embarked on the road of cultivation. Sooner or later, I will catch up with senior brother Peng's steps. Li Yao collected his thoughts and continued browsing the rest of the forums of the Federation Cultivators Nexus. He discovered that the Federation Cultivators Nexus was a huge exchange platform for cultivators. In some of these forums, cultivators could exchange magical equipment, medications, heaven and earth treasures as well as demon beasts materials. They could either directly exchange with each other or use the auction mode. Whereas, some of the forums were especially for the abstruse cultivation problems where the cultivators could discuss profound mysteries. There were a vast number of special terminologies as well as lengthy spiritual energy conversion formulas, which upon looking, caused Li Yao to feel dizzy. He truly didn't know what to make of them. There were also forums where a lot of cultivators could gather, form hunting squads, and hunt demon beasts anywhere in the wasteland. In short, anything that a cultivator could think of that was required for their cultivation career could be found here. After browsing for a long time, Li Yao discovered that a vast majority of the forums needed high privileges and only then could one participate. In some forums, not to mention entering, he couldn't even take a look. They were all sealed up with restriction spells. The only thing completely open for him was just a section called Beginner's Guide. Li Yao focused his mind on the two words, Beginner's Guide. A resplendent and colorful radiance bloomed before his eyes before a bearded, sage-like old man dressed in a Taoist robe soon appeared, smiled at him, and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist Li Yao. I am a cultivator's assistant automatically generated by the system. I am also your exclusive guide who will give you a detailed explanation of the elementary knowledge of the cultivation world. I will help you incorporate into the immensely mysterious and wonderful world of cultivation as soon as possible." "Oh." Li Yao nodded his head and said unenthusiastically. The Taoist-robed old man scanned him from top to bottom, then suddenly said, "According to past experiences, I should change my appearance in order to make you more enthusiastic." As his voice faded away, the Taoist-robed old man's figure suddenly shone with a brilliant radiance as a mass of feather-like white light surrounded him. After a moment, the white light truly congealed into a 30 to 40-year-old beautiful woman who was wearing a snow-white Taoist robe. The beautiful woman still looked attractive and had a particularly voluptuous figure. Although she had a solemn and absolutely stern look, her eyes were sparkling. There was even a sliver of desire flickering in the depths of her eyes. Her eyes coupled with her feather-white, long-slit Taoist robe, her revealing soft and tender bust, and her partly hidden and partly visible smooth as jade, slender legs, gave her a noble and unsullied yet seductive, sacred yet provocative look. These two types of diametrically opposing temperaments lingering around her body formed a very charming style. Li Yao's face, all of a sudden, flushed red. The beautiful woman pursed her lips into a charming smile and said in a gentle tone, "According to past experiences, this appearance can elevate the learning efficiency of a newly advanced male cultivator by 21%. However, if fellow Taoist Li Yao has some other preferences, please do tell. In my memory, there are over 100 skins. Whether it is a robust man, a young girl, or even a long-tailed succubus, I can freely change to anyone." "No need, this is fine," Li Yao hastily said. The beautiful woman lightly smiled and said, "All right, since student Li Yao likes this appearance, then we can begin. According to the Federation's policy, I must first explain to you the—" Li Yao was a little perplexed. "Do the cultivators also need basic laws?" The beautiful woman nodded and said in a natural manner, "That's a given. Our Star Glory Federation is governed by laws where all men are equal. Regardless of whether it is the ordinary people or the cultivators, in front of the law, everyone is treated equally. However, as cultivators are too strong, the slightest of mistakes could cause irreparable damages, so a set of laws were specially constructed for them. Some of the most basic rules and law are to be told to the newly advanced cultivators, lest they create some trouble unknowingly. If in a 1 in a million chance they took the path of evil, it would be irreparable. Even if we wanted to cry, we would not be able to." "I guess that's right." Li Yao touched his head as he agreed with the argument given by the cultivator's assistant. With just a casual wave of their hand, a powerful cultivator could blast apart a building, raise a city, and cause mayhem. Their destructive capabilities were 100 times stronger than that of a T-Rex. If they weren't bound by a set of laws, then the world would have already plunged into chaos. If there were no laws in the cultivation world, perhaps the world would have forever remained in the medieval era where the strong devoured the weak, making it impossible for it to have developed into the current civilized society. Suddenly, Li Yao felt a cool and refreshing feeling burst forth in his brain as numerous streams of information akin to streams of water plunged into his neural field. These streams of information, to be precise, were a total of 700 articles on the telepathic thoughts transmission. Li Yao clucked his tongue in wonder. In regards to communication, telepathic thoughts transmission was 100 times better than speech or text. For instance, if speech was used for communication, let's say between Zhang San and Li Si, where Zhang San said, "I just had lunch." Li Si could at most know that Zhang San had lunch, only this information. He would be unable to grasp any more details. However, if Zhang San conversed through telepathic thoughts transmission, the thought, "I just had lunch," would be directly transmitted into Li Si's brain, which would allow Li Si to know in an instant which dishes Zhang San actually had along with the fragrance of the dishes, where he ate, and even Zhang San's mood when he ate could be vaguely perceived. Such an amount of information could not be explained with just a few words. However, for telepathic thoughts transmission, not only was a special tool required, the neural field of ordinary people was extremely fragile. Thus it was very difficult for ordinary people to bear a surge of such a large amount of telepathic thoughts. At most, they could do it occasionally. Since Li Yao was already a cultivator, his neural field had already been well developed due to the spiritual energy. The lengthy had been completely transmitted into his brain in just a minute. So it was like this. In the blink of an eye, Li Yao had a rough understanding of the. They were completely different than what he had imagined. These did not place too many restraints on the activities of the cultivators. At the very start, it just introduced some of the duties of cultivators, rules, and other basic knowledge of the cultivation world. The later part of the content was mostly like, cultivators cannot intentionally kill people, cultivators cannot use spiritual abilities to tempt ordinary people, and so on. The laws of cultivators were not much different than the for normal citizens. If one violated one would be treated as an evil cultivator, and naturally, a special anti-devil cultivator task force would be mobilized to let the devil cultivators know that cultivators also need to have basic laws. After the introduction of the cultivator's assistant began introducing the spiritual energy cultivation exercises to Li Yao. Li Yao's pair of eyes lit up. Cultivation exercises were more appealing than the basic laws of cultivators. Spiritual energy was omnipresent in the endless star sea, it was the most basic energy in the infinite universe. There was a theory that believed that the entire universe came into existence through the transformation of spiritual energy. From the biggest sun, the moon, and stars to the mountain and rivers, and even the smallest of ants and bacteria, all were congealed from spiritual energy through all kinds of ways. The cultivation of spiritual energy was a way for humans to break away from the restrictions of their corporeal body and was the only way for humans to step onto the infinite road of endless evolution. For cultivators, spiritual energy was everything. Low-level cultivators used spiritual energy to temper their physique and strengthen their soul to reach the limits of their corporeal bodies, only to break through their limits time and time again. Intermediate-level cultivators could make their own spiritual energy produce resonance with the spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth in the surroundings, as a result of which they could display all kinds of inconceivable and strange supernatural abilities. High-level cultivators could even more freely utilize the spiritual energy of the universe, making it possible for them to derive the 3,000 great Daos and display an infinite number of supernatural powers. According to legends, high-level cultivators with the deepest of cultivation could even completely transform their own body into a spiritual energy form and become one with the spiritual energy of the universe. They could even open a small universe of their own. According to legends, amongst all the cultivators in the 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, the strongest cultivator ever known as the Emperor had converted all of his spiritual energy into a world fragment, creating a small universe known as the World's Horizon. In depths of the World's Horizon was a sacred golden throne where he sat alone and became immortal after 1,000 years of effort. Whoever found the world's horizon would discover the secrets of the sacred golden throne, thereby being able to inherit the emperor's inheritance and become the strongest cultivator in the vast universe. However, from the most basic point of view, Li Yao always scoffed at this illusory legend. There are two types of spiritual energy cultivation exercises. One is breathing exercises and the other is utilization exercises. Simply speaking, if spiritual energy was money, then breathing exercises would teach you the way through which you could earn money, whereas utilization exercises would teach you how to spend the money. Li Yao repeatedly nodded his head. The cultivator's assistant explained the profundity in simple terms, using a very simple metaphor to allow Li Yao to understand within a second. The breathing exercise was the foundation. If one learned a good breathing exercise, one could breathe in more spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. You could say it would be like a human who had earned a tremendous amount of money but was still afraid he would be unable to learn how to spend. Even if they didn't learn how to spend, he could still convert all his money into coins and smash his opponent to death. Of course, it was not so easy to make money. In normal circumstances, everyone's talent was just about the same, and at the same level, their spiritual energy reserve was also roughly the same, so one must find a way to utilize it more than anyone else, or in other words, spend more money than the others. When utilizing, it was also quite possible to win big using a small amount of effort. In short, breathing exercises are the foundation of cultivation. I'll first let you test a breathing exercise. Li Yao, with all his concentration, continued telepathic thoughts exchange with the cultivator's assistant. In the world of cultivation, the absorption of spiritual energy was the most important thing. Naturally, the common, popular breathing exercises in the Federation were a dime in a dozen. However, a vast majority of the acclaimed and effective breathing exercises belonged to various major sections. If one wanted to learn them, they would need to pay a price. The cost of these acclaimed and effective exercises was frighteningly exorbitant. There were even some exercises, where you are required to join the respective sect, while some require you to make a special contribution to the sect, only then would you be able to learn. Whereas, cultivation efficiency of the majority of the low-priced and free breathing exercises was low and had hundreds of loopholes and even fatal flaws. If used for cultivation, one could easily have Qigong deviation. Cultivators who released these free breathing exercises did so in order to find someone who would act as their guinea pig, helping them test these breathing exercises for free. Contrary to their low price, some breathing exercises were of good quality and had high efficiency to absorb spiritual energy and were even especially taught by famous masters who would not take any sort of payment. These acclaimed masters would even send a variety of strengthening agents and auxiliary magical equipment in order to help the cultivators cross the threshold. The cultivator's assistant told Li Yao that whenever he found such breathing exercises, he must check again and again, and he must be careful not be swindled and choose appropriate exercise, lest he picks the wrong exercise which would ultimately doom him. The breathing exercises themselves often don't have any problems, and they were indeed genuine goods and were even sold at a loss. But, they have one fatal problem: they have poor compatibility. After cultivating using these kinds of breathing exercises, one needs to follow up with a higher subsequent breathing exercise and would even need to practice a compatible supporting utilization exercise. You are also unable to change it to another exercise. For example, there is a very popular breathing exercise called available on the net. It is released by the cultivation sect called 5 Tiger Clan and could be downloaded free of cost. Moreover, the 5 Tiger Clan would even regularly hold seminars and training camps and would teach the to cultivators free of charge. Many cultivators who are looking for cheap exercises would spend a large amount of time and energy, and sure enough, they would finally be successful in practicing the. However, therein lies the problem. The free-to-download version of the is incomplete and only has the first 7 stages. For the later 7 stages, you would have to purchase them, and the cost is even higher than the complete breathing exercise released by other sects. This is still nothing because the compatibility is poor. After cultivation, you will find that it is simply incompatible with the utilization exercises of other sections. You could only choose to train in, and other utilization exercises provided by the 5 Tiger clan. By then, you will have only 2 choices: 1, you can choose to enter the 5 Tiger clan, and 2, you can spend an exorbitant sum to buy the utilization exercises from the 5 Tiger clan. At that time, you would be nothing more than a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered by the 5 Tiger clan again and again. If you don't want to choose these 2 roads, you could only choose to disperse your cultivation and make a fresh start to practice another breathing exercise. However, dispersing your cultivation is equal to wasting the large amount of time and energy that you have spent in cultivation. Moreover, a little carelessness will damage your spiritual root and meridians, which is extremely unfavorable for future cultivation. Many cultivators, upon this point, would be in dilemma. It would be too late to regret, and you would be unable to go back. By relying on this kind of sinister method, the 5 Tiger clan, in just a short span of 10 years, became one of the most powerful sects in the Federation, whose current population is monumental from an unknown little sect. Although the sect doesn't have many experts, they have a large number of low-level cultivators who have either been deceived and unwillingly joined them or joined them because of their clever words. Over time, like little drops of water forming into a mighty ocean, they have become an influence that cannot be underestimated. The behavior of the 5 Tiger clan does not violate the. On their download page, the features of the have also been specified, thus if one paid enough attention, no new cultivator would be fooled. The cultivator's assistant, while speaking, opened the download page of the and opened the term and conditions. Sure enough, a paragraph was mixed in among a big article written in dense, ant-like, small characters. This exercise is created by the previous leader of 5 Tiger clan. It may be incompatible with other sects' exercises. Fellow Taoists, please exercise caution. This sentence was hidden in between a few thousand lines of warning. Not to mention a little carelessness, even if one looked bit by bit with extreme concentration, it would still be easy to overlook it. Moreover, at the bottom, there were also comments: the 5 Tiger clan holds the final right to teach this exercise. Fellow Taoists, please download. And in the comments section next to it also had: awesome, it is truly awesome. The is worthy to be called one of the top breathing exercise of the cultivation world. The speed of cultivation is so fast, the efficiency is so high, and there are almost no side effects. Moreover, it is easy to practice and quick to learn. In just 1 month, I have achieved mastery and had practiced it to the 3rd level in 1 breath. Fellow Taoists who have newly entered the world of cultivation, why hesitate? Quickly download with me and cultivate. Yes, now in the cultivation world, everything requires money. All the cultivation sects only have money in their eyes. Forces like the 5 Tiger clan who have such a sense of social responsibilities and makes contributions to the public welfare are not many. At the beginning, I did not believe what the previous commenters were saying. It was a free exercise, so how can it be so good? Reading everyone's comments, I skeptically downloaded the and cultivated, but hey, in just half a month, I could feel my body strengthening and my soul has also become stronger. In the past, I found it hard to control magical equipment, but guess what? Now, I can simultaneously control 5 magical equipment. I can now operate them as if they were flying. The is truly divine.